Spent a lot of time yesterday talking about the Nuggets and the Avalanche. And it's funny, this little distinction that's made between good and bad teams. Because we rolled that over into discussing the Rockies. And one of the discussions was, if a guy like Ryan McMahon, who's 29 years old, who's on a good contract, is that somebody that's almost too old for a team trying to rebuild? And when you have a team that's good, typically what you're looking for is veteran players. It's why sort of the task this offseason for the Nuggets was, let's find some guys that we know are reliable that can play in big situations. So Dario Saric is obviously one of those names. It's why a lot of people, including myself, have been sort of pounding the table with an affordable option like a Russell Westbrook. You want veteran players to back up your now veteran, starters in case of injury, to give them a little bit more of a break off the bench for a whole bunch of different reasons. But you're looking for vets, guys you know that have talent. Same thing with the Avs. The Avs don't need a youth infusion to their team. They need guys who can play. And so you go out, and that's why a couple years ago you get the Coglianos of the world. That's why you get the Jack Johnsons. It's to have guys who are veterans who you can rely upon. And that takes me to the Broncos. I saw an article yesterday. It is ranking NFL teams under 25 talent. So teams in the league with talented players that are under the age of 25. And the worst combination to be in sports is old and bad. Because there's really no fix. And here's where the list kind of stands. I'll give you some notable teams. One of them very interesting. The team that they have dead last in the NFL with what they say is no blue chip players under the age of 25 is the Dolphins. Now, the Dolphins have a lot of guys who are around 25, like Jalen Waddle just turned 25, Jalen Phillips just turned 25. Their offensive tackle, Austin Jackson, just turned 25. So the list can be a little bit screwy like that. You know, I don't know how they don't have a guy like Devin Achane on there. He had a pretty damn good rookie season, but was hurt quite a bit. So after that, they have the Raiders at 31 with also no blue chip players. Now, could a Brock Bowers end up being that? Sure. But for the moment, they got nothing. And you kind of scroll up the list, and at 26, you have the Broncos. And here's what they say. You have two blue chip players. One of them is Patrick Surtain. The other is Bo Nix. I think it's a little early to call him a blue chip player, but fine. Here's what they said in the article. The Broncos are in a similar position as the Patriots, except their top guys are a little older. They're led by a young quarterback in Bo Nix and a young corner in Patrick Surtain, though Surtain is more established than New England's Christian Gonzalez. However, Nix and Surtain are also 24 and will not qualify for this list a year from now. Most of the other young players who qualify for the Broncos are also 24. Joining Nix on the Denver offense, wide receiver Marvin Mims is 22, running back Javonte Williams, 24, Greg Dulcich, 24. And there aren't any young starters on defense other than Surtain, but some interesting bench players with potential, including Nick Benito at 24, Riley Moss, 24, and Jaquan McMillan at 24. This is why, if I ask for anything from Sean Payton this year, it's to play young players, and let's see if you can get yourself some of those. I do not see a purpose in a season that's going to feel, and again, I hope I'm wrong on this, but it's going to feel like a lost season if not for player development. If you can't go out and, first of all, establish that Bo Nix is a bona fide starter in this league in his rookie season, if you can't give Marvin Mims a whole bunch of touches this year, if you can't play Troy Franklin, if you aren't going to play these young guys, then what's the point of the season? Like, it's why it's been driving me nuts when I hear, hey, guess what? Maybe they start the year with Jarrett Stidham. Or maybe they give it to Zach Wilson to start the year. And I'm like, why? Why? What does that accomplish? No, for a lot of these guys, like Marvin Mims is heading into year 2, and we have no idea if he can play or not. And he was healthy all year. Healthy enough to be a Pro Bowl return man. But I have no idea if he can play wide receiver. Drew Sanders from last year. No idea if he's going to play, or no idea if he can play. He's going to be out for, if not all, then most of this year with an Achilles tear. He's going to go into year 3 with virtually no playing time. Have no idea. Riley Moss took a lot of injuries last year. Have no idea if he can play. He's 24 years old already. Like, you can't do that in this season. Last year, maybe you can convince me that the excuse was, well, we had Russell Wilson on a big contract. We were trying to make a playoff push, and despite the bad start to the year, we felt like we could get on a hot streak, and they did. They put themselves back in the playoff conversation, and so we wanted to go with our absolute best lineup that we could. Okay, fine. But you have to evaluate your team this year and say, are they going to do that? And I don't think anybody, if they're being honest, can say yes. And you know what? I actually want to throw it out to the people and give you a challenge, if I could. Here's the challenge. Give me how the Broncos make the playoffs this year. You tell me how. Because it's a really difficult question. And you'd have to conjure up a whole bunch of things just fortunately falling their way.
So a lot of balls on the table.
So 303-504-0925 on Twitch, on the text line, give me a call, whatever. You tell me how that works.
Even get at us with the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app, brought to you by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner.
Very nice, Nelly.
There you go. Hey, I'm a company man. What can I say? If it takes longer than a text message, give me a voice message. Lay out your plan where you see the Broncos making the playoffs. And I think there's one scenario, Brett, and that scenario is a sinkhole mysteriously sucks in the entire city of Kansas City. And then, let's see, what else? Jim Harbaugh accidentally puts on a poisoned pair of khakis.
Yep.
And then he disappears. And as he's falling off the face of the earth, he pulls Justin Herbert with him.
Yep, that could work.
And then there you go. The Broncos finish ahead of the Raiders in the division because there's only 2 teams.
And then they win. Yes, they win the AFC West.
Broncos could win the Pac-2, them and the Raiders.
You know what?
I'll take their chances.
If it was a Pac-2 between the Broncos and the Raiders, then I'd give them a shot. But the realistic thing here is there's really not a pathway outside of being incredibly fortunate. You're playing in a division with Mahomes.
Playoffs?
You don't know what the Chargers are going to look like with Jim Harbaugh. I would expect them to be better and more disciplined and just overall a better team. You know, and that's what's funny. And maybe I'm putting a little bit too much stock. Maybe I'm doing the Mark Mosier, a little too much stock in the Harbaugh thing. Because at the end of the day, you look at the skill position talent of the Chargers, and it's not even close to what it was last year. Last year was Mike Williams and Keenan Allen and Austin Eckler, and all of those guys are gone. Now, they found some other dudes to come in And, the running back room, I think, is actually better than last year. I mean, Eckler was getting a little bit old, a little bit worn down, but the wide receivers are not. They're relying on Quentin Johnston, who they would throw him the ball and cross their fingers and be like, okay, it's on target. Can it not hit you in the face mask and fall to the turf? But if there's no scenario, realistic path to getting to the playoffs, then this season has to be about development. And do I care all that much what, a whole bunch of ESPN writers have as teams with the top players under the age of 25? Like, not really, but it is a good indicator if your team's good or not. Like, if I just ask you this basic question, are the Broncos looking for veterans or looking for youth? They're looking for youth. And typically that correlates with teams not all that good. Do you know what we're not saying with the Nuggets? They need to draft another guy. No, not really. They need to find dudes who can play right now, immediately. What do the Avs need to do? They need to draft. No, they don't need to draft anybody. They need to find guys who can play right now. It's championship time. Go get yourself another cup. What do the Broncos need to do? Draft a lot and be good at it and hit on guys and make sure people like Audric Estime and your 4th, 5th, 6th round picks are hits too, not just the top guys.
But with the Nuggets, isn't that the disconnect between Malone and Calvin Booth? If you ask them both that question, you get two different answers. Calvin Booth does want to draft and develop young guys. Malone's the one that wants to sign the pieces right now.
I think that it's not that far of like a philosophical break between the two. I think Calvin Booth is totally happy getting a guy like Dario Saric. The issue that he has is he doesn't have the money to do it. And so he goes, the only way to keep this sustainable with these players is to draft and develop, which I understand his philosophy, and he's right on that. More than youth, what he's asking for is cheap talent. And usually the only way you can get that is through the draft. And maybe you get lucky and somebody gets their contract bought out and you can get somebody for a vet minimum salary or something like that. Like, that's what I think they're hoping for with Russell Westbrook. But I don't think it's that much of a philosophical change. He's just looking for, how do I make this the most viable for the longest amount of time? And the easiest way to do it money-wise is to draft somebody and have them work out. Just for reference, by the way, here's the teams at the top of the list. As far as the top teams ESPN has with players under the age of 25. Number 1 is the Houston Texans. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley, Tank Dell. Whole bunch of different players you can put on this list. Number 2 is the Lions. Penei Sewell, Aiden Hutchinson, Sam Laporta, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jahmyr Gibbs. All of them under the age of 25. That even includes guys like Brian Branch, Jameson Williams, guys not even on that list. The Baltimore Ravens, they're 3rd. Kyle Hamilton, Zay Flowers, Tyler Linderbaum, Rashad Bateman, Isaiah Likely. Like, usually the teams at the top of that list are teams who are pretty good. And if you're able to flip that, if you're able to be a team that maybe didn't have that, and then, for example, the last place team last year heading into the season was the Rams. They were 32. This year they come in at 8 because they found Byron Young, that edge rusher. They found Puka Nacua. But part of that was they played last year. They put him on the field. That stuff matters too. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in. As he said, can also get in touch with us. Voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and that's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Back after this. Texture says, hey, where did the rest of the conference land on that list? You mean the rest of the division, I'm assuming. I think you're on the right track, barring some crazy natural disaster next year. Will either be a losing season with developing talent or a losing season with veterans at the helm. Thanks for starting off every day with exciting sports. Oh, thank you very much. The rest of the division, I think that's what you're asking instead of conference. So at 20, or no, where were the Raiders? They were 31st, so not in good shape. Last year they were 26th, and they've dropped to 31st on this list. The Broncos are 26th in the NFL for players. And again, this is a list that ESPN has created of NFL teams ranked by talent under the age of 25. So Raiders 31st, Broncos 26th. And as I'm scrolling up, the Chargers are at 15 as they have Tuli Tuipulotu. If you remember, he's from USC. Really good edge rusher for them. Zion Johnson, Joe Alt, that really good offensive tackle, and they have Quentin Johnson on that list. Again, remember, if guys turn 25, they aren't on it. So like Rashawn Slater, really good for the Chargers, but he's 25, not under 25 now.
Who was the first person on that list?
Tuli Tuipulotu.
Nailed it.
I feel like that's pretty close. I could never say that name. Could never do it. And then the Chiefs are at 14. As they have Trent McDuffie and George Karlaftis. So again, if you're Kansas City, you always want to have young talent on your team. But you're also looking for, give me just guys who can play. We're trying to win championships. Let's make this happen right now. So it's a tough spot to be in. If you're Denver, I told you, and this applies the same thing to the Raiders, by the way. The last thing you want to be is old and bad. It's a terrible combination. Horrible. And that's kind of where they find themselves for the moment. And that's where that needs to flip, much like what the Rams did. Remember, the Rams 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they won a championship. 2 years ago, they didn't have a very good team. And last year, they got back to being a very good team because they hit on some later round draft picks that you didn't expect. Remember, Puka Nacua was a stud. You hit on that running back, Kyron Williams, who was an absolute dog for that team. Give him the football 20 to 22 times a game. Let him run for $120. Establish a run, and then let Stafford do what he can with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. You have the ability to do that as long as you commit to playing younger players. And that's where I look at a team like the Nuggets right now. They still have to make a commitment to younger players because they're going to have to. The roster is just, especially backups, there's too many of them. Your roster has too many guys who I would put in that category of the unproven commodity that shows potential. How about? Because they have, I don't know if you would say that Peyton Watson is, quote, unproven, but obviously he was not proven enough to get major playoff minutes in a series that you were struggling in. That's where the graduation needs to happen for them. Can Julian Strother, with another offseason, be a guy that you can rely upon to go out and give you actual minutes in the basketball game, to put up some shots, and play good enough defense for Mike Malone to trust him? You know, we know that Sarge is going to play. I got a pretty good feeling that Vlatko is going to play. Vlatko now healthy off that leg injury. Going to come back next year. I think he's going to be a real piece. You know, Deron Holmes is a giant wild card in this. He's going to come in as a rookie. Do rookies play all that much under Malone? Not typically, but if you're good enough, there's examples like Christian Brown in an NBA Finals was getting minutes. But mostly, I think what's best for both in that category is finding veterans who are actually going to play that Micah Malone is for sure going to trust in the biggest moments. Because it'll help on multiple fronts. It will help with you not being able to wear out your starting unit over the course of a regular season because Micah Malone feels like he has to win games. It'll help you in that you can give Nikola Jokic 10 to 12 minutes rest every single night during the postseason because you have guys behind him that you're like, if we take him out of the basketball game, it's not going to completely crumble and fall apart. Like, that's a very important detail. It's going to help with, I think, Jamal Murray, and this is why this last roster spot is going to be incredibly important. And I think it has to be a veteran that you believe in at the point guard spot. They traded away Reggie Jackson. And I think it's the right call. You had to give away 2 first-round picks to do it. But Reggie Jackson was a reliable piece for, at times last year. But it felt like he broke down towards the end of the season because he was playing too much. You need to have, you need to have somebody that you're like, I can go out there and play this guy 15 to 20 minutes a night and not have any questions when the postseason rolls around. But I think he's got to handle the basketball. You take Jokic and Murray off the floor. Right now, who handles the rock for that team? Bench unit comes in. Who handles the ball? Are you going to play Jalen Pickett? Are you going to give it to Christian Brown to take the ball up the court? Like, here's the thing. They did that with Bruce Brown, who's not your typical point guard, but he can handle the ball. So I'm not saying it has to be necessarily a dude who has the PG tag next to him, but he has to be reliable in that. Take the ball up the floor and run an offense and make sure that if somebody's throwing a press on you, you're not going to panic and turn the ball over. Sounds easy, but I don't think it is. But the separation there to me is that team, veterans, Broncos, need youth. That team, Nuggets, Avs, good. So you look for older vets to come in and play. Broncos, not very good. Young established players get playing time, get experience, and you build on that. Rockies, young players come in, get experience, and you build on that. It's just typically how the model works. So 303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line. We played this audio from Anthony Edwards yesterday. If you missed it, this is from Ben Golliver on Twitter. Here's what Anthony Edwards said about being on the Olympic team.
I'm still the number one option. Yeah. I mean, y'all might look at it differently. I don't look at it differently. Yeah, I just go out there and be myself, shoot my shots, play defense, and, you know, they got to fit in and play around me. That's how I feel.
I'm still the number one option. They need to fit in to play around me. Wild thing to say. When you walk into a locker room that has LeBron James and Steph Curry and Kevin Durant and all these superstars on it, that maybe they're a little bit older and long in the tooth, but still incredibly good players, and you look at them and say, fit in around me, is a wildly arrogant thing.
Isn't Jason Tatum on the roster? The guy who just won a championship and then signed the biggest deal in NBA history by a country mile? But no, the offense isn't going to run through him, though.
He's there, yeah. I said this yesterday towards the end of the show, but I wanted to like Anthony Edwards. I really did. And I can't. I can't now. It's just too much running of the mouth. You know, we were saying, what has Minnesota accomplished to get him thinking this way? And they had a good year last year, but it's really their only good year. The year before that, they made the playoffs. They got bounced in the first round. The year before that, didn't they win a play-in game? And that's when Patrick Beverley took his jersey off and threw it into the crowd. And Karl Anthony Towns. Or no, that was the same year. I still remember an interview. And see if you can find this, Nelly. Karl Anthony Towns said winning the play-in game, he thought, I can't remember the word he used. He said something like it was better or it felt more satisfying than the Nuggets winning a championship, was winning the play-in game. And I can't remember the exact verbiage he used on that.
How much more we got to lose?
I guess more. And I want that team to lose a lot more now. By the way, speaking of the T-Wolves, Tim Connolly is just doing the churn out the former Nuggets thing again. Do you know who he signed the other day? PJ Dozier to a minimum contract. It's like if you stepped foot in Denver for a second and you're on the free agent market, you're at least going to get a cup of coffee with the T-Wolves. Did that with Monte Morris. Do you remember Bryn Forbes after Tim Connolly left, went to Minnesota? Now PJ Dozier. Yeah, it's like an automatic, you're getting a phone call from him.
Is he also going to sign Boogie so we can get that song back? Boogie and Bones on the floor with Forbes?
I don't think that Boogie is going back to the league at all. It'd be interesting if Bones Highland was available. I wonder if Tim Connolly would get him. Like if he was a free agent, would he be signing him? But anyway, I played that audio to play this for you, and I hope that you guys can hear this. So this is from Troy Rank on Twitter. This is Joel Embiid on facing Jokic in the Olympics. Here you go.
I don't care about Jokic. I'm playing for my national team. It's all about, like I said, focusing on ourselves and trying to make sure everybody's on the same page. And when we get there, we don't know what we got to focus on. But right now, it's just about trying to find ways to get better every single day.
Yeah, it's tough to hear. He said, I don't care about Jokic. I'm focused on playing for my national team. Amongst other things. But here's the deal. And I'm kind of torn. He said it's about focusing on ourselves and trying to make sure everybody's on the same page. When we get there, we know we got to focus. We know what we got to focus on, but right now it's just about getting better, blah, blah, blah. I kind of, at times, and see, this is where I don't want to be in the business of defending Joel Embiid here. Because here's the thing. He says, I don't care about Jokic, and that's going to be the headline here. And guess what? Yes, you do, because you've cared about Jokic for about 4 straight years now. And it's the reason why you don't play in Denver, but you will play against him in Philly and all that stuff. It's the reason why when you said, if I don't win MVP this year, then people just hate me. You do care about Jokic. And you do turn your game another notch when you play against him. You turn it up. There is no doubt about it. We all see it. But I think it'd be kind of annoying to be Joel Embiid, and anytime you face Jokic, it's like it's a story. Like this
Take
is
that L on the way out.
This is the Olympics, and I think people have learned, and this is where it's kind of his own doing. You want to know why nobody asks Jokic about Embiid? Because we know he doesn't care about this. Like, we know it. Embiid gets asked because we know he does. But I think that's more individual context in the NBA, not the Olympics. And I think he's annoyed that he's getting peppered with that question at the Olympics. That's the difference. Now, I don't like, again, it's a weird subject to broach, but it's like, it always weirds me out, especially in the NBA, because most other Olympic sports are individual achievements. You know, you have relay races and you have relay swims and stuff like that. But it's always weird to me when somebody spends at least half their life, born in another country and then they join the U.S. or opposite. Like somebody from the I remember when Alex Rodriguez tried to join, I think it was it Puerto Rico? Team Puerto Rico, or maybe it was the Dominican, I forget. But he's trying to join one of those teams because he has bloodlines that go back to it. And I'm like, that's not how it works, though. You're born in this country. And I get it, he's a naturalized citizen of the U.S., and he has been for probably half his life now, the second half of his life. But it does kind of feel like ring chasing. If they made Jokic I don't think Jokic is an American citizen yet, is he? Maybe he is. Let's just say, for argument's sake, Jokic is an American citizen. He's a naturalized citizen. And he plays for Team USA. Would that not feel a little bit weird? If Giannis is a naturalized American and he plays for Team USA over Greece, isn't that weird? It feels weird.
I think I'm an 8th French because of my grandma. So you know what? Les Bleus. We're doing it, baby.
I think you can
Let's
do
go.
that, though, in the Olympics, and that's what's, odd to me. I think Embiid was, until he was 14, he was in Cameroon. Now, the Cameroonian team stinks, but I think that's the reason why you want to go to the U.S., is that you want the easiest path to a championship. Anyway, this Saturday is the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest in Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. Come out and enjoy a taste of America's finest whiskey and bourbon featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets are available at whiskeyfestcolorado.com. And make sure to say hi to Mike Sanford between noon and 2. So 303-504-0925. Got a lot more to get to. Stick around. All right, so I think, Nelly, you said you found this, right? This audio I was looking for from Kat, which is, again, I don't know what's going on in the water in Minnesota. I don't know why this team feels the need to say these things, but here you go. Karl Anthony Towns, after the Nuggets won the championship and Minnesota won the play-in game, he said this.
It was more special what we did in Minnesota because we had like a month, and then we had training camp, and it was like, you better figure it all out right now. And we really figured it out quick. Yeah. Think about it. They had what? Jokic been in the league
4 years.
If you think about it, 4 years, we got it done in 4 months.
Yeah. It's not the same. It's not better. It's none of those things.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Like, sometimes I kind of get when people are, how about this? When people have said this the past couple of weeks and I've dismissed it because I'm trying to look, man, I'm trying to be a patriot, okay? I just want the U.S. to win because I think it would be embarrassing if they lost. But this team does not have a whole bunch of likable players on it. You got a few. Like, you go through Team USA's roster. Here is what the entire list looks like. And I know what people are going to say. So Bam Adebayo is one of them. I like Bam. He's fine. Devin Booker, nah. Steph Curry, Anthony Davis, no, don't like him. KD, Anthony Edwards, no. Embiid, not really. Halliburton's fine. Tatum's fine. Kawhi Leonard, fine. LeBron, no. Drew Holiday, I really like. Like, there's just some guys where you just want to... It makes it really difficult for you to really pull for this team. And I wonder what the difference is here. I've had a long-standing thought surrounding Michael Jordan, okay? And I think if MJ grew up in this era, the person that he is known as today is not even close to the same. Like, if he grew up in this era with social media and the 24-hour talk shows and stuff like that, I don't think anybody looks at Michael Jordan as a revered figure in the way that he is now, that is above reproach, that is not criticizable. Like, I don't think we get that, because I don't think anybody can in this day and age. Like, I don't think there's a single player in any sport that can do that. Maybe an individualized sport. You know, like, I don't know a lot of people that hate Serena Williams, and she was dominant forever. Tiger certainly had that until, like, the personal stuff. But again, that was sort of the beginning of the 24-hour news cycle, social media stuff.
Yeah, that was what, like 2008, 2009, kind of right on the cusp before social media was really everywhere.
Well, he started winning in the late 90s, in early 2000s, and he became the myth, right?
In that era. I meant when his scandal broke, with his cheating scandal. Yeah, but you know, it actually, I feel like what you're saying extends beyond sports too. Sometimes you think about, what if social media was around when John F. Kennedy was president? That dude was whoring around. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but he cheated on his wife with a supermodel. And if Twitter was around, that dude would have been roasted.
Well, and on top of that, like, here's what's really funny, okay? I'll tell you an exact conversation that actually blew me away. And if you're around my age, so I'm 34 years old. If you're around my age, I think you'll understand this. So, the Bear, Karen, Mosier's wife, she's a painter, right? And she's very, very good at this stuff. And she does now a lot of, she's always done this, but she does a lot of portraits of famous people. And they're like icons, right? Yeah, like Vic Lombardi behind me now. I can't have that behind me for any longer than this. I can't have Vic just staring at me, Nelly. He can't. Please make it stop. But listen, she does portraits of these famous people, these people that were revered, these idols. So, like, she's got Anthony Bourdain, and she's got Steve McQueen, and
David Bowie,
like icons, right? And she texted me one day. She goes, Brett, I need some help. I feel like I'm making portraits of people that are, like, too far back in the day. Who do you got from your generation that you would consider the same sort of icons? And you know what my answer was, Nelly? I don't know if we have them. I mean, truly. I don't know if we have them. And I don't know if that's a circumstance of just my generation sucks at providing those types of people, or if it's the era that we live in that won't allow people to be that way. For example, like, you know who's an icon? Like the couple that I told her, I said, as much as I hate to say it, here's two names off the top of my head. Taylor Swift is certainly one. Has to be. And I said LeBron. It's probably LeBron. And I go, after that, I have no idea. Like, this is what I'm talking about. I said, oh, maybe like an individual can be that way, like Serena Williams. And here's the text you get. Serena was not gracious. When she lost, she never gave credit to the opponent. She said she didn't play well. This is what I mean. Like, I'm not going to come up with a name where people are going to be like, oh, yeah, love that guy. Like, universally. Not going to happen. But I want people my age. I ask you that question. If you're around my age, 34, who is the icon, right? Like, you go back to the 60s, 70s. Who is it? Oh, it's all Blue Eyes. Everybody loved Frank Sinatra, didn't they? Oh, the Rat Pack, Dean Martin. I don't think you are allowed to have those people anymore. I think those people are not allowed to exist.
And even Taylor Swift gets flack for how much she flies on private jets and she's damaging the environment.
Right.
Even she's not safe from reproach.
I'm trying to... okay, let me go back to this text thread. Because I want to see the names that I told her. Yeah, I said for outside of sports, I go, maybe Tiger. I don't know if we get to claim Tiger, but he's what, 40? I mean, it's kind of our generation. Here's the other names I said. I said, Timberlake? Like, is he one or not? But then what I just found out, so Nelly, remember that story when Timberlake got arrested and the cop goes, I don't know who you are? And I go, well, that puts a damper on my whole thing.
This is going to ruin the tour.
This is going to ruin the...
What tour?
The World
Tour.
I said Kobe. Kobe probably. Yeah, somebody said Tom Hanks. Do we get to claim Tom Hanks? Like, Tom Hanks been making movies for a long, long time. Yeah, Tiger's 48. Like, Keanu Reeves, like, is that the guy? I mean, Keanu Reeves is super cool.
Okay, what about Beyonce? We got a couple Beyoncés on the Twitch and the text. Queen Bee? I don't think anybody has any beef with her.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, guys. I'm a dude. I was trying to think of one for me. And, like, I get that Taylor Swift and Beyonce are probably two really good names. But not for me. Like, I wouldn't get a portrait of Taylor Swift hung up in my house somewhere.
You're not a member of the Beehive?
Like,
come on, Brett.
Who's my Steve McQueen? Who's my David Bowie? Who's my Prince? I want one of those people. And I can't put a LeBron thing in my house.
Curry? Steph Curry?
No, I can't do that either.
Wow, that just made you do your fragrance commercial voice.
Yeah.
I cannot hang a Steph Curry in my man
But
cave.
you know what I mean? Like, is that more of a byproduct of we just aren't allowed to like everybody? Like, we can't have everybody like a person? Or is that just those people don't exist. Because I feel like if I put all the people that I mentioned, like the David Bowies and all those people, now, I don't think it's the same. Anyway, that is a part. Somehow that had to do, by the way, with the U.S. Olympic roster, and I forget how we got there. But
you were talking about how Michael Jordan wouldn't have been as revered and untouchable in the social media age.
Everybody loved the Dream Team.
Right. And everybody would have gone, he's a gambler. MJ's a degenerate. He quit baseball or he quit basketball to join baseball because he was in gambling debt. He never would have survived in the social media era. That was your point.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. You can always watch a show on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. At Safeway's Pharmacy, we can provide you with essential travel health advice and immunizations before your next summer vacation. Get started in-store or online at Safeway.com. Mose Lombardi and Kane next. All right, Vic, so here's something I was thinking about yesterday. We talked a lot about the Nuggets offseason, the Avs offseason, and kind of where they're at as a team. And what they're looking for is veteran help. Like the Nuggets getting Dario Saric was an attempt to get a veteran off the bench.
You mean the bar brawler?
Yeah, I saw that video.
I
Who
think
did he
it's
get
great.
into it with?
I don't know. I don't know who it was. I think it was great. Need more of those players on this team.
Oh, it was Zubats.
I think he was with Zubats. He didn't get into it.
Oh, gotcha.
yeah,
they were
didn't
together.
fight
Yeah,
each
yeah.
other.
That would have been a hell of a fight, though. Yeah, I'm looking at this right now.
Yeah, he's his teammate.
Yeah, you jump in the middle of like two guys who are 6'10" and 7 feet tall. Not a great look. Anyway, you get Sarge on this team because you want veteran help and a guy that's reliable. And I think that's part of the reason why they're looking towards a Russell Westbrook type of player for that last roster spot. The Avs are same thing. They don't need a youth infusion. They need guys who can play and help them win championships. And this is typically how it goes, correct? If you're a team that's vying for a championship, you aren't looking to get younger necessarily. You're looking for guys who can help you now. If you're a bad team, you're looking for a youth movement. It's almost always how it works. And I came across this article on ESPN yesterday, and they had every team in the NFL ranked by their players under the age of 25. And the worst place you can be is bad and old.
Bad and old is good. I feel bad and old.
Bad and old is a bad place to be. And the Broncos on this list are 26th, according to ESPN, in talent on their roster under the age of 25.
Wait, so 26th under young talent, which means they have a lot of old talent? Old bad talent?
Not ranking old talent at all, just how many good players do you have under the age of 25? They said their blue chip players are Pat Surtain, that one's obvious. And they put Bo Nix in there, and we have no idea if that's going to be the case or not. But all the guys who are under the age of 25 that were at least noted in this, Marvin Mims is 22, Javante's 24, Greg Dulcich 24, Benito 24, Riley Moss 24, and Jaquan McMillan 24.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, and this is why you and me have said this over and over again, especially about the quarterback spot. This is a must to play young players this year. It's a must. Like,
Why wouldn't you?
I asked the question
Well,
in the
what
appetizer.
what are we doing if you? Why is that even a question?
It's a question because Sean Payton didn't do that last year.
I think last year was a trial year. You got Russ. Last year was exactly what I thought it would be. You've got Russell Wilson. You don't know if it's going to work. Let's go as hard as we can with this guy, play everybody, and see how far we get.
Yeah.
And they got to 8 wins.
And they got themselves back in the playoff hunt, and I could hear the arguments for last year. There is no argument this year. Like, I need to know what Riley Moss looks like. I need to know.
Yeah.
I need to know what Marvin Mims looks like.
Yeah.
I need to know what Troy Franklin looks like. I need to know what these young guys can do.
I
Because there is no pathway, and this is what I asked earlier. I said, give me any scenario that you can think of right now, July 9th, the Broncos make the playoffs. Like, try and conjure up a way that happens. Because it feels like I'm asking you an impossibility, doesn't it? And if that's the case, there is no reason for anybody that's 33 years old and not very good to be playing a single snap this year.
Well, if that's the case, why weren't you an advocate of stripping it down to the bare bones?
I think they kind of did, didn't they?
Well, they kept some players of significance. I mean, Cortland Sutton's still on the team.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe that's to help a Bo Nix, perhaps. Now, how about this? If those guys' snaps are coming at the expense of young guys, because especially at wide receiver, you can mix guys in. You can find ways to do it. I think they stripped it down pretty good, actually. Because they didn't have a lot of money to sign guys. You had to keep a 53-man roster somehow, some way. And they've done that.
What did they really strip besides the quarterback?
Justin Simmons is gone.
Okay.
Josie Jewell's gone.
Okay.
I
Defensively. I'm talking offensively.
don't know if they. Well, Jerry Judy's gone. Traded him. Could have kept him.
Really miss him?
No. But I'm just saying, I don't know how much more you could actually strip things down because the offense was pretty bare to start with. It just needs to be an infusion of youth because you can't be bad and old. By the way, in the division, they have dead last in the league. They have, ironically, the Dolphins. But this is where the list gets a little screwy because Jalen Waddle's 25, Jalen Phillips is 25, Austin Jackson 25. The Raiders are at 31st. The Chargers are 15th. The Chiefs are 14th. As far as that.
Nobody wants to hear this. And I'll keep saying it till I'm blue in the face. Nobody wants to hear it. You're not going to compete in this division as long as Mahomes is in his prime.
Well, you can compete.
You're not going to win the division.
Not going to win it. Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. It was like when Peyton Manning was here at the top of his game, it was over.
Yeah.
When Elway got support and he was at the top of his game, it was over. Why bother?
Well, it's like I don't think people want to acknowledge. They don't want to acknowledge that it's just an impossibility. But to back you up, can I give you this? Because it's one of the most remarkable stats that I think you're going to find. So Tom Brady spent a long time with the Patriots, right?
Hold on, is this going to be a remarkable stat?
Do you know what his record was against the Bills?
Nelly, this is going to be a remarkable stat.
We got $2 on the line here.
He played 36 games against the Buffalo Bills in his career. He was 33-3.
Yeah.
Do you think the Bills ever said to themselves, no, it's possible. We can compete with Tom Brady. And you won 3 times out of 36 games?
It's frivolous. It's stupid. Go back and look at Peyton Manning's record against the division when he played here.
I've tried to do this. It's been tough.
Why is that hard?
Because it's hard for me to nail down Peyton Manning's record just when he was a Bronco.
Let me make it easy for you so you don't have to do the cooking on the Google later. It was really, really good.
Okay, yeah.
Okay? It was really, really good. Like, absurd good. Okay? And Patrick Mahomes' record against the division is really, really good.
Yeah.
So, as much as I want to build and rebuild and do all this building blocks, as long as they have that going on in Kansas City and there's no end in sight right now, what do you think? They're going to fall apart this season? It's got the same team, if not better.
This was Peyton Manning's record against teams in the division. Now, this is for his career, but most of these have come when he was with the Broncos, right? So, against the Chiefs, he played 14 times against them. What do you think his record was?
12-2.
Yep. Chargers, he played 14 times. What's his record?
10-4.
Yep. All right, let's see if we can go 3 for 3. Raiders, 12 times. What's the record?
11-1.
10-2.
Pretty damn close.
Yeah.
That's not good. That's dominant. That's like
That's
why
nothing you can do.
That's the other teams in the division saying, "Why are we bothering here?
Right.
What are we doing during this window?" And I hate to parse it down to one player, but it really comes down to that.
Sure.
It's the Mahomes era. Hey, Bronco fans, you don't want to hear this. I'm a fan too. We're in the middle, in the throes of the Mahomes era.
The difference.
Eat it. It's over until he not until he leaves, but until that wall finds a crack.
Well,
it's over.
And here's the difference between Mahomes and Peyton Manning. How old was Peyton when he got here?
Hold on, let me read this on the Twitch feed.
It's over, pal.
Das315. Last year showed the Chiefs could be got. They won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, they did. Is it just because the Broncos won a game? Is that what it was?
Big deal. You beat them for the first time in, 16 tries?
Hey, nobody beats the Broncos 16 games in a row. 15 is where we draw the line.
Are you kidding me with that sentence? Last year showed the Chiefs could be got? In what? In what exactly?
Cool, Carl.
Here's the difference, though. How old was Peyton when he got here? Was he like 32, 33? What?
I am not remembering his age.
He was older, though. Mahomes is still 28. That's the difference. And this is where you said you can't be competitive. You can't win the division. I agree with that. But a texter says you can still win playoff games without winning the division. Absolutely right.
Hey, man, I'm good, dude. I don't understand why everybody's so up in arms in such a hurry. You drafted a rookie quarterback.
Yep.
The guy's never played an NFL game. You're in a division with the dude who's a multiple Super Bowl champion who's got it going on. That team's got it going on. Put down your weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to me. Put down your weapons and march.
Yeah.
You're not winning for a while.
I've said that.
Just accept it.
You tell me this, Vic. Would you take the equivalent of a Broncos season if it was this? If the Broncos season was the NFL equivalent to what the Spurs did this last year? The Spurs were terrible.
Yeah.
But their guy, they know at the end of this
year,
year,
gave you hope.
He's great.
They gave
and
you
he's
hope.
going to be a guy that will be great for you for years.
They can build around him. They've got a building block, the building block. What's the Broncos' building block?
Well, hopefully at the end of this year, it's Knicks.
We don't know that yet.
Don't know that now. Yeah.
What have they had as a building block for the last 6 years? What? Anyone?
Nothing. They got a really good corner.
It's not a building block.
I know. Just something.
So you hit it on the nail. Hit on the head. We do not know where they're going because they don't have somebody to build around.
And if any goal, well, the only goal for me this year, the only thing that matters is if you tell me, regardless of record at the end of this year, Bo Nix is a guy that you totally believe is the franchise quarterback here for a decade. In much the same way that the San Antonio Spurs found out last year in the middle of a terrible season, they have their star core player for the next decade. That's all it matters.
I don't understand you people on Twitch arguing this point against Mahomes. What else does he have to do to carve you up, to make you believe until he's done, until he starts that downhill climb? It's over.
Yeah.
Finish for Card says there are probably a lot of people in Houston yelling the same stuff at fans, like I'm yelling at fans saying, just march. What division was Houston in where they had a two-time Super Bowl champion right there? What was their division? Can you name their division opponents? Who did they have?
You mean this last year?
Yeah.
They played the Colts, they played the Jags, and they played the Titans.
Wow. Yeah, that's the Broncos situation.
Mm-hmm.
If you give me that division, maybe we're talking something.
Sure. Yeah, you can have a turnaround.
Then okay, let's talk. You're in Mahomes' division. He owns you. He owns the division.
Everybody. He owns the league.
Listen to me, Bronco fans. I'm one of you. I am one of you. He owns you. The end. And until he stops owning you, what are we doing? Just like, you know what it was like on the other side? When Peyton Manning walked into Arrowhead, and I was there the last time they won at Arrowhead. I was there that night.
Yep.
Do you know what it was like knowing, what's the score? Oh, Broncos are down 2 touchdowns? No big deal. They'll win. You know why? Because Peyton Manning owns you. That's ownership.
So I just looked up Patrick Mahomes' record versus every team he's played against so far. He has losing records against 3 teams in the league.
Yeah.
You would never guess who those teams are. He's 0-2 currently against the Indianapolis Colts. He is 1-2 against the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
And he's 1-3 against the Bills. So the Bills got their number.
Here's the number that means everything. What is his record against in the games that matter?
Yeah.
Games that matter. Games that you have to win. What's his record then?
Like damn near perfect. Pretty much damn near perfect.
They're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
They're not going anywhere. Eat it.
So he's 12-1 against the Broncos.
You know what I would invest in, Bronco fans? I would invest in a lot of sunscreen, a lot of lotion. Stay young. Stay out of the sun, stay young, because it may take a while, this pruning. Or you could sit there miserable every year and say, we got him. No, you don't. You don't got him.
Can I say this, though, about the Broncos against Mahomes? I know this isn't a badge of honor or anything like that because he's 12-1 against the Broncos in his career. But in 13 games, he has 19 touchdowns and 11 picks. It's not great numbers. Do you know what that looks like against the Raiders? He's 10-2 with 30 touchdowns and 4 picks. 30-4 against them. He's got 25-6 against the Chargers in 10 games. Just wild.
Someone's calling me a glazer. What does that mean?
You are shining somebody. You are propping them up. You are.
So do I do the same thing with Nikola Jokic?
Yeah. I mean,
So
well,
what's the problem here? Because I say good things about Patrick Mahomes, who is the best player in the league right now, on the best team in the league right now, that makes me a glazer?
I think you're just speaking factually.
I mean, what am I saying that's false? He owns you.
Yeah. 12 and
You know what?
1 in 13
you
games is
people
ownership.
that can't accept reality, you know what you are? You can't accept the fact that he owns you in this division, and he has for several years, and he may own you for the next couple of years. I don't know how long it's going to take to get it back.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Get back into this a little bit later. Broadcasting live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this.
All right, I have the record.
Go ahead.
I have the numbers for you. Thanks to StatMuse, and appreciate you showing me this website that I can.
It's a crazy site, right?
I can type stuff in and information comes out. It's pretty easy. Why am I just going to sit back and enjoy the Broncos for what they are? They are a rebuilding team, and to be totally honest with you, I just want to see advancement. I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know the end result, but all I want to see right now out of the Broncos, I want to see Bo Nix get better. I want to see advancement there.
Yep.
That's my only goal out of the season. Because I know at the end of the season, what's your hope here? You going to win a Super Bowl with this team?
Like, if you get Bo Nix in a place where
you
have trust,
where you're
excited about him,
yeah.
And then a couple years down the road, like maybe you don't win the division, but you make a playoff spot, and then it's like 1 game samples, who knows? Like, that's where your goal should be.
So here's why, and I brought up because you reside in a division where he is a witch, Patrick Mahomes, owns you and everybody else, and you might as well just put down your weapons.
Yeah.
For the time being.
Yep.
Until he's done. Until it washes through his system. And I brought up this, and I've got the numbers now to support my statement. For all the Bronco fans that hate Mahomes, and I get it, you hate him because he beat you. Just remember what it was like when Peyton Manning was here for Chiefs fans, for Chargers fans, for Raiders fans. Because everything we see out of Mahomes now from the other side is exactly the life we lived in Denver with Peyton Manning. Patrick Mahomes, all-time record against the AFC West, 30-5. 30-5, all-time against the AFC West.
That's crazy.
Peyton Manning, all-time record as a Bronco against the AFC West. Ready for this? 20-2.
Let me do my percentages real quick.
20-2. When Peyton Manning lived here, the rest of the division, just give it up.
Yeah.
Just put down your weapons. And that's what I'm saying right now for Bronco fans. Until Mahomes hits that downhill slide and it's out of Kansas City system, this Super Bowl run, put down your weapon. You ain't going to beat him. You might beat him one off here and there, but when it counts, you're not going to beat him.
So Peyton Manning's winning percentage against the AFC West was 90%,
Mm-hmm.
and Mahomes right now is at 86%.
Yeah.
The 2 losses, by the way, that Manning had in his career as a Bronco to the AFC West was in 2013, he lost to the Chargers.
Yep.
In 2015, and this is the end of the year where he was like, you could tell he was falling off.
Sure.
Lost to the Chiefs. He was 5 completions and 20
game.
attempts for that game for 35 yards.
You
the same
win.
guy.
You dominate your division like that. Guess what's going to happen? You're automatic qualified for the playoffs, and you're going to go deep into the playoffs. And that's exactly what the Broncos did. Outside that Raheem Moore game, they got to a Super Bowl once, lost it, and they got to another Super Bowl and won it.
Yep.
And guess what? That's what the Chiefs are doing. Not just getting to the playoffs; they're going deep.
Making the Super Bowls, winning Super Bowls. Yep.
End of argument. End of debate. Just chill.
Just chill.
You went through in the appetizer hour why you can't really get behind any of the U.S. Olympic basketball players.
They make it difficult. They really do. And I got a sort of larger discussion about this that we'll get to in a second, but what are you look like you got thoughts on this.
I have a theory as I was listening to you because you went down the list. All right, can I get behind LeBron? Hell no. Joel Embiid? No way.
Anthony Davis? No.
Nah. Kevin Durant? No.
Anthony Edwards? No.
No, especially him right now. I think I know why.
Okay.
Because this wasn't always the case. Like when the Dream Team was around, it was easy to get behind those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't it? You tell me.
Yes, it was.
When the Dream Team was around, and you were a young lad, so.
But everybody reveres that team. They love everybody.
But it was easy to like
yeah.
all those. But let me tell you why we today have trouble wrapping our arms around and loving these Olympians. Because in Denver, they're a threat, each and every one of them. When your team sucks, if the Nuggets sucked, if the Nuggets were bottom of the barrel, I guarantee our vantage point and the way we look at these players would change because they wouldn't be a threat. They'd be what you want to be. They would be guys you aspire to have.
But did Knicks fans hate Jordan?
Perhaps, but they didn't hate everybody else like we hate. You just gave me the list. Everybody on that team is hateable because everybody on that team is a threat to the Nuggets.
I like Drew Holiday.
1.
I like Bam.
2.
Hang on, let me see if I can find another. I like Halliburton.
3.
Tatum's fine.
4.
I just realized I'm naming a lot of Eastern Conference players.
You're naming non-threats.
That's true.
That's the problem, and that's just the human psyche. That's human reaction. We don't like those who can attack us. We don't like those who can hurt us. Anthony Edwards is hated here now.
And we've had playoff series against all the guys that have been mentioned, too.
The reason why he made a heel turn, Anthony Edwards, is because he's a direct threat to the Nuggets.
He's also got a large mouth.
Yeah, but he's also a direct threat.
Yeah.
Now, if he had that large mouth and it didn't concern us, you'd probably have a different vantage point.
Maybe. But could I give you my larger... The larger thing that I was thinking about was this. And it stems back to a different discussion. I don't know if you caught the very end of the appetizer or not. So Karen, the bear, texted me out of the blue one day.
Oh, where are they, by the way, right now? Do we know?
I have no idea. But she texted me about a month ago. So she does all those portraits of famous people, right? She's got the Steve McQueen and she's got the David Bowie and all these different things that look great. And she goes, I need some younger people that you would consider icons for your generation. And Vic, I really didn't have a lot for. I was like, I don't know if we have those. Like Taylor Swift is probably one. I said LeBron is honestly probably another. But here's my question. If all the people from the Dream Team existed now, 24-hour news cycles, social media, are they revered the same way? Are they allowed to be that team that everybody looks back on and goes, I love everybody from that team?
You know what's changed between now and then? Personality consumption. Because personality consumption back then was you talk to a media person and they tell your story, and that's how you consume one's personality. Very few interviews. Today's consumption of personalities, it's all over the place. It's saturated. You can do it yourself, right? You know exactly how a person is, what he is, who he is, because they can do it in the palm of their hands on a phone.
Right.
So you're right. Maybe what do we really know about John Stockton?
Well, and
like if John Stockton had Twitter or Instagram today and went at it.
Well, John Stockton, I'll give you an example. John Stockton got a lot of heat a couple of months ago because he was saying some things politically that people didn't know about him.
You still on that COVID rant, right?
And it was a lot of conspiracy stuff. Yeah. So, I mean, imagine now if that was today, his career. And I wonder how many guys could pass that test. Now, we talk about it all the time, Vic, like how many people in not just sports, but in life would you consider universally beloved celebrities? There's not a whole lot of them.
Yeah, apparently Ryan Seacrest keeps getting jobs.
But you and me don't like Ryan Seacrest.
But we hate him. Isn't that funny? He's beloved by everybody in television because he keeps getting jobs, but you and I don't like him.
You know what's
Are we alone on that?
The name that I came up with, I go, somebody who's probably universally beloved or close to it. Like Serena Williams was like that. She was really good. I didn't hear some bad things. First text that comes through, she wasn't gracious. She never gave credit to her opponents. And I'm just like, I don't think anybody stands that test anymore.
Let's give it a go here.
I've said that Peyton Manning's probably the closest that we get.
Here's our Altitude 92.5 experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Is there you got to name a player, a figure, a sports figure. Is there anyone out there that does not, and use the text line, use the Twitch, whatever. We'll start with Peyton. Is Peyton Manning universally beloved?
Universally.
I'm sorry. I was reading the text as I said that. Universally beloved. Or is there anyone out there who does not like him?
Here's the thing. You're going to find a couple, but I'm just like, if we hit like a 95%, 90% mark, then I'm going to say that works. And I think Peyton Manning is probably leading the list. That would be my guess.
Okay, so who else would make that list? It's not Elway anymore. It used to be Elway.
Yeah.
If you asked this question 10 years ago, Elway would top the list.
Now, are we talking about just for this town? Or are we talking about...
You could talk universally. I don't care. I'm just talking about the big ones in this town.
Okay.
All right, you can talk all you want universally. Let's go. Give me another name that would be beloved.
Like if I said this name and some guy in Denver and some guy in Philadelphia
I got
would
one.
both be like, yep, love that guy.
Shepard on, I just can't read these Twitch names. They're too long. Shepard, whatever your name is, on Twitch, thank you for your participation. This person is about as universally beloved as it gets in this town. And you can't, I dare you to find somebody that doesn't like him. You ready for this?
Okay.
Joe Sakic.
Yeah.
I
Sakic's a good one.
challenge you. Joe Sakic is salt of the earth, the nicest human being you'll ever meet, and he plays a huge role in what he does. Give me somebody that may not like Joe Sakic in this town. I can't find somebody.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like this town is different than I guess nationally, because I bet you some Red Wings fans wouldn't care for Joe Sakic all that much.
But
You know what I mean?
I guess we got to limit it to Denver to start.
But that's what where this started was. I mean, you said it. The reasons we don't like LeBron and guys like that are because, well, it's a personal thing. Like you faced them in the postseason before, that sort of deal. I don't know how many people are allowed nationally to be liked in that way. I don't know how many people can do that. In this town, you have a bunch. Like, there's nobody's going to talk trash on Jokic. Are you kidding? If anybody in this town does not like Jokic, then they will take a swift backhand from me immediately.
I want to stay on parade.
yeah, that's right in front of me, and I didn't even notice it. Is there anybody that doesn't like Nikola Jokic in this town for whatever reason?
It would have to. No, it's impossible. How would you not like him? He's a nice guy.
I guarantee
who's really
there are people
good.
that don't like him. I guarantee. Well, on the text line right now, if you don't like Nikola Jokic, give me the reason why.
Well, here's the thing. If you don't like Nikola Jokic, there's no way you listen to this show.
Aaron
No
on,
chance.
Aaron on the text line said Sakic was even respected by Red Wings players. Says a lot. Did you watch that documentary?
I did. Yeah, really good.
They loved him.
Mm-hmm.
He was revered. What's the award that they give out in hockey for the
Lady Bing?
Yeah. I mean, the dude was a Lady Binger every year, for crying out loud. Universally beloved.
Somebody says Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves might be a pretty good one.
No, I don't like that dude. Nope.
Are you playing a bit?
No, I'm not playing a bit at all. Don't like him.
Why?
Don't like his acting.
He's not a great actor.
Plays the same role in every movie.
Yeah, but the movie's pretty good.
I like The Replacements, his best role. All those dumb movies, the cartoons where he's moving around bullets.
I have one problem with the movie The Replacement. Well, I have actually a couple. I mean, I do like the movie. Do you remember it was like his first game playing as one of the replacement players? And it's like 4th and 25 with 1 second left. They need a touchdown. And he tries to scramble. And I'm like, what is this play, guys? Get it up in the end zone.
You know what? In that movie, I hated this stupid English kicker that was always smoking.
Oh, come on. He
cigs.
was like the
Yeah,
best
no, it
part. What
bothered
do you
me.
mean?
Sorry.
Please.
Let's see.
It's just like the point here, Vic, is I don't know if anybody's allowed to really have that anymore. And I bet you if I took that dream team that everybody reveres and I put them in today, there'd be a whole bunch of people who hate a lot of guys on that roster.
Here are more. Champ Bailey. When Champ Bailey was here, it was hard to dislike Champ Bailey.
Champ Bailey
said all the right things, did all the right things.
That's good.
Was very, very modest. He was not in your face at all. I'll disagree with this one. Somebody mentioned Von Miller. I disagree. Not everybody liked Von Miller.
No.
He had a high Q rating. He was not liked by everybody. Because I think some people saw it. You know, my biggest criticism with Von has always been, you mentioned a player. Oh, he's the best of all time. He was just.
Yeah.
What
did
did
he
you
say
call
about
that?
What did he say about Drew Lock? He said he threw the greatest incompletion I've ever seen. Didn't he say that at camp one year? It's like, okay.
Disingenuous would be the word I would
Tim
use.
Tebow do right now?
I think that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
Tom Hanks, Simone Biles. Amato says Sister Jean.
Nope.
Somebody here hates Sister Jean. That puts that to an
I
end.
don't hate, again.
Yes, you do.
Make something clear. I do not hate Sister Jean. I hate the television cameras that always show Sister Jean. I hate those guys behind the scenes, not actually the lady. She seems nice.
Between Sister Jean and Keanu Reeves, some very beloved figures are catching strays today, man.
Arnold Palmer, back when he played golf, universally beloved. Michael Strahan? I don't know about.
I feel nothing
I got
about
nothing
Michael
there.
Strahan.
There's nothing on me. 5219 says Michael Jordan. I think
Michael Jordan would not be that guy if he played today. I can say that, I think, with 100%
You mean his
certainty.
reputation would be different today?
Yes.
In what manner? Would he be more like whom? See, don't compare him to Anthony Edwards, because Michael Jordan would never. Let me tell you why Anthony Edwards crossed the line with this Olympic comments. It's not that you may think you're the best player on the Olympic team and you're the best player in the room. You may think that. You're still 22 years old, and everybody on that team, most of them are older than you. Show some damn respect.
See, like, Jordan didn't
do you agree with what I just said?
100%.
Show some damn respect, kid.
100%.
I don't care what you think. And we may agree with you. Just show some. What is wrong with showing respect? Why is that considered like taboo today? Why shouldn't he believe? Why shouldn't he say what he believes? If it's what, does it hurt you to hear what he says if he believes it? Because it's disrespectful.
It's also like
unnecessary.
He said they have to fit in around me, and I'm like, dude, you're in a locker room with LeBron, Steph Curry, and Kevin Durant. What do you mean fit around you?
But why do you find the need to say that?
I have no idea.
What are you yearning? What are you lacking in your life?
And
What do you
Jordan never
need?
did that.
Jordan
he
would never do that. Now, he would do it in a documentary many years later. But at the time, why would you do that?
Mm-hmm.
That's why Larry Bird rubbed a lot of people the wrong way when he played for the Celtics, for that very reason. Larry Bird had a lot of Anthony Edwards in him.
Yeah.
I'm better than all of you.
See, and I wonder if it wasn't like, I don't know how often they spoke to players back in those days, but it's certainly not like this. It's not like what it is every single day you're throwing a microphone in these guys' faces. And I guarantee you, if you do that for a lot of those guys on the Dream Team, they are not revered in the same way, because you can't be. Be too much personality and have too much opinion that's thrust into it. But 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line can always listen to us anywhere you go on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
Do you need an attorney? I'm looking at Brett right now. He looks like somebody who at some point in his life is going to need a lawyer. And who you hire as your lawyer says a lot about you to everyone involved in the case. You should choose an injury firm that you can be proud of. Dan Kaplis, record-setting injury lawyer with a long history of community service, believed to be the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. And Dan won the largest jury verdict in a Colorado truck crash case. In Dan's last 16 trials, he's won an average of over 10 times more than what the insurance company offered. On the community service front, among the many awards Dan has been honored: Humanitarian of the Year, Pro Vito Award from the Archdiocese of Denver. He's the one and only official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Kaplis Law, a serious firm for serious cases. If you need Dan's help, call him today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. That's DanKaplisLaw.com. Kaplis, C-A-P-L-I-S Law.com.
Chip to see, by the way, the new extension for Dan Hurley at UConn.
Yeah, I noticed that.
That it's a 6-year, $50 million extension. And if you guys remember what the offer was from the Lakers, it was 6 years, $70 million.
Mm-hmm.
Just bizarre, isn't it? Like, again,
America, bro.
Cushy situation. He's got a team that's won championships. He's got a job that he can probably keep for a decade if he wants it before anybody even questions whether he should still have the job or not. But a $20 million increase to go coach the Lakers, and he says, no, I'm good. And we say this all the time, Vic. It's like players never take hometown discounts. They will take whoever's offering the most money. We've seen that over and over again. Bruce Brown certainly did that a couple of years ago. KCP did that this year. I don't know if Jeremy Grant got more money elsewhere or whatever, but those guys make a lot of money already. It's tough for coaches to come by contracts like this. And Dan Hurley, literally paid an extra $20 million just to stay in the Northeast and not go coach the Lakers. That's crazy.
I'm telling you, as soon as Dan Hurley figured out what was going on behind the scenes, as soon as he saw the dysfunction, that it's not the Lakers he's coaching the LeBrons, he wanted no part of that.
Do you think, would the first question you would ask to Jeannie Buss and Rob Pelinka when you're discussing this job, would you say, if I didn't want to draft the Bronny, is that cool? And if they said no, would you be like, all right, well, then I'm not taking this job because I'm not in charge. I want to be in charge. It's really crazy.
I mean, I feel bad for J.J. Redick because I've always liked J.J. I think he's a keen basketball mind.
Sharp.
He has no idea what he's in for. He's not coaching that team.
Or do you... Here's another way to look at it. Does J.J. Redick just get through another couple of years with LeBron? LeBron's going to have to retire at some point.
You would think. He just signed a 2-year deal.
That's what I'm saying. Another 2 years. And then once LeBron is out, you're like, all right, now I can finally be the coach.
If he survives.
That's true. Which is going to be very difficult.
I mean, look at how many they've gone through. They've chewed up coaches since he's been there.
Yep.
They fired the coach that won him a championship, for crying out loud. They just chew him up and spit him out. How long before he makes all the Reddit posts about being the reason why the Lakers lost?
Exactly.
Like Darvin Ham was.
Uh-huh. Yep. I mean, I bet you that's why Hurley didn't take the job, too. Because let's say this, Vic. If he's thinking, okay, after 2 years, then I'll be able to coach a team that doesn't have LeBron on it. Well, that would be a perfect time where superstar leaves, where you're just like, all right, well, let's restart the franchise, right? Find a new head coach, and let's do this thing the right way. Yeah, it's crazy. By the way, why hasn't Jamal signed a max extension yet? If this is rumored to be out there, what's the hang-up? It's not like they're negotiating price. That's the price. So
I
what's
got
the
some
deal?
theories.
Okay.
Because, he's in that same class. Jason Tatum signed his, and the money's going to be there. He's not getting the Supermax, by the way, because he didn't qualify.
It's where the Nuggets actually got pretty lucky as
They
much
did.
as we've done the hand-wringing about no All-Stars and no All-NBAs.
did.
They got lucky where he got a lot cheaper because of that.
Here's my theory. And you could think whatever you want. Again, this is my opinion. I have some Nuggets insight that I know from the inside. A lot of times it's just opinion. The whole Dario Saric thing, that was just an opinion. I said, this team could use a guy like that. And they got him. I had no insight whatsoever. Nobody told me that. Ever. Nobody said, hey, keep an eye on this guy. Ever.
Mm-hmm.
I just said, you know what? That guy would be a good fit here, given the financial structure. And I'm going to give you another opinion. This is an opinion.
Okay.
I think they're taking their time with Jamal because they want to send Jamal a message. Get in shape. Be in shape. Come to camp in shape. Let's not do this again.
So you think they'll wait until, when?
Nelly, if you can find the year-end press conference, if we still have it in the system, it was Josh Kroenke and Calvin Booth. Calvin Booth was asked about Jamal Murray and, how he had injuries in the playoffs and what they can do to avoid those injuries. What he said really piqued my interest. And I want you to listen. Once you find those, and I'm sorry, I should have warned him during the break. And that stayed with me. And here we are a month later, and they still haven't signed him. And they will. Listen, Nuggets fans, they will. They'll come to an agreement. They really have no choice in the matter. What are you not going to sign him?
Right.
That'd be stupid. You're going to sign him. Jamal Murray and the Nuggets are married to each other, and they need each other.
Mm-hmm.
Max players don't hang out. Now, they could trade him if they don't like him, but there's a reason they're waiting. And I think it's because they want him to know, hey, we think you deserve this money. We think you've earned the money. But let's go ahead and focus on what you need to do to be that guy we saw in the playoffs last year. And not the guy we saw this year.
Certainly could. Texter says he wants to wait till after the Olympics based on a report from yesterday.
There's no reason to wait till after the Olympics.
There's no
there's none.
Again,
the only reason would be if you're the Nuggets. Well, you know, what if he has a devastating injury? Well, there's clauses in there. There's injury clauses.
The texter saying he, meaning Jamal, wants to. There's no reason for Jamal to do that.
Why would he want to wait?
There's no you aren't negotiating price at all.
What would you want? If you're Jamal Murray, what? You don't want to go into this season not signing that contract. Then injuries come into play.
Yeah.
If you go one day into the season without signing that contract and you go to practice and you turn an ankle or do something devastating, you lose out on a lot of money.
Sure.
It doesn't help Jamal Murray not to sign that contract.
Not at all.
He wants it right now.
I would. Here's the negotiation when it comes to max contracts. Here's the price. Sign it or don't.
From the Twitch feed, sorry, Murray hasn't deserved or earned that money. It is what it is with contracts in the NBA. I look at this two ways. How can you say that about a guy who had one of the most historic playoff runs in NBA history last year? I could see it that way, and then I could say, well, and then he went off. You know what? What else are the Nuggets going to do? What max player is hanging out there saying, oh, yeah, I got to have some of that? What? Who? Where? How?
I don't even want to engage because I feel like I'm going to go crazy on this thing. The Jamal hate that he gets, I think, is so it's the guy.
He is one of the best. He's one of the top elite players when he's right.
Yes.
Let me preface this. When he's right, and I believe this is my opinion. It's not what the Nuggets think. It's what I believe. I believe that the Nuggets feel he can do better in being right. You know what Nikola Jokic goes through every day, before and after every game, to be right?
Mm-hmm.
He works out after every game to be right.
Yeah.
I think they want that mentality thrust upon Jamal.
All of that is fair. All of that. Let me just be very clear on something. You went for two straight postseasons where you had pretty embarrassing exits, correct? You had the sweep from the Phoenix Suns, and you lost in 5 games in the first round to Golden State. Mm-hmm. And then you won the championship. Can somebody tell me what the difference was? What was the difference between those two disappointing playoff runs and the one that you won a championship?
I'll tell you what the difference was, and then I'll tell you why the difference is an excuse and not a reason. He was hurt.
Yeah.
Why was he hurt?
He tore his ACL. I don't know.
No, I'm talking about this last year.
Oh, this last year. Before you get there, the difference between the two previous runs to the championship and the championship was that Jamal wasn't playing and then he played and then you won a championship. Mm-hmm. And then this year, he was hurt again. Very obviously, he did play.
He was hurt all season.
But he was hurt all season.
But he was, everybody says, well, he was hurt in the playoffs. No, he wasn't. He was hurt all season.
Yeah.
He was in and out of the lineup all season. That's the reason why Reggie Jackson had to play so many minutes, and it wore him out. Listen, man, I look back at this year. Jamal Murray was never, quote, right.
Yeah.
Never right. Whose fault is that? Is that just circumstance? Is that, luck of the draw?
It could be, but I heard the same thing you did in the postseason press conference, whatever we're calling it, the recap. They didn't think that Jamal was maybe putting enough work in to make sure that he was keeping his body right throughout the course of the year.
Without Jamal Murray, writes his texter, we don't beat the Lakers. Yeah. maybe with a better Jamal Murray, you beat the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah. Healthier.
Well,
Healthier Jamal. Better Jamal.
Again, you're misconstruing health and what I see this a little differently. He had a lot of muscular injuries.
Mm-hmm.
How come Joker never has any of those?
I would say his game's a lot
How
different.
come MPJ never has any muscle injuries?
It's a good question.
How come Aaron Gordon never has any muscle injuries?
Yeah. No, I know what you're getting at.
I'm just curious. Why do you think that is? You don't think the Nuggets have talked about that?
I'm sure they have. Yeah. I'm not a scientist, and I don't know how, or a physiologist, I guess. I don't know how the body works. Like, sometimes guys are just more injury prone for whatever reason.
When he's right, and this is what you're paying the max for, when he's right, Jamal Murray is one of the great assassins of his sport.
Mm-hmm.
He will beat you inside, outside. He'll do it all. He will kill you in a clutch game.
Yep.
Because he's proven it, and he's done it time and time again. We saw it from the bubble on. He's done it. He's proven it. Can he do it every time? That's something he has not proven.
That's true.
Joker's done it every time.
Every time.
Joker's been healthy and done it every single time.
Always the same dude. 303-504-0925. Can always get in touch with us, courtesy the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. Back after this.
Somebody on the text line, I'm a PT. Soft tissue injuries are typically seen as preventable injuries in this world. Why do I keep getting them?
So wait, PT.
Is your name PT?
You telling me that when I was drinking all day and decided to do a full-out sprint race against my friend and I pulled my hamstring, that was a preventable injury?
You mean when I played 5 straight days of golf, then bent over to fix a sprinkler and threw out my back? That's preventable?
Yeah. It sounds right. What do you think of this, by the way? So this was Joe Burrow on Pardon My Take. He said when the NFL inevitably, is what he said, goes to an 18-game season, there should be 2 bye weeks, which I think is fair, right? If they want to add another game to it, fine, throw in a bye week.
It seems so long.
It will feel really long. He said one of those bye weeks should be around week 13 for the entire league, with Pro Bowl festivities occurring on that week.
Love it. Love the idea.
Similar to NBA's All-Star Weekend.
Love it. Nobody would participate, but love it.
I think it's a fantastic idea.
Nobody would participate.
That is true.
Nobody.
But it's a great idea.
Yeah, no. I'm out. Injured. Can't do it. Hurt.
If they did that, though, they could do something a little bit, because the players in the NBA do it. What's the difference, I guess? I mean, they could have a week off, and they go.
Do you know why the NBA, it's in their contracts?
Oh.
It's in the CBA. Like, you're going.
Yeah.
Unless you're hurt, you're going.
I do think for them, though, it's better to have that vet.
And they are financially rewarded pretty nicely for going.
Well, you probably should start doing that for these guys, too. But he says have it around week 13 and have the Pro Bowl then.
But
and then he goes.
What do you mean by the Pro Bowl week 13? You're not playing a game, are you?
No, I think he's just saying he called it Pro Bowl festivities.
So what? Yeah, you're not doing this stupid flag game, are you?
I don't think
because let me tell you what's going to happen. If it's week 13 and they ask Pat Mahomes, Tyreek Hill, some of the best in the game to go out there and run around, even if it's flag, hell no. No, you're not.
No, I agree with that. But the second thing he said, he goes, not only would this boost ratings for the struggling Pro Bowl, but by adding a second bye week and an extra game, the Super Bowl would then fall on the day before President's Day, which most people have off at work.
We've been talking
which
about
gives
this.
people that day after the Super Bowl's a day off
to
day.
breathe.
Yes.
It doesn't matter what holiday exists. The day after the Super Bowl should be a national holiday in this country.
I agree.
I've stressed that for years. I don't understand what we're doing here. We know that everybody in this country, anybody that is not a nerd, spends time on Super Bowl Sunday around the game.
Yep.
Watching the game, Super Bowl
Friends,
parties.
family, something.
Whatever it is. You know, my wife really doesn't watch a game. She watches the commercials, but Super Bowl Sunday is a thing, correct?
Yes.
It's very much like, and again, I'm not trying to be sacrilege. It's very much Christmas and Easter and Super Bowl Sunday in this country.
Well, we say all the time, Vic, it's very rare to find things in this country that everybody kind of agrees and comes together on. Everybody watches or does something associated with the Super Bowl.
This is going to sound extremely sacrilege, and my apologies. I think it's more popular than Easter in terms of people doing things. Not Christmas,
Well,
but
how
Easter.
about this? More
gatherings. I'm talking about gatherings.
How about this, Vic? I think this is where you might be onto something. More people in this country, I think, are football fans than Christians, aren't they?
I don't know what the
Between
number is.
atheists
I would have to guess
and Jewish people
Yeah, I
and
would have to
Muslims
guess
and
it.
everything else, like I would assume there's more people who watch football than there
let's
are
take
who
it
are
a step
Christian.
further. Let's take it a step further. Outside of Christmas, which is that's the OG.
Yeah.
Everybody's celebrating Christmas somehow, some way. Even
Yes.
if you're not Christian, you're just doing it. You want gifts.
Yep.
Outside of Christmas, I don't think there's a religious holiday that can hold a candle to the popularity of Super Bowl Sunday. Is that
In this
sacrilege?
country.
In this country. In this country.
No, I think that's right.
Name one. Challenge me.
July 4th?
It's not religious.
Oh, religious, sorry. That you just meant holiday. Yeah, no religious holiday, I don't think.
I can't think of one. So when I say that Super Bowl Sunday and the Monday thereafter should be a national holiday, people they roll their eyes. Have you seen some of the stupid holidays we celebrate?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have noticed some of the stupid ones that we have days off for.
A lot of people have days off.
I'm speaking for the people, the numbers.
Like, especially, how about this? Those government holidays where you can't go to the DMV because it's like Arbor Day or something.
Yeah, something's closed. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Now, give me a reason the day after Super Bowl. If somebody says everything's closed because we just, okay, I get it.
Joe Burrow's a smart man, though. I like this idea. And you're right. See, the Pro Bowl in the middle of the year, how in the hell does the NBA get away with that? But you're right. I don't think there's a single NFL player that would want to go in the middle of the season if they have a second bye week that they'd want to go.
The NFL, too, with those skill position players, the risk of any injury, even if it's just a amateur hour flag football game, in the middle of a season, you're about to make your stretch run, you're about to make your playoff run. Hell no, I don't want my people playing football in any capacity. No. So you would have to do something else entirely. It would have to be a festival, a football festival.
Okay, everybody on the text line, you guys tell me, what does that look like? That you have to think of something. If they put the Pro Bowl in the middle of the year and they did Joe Burrow's idea, they can't play a game. Fix right.
Darts.
You can't have Tyreek Hill going out there. And even if it's like one of those like fun games that they do at the Pro Bowl now,
No.
it's like an obstacle course. No, I don't think you can do that.
Robert Edwards' career ended running on sand at the Pro Bowl.
It would have to be, I think you could do things like the quarterbacks could do that accuracy contest thing. You could have the kickers do something. But what the hell would the skill position guys do? Because you're right. Somebody said a hot dog eating contest. Yeah, sure.
All right, so back to your question. According to a 2021 estimate, you asked how many Christians are in this country.
Mm-hmm.
This is 2021. 63% of the U.S. population identified as Christian.
Okay.
All right, so they would celebrate Easter.
And we have,
correct?
Let's just ballpark 400 million people here.
Okay.
So we're talking 200 and some.
Yeah.
Now, they identified as Christians. Now, how much are they practicing?
Did they practice? Yeah.
Christians is a different thing.
Super Bowl Sunday watched 2024 by an estimated 125 million people. And that's probably a low estimate because that doesn't include parties and
Yeah.
Dude.
No, I think it's damn close, if not more.
Dude, it's a national holiday.
Yeah.
Now, you're listening to this radio show and you're thinking, look at these stupid sports guys trying to promote Super Bowl Sunday as a national holiday. How stupid are we when I just gave you the numbers that the entire country's paralyzed on that day?
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to do on Super Bowl Sunday? What? My favorite thing to do on Super Bowl Sunday is to walk outside and watch the people who aren't into the game. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are they doing?
When I was at Channel 4 years ago, I actually took a camera outside and we just went down the streets. What? Like, hey, dude, what are you doing?
What do they say?
Some guy was playing Frisbee with his dog. I was like, there's a game on.
Mm-hmm.
Super Bowl. What are you doing? You have no friends? What?
There's like, that's a good question.
That's just, if you don't,
it
proves
possess
you have
friends.
no friends.
Yeah.
You have no friends.
You don't have friends.
If you're not active in Super Bowl Sunday, you are friendless.
Doing something, hanging out with somebody. And by the way, you don't need to be, when we say, watching the game, you don't have to be invested.
No.
You just need to be around.
Exactly. Half
the game.
the people watching the game on Super Bowl Sunday are just in a room full of people.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's totally fine. But you need to have that at a very minimum.
It's a holiday in this country because it's a reason to get together.
You know what? It's this country's largest happy hour.
Yes.
That's what Super Bowl Sunday is.
It's a holiday. And I'm telling you, I got to move into politics. I would make it a holiday in Colorado tomorrow.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
I can't believe a politician hasn't actually put that in their
They're afraid.
mission statement.
You know why? Because they're afraid. Let me ask you, who does this offend? Like, if you try to make, because I've gone this road with Columbus Day and they're trying to remove holidays and You can't, designate this holiday because you offend. Who would get offended by a sport holiday? Who?
Not a single person.
Why would you get
And
offended by that?
You're adding no, it's going to be a day off. You'll have a day off. Everybody will get on board with that one too.
But here's the deal. You have to take away one of those designated holidays we already have. Pull it back. Which one you pulling back?
Hang on. So what are they federal holidays? Is that what they're called?
I don't know. You know the one I'm pulling back? I got one for you. I
Okay.
can't do that because people are going to get all freaked out. Never mind.
Okay, let me just see. Let me go through the list.
While you're looking that up, Brett,
Yeah.
Vic, to your point, I remember a few years ago, I saw one of my next door neighbors walking around, and I invited him to my Super Bowl party. I said, "I know you're not a big sports guy, but we'd be happy to have you."
Yeah.
And he looks at me and he goes, "Oh, cool. When is it?" And I almost
demand
What?
eviction. Did you demand eviction?
I almost bought him a one-way ticket to Russia where that commie belonged. I just couldn't believe anybody didn't know when it was, so I had to tell him it's coming up on Sunday. We'll have plenty of food if you'd like some.
Can you imagine trying to relate with a human being that doesn't know when the Super Bowl is, the day of the Super Bowl? Can you imagine what is the relatability factor? My parents are immigrants and they know when the Super Bowl is, and they've known.
So hang on a second. I'm looking at the federal holidays for this year. So February 19th is Washington's birthday. That's President's Day?
I don't.
They call it Washington's
Bunch
birthday?
of presidents running around. I don't know how many presidents. What are you going to do? Every time a president has a birthday, we're going to take the day off now? Got a bunch of presidents, dude.
I think I'm with you, though, Vic. I think I know the day to take off. But so there's New Year's Day. That's fine. Have that day off. MLK Day, fine. President's Day, you could wipe that one out immediately.
Why are we celebrating every president? Just chill out.
Memorial Day, you keep. Juneteenth, I like that one. Independence Day, yes, of course. Labor Day, I like that. Columbus Day, that's done. Get rid of Columbus Day. I'm getting rid of Columbus Day.
You could
And then
it's
Veterans Day that we're keeping.
Wait a minute.
Thanksgiving we're keeping.
No.
Christmas we're
See,
keeping.
now you're opening up a Pandora's box. I don't want to go down this box. Now you're pissing me off.
What, because of Columbus?
Get rid of President's Day.
I'm fine with either one of those. Either one of them.
Why does one or two presidents get priority over the rest of them? They all served.
Why does Columbus get a day? Why can't I have Magellan Day?
Get one.
Vasco da Gama Day.
This is where we
Amerigo
negotiate.
Vespucci Day,
Yeah!
baby.
Somebody said St.
Can we
Patty's.
just call it Sailor's Day?
Somebody said St. Patty's Day. St. Patty's is not a holiday, though, right? You don't have the day off. You just drink.
Yeah, that's not a day off. It's like Cinco de Mayo. It's not a day off, but
Just drink.
people use it. But what if I did this? How about this, Vic?
I do like,
No, wait. President's Day is taken off, and that holiday is now moved to Super Bowl Monday.
Yes, that
Okay.
makes total sense. Wrap it all into
Columbus
Super Bowl
Day.
President's Day.
Columbus Day. I'm going to take that. But hear me out. I make Columbus Day.
Dude, half the country doesn't even celebrate Columbus Day anymore. It's been canceled.
I take Columbus Day, and I make that first Thursday of March Madness Day. That's the day that you get off.
It's a stretch. Nah. First Sunday, the first Thursday of March Madness is always go get fixed at the doctor day.
That is true.
I mean, those doctors would lose a lot of money.
It's one holiday though for a man's life.
It really
Just
is.
a single one.
It is all those urologists out there that
Wait,
want to
wait.
make a buck.
What if you went back there every year like, dude, I need the day off again. Can you just make this
Do it
happen again?
Wait, can you reverse it this time?
Reverse
Wait
it.
a minute. You want me to reverse it
Snip,
again?
snap. Do that. All right. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Circa Sports available in Colorado right now in that brand new Circa Sports app. And you know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at NFL Week 1 odds already. You can get an early jump on these. And if you want to know the Broncos and Seahawks, what number that is, Broncos 5-point dogs on the road in Seattle. You can take a look also at the MLB, which is in full swing right now, in the game tonight between the Rocks and the Reds. Cal Quantrill on the mound. Plus 151 are the Rockies tonight. That and so much more on the Circa Sportsbook. Tight money line splits, low holds, excellent customer service. Download the app or go to circasports.com.
You know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. It's anti-Italian discrimination. Columbus Day is a day of Italian pride. It's our holiday, and they want to take it away.
Damn. But I never liked Columbus.
Hey, what?
In Napoli, a lot of people are not so happy for Columbus, because he was from Genova.
What's the problem with Genova?
The north of Italy always have the money and the power. They punish the south since hundreds of years. Even today, they put up their nose at us like we're peasants. I hate the north.
He's right. He's right.
Nice little history lesson there.
History by Nelly.
Yep. Can I just say something, by the way? I just Googled Christopher Columbus. I mean, pretty wild look for dudes back in the day.
Yeah, you know that is a good hat, though. You know what's crazy about American holidays that are made up here? You know, like Columbus Day, we celebrate. He's from Italy. He was hired by Spain. They don't care. They don't care.
Yeah.
Back there. They're like, yeah, whatever. Do what you want. We have so many holidays that originate, we think, in other countries, but they don't. Like Cinco de Mayo. People from Mexico don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo.
They don't?
Americans do.
Are you sure about that?
Am I sure about that? Help me out.
You don't sound like you're sure about that.
I may not be sure about that.
Hang on a second. Hang on.
I know Italians don't celebrate Columbus Day. I can tell you that.
So Cinco de Mayo is an annual celebration held on May 5th to celebrate Mexico's victory over the Second French Empire at the Battle of Puebla.
Do they celebrate
in
it there or just here?
1862. I mean, it's a Mexican battle that was won. I would assume Mexicans probably celebrate that.
Somebody on the text line or on the Twitch feed said, totally true. I lived in Mexico.
More popular in the U.S. than in Mexico.
Exactly.
Cinco de Mayo has become associated with the celebration of Mexican-American culture.
We make up crap here. We just make crap up.
Celebrations.
You know why? Because we're lazy asses. And we just want days off.
Celebrations began in Colombia, California.
We take too many days off in this country. But if you want to give me the Monday after the Super Bowl, I'm right there with you. That's fine.
The day gained nationwide popularity beyond those of Mexican-American heritage in the 1980s due to advertising campaigns by beer, wine, and tequila
exactly
companies.
right, dude.
So it became just a reason to sell things. Got it.
That's all it is.
Cinco de Mayo generates beer sales on par with the Super Bowl. How about that?
It's like St. Patrick. You know what? Cinco de Mayo is St. Patrick's Day. It's the same thing.
Yep.
You just drink. It's a drinking holiday.
One last thing. In Mexico, the commemoration of the battle continues to be mostly ceremonial, such as through military parades or battle reenactments. The city of Puebla marks the event with various festivals and reenactments of the battle.
I got a day I want to remove.
You want to remove?
Flax, I'm right there with you. This Valentine's Day gig that's been going for all these years.
That racket.
This little money, this monetization.
That's what it
of
is,
a day.
right? Like a lot of these holidays are all about how can we make you buy stuff, right?
Valentine's Day takes advantage of so many people. It's a joke. It's because it ruins relationships as much as it helps them. I guarantee you that.
Yep.
I guarantee how many times on Valentine's Day is somebody, a spouse, a girlfriend, some significant other unhappy because he or she did not receive what they thought they were going to receive.
Right.
Right to jail, right away.
Here's another one, though. This is absolutely true. I bet you agree with this. Election Day should be a holiday.
No doubt about it.
Take that day off. Make sure you get to the booth and vote.
Well, here's how I would take it a step further. If you have a job, the only way you get the day off is you have to show proof of voting.
That's fair. That's totally
so
fair.
You get the day off. Yeah, well, you got the, but you.
But
have
it's
to
like a
show,
doctor's note.
Exactly. You have to show proof that you voted somehow, some way.
I like that.
You got to do that. Otherwise, you'll be out, drinking.
Yep. No, I think that's totally fair. And you can do the drinking. Just make sure you vote.
We're fixing this freaking one segment at a time. We're fixing this country up.
Would you guys vote for Lombardi and Kane ticket? Would you do it?
Run this country
Let's
right
clean
up.
things up.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
I got a question. How do we fix the biggest issues facing both the Avs and the Nuggets right now? And here's my question. Let me start with the Avs. Is there anything more that they can do? Or are they kind of done right now? For the moment, are they done?
The Nuggets have one more roster spot.
No,
to
I was
fill.
saying the Avs. Sorry, the Avs.
The Avs are pretty much, what else are they going to do barring some movement on the Val front? They're waiting to see if Gabe can play, so they're not going to act there. They got to wait and see. But unless something happens between now and the season on Val, it's just a wait and see there as well. So they're done. This is who they are.
Yeah, they don't got the money. And okay, how about this? What is your expectation of these three scenarios that I present to you with the Avs? Scenario 1, Avs do not have Gabe Landeskog. Just can't work. Body didn't get right. The surgery didn't work for him.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have Val, but they have to eat the cash. What does that team look like?
That is the worst case scenario.
It's worst case scenario. And where do you think the peak of that season can go? Can that still be Stanley Cup champion?
It's a playoff team.
Right?
Yeah, but wouldn't the other person be LTIR'd?
I guess you could. Okay, for Val, he would have to be actually injured for you to use it, though. Once the suspensions comes up.
Yeah, here's the problem with if you were to LTIR Val Nichushkin, you're not going to get anybody that plays at that level, especially in the playoffs that we saw, right? He played at a ridiculous level.
Yeah.
So if you're asking me, you're missing one or the other, yeah, that's going to hamper you. But let's say you get both back.
That's
Let's say-
scenario 3.
Let's say you get both back, but you don't know what level they play at. That also poses a risk.
I tell you that when the playoffs start, Landeskog and Val are in the lineup.
At what level? Like
I don't
what
know.
What version of Landy do we have?
I think you know the level of Val. It's not about his play on the ice, right? That's not the problem with him. With Landy, there is a question. But regardless of that, can I say something, Vic? And this might sound crazy.
It's a 3-hour radio show in which you speak. You can say something.
Okay, it is my right. I think that team has a really good shot at winning another cup if both of them are back on the ice. And it's a scenario that I don't think the Avs want, which is Val being back on that team. But from a pure ability standpoint, think about how good that team can be. If I throw this at you, Vic, if I give you a Landy, McKinnon, Mikko, Lehkonen, Middlestat, Val, you push down Druin to the third line with what? LOC and Ross Colton. Think about how deep that forward group is if you have both of them back in the lineup.
At what level? What version of Gabe am I getting?
If I give you 90% of what Gabe used to be,
Well, of course I'll take 90%.
80%.
I mean,
Like,
that's
he's going to contribute.
That's the lingering doubt, I guess. And it's painful to say because I love the man. I love the human. And I think it's what's going through his mind right now. If not everybody on that team in that organization is, what are we going to see? And how long does it take to see what we need to see, right? Like when he first, the way it was brought up by Chris McFarland, there's still a runway to his return. He's not all there yet to return. Still a runway. So when he does return, how much does he play? Will he need days off? Will he need weeks off? Will it be back and forth? Will it be spurts? Will it be just a slow climb to where he was before? We don't have the answers to any of those questions yet. And that unsettled nature, that causes pause. Because we've never seen this type of rehab from this injury. You've never seen this.
You ask what version of Gabe are we getting? I'll tell you one thing that Gabe was elite at. That if he's on the ice, it's not going to matter if maybe his speed is taking a step or something like that. You know what he's still totally capable of doing? Is parking his big butt right in front of the net, moving people around, getting deflections, like that sort of thing. He will still be able to do that. And how many times did we see Gabe park in front of the net, get a deflection, score that way?
Dude, in his season-ending press conference, when he said, and it was when he said it, I was like, holy crap. I had to relearn how to skate.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second.
That's crazy.
He'd been skating his entire life. How old is Gabe Landeskog? 30? What is he? 28? Spent 28 years of his life skating.
He's 31 now.
Okay, he spent 30 years of his life skating a certain way. And now you got to change that. What have you done for 30 years?
Walked.
No, I mean, what have you done? Give me something like the way you shoot a jump shot or the way you throw. You're throwing motion.
Yeah.
Now, one year someone says to you, hey, Brett, this right hand motion, no, we're going to make you a lefty.
Yeah, you have a surgery, and now you can't do that anymore.
We're going to make you a lefty. And not only are you a lefty now, but you play at the top of the league. You're a professional player. So we're going to turn you into a lefty.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Am I going overboard here?
No,
am I being hyperbolic?
I asked Kim Becker about this, because 10 years, Kim Becker was on Disney on Ice. She was traveling all over the world for that thing. And I asked her, I was like, if somebody told you had to relearn how to skate, she's like, I have no idea you do it. Like, you have one way of skating. Your body's used to doing one thing, using a certain set of muscles. Like, it would be impossible.
Well, the body has a way of adjusting. It really, case in point for me, not to get graphic and gross, when they took my prostate holds your bladder. You just start peeing.
Yeah.
Just right there. What?
On the ice.
If I
the ice.
If I took your prostate right now, you just start peeing all
Is
over
that
the
right?
place. Yeah. But what the body does, there's a muscle in there. And that muscle wall adjusts if you teach it how to adjust. And suddenly,
it's almost like you're working it out.
Yeah. That muscle wall takes the place of the prostate and it holds up your bladder, and everything's fine. That's exactly what we all go through in this with this ailment.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what he's doing.
Huh.
He's teaching you muscles how to fire.
And if there's anybody, like, I know this is a Moj thing to say, but it's true. If there's anybody who can do this, like, Landeskog is the guy, because I don't know anybody who works harder than that dude. And I know it's killing him not to be on the ice. Do you think if I gave him the option, you have to relearn how to skate or you need to learn how to hold your pee, which one would he take?
Well, you can have assistants holding your pee.
That is true. Yep.
Can I share that story just one more time for those who,
Yes,
who
please.
just tuned into the show? So I had prostate cancer, I had my prostate removed. And about a month after removal, I was back at work. And at that time, I was doing Avalanche games, and they were in the playoffs, and they played Calgary in that great. Remember, that's when Cale Makar made his debut?
Yep.
And after one of the wins at home, I'm on the ice, and my doctor told me, hey, sometimes if you have a sudden shift with your legs, you'll just start peeing. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, until you get that prostate wall, rehabbed, you just pee out of the blue. I go, what do you mean, just pee? He goes, yeah, you'll see, it'll happen.
So wait, can I interrupt for?
Yeah.
Okay, finish it.
So I'm sitting there at center ice interviewing. I'm interviewing Nate McKinnon. He was the player of the game. He was first star.
Yep. Because this was right after LG left, right?
Yes, she left. So I was the Avs reporter for that season. And I had, I'd been a month removed. I was fine. I had no issues. I was like, yeah, I got this. And I'm on the ice, and I'm wearing dress shoes. And my left foot sort of slipped. And as it slipped, I peed.
A lot?
Enough. Okay. To where I'm in the middle of an interview, Nathan McKinnon, with everybody in the arena watching, on the big board, and I'm saying to myself, oh my God, I just peed myself. While this interview is taking place. Thankfully, nobody noticed. I'm not sure if there was anything on the ice. But therein lies the issues with rehab. Sometimes you think you're good, and you're not.
Okay, so here's the question that I have. When you were first dealing with this, like, we all get that feeling right now, like, oh, I got to pee. And sometimes it's like, I really got to pee. Do you still get that feeling? Did you get that?
Now I get it, but I can control it. Back then, there's no control.
You had no idea.
Oh, yeah.
But it's not about, what I'm saying is, it's not about necessarily controlling it. Did you get like that? Oh, I'm starting to like.
That feeling was eternal.
Okay.
So that feeling was there 24/7. Like,
really?
Like, even if you're not peeing, it feels like, oh my God, I'm peeing.
Really?
You're not. Yeah. It was the weirdest thing. It was the weirdest sensation in the world. It's like you're sitting there. I'm peeing. No, you're not.
Like, it's not funny, but it is like funny. It's not, but it is.
Hey, I'm peeing my pants.
I still remember that though, because I think you came in the next day and you were asking us. You're like, "Did you guys see anything last night?" And we're like, "What do you mean?"
Oh, I was horrified.
When I was talking to McKinnon, did you guys see anything? We're like, "No," and he just goes, "I peed on the ice."
Am I the only reporter in hockey history
Perhaps.
to pee on the surface of the ice?
Yes, and that's why you have all those Emmys at the house. You're the first to do a lot of things.
There's no one that could say that.
Oh, God. All right. 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. I got some audio from Novak Djokovic that I want to play. I don't know. This Wimbledon's been going on for what feels like 3 straight weeks. It's always on the TV in here. But he took an opportunity to call out some haters at the end of one of his battles. And if you guys didn't hear it, we'll play it for you in just a few minutes. And you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
And we touched on this earlier. I've got some more stuff to have you hear when we come back, because I want to go off on this whole, why hasn't Jamal Murray signed his extension yet? I have an opinion. I'm going to further that opinion.
Get to it next.
But you look at Jamal's numbers last year in the playoffs compared to this year, the efficiency, the productivity was just on a completely different level. And that's why we won it last year. You have Nikola, but you had Jamal playing out of this world. And just trying to find ways to get Jamal healthy and back to playing at that consistent level. And the only way you can do that for any player is to being in the gym and working and having a routine and having routine discipline with your body, with your game, with your craft. And again, I know you asked about Jamal, but that's for all of us.
Did you hear that?
Yep.
That piqued my interest then, and it really piques my interest now.
Have a routine with your body.
Yeah, that was I think that was a real kind way of Michael Malone in the front office, because what Malone said there was echoed by Calvin Booth. That was a kind way of saying, hey, get in the gym.
Yeah. Right. Take care of yourself.
Why you have all those lower body issues? ACL aside, that's ACL is you can't prevent that.
You could be the biggest workout warrior in the world, and that can happen.
Doesn't matter. Talking about muscle injuries.
Mm-hmm.
They're telling Jamal that he needs to be better at that.
Right.
That he needs to do more and be more committed. That's what they're saying. And Nelly, Calvin Booth later on in that press conference said the same thing, that they're working with their strength team to find different programs that he can abide by. Why hasn't Jamal Murray signed his extension? I think the Nuggets are sending him a message, loud and clear.
Could be.
They will. Hey, they're going to sign him.
Yeah.
Make that clear right now.
It's
they're
not
gonna
a
sign
threat.
him. Yeah.
It's not a threat.
It's just, before we sign this, can we come to an understanding that this is what you have to do because you're too valuable to us, Jamal.
Right.
When you're at your peak, you are one of the premier players in this league. We won a championship off your back. We know what you can do when you're at your peak. But we need you at your peak when the games matter most. We can't do what we did last year.
And it very well could be, Vic, like you win a championship, you played a lot of basketball over the last couple of years. He had a lot of rehab that he was doing. Maybe he just wanted a break for a little bit. But here's the difference.
Hey, wait. That excuse doesn't fly.
No.
Nikola Jokic played a lot of basketball.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Jokic does that. Jokic goes in I'm not going to say he doesn't work out, but Jokic goes in the offseason. He has some fun. He relaxes. He does what he likes. When it's time for the basketball season to start, Jokic's in shape and ready to go. He's done the work.
Now,
put the work
it
in.
hasn't always been that case.
No, it's just a recent thing.
Yeah, there were years removed. We remember when Joker came back from Serbia out of shape.
Well, that year that he came in and he was thick with a few C's on the end of it. That was the year that he got really skinny, remember? Like in the middle of the season. Because I remember that season started, he looked like a thicker dude. And I'm watching a game. This is, I don't know, Vic, January, February. And my wife walks into the room. She goes, "Is that Jokic?" And I go, "Yeah." She goes, "Is he okay?" I go, "Yeah, what do you mean?" He goes, "He like lost a lot of weight." And I go, "Yeah, he was really big before."
They always, these athletes look skinnier in person than they do on camera for some reason.
We saw him at that, the media day thing that they had, and that was probably as big as we've seen him that year. I forget which year that was, 2019?
Listen, and I'm trying to be very careful and respectful because the man is an incredible player, and you don't win an NBA championship or come close without Jamal Murray. But he can do better in the gym. I'm not going out of my... Do I sound like an idiot saying that? Listen to the general manager, Calvin Booth, talk about what Jamal Murray can do better.
I think, to Coach's point, we all have to study and look at what we could do better, maybe look at past history, but maybe for Jamal, as an individual, I haven't been a player like Jamal's been. He's a high level, one of the better players in the NBA. Like, do you look at what other great players have done, other great guards have done after they won a championship, and try to prepare in that manner, right? Like, I think you have to do some investigating on what that looks like to be able to make it through a season after playing all the way into June. If Jamal's in shape and in condition, he's a totally different beast. Obviously wore down a little bit into the playoffs. Anthony Edwards is maybe the best on-ball defender in the NBA. he was going to have to be in condition to get off the ball, move around a lot more, and run him around. I don't know if playing since last June, coming off the ACL, some of the soft tissue injuries he had, if he was in condition to do that in the series. So,
I mean,
that was even less diplomatic than what Malone said.
But if you read between the lines, guys, I mean, listen, I am not a mind reader, but do I have to really spell this out for you? Calvin Booth and Michael Malone are telling Jamal Murray right there, playing his day, dude, get in shape.
Yeah. Because he is 100% a key ingredient to if they want to win a championship again, he has to be right. Like, here's the bottom line, guys. For the Nuggets to win a championship, they need a whole bunch of things to go their way, as every team needs a lot of things to go their way. But two things need to be certainties. Jokic and Murray have to be healthy and in shape and in condition for it to happen. Everything else, like, yes, you need Porter to play well, and you need Gordon to do what he does, and you need help off the bench, and you need all that different stuff. Yes, those two. But absolutely 100% the top two, you don't come close without those being givens, I'll say.
You know, there's a lot of people, and you know these people, that they're just self-motivated when it comes to that. There's nothing you need to say or do. They'd almost be insulted if you questioned if they're in shape. You know, LeBron's one of those guys.
Mm-hmm.
Say what you want about LeBron. I mean, the guy's in shape at all times.
He's 40 years old and still like a top 10 player in the league.
He's in shape.
It's impossible to do without that.
You can't question his tenacity, his work ethic. Can't question it.
Nope.
Question a lot of his choices, but his work ethic, no way.
Nope.
We just saw a video of the Olympic team, and we both noticed this. Did you see Anthony Davis trotting up and down that court?
Yeah. I don't know if that was a bad video or what.
He looked rotund.
He did. So that was, they were showing the highlight of that Cooper Flagg kid that is supposed to be this phenom. Is he draftable next year?
He's going to Duke.
Oh, but he's going to Duke, and then after
he's going
that,
to spend a year at Duke. He could play in the NBA right now. Right now, if he were in this year's draft, dude, that kid's a baller. Did you see what he did to the U.S. team?
I did. I'm glad that we have one of these again. I think college basketball needs that, especially at a place like Duke next year. But hang on, I'm gonna send you this video, Nelly. I want you to pull it up on the Twitch feed and on Altitude TV for us. And I want you to pause it when we see Anthony Davis, because he looks big.
Yeah. He did not look like the AD that we're used to seeing.
So it's like 10 seconds into that video, Nelly, is where you see Anthony Davis, and it's like, you're so right, Vicky. We're talking about, like, hey, conditioning, be in shape. And maybe it's just the video. I don't know. Maybe he's wearing 3 shirts underneath his jersey. I don't know. But he looked different.
Hey, do you remember the Jamal Murray of the bubble, how cut he was? He looked like a linebacker.
Yeah.
All he did was work out. Do you remember his performance in the bubble?
Okay, so hang on right here. Look at AD. Does he looks big, dude.
Dude, he looks a bit excessive. That'd be the word.
You tell me, Nelly, do you think this is camera, or do you think he just looks like he put on a few pounds here?
Everybody knows the camera adds 10 pounds, Brett.
Well, then he ate about 2 cameras.
So how many cameras are on him right now?
Yeah. It's one of my favorite lines from Zach Galifianakis. Remember that I showed the blooper reel of Between Two Ferns?
Great interviews.
It was, the camera adds 15 pounds. You look like you've eaten 3 cameras. He looks big, though. Gosh, that's crazy. But yeah, at the to put a bow on this, Vic, you're absolutely right about one thing. There is no reading between the lines of at least what Calvin Booth said. Yeah. He was like, get in shape and get your body right.
The Denver Nuggets are, again, this is all my opinion. I have no knowledge. I have no idea what the discussions have been, where they've been, where they will go. He's got a max extension that is available to him that I think he will sign. It's been signed by Jason Tatum and a host of others already. He's in that class. Why is it taking so long for Jamal Murray to sign his? I'm here to tell you, I think they're having some deep discussions on how to handle his conditioning. And he may not like those discussions. He may say, hey, screw that. Don't tell me how to stay in shape.
Yeah.
And they may say, well, we're paying you a lot of money, and these are expectations.
Right.
And I think that's, listen, if I were to sign you to a max contract, I would require certain things out of you. Even though I know at your best, Brett, at your best, we can't live without you. But my God, you've been drinking a lot on those Detroit Lions game days.
I have been.
We got to work on that.
You can't tell me what to do.
Yeah. Well, paying you some good money.
We were just kind of talking about if you and me were to run on a governmental ticket, some things that we do, we change up some holidays. And then I looked up at Fox 31 this morning. They had a story. Who's the mayor of New York? What's his name again? Adams, something Adams?
Eric Adams?
Yes. He rolled out a new thing that he's very excited about in New York, which I guess is trash bins.
Wait, excuse me? Like, what do you mean? They don't have trash bins?
These things that you put out on your curb and then they pick up your garbage?
Oh, I lived in New York. They don't have those. They have trash cans. Like the rest of the world got trash bins
when you say
20,
trash
30
can,
years ago.
A trash can like the things that they use in like WWE to smash people over the head with?
Oscar the Grouch.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They you know why this is all union stuff, right? You understand how it works, the trash industry in New York.
Oh, yeah. Well,
you know who runs the show there?
The mob?
I mean, you know why the trash business is a little different, a little behind the times.
I'm really shocked that it took this long for them to figure, because the whole point of these is the truck can pick it up and it's not a dude that has to haul it, right? Yeah. And trust me, I'm well aware of this now because my trash people in my neighborhood gotten so bougie they won't pick up the yard waste bags off the
everything's got to be parsed.
They got to be in the bin.
And it's got. Don't get me started on trash.
And then they're like, if the lid is partially open, we aren't going to take it. And I'm like, what does it matter to you if it's open or not, dude?
Now you got me.
I got trash at the house.
Let me tell you what the city of Denver did for years, and it was glorious. Those big old metal trash dispensers, the big old ones that you bring the top down, they smelled like crap, but they were big.
Yeah.
You just go out there and you throw your trash in that big old sucker. And then once a week, the trash truck would come down, lift it on the big, heavy truck. Well, they replaced all of those in Denver proper, where my parents live, with the plastic trash. And I'm just trying, why? Why did we do that? Because now things are messy. Nothing fits in those little things. Trash is on the side. It looks worse. It's awful. What are we doing? Whose decision was that?
All I'm saying is I don't mind the bins. I can have a little bit of overflow, though, and it's going to be okay. You aren't lifting it anyway. What do you care? And if I got to stuff the yard waste bags in there, well, now it's taking up like half my space for the week.
We got another thing going in our cul-de-sac. Our mail carrier refuses to give us the mail, has written letters to each of us because our trash bins are too close to the mailbox. Okay. And he says if they're too close, he can't get the mail to the post.
Oh, so like he can't pull up the car close enough.
So he's demanding that we take all our trash bins and move them back. Or we don't. He's holding our mail hostage.
You guys get a little bougie on me. Post office people or mail carriers, trash people, like it's a little bougie. I just want to put my yard waste bag outside of it so I have more room in the trash bag or the trash bin.
Can I ask you the most fundamental question of all? Because we see this at Ball Arena. You have trash in your hand. Now, plastic, I understand it says put it in the plastics.
Yeah.
But there are 3 categories for where to throw your stuff. I don't understand what those 3 categories mean.
What's the third one? I know there's waste and then there's plastics and recyclables. What's the third?
There's a third one, landfill. What is that?
Poop?
No, it says it on there, landfill. What is it? What is landfill? I don't know what it is. Can I throw my gum in there?
Landfill difference. I got to figure this out.
I mean, it's like a riddle. It's an adult riddle when I go throw something away. I sit there and I have to look at all 3 and I'm like, am I making the right choice here? What is landfill?
Yeah, I don't know the difference there either.
The other one that says compost. What is that?
Oh, hang on a second.
What's compost?
How to differentiate between recycle, compost, and landfill trash. All right, here you go.
We're not doing science class, people. I just want to throw my crap away.
Like recycling is self-explanatory, right?
Yes,
we all get
plastic,
recycling?
got
Okay.
this, got it.
Compost. It involves the decomposition of organic materials such as food scraps, yard waste, and paper products.
Huh?
So, items that can be composted: fruit and vegetable scraps, coffee grounds, tea bags, eggshells, yard trimmings, paper products like newspaper and cardboard. And then trash is where things go to be buried and left to decompose over time.
Huh?
So that's non-recyclable plastics, packaging materials, heavily contaminated items, stuff like that.
All right, somebody just wrote on Twitch, isn't this common knowledge? Landfill, throw it in the ground, compost, break it down, recycle, process for reuse. My answer to you is no.
No,
It's
not
common
trash.
knowledge.
It's trash.
No, it's all trash to me.
Look, I'm doing my best to do the recycling thing, okay?
So am I. I mean, we're a recycling family. You want to get the queen, Matt? If I dare throw one of these in the trash can, oh my God. World War III breaks out.
You ever get those like the things that hold 6-packs, but they're the plastic sort of, you know, the ones that you can break apart?
Cut those up,
you got to cut those up so it doesn't get on the turtles.
Yeah. But this whole industrialization of trash and the science behind it, I am not a scientist of trash.
Trash, recycling. Those are my limits.
That's it.
Composting, you figure that out.
When you add a third element, how soon before we have 4? Dude, I was just in LA over the weekend.
They get a 4th?
The trash bins had like 6 choices.
All right, 303-504-0925. Back after this.
know what your problem is.
You do?
You're just like me. Trash!
What is it with you and trash?
Don't get me started on trash.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a sticking point for you if I brought up trash cans. By the way, mailman here, Fort Collins, move your damn trash in recycle bins. We shouldn't have to move or navigate your bins to access curbside or neighborhood cluster boxes. All right, listen, though. If I move it too far to one side, then I get the trash people
then the
yelling
trash
at
people
me.
say we're not picking up your trash. I get that same thing.
They're like, no, it's too far, too close to your neighbors now.
Exactly. The trash has to be out so that they can get the truck in there. So there's a war. There's an eternal war between trash and post.
And look what you've done. Now you're blaming us when you should be having the feud, not me.
How about trash men who deliver the mail? Combine the jobs.
That's right. Very easy. Did you hear Novak Djokovic after one of his matches recently?
Yeah, I thought he got a little out of hand. I
did too.
I was like, what?
So if you guys missed it, he got booed during this match, and I think that is this all stemming from the COVID stuff where he got...
I believe so.
Like, is that why he's getting booed?
Yeah.
So he wins. He's being interviewed post-match, and he says this.
And to all those people that have chosen to disrespect the player, in this case me, have a good night. Good night, good night. Very good night. Yeah. I'm hoping that they were just commenting on Rune and that they weren't disrespecting you. They were. I don't accept it. No. I know they were cheering for Rune, but that's an excuse to also boo. Listen, I've been on the tour for more than 20 years, so trust me, I know all the tricks. I know how it works. It's fine, it's okay. I focus on the respectful people that have respect, that pay the ticket to come and watch tonight, and love tennis.
Hey, man.
And love tennis and appreciate the players and the effort that the players put in here. I played in much more hostile environment, trust me. You guys can't touch me.
Well, they obviously did because...
Yeah, no kidding.
They obviously touched a nerve because you're talking about it. Listen, I love that dude. I think he's a great player. I have no problem with how he operates, how he runs his life. But booing is a fundamental right.
Yeah, that's how I
fan.
feel.
If you're a fan of any sport and you pay a ticket, I don't care who you think you are, you have a right to get booed.
I get to boo you for whatever reason, and it doesn't matter
100%.
what it is.
And you know what? You're going to take it.
Yeah. I think it came off super whiny.
Yeah, I agree with
like
you.
really whiny.
I agree.
You're a superstar. You've been praised for, you said 20 years. You've been praised for 20 years.
That's ego talking.
Have a good night.
Like, just eat it. Eat the boo.
What's he mad about?
I don't know. Like, and this is another thing, we were talking about earlier. I had the allegation that if the Dream Team existed today, we would think of them more like this team than the Dream Team in the sense of a lot of people don't like the players on Team USA right now. I don't think that guys like Michael Jordan and Larry Bird and everybody that was on that Dream Team get to be like these revered figures with not a lot of criticism if they exist today. I just don't think it's possible. 24-hour news cycle, too many opinions out there, too many microphones being thrown in their face. They would mess up somewhere along the line. Too much Twitter and Instagram and all that stuff. You'd find reasons to hate these people. And for Djokovic, it's just like, yeah, dude, they can boo. And it's I don't know why this catches a nerve for you. I would think that you'd be used to this stuff. But I'll go back to it and I'll ask people now. In fact, hit me with a straw poll, Nelly. Need one of those. Got to ask the people a question. See where they fall on this.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
303-504-0925. We've played audio of Anthony Edwards over the past couple of days. There's audio of Joel Embiid. I can't play it because it's too hard to understand, but it's from Troy Rank, where he said, he asked him about playing Jokic in the Olympics. He goes, I don't care about Jokic.
Yeah, I don't think that was a knock on Joker,
Me
by
neither.
the way. I think it was just him, hey, I'm going to focus on this team.
I agree with you. I think too much was made of that. But
we're too sensitive with that whole thing.
But here, speaking of sensitivity, Do you think the what was it, 92 Dream Team? Is that what it was?
I don't know years. I just know the team.
The Dream Team 92.
If they existed today, if I made them the exact same team 2024, you don't like a lot of players on that roster, do you?
For different reasons. And
Yeah.
I told you my reasons. The reasons why I think a lot of those players were likable, back then, as a Denver fan, the Nuggets, they really weren't that good in the era of the 90s. They had a couple good seasons in there, Cinderella season, but they weren't that good. So nobody was a threat. Today, the Nuggets are a championship contender. Anthony Edwards is a threat. Joel Embiid, as turns out, he is hated here by a lot of people. Threat.
Yeah.
LeBron's a threat. Anthony Davis, same thing. Those who threaten your team, you end up hating.
See, but to that point, you're right. You're right. Did people in the Eastern Conference trying to win the East when Michael Jordan was on the Bulls, did they hate Michael Jordan or not at that time?
Oh, the Pistons hated him.
Well, the Pistons did for sure, yes. But I'm saying it felt like to me, and look, I was a little too young to remember sort of the temperature around it.
If there's a dude that beats your team every year and talks about it and is not afraid to say he's better than you, you're going to hate him.
Sure. I don't think that a lot of people that are revered from that team, if they played today, would be revered the same way just because the culture is different.
I have a case in point. Anthony Edwards is the best case in point. A lot of the NBA looks at Anthony Edwards and says, oh, how cute he – oh, that's great. Look at him. Look at that guy. Look at him. He's so cocky. This is awesome.
Yeah.
When we hear those words in Denver, what's our response?
Yuck.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's what it is.
Cool, Carl.
It's your perspective, dude. He's a threat to the Nuggets. He beat the Nuggets. He talked the talk. He beat the Nuggets. Now, was there nothing better? Didn't it feel good to see him lose in the very next round to the Mavericks?
Yes, it did.
So that's just the way it is. If he's a threat to your team, you're not going to like him.
But he's also like, you know what? There's been teams that I don't like with players that I do like on it.
Give me an example.
A lot of the Celtics.
What'd you think about Aaron Rodgers when he played for the Packers?
Oh, I hate it, but he's arrogant.
Yeah, but that was before all that stuff came out. I'm talking about
he's always been arrogant.
Okay.
He's now like ventured into a different avenue.
Let's rewind. Forget the Aaron Rodgers of the last 5 years. Let's go 10 years ago when he was just that guy was a gunner.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, in large part, Aaron Rodgers, league-wide, was revered.
Except for in the Kane household, because you're talking to NFC North rivals.
Exactly.
So opponents, threats.
But there's guys on the Packers that I have liked over the years. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't just hate all of them universally no matter what.
I'll give you another example. Here in Denver, if I mention the name Patrick Mahomes, what's your reaction?
A lot of people don't like him.
Nationwide,
No.
he's revered.
That is true.
He's revered. We don't like him because he's a threat to our team. You don't like teams that are threats, players that are threats. That's what happens. It's it's human nature of sports.
But he's mouthy. But he's got a mouth on him.
But if you did a sports talk show in, I don't know, Seattle, Miami.
Okay. How about this? The majority of Lakers fans, do you think they hate Jokic, the guy?
They hate Jokic, the idea, because he beats them.
Correct. But I don't think the difference, I guess, with Anthony Edwards is Anthony Edwards' personality is wearing on me. I don't think nobody can say that about Joker. You can say the fact that he beats you all the time annoys you, and that there's no solving him, and he can throw one behind his head with 2 seconds left on the shot clock and knock something down. You can't say that personality-wise, though.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of the things that bother people about this U.S. team is the personalities on it.
Give me a player, give me a player that your associates, your colleagues, your friends, your city, your fellow Denverites, give me somebody that you like secretly, but everybody hates. Because you know mine. You know mine. You know mine. You know my secret love. I can't help but respect and
Dario
love him.
Saric.
No, that's not it. Is there somebody that you know everybody dislikes and like, hey man, I have no problem with this guy? For me, it's easy. It's Patrick Mahomes. I have no problem with Patrick Mahomes. None. You know why? Because Patrick Mahomes is doing to the AFC West and to the Denver Broncos exactly what Peyton Manning did to them a decade plus ago. Peyton Manning against the AFC West, in case you missed it, when he was in the AFC West, he was 20-2. Peyton Manning dominated the AFC West. Patrick Mahomes against the AFC West, 30-5. So you know the way I look at it? What are you going to do about it? He's great.
I
respect
feel
greatness.
Largely the same as you do about Mahomes, with one exception. And I still can't get it. To this day, I can't get it out of my head. When he went out after he felt like they got screwed in that game last year and started barking about how the refs were awful, blah, 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 that's fine.
One case.
But then he goes, they're trying to ruin Kelsey's Hall of Fame legacy.
Because Peyton Manning never yelled at the refs.
No. If Peyton Manning said they're going to ruin Emmanuel Sanders' Hall of Fame legacy after a game, I'd be like, oh, would you shut up? I mean, good God.
Secret
that
like
still bothers me.
All right, give me your secret like. You know what? I didn't mind back in the day. There was a heated rivalry here. Denverites hated this guy. I secretly liked Phillip Rivers. I liked him. I loved it. I love that kind of. I love the way he handled himself.
Phillip Rivers too. I'm trying to think like right now because you're talking people hate that. Like,
well, I mean,
Binnington, there's no way. Anthony Davis, Draymond, nope. I don't like anything about any of those guys. It's tough. I'm trying to find like a really good example. Because I'm with you. Like Mahomes, I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I don't hate that guy.
Is there anybody else in the AFC
somebody
West?
in like baseball.
See, it's hard to hate too in football with the Broncos because your team hasn't competed.
Because they stink too.
And this goes back to being a threat. When your team stinks and you're not at their level, you're apathetic. You become apathetic toward the opposition. You're like, yeah, let them have theirs.
Okay, I love Max Crosby. Do people hate Max Crosby?
I think he's great.
Yeah.
But we're not at that level. If the Broncos were at a championship level, when the Broncos were winning championships, I hated everybody.
Yeah, you're right. There's got to be somebody hockey or NBA wise right now that most people can't stand.
Is there a player on the like the Las Vegas Golden? Is there anybody there that you would like that plays for Vegas? You're an Avs fan. Vegas ousted you a few years ago. They've been a nemesis. Is there anybody there? Is there anybody that plays for the Minnesota Wild that you like?
I don't mind Kaprizov. I don't mind him. Is that fair? Is that a fair answer?
That's fair.
Kirill, the 3-reel. Yeah, he's fun to watch.
Flower?
Yeah, never hated Flower. See, but
there's nobody. Hey, there's nobody that plays for Vegas that I like.
That one's tough.
Mark Stone's face.
Yeah, just the face.
What about Zuccarello on the Wild, Vic? That's our brethren right there, Zuccarello.
Nah, I think he's from Switzerland, by the way.
He's Norwegian born. He's from Oslo, but his dad is Sicilian.
No, too many things going on.
But when you say that, all the things with like if I were just to say the Lakers. The guys that I hate on the Lakers, I hate for very specific reasons. Like, I don't like LeBron and his arrogance.
I hate the problem with the Lakers, that example you're using, I hate the Lakers in general and anybody associated with the Lakers. I'm gonna be real with you. And I've said this on the show before. If Nikola Jokic left the Nuggets tomorrow and put on a Lakers uniform, I would dislike Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
Listen to me. And I know that sounds stupid. If Nikola Jokic over the Olympiad said, I demand a trade and I'm going to LA to play for the Lakers, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out. You?
Oh, I couldn't. No, I couldn't be a fan of his anymore. No way.
Isn't it crazy what fandom does?
Well, you're part of the enemy now. Like, what are you gonna do?
Not just the enemy, the
preeminent.
the enemy.
Yeah. 303-504-0925. Texture says, didn't mind Iserman back in the day.
Nice guy.
Yeah. He's still running the wings, isn't he?
You know, Iserman was a lot like Sakic, just soft-spoken dudes that both went into
also
management
running the team now. Yeah. Arenado, there you go. I don't hate Nolan. A lot of people hate Nolan around here.
Because the circumstances behind Nolan Arenado were crazy. Right?
It's true.
Yeah, it's like Mosier hates him because he contends he demanded his way out of here. I think some stuff happened that caused that.
Was there a big thing? See, here's a guy that I loved. I don't know how you guys felt about him here.
See,
and maybe the Rockies haven't been good enough, but Yadier Molina?
He didn't bother me.
Okay.
This goes down this whole thing. Remember, we brought this up a couple months ago on this show. There's too much, in my humble opinion, too much fascination with specific players over teams. I'm a team guy. I'm a Denver guy. If you're playing for Denver, if you wear a Denver uniform, I'm with you. There are too many fans just of specific players. Like, I've been to a lot of Lakers games in LA with the Nuggets. There's Laker fan, and then there's LeBron fan.
Yeah.
When Peyton Manning played here, it was absurd. There was Bronco fan, and then there was Peyton Manning fan. And that bothered me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you. That bothers me.
303-504-0925. This Saturday is the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. Come out and enjoy tastes of some of America's finest whiskey and bourbon, featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets available at whiskeyfestcolorado.com, and make sure to say hi to Mike Sanford between noon and 2.
Otis, how does Vic Lombardi feel about this? Fox 31, micro weddings are making waves. Less guests and cheaper costs, saving tons of money. You want the little micro wedding there, Vic?
I mean, if that's your cup of tea, fire off. It ain't gonna fly in my house. Ain't gonna fly. My daughter is gonna get married soon, probably. I just visited her in L.A. She and her boyfriend were talking about a wedding, and she goes, "Yeah."
Did he ask for her hand?
Not yet, but she was talking about, "Yeah, we found this little chapel outside of Orange County." I said, "Yeah, that's cute." I laughed. She goes, "What do you mean?" I go, "Yeah, okay, great little chapel. Hey, it ain't gonna work." She goes, "What do you mean?" I go, "It's not gonna happen."
Where are my 500 cousins going to go?
It's not going to work.
So you're very traditional about that.
Well, I have to be traditional because my mother will kill me if we had a small. I don't care either way. It's her wedding. She can do whatever the hell she wants, but it's not me.
But you're gonna say you're gonna break Bambi's heart.
Well,
if you do
the problem is you have to invite. If you don't invite every member of the family, when I say every member, I mean if you're close to being a family member, there's shots fired. You all have to be in.
So what would happen if you did what I did, which was we had a destination wedding?
You'd be dead.
I gave the invite to everybody. Okay, I said if you guys want to come, by all means come. But if you don't, whatever. That's how I kind of phrased
really the easy way around it. I should tell her, have a wedding in Antarctica.
Just see who shows.
See
how
who
many
shows.
would show? If it was Antarctica, how many of that family would still show?
Probably get about 250. But I told her, I said, you'd be dumb not to have a big wedding. Listen, if you have a huge family and you don't want a big wedding, you're dumb. Let me tell you why you're dumb. You understand the revenue that's generated by a big wedding. And especially in an Italian wedding, we don't do this little gift package crap you guys do. There's no gifts.
The registry you're talking about?
Cash money. we don't play these little games.
What is the borderline of insulting amount to give the bride and groom?
It's got to exceed the cost of the dinner and the presentation. I mean, in that inflation.
How do you know what the cost is?
Just previous wedding. You always had a little more. Trust me, you know. And you keep count. And you compare.
Oh, you keep tabs?
Oh, yeah. Tabs are being kept.
And then what's like the retaliation then if they don't have the proper
amount?
My
favorite part of every party my mother's ever hosted is her going through the tabulations after the party.
Oh, she's like running the books.
Like an accountant. Yeah. It's freaking hilarious.
But
and then she'll look it up years later. Okay, we'll go to category. Oh, we're going to this way. Let me see. Let's go into our files.
Wow.
I need a point of order, though, Vic. One of my buddies, actually, much like your cousin who works in computers, one of my friends is getting married the day of the Rocky Mountain Showdown.
Yeah.
Am I allowed to knock some... Am I allowed to take a discount of what I give him, like a Rocky Mountain Showdown, married on a college football Saturday discount?
I've already told you my cousin Mike from computers is getting married that night. I said, you're stupid.
So his gift is halved immediately, 50% discount.
Someone says here, T-Mac says, Vic, there's no way you make your money back on a wedding from the gifts if you have a big wedding and you have to pay for the venue and the food. Ha, ha, ha. T-Mac, what? You don't pay. Are you under the impression that in an Italian wedding that you pay for your own wedding? Oh, no. It's pay. I pay for the wedding.
Yeah.
If my daughters get married, that's my deal. And she makes the money, hand over fist. It's easy money. It's basically like me handing her a wad of cash.
Yeah. Hey, Dad, we're thinking about getting married at the Sphere in Vegas. Do you think you can rent that one out for us?
Let's get weird.
I mean, think about it, though. How dumb would you have to be not to have a big wedding if you want some big cash?
That is true. Like, if you're not fronting any of the cost for the wedding, too, you're just like, no, I get the money, and you have to pay for everything. Yeah.
Hey, all credit to you folks who pay for your own weddings. I don't know how you did. I certainly didn't. And then I'm not letting my kid, I'm paying for theirs. The girls, that's how it works.
Yep. So, a couple things here. Married into a large Italian family, I was the bride in Pueblo. Can confirm this expectation if an Italian wedding
to also include the money dance with me. What's the money dance?
Oh, that's the best part of it. That's bonus money.
Yeah, what is that?
That's like incentive money. That's like a guy who gets to the Western Conference Finals and gets an extra $100,000. The money dance is when you choose to dance with the bride, you have to pin cash money on her dress. And you wait in line.
And what's the protocol for that amount? What's the pin?
Well, again, inflation.
20?
Inflation. It used to be like $5 a buck. You better come to the table with $100. Cash money. You don't even carry cash, or you wouldn't be able to dance. Can you imagine?
Wait a minute.
Can you imagine a money dance? Let me Venmo you.
Hang on. Ooh, I could afford
whoa,
a dance.
What is going on, everybody?
And a 20.
Wait.
And then I go, you know what, sweetheart? There's 4 more.
Let's wait. Wait a minute.
Give $1
Nelly,
to the DJ.
Nelly, this show, you have grown into adulthood. Ladies and gentlemen, mark this down. On this day, July 9th, in the year 2024, Brett Kane has become an adult male.
I have cash.
What?
Yeah.
I'm confused.
You have
Me too.
cash in your wallet.
I do.
You are an adult male.
It's also been here for about a month, and I don't know what to do with it.
It just sits there?
Well, I mean, I pay with my card. I get points. I got to get the points.
Nah, man, the bride has to have a QR code that I can scan on her dress. I want to scan your dress.
That would be so good. Here's my Venmo on the back.
All right, one more. Vic, fellow Italian. I did invite my great aunt and her family to my wedding a few years ago, and my Italian grandmother almost killed me. The drama caused was crazy.
Rightfully so. People don't understand the drama if you don't invite a certain somebody. Even you may hate this person. You may despise this person. This person may, the last person you'd ever want. But if you offend somebody, it's worse. Trust me, it's worse. Just take it.
Just hearing all of this, I now believe you. Can we go back to something just real quick, Vic, because you were tallying up the numbers. I said the worst place to be for a franchise is being old and bad. It's a bad spot.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have any hopes of getting better soon, and your team's not better in the immediate.
Are you describing the Lakers? They're not bad, but they're just sort of moderate.
Kind of, yeah, but they're old and bad. Like their best players are older.
They're a play-in team.
The Broncos aren't, I would say they aren't super old. They were last year. They got a little bit younger, but they certainly aren't like chock full with young talent. And you were saying, to be honest, I don't know how much this matters anyway because Patrick Mahomes is in this division. And we started to crunch some numbers here. And you said, do you remember what it was like, Broncos fans, when Peyton Manning was here and playing against the AFC West? What were those numbers again? You got those? Did you write those down?
20-2, ladies and gentlemen. Peyton Manning against the AFC West as a member of the Denver Broncos. When you read that number, you get lost in the moment when it's happening. Like, greatness is fleeting, and you take it for granted no matter who you are. But I want you to consider that. I want you to think about where the Broncos are today over the last 8 years. And I want you to imagine a quarterback that plays for your team that was 20-2 against the division.
Yeah. 22 games played, he lost twice against the Chargers, Chiefs, Raiders combined. And now, Patrick Mahomes, through 35 games, is
30-5.
It's the exact same thing that's happening. And here's the only difference. Mahomes is 28. Manning was in his mid-30s by then. Like, that's the difference.
Yep.
You're looking at somebody who is going to be dominating for a long time. And, you know, I had this number too. If you just want to throw somebody else in the mix, that is in this same sort of stratosphere, probably a higher stratosphere. Tom Brady's record versus the AFC East in his career.
Yeah.
Tom Brady against the Bills was 33-3.
That's stupid.
Against the Dolphins was 24-12, and against the Jets was 30-7.
Here's the difference, though. Like, if you look at Brady's record in the division and Peyton's record, there were some respectable teams when Peyton played in the AFC West. The Chargers were a respectable team at that point. They still
Chiefs
had
were respectable.
Yeah. Brady's division sucked.
Yeah, for the most part.
I mean, the Jets made a couple AFC championship games in that run.
Twice.
Yep.
After that, there was nothing else there.
Yeah, the Bills were never really good at that time. Dolphins.
And you know what? You could say the same thing about the AFC West right now. Mahomes doesn't have any competition in this division.
That is true.
It has been a one-way street, all Kansas City. And I know it hurts to say this, and I know people think I'm some sort of listen, I live in Denver, I'm a Broncos fan, but I just speak the truth. Patrick Mahomes owns Denver.
Yeah.
And every other AFC West team. And it's been that way for the last 5 years, and it's going to stay that way for the time being until I don't know. You tell me what's it going to take for that linchpin to have it
for
fall
him to
apart?
leave. Like it's for him to leave. Like honestly, Vic, I don't know how else to put it. Like, do you know when the Patriots stopped dominating those teams?
Tom Brady
when
left.
Tom Brady went to Tampa. You know when the Broncos started losing to the Chiefs and the Raiders and when Peyton Manning left.
Yeah.
When he retired.
But that's a problem because Patrick Mahomes isn't going anywhere. How old is he again?
28.
Yeah. Where's he going?
Nowhere.
So what are we doing?
And Texture says, Brett, you're giving Mahomes too much respect. Mahomes has played in a horrific AFC West and plays double the number of AFC West teams than Manning. No, here's the deal.
He's a 2-time Super Bowl. He just won 2 straight Super Bowls, and he's a 3-timer.
3-time Super Bowl
But
champion.
he's
2 in a
consecutive
row.
Super Bowls, 3. You can't be trash if you play your best in the most important games.
Yeah, he doesn't just play the AFC West. He also plays like the Ravens and the Bengals.
You're not. Yeah, I don't want to hear this. You don't play anybody because they do play everybody in the playoffs. Oh well, he doesn't win a playoff road game. He did this year.
That was the big question. I said it 1,000 times. I was like, you know what he's never done? Never won or he's never had to play a road game in the postseason until this. Well, Super Bowl's neutral.
But what's he going to do when they lose the speed, the receiver? What's going to happen now when they lose those guys?
They're fine. Like they had a horrible receiving core last year. Outside of Rashee Rice towards the end of the season. I mean, they had Kelsey, but as far as wide receivers, terrible. Didn't matter. Literally didn't matter.
There's no such thing, Will, and as I read your text, there's no such thing as paying Mahomes too much respect. Just like there was no such thing as paying Peyton Manning too much respect when he went 20-2.
Yeah.
That's not paying too much respect. That's just nodding to the obvious.
Sure.
That's just paying homage to a guy who owns you. Listen, Peyton Manning owned every other team. He owned the Chargers, the Chiefs, and the Raiders. Full ownership. Give me the title. I own you. And that's what's happening right now with Mahomes.
Texture says, I don't get how people think in the NFL that your division is such an important thing. You play 6 games out of your 17 in your division, 11 against everybody else. Here's why. You win your division, you're in the postseason automatically, no question. That's why it matters. So if you're 5-1 against your division, that's a massive advantage to get yourself in the playoffs.
And how many times did the Chiefs they weren't that spectacular in the regular season. They just turn it on. But once they get there, they win there.
Yeah.
And that's him. Guys, that's him. That's him.
It's literally, I think you said it perfectly, Vic. I don't know if you can pay him enough respect, to be honest with you. Like, he's really good. Don't have to like him. Don't have to be happy with it. But it is the truth.
Is it annoying to see him at Mavericks games?
Yes.
Is it annoying to see him do certain things? Yes. You can annoy you. But by God, I respect the hell out of that player. He is a once-in-a-lifetime type of player. The end.
Yep. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Broadcasting from the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. Got a fact checker coming your way next.
I was talking to Anna in here, and I was just, I see these things on social media now. And I'm so glad that I'm married. I'm glad that I'm married to my wife specifically because easy life. Okay.
Good answer. Good answer.
No, but it's the truth because I'm seeing like these people they're taking women out on first dates, and now there's like sort of the wedding conversation got me to this, like places that aren't nice enough for first dates. And I said to Anna, I go, do you know where I took my wife on a first date? Dave and Buster's. And the point was, if you can't go out and have a good time with me, go out, play some games, get some whatever, bar food, and have a couple of drinks, then this probably is not going to work. Like, this is what I want my life to be. And not only did she like it, she got super competitive in the games, which I appreciated even more. And I don't feel like a lot of women feel this way anymore, and it's a damn shame. Damn shame. So where did you go on your first date?
Macaroni Grill.
There you go.
My at the time I was working in Austin, Texas, and my intern Jamie was a server there. So I said, dude, if I bring this girl to Macaroni Grill,
Get the hookup?
You take care of me? And I didn't tell her that, but he gave me the hookup, everything on the house.
Nice
little tip. She thought I was like whining and dining her. Big time Macaroni Grill. It worked.
There is something, though, about, I think back, I took my wife to a place where little kids are playing shoot 'em up games, and I ordered, like, chicken fingers. And I'm just like, whatever, we're going to have a good time tonight. You know what game we played? We played that, there's a Deal or No Deal game that was there. It's really, really intense. You have to pick the right suitcase, and it's like the amount of tickets you can get. So you know how Dave & Buster's works. You pay $100 to buy a couple of bouncy balls with the tickets that you've won. Like, that's kind of how it is. All their good prizes, it would take you 15 trips for you to get any of those.
I haven't been to Dave & Buster's in quite some time.
Oh, you should.
So.
You know what? Vic, do me a favor. Just get Terry in the car. Say, sweetie, I'm taking you out tonight. Don't tell her where you're going.
She'd probably like Dave & Buster's.
What? Well, let's see. Yeah. Take her there. I guarantee you'll have a good time.
I wouldn't.
Play Papa Shot? See who wins?
The night at Macaroni Grill, though, was majestic because... What's so funny?
The adjectives you're using are great.
Because I wasn't making much money. You know, it was my first real job in
that
this
was
business.
my thing, too.
I wasn't exactly raking it in, but I wanted to impress. And I had the hookup with my intern.
Mm-hmm.
So I was sitting back there going, whatever you want on the menu. As much wine as you desire. Whatever you want. It's on me.
Yep.
I felt pretty good about that.
I mean, it would be a baller move. I never had that ability on a first date.
And I think it cost me $20 total.
Because I don't think the opening line to somebody you're taking out is, hey, I make $23,000 a year and I have $7 in my checking account. We need to make this thing work together.
I don't know if you're aware you're about to date a man who's in his early entry into the broadcast field, and we literally make less than the people working in this place right now.
Yeah. Like, I didn't have the heart to tell her, and this is a true story. Me and my roommate were so broke, he goes, bro, we're out of toilet paper. Can you steal some from your office tomorrow? And I said, don't worry, I got us.
Bro.
So imagine walking out to your car with a chest full of... Like, basically, in that toilet paper is sandpaper, right? Like, it's horrible.
I'm not what, are you one of those toilet paper freaks?
Yes. There's one thing I'm bougie on, it's toilet paper.
Miss me with that one ply, man.
Take care of yourself,
I need a good handful of plies.
Yes.
I'm all about the plies.
You know how many times I've used, like, paper towels?
Leaves?
Leaves.
You use Bounty, the quicker picker-upper, huh?
But you had me on another subject there, and I forgot what we were talking about. And before your toilet paper.
It was dates. You went to Macaroni Grill.
We were broke.
Oh, broke. Everybody's broke at some point. You're broke.
You have to be.
You know, money. So my first job when I was in South Bend, I was making a crisp $13,500.
Yep.
And I lived with the other sportscaster. I joined his team. And I lived in his basement that was unfinished. And I had a mattress down there. That was my...
Yeah.
He had 7 cats.
Oh, no. You can't do that.
Listen to my words. Listen to the words I'm about to tell you. I moved in with a man who had 7 cats and lived in an unfinished basement. And I thought I was the richest man in the world.
Okay. I'm so glad you said that because let me tell you something.
It's all relative. Like people who complain. I thought I ate food out of a Texaco. I ate crackers across the street. And I thought I was the wealthy. I was like, it's all me tonight. Who wants some?
It was the day before our payday. Me and my buddy, we had a bar that was walking distance. And they served, you seen those beer towers, those things that come in like the huge tube? So those were $7 a piece. I looked at him and I go, how much money you got? He goes, I got $10. He goes, what about you? I go, I got about $8. Our payday was the next day. And I go, we could either go get something to eat or hear me out. Let's get just a couple of beer towers and we'll figure out food later. And we went to that bar and we drank 2 beer towers, came home and put shredded cheese on a tortilla and warmed it up in the microwave. That was dinner. And I'm telling you, Vic, I don't want to go back to those days, but I kind of pine for them every once in a while, right?
It was such a
like the
simpler time.
desperation.
It's so good. When I lived for those 3 years, my favorite food was butter on a tortilla.
Yeah. And it's like, it worked.
Butter up that tortilla.
It worked.
And it was easy. And just that, I mean, it was such easy food.
Yeah. See, I do, again, don't want to go back. But I look back, I was like, you said it right. Just much simpler way to live. Much simpler way.
Now, I lasted 3 months with those 7 cats. I had to get the hell out of there.
Oh, I don't
and to
blame
this
you.
day, I just can't do the cat thing because that scarred me.
That's crazy. 7 cats
I'd be
is
sleeping.
nuts.
I'd be sleeping in an unfinished basement. I wake up and I think I'm in a friggin' horror movie. I mean, it's crazy.
Was the litter box down there?
No, that
Oh,
was one thing I
thank God.
insisted, dude.
Yeah, you couldn't have
And
that.
he was always so happy-go-lucky cleaning it out. I remember the look on his face. It's time to clean it. I'm like, dude, you're like happy about this? Freak.
Yeah. My roommate had a cat too. He had one, but it was a Maine Coon. You ever seen these things? They're huge. They're like 35, 40-pound cats.
Yeah.
Like they're outside cats. And that thing, same thing. Every morning. And that sound still haunts me to this day. Go ahead and give us a fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier, we were talking about making the day after the Super Bowl an official holiday, and you said, what holiday could it replace? So I looked up a list on the Colorado Secretary of State's website, all the holidays that Colorado recognizes.
Okay.
Do you know, this year it falls on Monday, October 7th. Do you know what Francis Xavier Cabrini Day is?
Mother Cabrini. Are you kidding me? You're talking to me about Mother Cabrini? Mother Cabrini is, she basically started Holy Family High School. It's Mother Cabrini. You start over again.
Well,
Get the hell out of here.
Well, do you know why that holiday was enacted?
No.
I will give you credit for knowing who she is. The state of Colorado, they put that in place instead of Columbus Day. So Columbus Day is the second Monday in October. So Cabrini Day is always the first Monday in October.
Okay, that's a good tit for tat. I'll take that.
Wait.
Mother Cabrini's a saint, dude.
She is the patron saint of immigrants.
Have you ever,
What's her first name?
been to Mother Cabrini?
No, what's her first name?
Francis Xavier Cabrini.
Have you ever been to the Mother Cabrini Shrine right there down by Mount Vernon off of Lookout Mountain?
I
over
have
there?
not.
What the hell are you doing?
I guess not living my life correctly. I don't know. I had no idea that was a rite of passage once you become a Colorado native. I should go check it out. I'm just like, I don't think I've heard a female Francis before.
Well, you immigrated to the States. You should go. Saint of immigrants.
Is she really? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Seriously, can you think of another woman named Francis?
Yeah, Francis is a very
Frances
common female
McDormand,
name.
the actress.
Very common.
But
yeah, that's right.
It's Frances. It's spelled
okay,
like that way.
makes more sense.
Archie Bunker, wasn't she Francis?
Archie?
Isn't there Frances? Her name, the lady who played. There's a lot of Frances. Frances is a very common female name.
I guess I didn't think about it like that. That Francis was just a fancy name for Frank.
Gotcha.
It's when there's more than one France. You have Frances.
Oh, yeah, you have two
Plural.
Frances.
Yeah.
Of course.
It's where the Olympics is.
All right, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. And don't forget, guys, this Saturday is the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. Come out and enjoy some tastes of America's finest whiskey and bourbon featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets available at whiskeyfestcolorado.com. And make sure to say hi to Mike Sanford. He'll be there between noon and 2.
We didn't even get into the Paul George being offended and disrespected by being offered $44 million from the Clippers.
How dare they? I mean, seriously, Vic.
Those are the words he used. Those are the words he used, by the way.
Imagine I come up to you and I'm like, Vic, how's $44 million sound? And you go, what am I, a peasant?
How disrespectful.
What the holy
iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo, Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast. I hope you have a wonderful Tuesday, and we'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Love you. Goodbye.
The Big 12.
It's the Big 12!
It is the Big 12. Welcome into the program. Dempsey and Company on a Tuesday morning in the Mile High City, greatest city in the greatest state in the world. Christopher Dempsey, Kim Becker. Bonus Kim this week. Hi.
A bonus Kim, a little swapperoo. I won't be here Thursday, so Kim Becker Tuesday it is.
That's right. That's right. And KJ, as always, on the ones and twos behind the glass. Welcome in. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Anna also in the studio. Hi, Anna.
Hi, Anna. She says hi, everybody.
She says hi. How was your 4th of July weekend?
My 4th of July weekend was great. I spent it at Coors Field. I hosted all 7 home games last week for the Rockies. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah, so I was pretty tired.
Are you hosting like every single home game for the rest of the season or what?
No, normally I switch off with Brady O'Neill. He's the other host, but he was on vacation last week. So I did July 1st through 7th. So 7 straight days I was at Coors Field. Yeah, but honestly, it was a blast.
They almost swept the Royals.
They sure did. Yeah, ended up they won 2 of those games, but the last one 10-1 was the score. So not so great. But yeah, I was going into Sunday being like, dang, this could be a winning week. But they split the series with the Brewers, and the Brewers are pretty good.
Yeah.
So no, it was a really enjoyable time. Both the fireworks shows, the 4th and the 5th, were totally sold out. So it was just really fun being in Coors Field with a sold out crowd vibe. They won both of those nights too, which was really cool. So yeah, I had a great time celebrating our great country with our great pastime. What about you?
Love it. Love it. Let's see.
Can you remember? It was only a few days ago, Dempsey.
There was a lot of hanging out with the kiddo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fireworks. Yeah, no, I love fireworks. It's like one of my favorite things in life.
It was crazy. We drove, my fiance and I drove like down 6th Street after the Rockies game. And there were probably 20 different shows going on around the Front Range in the South. Like there were big shows.
Yeah.
Like all these parks around the Metro Denver must have had these massive shows. Cause I'm like, there's no way that those are just backyard fireworks.
I used to live, a long time ago. I used to live next to the First Bank Center. There was some apartments over there. And my balcony just faced east. And at the time there was actually, I think right now still there's nothing. If you just look east, there's just nothing there. But for the 4th of July, I would just sit on my balcony and you could see all these different fireworks shows just happening at the same time in front of you. It's one of the coolest things. And so so I never, when I was living there, I just never left.
Go to your balcony.
I just go to my balcony. It's
yeah.
Like, it's 4th of July. Let's just do this.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's the way Independence Day weekend should be. Well, you did a little bit of working too, though.
A little bit of working. But hey, shout out
fun work.
to Kath on the text line. She said, Kim, you killed it on the 5th of July. I went to that game. Thanks, Kath.
Look at that.
So yeah, there were a lot of fans there. It was a bump in time, honestly. It felt more like fun than it felt like work.
Ron, who are the Rockies that you speak of?
Oh, come on, guys. They won 4 games, I think, last week. It's great. Out of 7.
It's amazing.
It was a winning week.
It was a winning week, and then they went to Cincinnati last night. And,
we don't need to talk about that.
It became...
They're running it back today. Redemption.
I just want them. They were not going to win that game anyway, but I just want them to be better in innings 7, 8, and 9.
That's when it really slips away. Yeah, I think I said this last week. Like, you can't get too excited. I was sitting with RD, one of our camera guys, during the 5th inning, I think in one of the games 3 weeks ago or so. And I was like, hey, we've been winning all game. We might get this one. And he looked at me and he was like,
no.
Just wait. Yeah. And then, sure enough, 9th inning, 8 runs. What?
I know.
But hey.
And we're going to talk more about the Rockies later because, yes, am I a glass half full guy? Yeah. Yes, I am. I'm probably going to prove just exactly how half full that is with my Rockies take a little bit later in the show. But we started off with a little montage of the Big 12. The Big 12 meetings are happening this week. As a matter of fact, we have Coach out there today, tomorrow, and then I think he's staying for the Mountain West meetings as well. And then he wants to go to the Tupac, as everybody is calling the 2 remaining members of the Pac-12. The Tupac Mixer is what they're going to have. They're not going to have a full-fledged media days because it's just Washington State and Oregon State. And why would you have a full-fledged media day for that when you could have a happy hour, which I think is
hilarious.
I know.
That's going to be so fun.
Right. Yes. So Coach is going to be out there for all those things, and he's going to be contributing to a lot of the shows talking about everything that he's hearing from there. And University of Colorado is going to have all their name athletes there, and Coach Deion Sanders should all be there. And we're talking about Shedeur and Shiloh and Travis Hunter in the traveling party for CU. So I think it's going to be very interesting, to be honest with you, because they were picked by the media to finish 11th in a 16-team conference. So that is obviously very low and not what they have in terms of expectations for themselves. I want to know how they're going to say what they're going to say on the podium.
Well, I was just going to say, I hope that we have Coach Mike Sanford in there ready to ask the question to Deion Sanders as to what do you think about being 11th out of 16? I'd love to hear a genuine answer on the spot. Coach, you listening? I'm going to have to send him a text message.
Well, again, Kim.
Uh-oh, what happened?
If that question came from Coach Sanford, who?
Oh, I didn't even think
Did you think about that? Did you think about that?
Okay, maybe not. Okay, now I did. Oh, I just got embarrassed for him.
His DNA.
Right.
Okay, Coach, maybe not. Maybe we'll get someone else to ask that question. Although it would be pretty sweet.
You know what I want to know, and I asked him this yesterday. I'm like, are you going to go to that media availability? Like, will he be in the room when Deion Sanders is up there answering questions from the media?
I can't speak for Coach Sanford, but I feel like enough time has passed and he's like got the best attitude about everything that it wouldn't be weird for him, right? I can't imagine that.
Maybe.
You think? Okay.
I don't know.
You need to ask him when he's here tomorrow. Is he here tomorrow?
He will be back.
Oh, no, he's gone. You just said he's in Vegas.
Yeah.
I'm here. I promise. I'm listening. I'm paying attention. Okay, we'll talk to him, and we'll talk to him on the break. I'll call him or something.
He'll be back.
Get the lowdown.
I think he'll be back for Friday's shows.
Okay.
Either he will or he won't. Or next week.
Yeah.
We'll talk to him. And later in the week, we'll actually also talk to Brian Howell from the Daily Camera about CU. And I think we'll try to catch up with Kevin Lytle too, because he should be out there for CSU Media Days, which are obviously a Mountain West, a part of the Mountain West Media Days. So a big day, a big week of college football. It's here. It's here.
I kind of got chills when you started talking about it.
Yeah.
Like, wow, we are in
you ready
it. It
for
is
it?
almost
You ready?
fall.
You ready?
It's basically football season.
It's
I'm
July.
so ready. Yeah, it's fall.
July
August
9th.
is fall. Basically, right?
August is fall.
Wouldn't you consider August a fall month? Anna's shaking her head. Really?
No.
You still think August is summer?
Yeah.
To me, no.
It's the middle of the summer.
No.
It's
June
the
and July
exact
summer.
middle of the summer.
Fall is football season. That is August. Training camp starts even before August, you guys, if you're paying attention. The Broncos report in like 2 weeks.
Yeah. It's all happening in the next couple of weeks.
Football season, baby.
Yeah. College football season. You're big into college, right?
Yeah, I love college football.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, I probably love the NFL a little bit more just because of the Broncos growing up here and just having followed the Broncos for so long. But after I worked at the University of Arizona, I got really into college football. And I think just because of the athletes and the age that they're at and like the developmental years of their life are spent on the field and then taking all these college courses and the discipline that they have to learn and everything it was just fascinating to see close up in these young men. And so I just really gained a lot of respect for college football at my time there.
Do you keep in touch with anybody in Arizona?
A couple, yeah, honestly, I still follow a lot of the guys on Instagram and they follow me and we'll laugh back and forth at some stuff and joke about it. But a couple of them have now retired. Well, I guess they've retired, but they've graduated. And so they've moved on to, the first kind of phase in their life. A couple of them have called me and asked for advice. They want to get into reporting and broadcasting. So that's been fun just to be able to help them and pay it forward, as a lot of people did to me. But I had a blast at that job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was just so fun being like really a part of a college football team and seeing all the behind the scenes. Because when I worked there, the team went 1-11 the first season I was there, and it was brutal, right? You hear all these college football fans on social media just like ragging on these poor, basically teenagers. So for me to be able to, kind of relay what was going on behind closed doors, how hard they were working in the weight room, what their day-to-day looks like, all the practices, and be able to do that for the team to kind of represent the team. It was a pretty special job. I really liked it.
They can be any good this year?
You know what? Arizona, I do really like their new coach. I've talked to a couple people that are still there. They really like the new coaching staff. And they kept two of their best guys, Noah Fafita and T-Mac, the quarterback wide receiver duo. They were from California, and they're still at Arizona. A lot of the Wildcats did go to Washington with Jed Fish and his staff.
Right.
So it's a different team, but I do still think they'll be good.
Well, you're not the only one that thinks they're going to be good.
Well, that's true. We do. Yeah.
The media also thinks they're going to be pretty good. Picked them 5th in the preseason media poll in the Big 12. Just really quickly for your knowledge, this is how that poll went down. And this is what the teams will be speaking toward a lot. Utah in their first. Look, Utah, Colorado, and the Arizona schools. So Arizona, Arizona State are the newest schools in the Big 12 this season. Utah's already picked to win the conference.
Wow.
That's how good they are. Utah number 1, followed by Kansas State, Oklahoma State, Kansas, which basketball school. But the coach down there has done a really, really nice job of building a football program that is very competitive. They have picked 4th in the conference, followed by Arizona, Iowa State, West Virginia. Then 8th, UCF, 9, Texas Tech, 10, TCU, 11, Colorado, followed by Baylor, BYU, Cincinnati, Houston, and Arizona State. So that's how the media has it shaking out in the Big 12 this season. I'm very much looking forward to it. You know, like when I was really in the middle of my newspaper career, a big part of that was covering the University of Colorado. I covered CSU as well, but the Big 12 was, it was a big deal, and at the time, obviously Texas and Oklahoma were in there too. And Nebraska. And so there were some heavyweights in the conference. They're no longer obviously in the different heavyweights are in the conference now. But I am very interested to see how it unfolds. And, I think Colorado just in specific is a football team that probably has enough talent to win any game on the schedule. Maybe not against Utah, or I would remove the games Utah, Kansas State, and Oklahoma State. I think those are games that they probably just won't win no matter what. But outside of that, they could win any game and they could lose any game. Like that's how wild. I think that's how wide of swing Colorado it kind of has, and what this season can be. And so if they get hot, and if they gel together and get hot, maybe it could be a really good season for them. Certainly looking forward them to go to a bowl game at the very least. And then if you get hot, maybe you're way better than that. Or it could be another disaster. And we're sitting here later on in the year going, what happened again? I thought you told us we had good players. But outside of that, I think, Colorado State can make the case that they're the best football team in the state, college football team in the state. They're going to get a chance to prove that when they're going to play everybody in the state. So Colorado State will play Colorado, obviously, in the non-conference. Then they'll play Air Force as well in their conference. They'll play Wyoming as well. I mean, Wyoming as a front range team, we kind of adopt around here.
Well, okay, I know they beat CU, or I know CU beat CSU last year in double overtime.
Mm-hmm.
So, it wasn't obviously the game that we all really expected. We thought the Buffs were going to blow the Rams out of the water. But do you really think right now the Rams could say they're the best team in Colorado just because that game was so close, even though they lost to the Buffs?
I think if I was if I was a CSU fan, I wouldn't.
But they still lost.
Yeah,
a loss is a loss, man.
Yeah, they took it L. They did. They took that L. They did.
So yeah, it wasn't as close, or it was way too close. I mean, it was way closer than all of us anticipated, but they still lost. So I would argue they can't actually say that right now.
I think if I was a CSU fan, I would say it.
Are you a CSU fan? Is that what you're doing right now?
No, I went to University of Colorado.
I know. So why are you sitting there with this smirk saying like, yeah, they can say that?
Well, their team is look. They're bringing back. Look, Laurie, hear me out.
Okay, I'll try.
Hear me out. You're returning one of the best wide receivers in the country, in Torrey Horton. You are returning a quarterback who was a freshman last year, threw for like 3,400 yards and 22 touchdowns, 16 interceptions, which was not good. So obviously that number has to come down. But from the standpoint of you found a quarterback to be able to walk in and run that offense the way Jay Norvell wants that run, I just think that their offense is going to be very, very tough to handle in year 3 under Norvell. He usually presides over offenses that really put a lot of points and yards on the board. It takes time to get that going. And I'm not saying it's going to be a finished product this year because your quarterback that was a freshman last year is only a sophomore this year. But I think the experience that he had last year will help him greatly. Like, he can hit the ground running in a way that he obviously could not last year, coming from high school going into college. So I think offensively, I think their centers like an all Mountain West selection at center as well. So I think there's offensively, I wouldn't even worry about that. Defensively, you got to worry about that. But, if they can, and they don't have to be world beaters defensively, but a game against Colorado, you're going to have to buckle up, because Colorado's offense is going to come at you in waves and with great skill players, right? So can you either withstand that a little bit, or then you just get into the total shootout and let's just see what happens at the end of the game, like last year?
Yeah.
Which I would guess that's probably how this game is going to go down again this year. The Mountain West, Boise State, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And then
okay, so
Air
that's
Force.
the Mountain
Obviously,
West.
we always have. There you go. You always have Air Force pop up on the text line. The Air Force is always the best team. Air Force will have to just to prove that to me. We have walked into a couple of seasons here where it's like one of them was they could literally go undefeated and then they lost 4 times. So Air Force will always be good because they just play a style and they recruit to that style, and you got the prep school there too. They're very hard to handle. They always will be hard to handle. I think that maybe we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. But
bar set high for the Rams, it sounds like.
Well, I don't even think it's really hot takey. Is it hot takey? Am I being hot takey right now?
No, I guess I just thought it was kind of out there because, again, they didn't beat every team in Colorado last year. So to say that before the season starts, that CSU could argue they're the best football team in the state of Colorado, which I don't know if we're including the Broncos in that. We could be. I just thought it was just kind of an out there. Yeah, it was kind of a hot take.
Okay.
But it's fine. I'll take it.
I'm not usually hot takey.
You backed it up pretty well. So
I'm not usually hot takey. That's crazy.
No, I mean, you didn't even know you were giving me a hot take this morning. I just took it hot.
On the text line, Tyler, Coach Prime is going to drop 50 plus on CSU and campus. That's a hot take.
That's a hot take.
That is a hot take. And then we have a litany, like 3 straight. Air Force would beat both teams. Air Force is the best team in Colorado. Air Force is by far the best football team in Colorado. So,
are we including Broncos in this? Because no one's saying college football team. Do we really think all these teams would beat the Broncos right now?
No, college. We're just doing college. We're just doing college.
Okay, I just got to stick up for the Broncos a little bit here, guys.
See, you might beat the Broncos.
I know. Although the more I think about it,
it's not true. It's not true.
We hope not.
Let's take a break. We have a lot to get to in this program. The Nuggets have Summer League starting on Friday. A few games in Las Vegas. We're going to get to see Julian Strawther and Deron Holmes and a host of others as they look to try to supplement some of the talent that they lost on the roster and try to find new players to rise up and take spots, significant, easy for me to say, playing time spots on the roster for the fall. I also just like watching Summer League basketball. Is that a bad thing? I'll ask that question to Kim next.
you can actually, the ball can hit the ground and put it back up. I mean, it just depends. There it is. It hit the rim. There's a tap. Oh, you called it. Edey taps it home.
That was yesterday. I don't know where that game was played. Actually, I think it was in Utah.
It was,
Memphis and the Utah Jazz. I watched the game. I can't remember. Where it was.
We just talked about this in the green room before the show.
Just talked about it.
I was like, why were they at the Delta Center?
Why
were they in Salt Lake? And then KJ explained it to me. And you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All that.
So you did know that one. We've each got one, okay? I had one in the first segment that I wasn't paying attention to. The coach was out of town. I was like, is he here tomorrow? And that's yours. So there we go. We're even.
That's mine. I can't remember who won that game, but it doesn't matter. Actually, they had the Elam ending in that game. Actually, Utah won that game on free throws by Keontae George. You know, it's interesting to me who plays. You know, this is I thought that there might be an outside chance that Peyton Watson might play in the Nuggets Summer League, but he's obviously not on that roster. He played a bunch in the regular season, and I get it. I mean, it makes sense from that standpoint. But sometimes you play a lot in the regular season, and you still play in Summer League. And Keontae George would be one of those. He played a lot for the Jazz last season in the regular season, and he's back in Summer League. It was just a lot of fun players on the court yesterday. Zach Edey, as we just heard, that highlight from Purdue, 7'4" guy. He had a double-double. He looked like a monster. Cody Williams, former University of Colorado, standout as a freshman last season. He was on that court, and it was, he was okay. He was okay. Yeah. It's going to be a long road for him, but he's talented, and I think he'll be fine.
Did you watch the whole game? Oh, he did.
I did.
Really?
I did.
You didn't watch like Wimbledon?
It's over.
Instead, you watched G League. I like it.
I did.
You're NBA through and through. I appreciate it. Keep going. I'm listening.
Just by virtue of that. should I not be watching some of the games?
No, this is good because I obviously didn't watch it. So this is good. I'm learning. Hit me.
It's kind of a guilty pleasure. I like Summer League games. I watched the Bronny game, the first one. I know.
That one's fair. And I will say with the Cody Williams situation being on the Utah Jazz and his CU ties, like that is a good reason to watch for us here. But you sound like you were disappointed in Cody Williams. Why?
Oh, no. I wasn't. For all these players that just get to the NBA, it's a long way to get to from just stepping in to being any kind of a significant player in that league. Like you have to know so much.
Yeah.
And you have to go through so much. And it just looked like it was his first time. You know, so you get out there, on the court, dudes who were in the G League last year are like driving by you, or you don't know where your shots are coming from. And then the Summer League is really weird too, because a lot of these players are looking for jobs. You have this kind of weird dynamic happening on the basketball court, which is the coaches want you to run the plays that they have, they're telling you to run this set of plays. But the player also wants to score all the points so that they can prove that they're worthy of being on a roster in the NBA. And so you get these weird possessions where it's just like one guy gets the ball, dribbles all the way down, and then takes a contested shot in the middle of the lane, gets that thing blocked, going the other way. That person also just as if he has no teammates, takes the shot himself, and it's a weird dynamic. And then all of a sudden, it's like a timeout, and you come out of the timeout, and then they run a play. Then they look like an actual team. And so that's Summer League basketball in a nutshell, which is the coaches try to stress to the players, if you just run what we're telling you to run, you will stand out anyway. And then the players are just like, no, because if I don't score 20 points in this game, then
everyone's going to talk crap about me on social media.
And you're going to cut me, and I'm going to be playing overseas somewhere, and I don't want to be playing overseas. I want to play in the NBA. so it's a weird dynamic in Summer League basketball, but I like it a whole lot.
Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good for them. It's important for the new guys, obviously. And yeah, you get a little nerves out, try to get your feet underneath them. So I think it's still impactful, I would say.
Oh, I think it's very important.
Team. Yeah.
It's very important, especially for your draft picks.
Totally.
Look, I was at Nuggets practice yesterday. And what they want to do with their players this week during the Summer League is so Julian Strawther, Jalen Pickett, to a lesser extent, Deron Holmes. I mean, they're going to want to see him. Apparently, he's a super energy, like bouncing all around player. Wants to soak in everything. They have to kind of like slow him down. Like, hey, let's pace yourself. Don't worry. Trust me, from July until you get the regular season, then all the way to the end of the season, it's a long time. So let's just pace ourselves. But it's good to see how eager he is. So for those players, and Hunter Tyson to a lesser extent as well, they just want to see them be able to now thrive when they are handed the keys to the car. And especially, I think for me, Julian Strawther is a guy that he has an opportunity to be able to really earn a lot of playing time. All he's got to do is make shots. All he's got to do is play. I know they want him to play make as well, handle the ball. He said as much to the media yesterday. It was very kind of enlightening hearing what he has to say. Looks like he's leaned out a little bit too. But these for these teams, and for these players, these are very important times to be able to prove to them that now going into training camp, you deserve a bigger opportunity in training camp, and then in training camp, you prove that you deserve an opportunity when the regular season starts. So it's a really, really big deal. I think Julian Strawther in particular is the point person that everybody needs to be watching. That's Nuggets fans that wants to understand what he might be in the fall.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Because I just realized I haven't talked to you since we found out KCP was not going to be with the Nuggets.
Oh, yeah.
And we talked a lot about that before. He didn't get a new contract. So now with KCP gone, with some moves for the Nuggets in free agency, but none of the big names that we talked about last week, Klay Thompson or Russell Westbrook or whoever was maybe in the mix there. After seeing practice yesterday and knowing what we know, how do you feel about the situation with KCP leaving? Anyone that you really feel? Is it still Christian Brown being the guy that will take that spot, you think?
Yeah, yes. Look, my personal opinion is I don't love that KCP is gone.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that your team is better with KCP on it rather than with him not being on it. Is if I can just bottom line it that way. Christian Brown, I think, has a chance to really approximate points per game wise what KCP was doing. Just for him, it's continuing to play with confidence and blah. And look, if Christian Brown balls out, then he'll negate, I would say, 80 to 90% of what KCP was bringing to the table, and good.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they're looking for. I mean, his maturation on the court is what allowed the Nuggets to be able just to say goodbye to KCP, because they felt that they already have a replacement for him on the roster. Would be a lot harder if you are wanting to let go of a player, but you have no clue who's going to replace him because that player's not on your roster. That's not the universe that the Nuggets lived in. They felt like they have the guy to be able to pick up the slack. So Christian Brown just got to ball out, really. I mean, that's just all there is to it. His brothers, incidentally, one of his brothers is on the Nuggets Summer League team. It's funny that you mentioned the KCP. Can I just play the KCP sound?
Of course.
This is what he said. Can I just play it for you? This is what he said when he met the media in Orlando, when they asked him about why he made the decision he made.
It took a while to think about it, I would say, to make my decision on if I'm going to leave or not, but there was no sense of me waiting to see if they was going to come back with an offer or offer me anything. But my first priority is my family. I make sure we good, at any point, and just being able to be a part of this organization. They wanted me just as much as I wanted to be on this squad as well. So and that made it much easier to sign here too.
Okay, so the more that I listen to that and think about it, I think the Nuggets knew from a long way off that they weren't going to re-sign it.
Yeah,
like a long way off.
Especially in the end there when he said, I could tell they wanted me and I wanted to be here too. That was almost like a little dig at the fact that the Nuggets probably put out some feelers there that they weren't going to be able to keep him.
So I think the beat writer in me putting kind of the dots together So the Nuggets had this timeline where I think right after the season was over, they had the postseason press conference, and it was Calvin Booth, and it was Josh Kroenke, and I think Coach Malone, and the question was put to the executives: did they worry about the second apron, because the Nuggets obviously salary was way high, way high into the second apron, which really doesn't allow you to be able to put together a roster. The NBA doesn't want teams just indiscriminately, paying everybody and not caring about the luxury tax and all those things, which has happened in the past. So at the time, they said, yeah, we're not worried about that second apron. And I thought those were interesting responses at the time, because it's like, you should be worried about the second apron, because those are very, very big penalties to have to pay, to just be like, yeah, it's fine. But they were always worried about the second apron. See, that's where we finally got to that once a couple of instances after that. So on draft night, when Calvin says, basically, KCP is not coming back, basically said that, right? And then really talked up Christian Braun and all this kinds of stuff. And so coming off of that, there's nobody that listened to that clip that thought that KCP probably was returning, right? And then you have KCP basically saying they didn't offer me anything at all. And I also lump in the transaction with Reggie Jackson being traded to the Charlotte Hornets.
Yes.
They always had a plan to free up the money. And the plan was always to let KCP walk, and then to install Christian Braun as the 2 guard. And then to get themselves under the tax level, the luxury tax level, by trading away Reggie Jackson, thereby allowing them the opportunity to use a mid-level exception, which I believe is part of what they've used to sign Dario Saric.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting when you hear people say things and then watch what they do.
Yes.
And that's what's here with we're kind of working with the Nuggets.
And we've seen this before in like every professional sports league.
Yeah, right.
You can't trust,
they're not different.
Even
Yes,
college
exactly
football
right.
these days. How many college football coaches are out there saying, "I will be here. I will never leave my team. This is my home. This is my team." And the next week, their family's on a private jet to their new school. Like, we've seen that so many times. So
it's a fact.
It's a fact.
It's a fact. Yeah. So the Nuggets still have a backup point guard to figure out. And Russell Westbrook's obviously in everybody's mind, and two things about this really quickly. They could trade for him, and that's probably the easiest way to be able to assume that salary onto your books, and then you get the player. But if they don't love the trade proposals from the Clippers, there is a world in which the Clippers can't really move him anywhere else. There is a world in which the Clippers just buy him out, and then he is a free agent. And in that scenario, you could get priced out of the Russell Westbrook market if somebody wants to overpay him to come and be a backup on their team, or even he's not a starting point guard anymore, but he would be a backup somewhere. And so there is a little bit of risk being assumed here, by the Nuggets, in terms of maybe you don't love this trade package. Maybe to ensure that you get the player that you want, you might have to budge. We'll see. We'll see. Time will tell. Time will tell on that. All right. Joe Burrow has a suggestion as to, well, actually he has a wish is what he has. He wants to play flag football.
In the Olympics.
I think it's a great idea. We'll talk about that next.
It's going to be great for the game, especially with the Olympics coming up. Having that there, that would be exciting to play in. That would be a lot of fun. And
Okay. It's official. You want to be on Team USA?
I would love to, yeah.
Okay.
That's a goal of mine, absolutely.
Okay, Scoop.
I think the Olympics is such a international brand that when that starts to happen, that's going to really grow the game a lot.
Oh, totally.
I love the fact that he's leaning right into the Olympics as well. It's like it's a brand. It's an international brand. We hear so much, and that was Joe Burrow, by the way.
The Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I should just tell you who was talking. As we welcome you back to the program, Chris, Kim, and KJ with you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Incidentally, this Saturday is the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. Come out and enjoy the taste of some of America's finest whiskey and bourbon, featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets are available at whiskeyfestcolorado.com. And make sure to say hi to Mike Sanford between noon and 2. Coach loves him some whiskey. Actually, I don't know that to be true. I just said it. And
I hope he's not listening to this show. He's going to call and be like,
most certainly listening.
what is Tuesday? Just rag on Coach Sanford Day?
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, okay. Coin it.
That's what it is.
I like
That's
it.
what it is.
Joe Burrow on the Olympics, though. I will say after that, he went on later to say how embarrassing it would be if the United States did not win the flag football contest in the Olympics. And I think that's probably why he's saying he wants to go play on the flag football team, because it's true. How embarrassing would that be? Didn't we just talk about something like Japan beat the United States in
tackle football?
In tackle football.
Yeah.
How embarrassing is that? It's super embarrassing. So yeah, if flag football is coming to the Olympics 2028, it sounds like, and if the United States loses, that it's just really bad.
They should send pro football players.
Well, and I think that's what he's saying. He would go play. A lot of pro football players, of course, are going to be like, I don't want to go get hurt. You know, it's like a pro ball situation.
But
pro
you know
bowl,
what?
but
All they need is I don't even know how many are on the team. How many players are on a flag
for some
football
reason,
team?
12 sticks in my head, but I don't know why.
Okay, let's
Someone
just say
fact check me.
let's just say it's let's just say it's 12. You can find 12 players in the NFL that'll do it,
They
because I bet
should.
you could.
And flag football, come on.
100% you could. 100% you could.
Yo, you totally could. You're right. And I like what he said. It's a brand. You're representing your country. Like, it's still, the Olympics is still a big deal. As I say that. Okay, so when I was working at the University of Arizona, I had this question on my Instagram story.
10 players, by the way.
10?
Yep.
I was close. Thanks, KJ. 10 players on the flag football team in the Olympics. So back when I was at the University of Arizona, I asked a question on my Instagram story. Is figure skating a sport?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And all these players said no on my poll. And so I ambushed them on their way to practice one day. And I was like, tell me right now on my phone, on camera, you're on camera. Tell me why you don't think that figure skating is a sport.
Right.
And the quarterback at the time, Jaden DeLora, was like, because it's just like a hobby. It's, you know, and I was like, what do you mean it's a sport in the Olympics? And he was like, yeah, but that's the Olympics. Those aren't real sports. Like, they have the thing in the water where, you know, you get a ball and you like shoot the basket in the water. Like, that's not a sport. I was like, are you serious? Your argument for this is that
Anybody
the
can skate.
Olympics are not sports?
Anybody can skate.
Okay,
I can go.
people on the text line, listeners.
I can go to a rink right now and skate.
Oh my god!
So easy to skate.
Do you know what you just did, Dempsey?
What?
You just challenged yourself to a skate off with me. And you know what? I'm going to include Raj
No,
and Josh
you are-
Christmas, who are hockey players, and they're going to come too. And you're going to get absolutely demolished out on the ice. You won't even be able to last 10 minutes because guess what? It's also cold. And I don't think you can handle the cold.
I can't handle the cold. That is a thing that is true.
So anyway, apparently not all sports in the Olympics are actually sports.
Well, they're not.
According to college football players. Are you joking?
They're not.
Yes, they are.
Breakdancing. That's in the actively going to be in this Olympics.
And what does a breakdancer do with their life? Dedicate it to honing their craft to being a better breakdancer, which is exactly what the definition of an athlete is who plays a sport. Dedicating their life to getting better at their craft.
I love this line of questioning. Let me ask you this. Is being a gamer, are gamers athletes?
No, because there's no physical to it. There has to be some physical.
Well, they sit and hone
practice.
they hone their
You have to use
skills.
your body in some way.
Yeah, it's hand-eye coordination. What's more athletic than that?
I'd say that's more of like a mind training. I'm not saying that I respect people who are good at video
Problem
games because I think
solving.
you have to be smart.
Yep.
But it's the physical, dedicating your life to a physical activity It's both physical, mental, emotional. That's what an athlete is. Do not even try to argue with me on this one. There's no way. There's no way that people can really say that any sport in the Olympics is not a sport.
Yeah, dancing.
Breakdancing. Do you know how athletic you have to be to breakdance?
I used to.
Well,
used to
there
myself.
we go. You're in shape, Dempsey.
Yeah.
You're an athletic guy.
Right.
Fitness is important to you.
Right.
Being healthy physically.
Exactly right.
That I would say a video gamer would not say the same.
I am also a gamer.
Both Anna and I just scoffed. Okay. So that's a hobby for you then, because that was like the third thing on your list.
I'm really good.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah.
Are you good at which one? COD?
FIFA.
Madden? I actually used to be sick at Madden. I'd play my little brothers and I would beat them.
Yeah, I'm not as good as Madden anymore.
I was pretty good. I was also really good at James Bond. Played that in high school. Some of my friends.
I'm good at Rocket League.
What's Rocket League?
Soccer with cars.
What? Yeah, Kate, what is that?
That's basically what it is.
What the heck is that? This is getting ridiculous.
Will you? Okay, so you're an Olympics fan then?
Yeah, I have high respect for the Olympics and those that go to the Olympics. Every sport in the Olympics. I'm sure it came from my figure skating background though, because I just know how hard you have to work to make the Olympic team.
Yeah.
I mean, in
I'm with you.
U.S. figure skating,
I love the
there's
Olympics.
3 people that
I'll
make
watch
the women's
all of that
team.
stuff.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, these women who are figure skaters who go to the women, men, the pairs team, the dance, those are the 4 categories within figure skating for the U.S. Olympics. They don't go to school and they don't have jobs. They literally go to the rink all day, every day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they are homeschooled, whether it's by their parents, maybe their skating coaches help a little bit, but that is what they do as a child growing up to try to make the Olympic team. Like, you do not have a quote unquote normal conventional childhood.
You don't like the Summer Olympics, do you?
Oh, it's
You're
not
a
that I
figure
don't
skater.
like them.
You hate
I
it.
just when I think
You
about
hate
the
it.
Olympics, I just think
Oh,
about
wow,
the
you hate
Winter
it.
Olympics. I don't hate it. I love gymnastics. I do think it's fun watching the basketball team,
Mhm.
but it's a little different because they're like also professional, so they get to play in their normal league, like the NBA, all year round.
Yeah.
And that's different for a figure skater. Like when you're trying to compete at
But those
the
are
highest
that's
level,
basically the only sport that
it's
does
making
that, though.
the Olympics.
Except for tennis. Tennis will do it to it.
Yeah,
Tennis.
well, hockey. But that's
Yeah.
winter. I guess
Yeah.
if we're just talking summer.
Yeah.
I don't
Track.
know. Just for a
Track and
lot of
field?
other,
Are you a track and field person?
I have high respect for it
No.
because
So the
I like
answer is no?
sprinting. Sprinting is really hard. Running is hard. It's not like it's not like my top choice to watch, but there
You're
are
going to watch
athletes-
0 hours of the Summer Olympics.
Are you kidding me?
I
I'm
think
already
what we're
watching
getting to right now is you're watching none of the Summer
Yes,
Olympics.
I am. I'm already watching gymnastics, like qualifying for it. College gymnastics, they're amazing. If I was shorter, I would have been a gymnast. I'm too tall to be a gymnast. I was also too tall to be an ice skater, though, and I did that. So
I'm into all of this stuff. You know, I know a lot of people look, it still is obviously so widely watched everywhere, right? But over the years, the viewership of the Olympic Games has decreased. And you know, there's a lot of people who will say, I don't want to watch. I'm just not into it
well, and
anymore.
in the summer, that's the thing. People are on vacation. They have plans. It's just I feel like in the winter, people are hibernating. They're inside. They have the TV on more. So that's why I think
You're just a captive audience for the Winter Olympics.
Yeah. I'm an ice skater. What do you expect from me? Come on. It's
You
in
know
my
what, Kim?
blood.
You know what, Kim? I like both.
That's
I
great.
like both.
So do I. I never said I didn't like it. Anna, you're in here. Dempsey's putting words in my mouth. You're trying to get me to say stuff that I don't believe. I like the Olympics. I have high respect for the Olympics.
Okay.
I will watch Joe Burrow play flag football in the Olympics in 2028.
I really actually think that they
I
should
hope Russell
allow
Wilson
them
is
to
on
do
the
it.
other team.
You had to go there. You had to go there.
Part of my
Ru-
brand.
Russell Wilson might be in a rocking chair at that point in time.
You don't even think he'd be good enough to play on the flag football
No.
team in 2028?
Well, if you like interceptions.
Dang.
Sorry, Russ.
Hey, he can scramble. We know that.
No, but look, it's although I guess it would coincide with NFL training camps. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, you're not going to let your players leave training camp to play in the Olympics, I don't think.
Well,
even though it's flag football, which is not tackle football. I mean, could you get hurt playing flag football? I guess you could pull a hammy or something, but
That's an interesting point. Do you think teams would not let their players miss training camp to go play for the Olympics to represent their country?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I think it is a good question. I think it depends on the player. So if it's like a Joe Burrow who has been established in a system with a team for however many years,
he
could
the Bengals.
he could afford. In other words, he could afford to miss 2 weeks of practice to go play and then walk right back in and be fine. Versus a Bo Nix who, if he just got to town. And then, the Olympic team is like, we want Bo Nix to be our quarterback. And then Sean Payton's like, nah, what he really needs to do is learn the offense here in Denver. Then those type of players would probably not, be allowed to go by their teams. So I think there's a universe in which, you could cobble together a pretty good team. I mean, 10 individuals across league wide that maybe aren't necessarily super tied to training camp. They don't necessarily need it. They can go out, represent the country, come back, and then still hit the ground running in a regular football season. I think that'd be awesome.
You know who would be first to volunteer for this? What quarterback in the league right now, other than Joe Burrow, would be first to go volunteer to be the quarterback of the flag football team of the United States of America?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. All right. So now you opened up this. Part 2 is, let's just say Aaron Rodgers is just newly retired, but he can still sling it.
Oh, yeah. Could he go play? Sure.
Yes.
Why not?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm kind of intrigued by this whole flag football situation now.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. I think the U.S. could put together, if they really wanted to do it, and I know there's guys out here who do it like kind of in their own little in leagues, and they're really, really good at it too. But sorry, guys.
You know who else?
If Aaron Rodgers says he wants to go, he's going.
He's going. You know who else is going now that I think about it? Retired quarterbacks?
Yeah.
Tom Brady.
Oh,
you know that the United States is going to want Tom Brady on their team.
He'd rock.
Because,
yeah.
Just throwing bombs? Absolutely.
He'd
Flag
rock.
football, he's not getting tackled. He's in. You know we're going to see Tom Brady on the U.S. flag football team in 2028.
Already looking for already skipping past 2024 to get to 2020. This is what we're doing today.
Well, the Broncos aren't going to do much for the next 4 years, so we might as well get there.
The Rockies lost the game last night. That's not breaking news. However, I have a take on the Rockies that I want to run by Kim and see what she thinks about that. We will do that next. It's a 2K Tuesday on Dempsey and Company. That's right. Well, sing it then, Kim. Go ahead.
Come and go. Do you guys want to know a really sad story quick about NSYNC?
Yeah.
So when I was in second grade, all of my friends were going to the NSYNC concert. I lived in Boise, Idaho at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And my mom was like, yeah, I'll take you also. And so I'm like 9, maybe 8. So we go to the concert, have a blast. It's my first concert ever. I loved NSYNC. I won the CD at like the book fair, so that made me be a fan. The next day I go to school, we were at recess, and all the little girls who were kind of mean to me because people bullied me when I was a little ginger girl in second grade. And they were like, wasn't it so cool? Like when they flew around. And I was like, they didn't fly around. And they were like, yes, they did. And they got so mad at me. And they're like, were you even there? Are you lying about going to the concert? And I went home like crying to my mom. And I was like, Mom, everyone said they flew around. They didn't do that. And my mom was like, okay, confession. We went home at intermission. I told you it was over. I was so sad. I never lived it down. Yeah. I like had to stand up for myself to all the mean girls at recess, and my mom freaking took me home halfway through.
Right to jail, right away.
Literally. I never let her live it down. It was humiliating.
What a story.
I know. So anyway.
NSYNC's a fun group. all those bands, those boy bands, they were fun.
Yeah.
I'll give it to them. They were fun.
Yeah, they had a good time.
I don't actually have any of their albums, but I do enjoy the songs when they come on. That's all I have to say. Look, I'm scrolling through Instagram actually as we are talking, and $100 million for Stephen A. Smith. $100 million.
There's quite a discrepancy between some of these broadcasters.
This is from Front Office Sports. The stars are aligning for Stephen A. Smith to possibly become ESPN's first $100 million talent with a new deal that could come in between $20 to $25 million per year over the next 5 years. What?
That's crazy.
What?
I will say some advice that was given to me when I was first starting out in this business that I always think about is you don't make it until you do. And I feel like this might be one of those moments.
It's funny because you kind of love him or hate him. He kind of lives at the intersection of entertainment and sports. He's kind of a ridiculous person, just to be honest with you. I had a chance to meet him very well many years ago. At the time, he was still a newspaper reporter. He was a columnist for the Philadelphia Inquirer, and the All-Star game that year was in Denver. And so I was just kind of at all the events, right? Covering the All-Star game, all the stuff. And he was a little bit on the rise from a writing standpoint. I knew who he was, and he was kind of popular from that standpoint. Wasn't a great run-in with him. Wasn't a great run. Like, it wasn't like, I was kind of like, hey, Steven, I'm Chris Dempsey. And I'm trying to think, was I in Boulder? I might have still been in Boulder at the time. And nope, I was at the Denver Post. Okay. And he just was
Did
like,
he just act too cool for school?
Yeah,
like he
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
have time for you?
Yeah.
I am having a very bad day.
Right.
A small person in his whole world of big people at that point.
Exactly.
That makes me sad. So is his personality similar off camera than it is on camera, we'd say?
It's kind of a jerk off camera, but
So
but
it's
a lot of people
consistent.
but a lot of people like him off camera. But I didn't have the best run in with him. But what he ended up really getting sorted out in a real way was moving away from kind of hardcore news, sports reporting, and then just being a personality and yelling and screaming and all the stuff that he does. And it worked. It worked. He just flipped it and said this, you know what, this is entertainment, and this is more about entertaining than about sports. And now it's going, all these many years later, it's netting him a contract that could be $100 million. That's
crazy.
Wild. That's wild. No newspaper reporter, no person who started out in newspapers would ever in a million years think that they could make that much money ever.
No.
It's crazy. It's crazy. All right. The Colorado Rockies. Let's just skip over the fact that they lost to, actually, let's not. Well, let's skip over the fact that they lost to
That's fine.
the Reds.
They play again
yesterday.
today, so,
They do play again today.
Yeah.
I believe it's 5 p.m. for
day.
that game, right? Congratulations to Ryan McMahon.
Yeah.
Right.
All-Star game. Heading to Arlington.
Mm-hmm. Here's what I think about the Rockies, and this could be just really ridiculous. I'm unprepared for that. It's fine.
Cool.
So they are sitting at 32-59 right now, which is
about a 33%.
Yeah, about the fourth worst record in Major League Baseball.
Well, it's not the worst, you guys. Could be worse.
Well, you could be the White Sox at 26-67. That's much worse. Or even Miami at 32-58. There's some really bad records in the league, but and look, we've talked a lot about there. I mean, the pitching has been really by far the issue. I mean, there's some issues at the plate as well. I mean, Nolan Jones wants to have a better season. I think he will ultimately. I just think it's just not. Hopefully, he can get some momentum here down the stretch of the season. Yeah, exactly right. But I do think that the Rockies are in a pretty decent place in the field. With a lot of the young players, a lot of the young talent kind of coming in, up and coming, your Ezekiel Tovars of the world, your Brenton Doyles of the world. I think they're in a decent place there. Obviously, pitching is huge.
The issue.
Yep. We still haven't seen Marquez yet, and Senzatella. So can they come in and do some things? Can the Rockies kind of figure that out, maybe even in the offseason a little bit to improve there? Because if they do, Kim, I think that they have had stretches this season where they have shown maybe they might not be so bad after all, or maybe they might have a bright future after all, or a brighter future than what's happening right now. I don't want to go too far overboard, but I think that there is a universe where they can be in the conversation at some point next season in the wild card. And I know there's right now what we're having in the wild card, we're starting to get some teams to start to separate themselves out. St. Louis is playing really, really well right now. Atlanta's always playing really well. The Padres and the Diamondbacks are, actually the Padres up above 500, the Diamondbacks under 500, but just 2.5 games out. They're 45 and 46. Can the Rockies be 45 and 46 next July 9th? Is there a universe that can be the case? Because if there is, then maybe they can play some interesting games, maybe not totally meaningful baseball, but interesting games down the stretch next season.
I mean, Dempsey, we were just talking about this when it comes to the Rockies. If they can figure out how to hang on to a lead, they could do it. There's been many, many games this season that they have had the lead in up until the 8th or 9th inning, and then they let it slip away. So that, to me, maybe it's the athlete brain in me, but it's a mentality thing also. I mean, of course, there's some X's and O's and logistics that you have to figure out in the bullpen, right? And their pitching situation needs to improve, but it's a mentality situation also. So if Bud Black can figure out a way to really kind of get into their heads and be like, okay, this is how we hang on to a lead. Don't let it slip away, because there's teams that come in to play the Rockies, even at Coors Field, which hurts my soul. And they don't give up until the 9th inning. They got another chance. They're out there and they're like, here, we're putting 8 runs on the Rockies and we're going to win this game. And then when the Rockies go out there at the bottom of the 9th, they need to figure out a way to not let that lead seal the deal. So I just think it's a mentality thing as well. And I'm no professional baseball expert, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you what I think needs to be said to them, because I have no idea. But in those situations, there's been enough of them for the Rockies that something does need to be kind of transpired here, put together to be drilled into them mentally. And then, like you said, if they figure out a way to improve their pitching and their batting a little bit over the next year, I think there's definitely a way that they can win an extra 18 games or so here by this point next year.
Yeah, Ron, in a make-believe universe.
I just really don't think so, Ron.
Baseball is interesting, man. It's interesting, especially with the wild card. And I don't know. I think that this season. Look, it's going to go down as a very, very bad record. There's no doubt about that.
But we expected that.
Yeah,
we talked
did.
to Patrick Saunders before the season, and he was like, "You might as well just not even watch this one." So, I mean, people knew that, right? It's not like we had set these crazy expectations for ourselves for this season,
right?
And I don't think these are crazy expectations for next season.
Yeah, and I think there was there's an element of this season that was kind of a bridge to next, right? So it was, all right, we know this team is not going to be good. I mean, I think the conversation is very similar with the Broncos, to be honest with you. It's where it's We know this is not going to be a great season, but we kind of enjoy the new young talent that's, kind of up and coming, and can they start to make strides so that then the following season you're starting to become ready to contend for something, whether that's, if you're the Broncos, whether that's being maybe pushing for a playoff spot, maybe I might be a little bit ahead of myself even for that. But for the Rockies, it would be a wild card, right? I mean, you're not going to win a division with the Dodgers out there just, paying all the players all the things. But you don't have to win a division to get to the playoffs, so who cares? You just got to get in the tournament. And, so I don't know. There's heavy lifting, it feels like, to be done with the pitching staff. And I don't know that is a thing that can be overhauled over the course of one off season. You actually absolutely need some players to pitch more consistently. I mean, that just is all there is to it. Can you get that from some of your guys, and then can you supplement that with some other guys? I think, to your point of the bullpen, I would love to see. The Rockies didn't do much of anything this past offseason. I would really love for them to address the bullpen in kind of a real way, if they can, in this offseason, and really say to the fan base that what we started to lay a little bit of a foundation this year, even though the record was bad. You have some really good victories. We just talked about them almost sweeping the Royals over the weekend, and you get your first win in LA against the Dodgers in however many years. You were able to you sweep the Rangers, who won the World Series. Like, they have had some really good moments this season, just not quite nearly enough of them. Like 32 and 59, you're not doing this on any kind of a consistent level. But I think there can be some flashes of stuff that shows you that can lead you in the direction of, okay, if we can shore up this one area and this one area, all of a sudden we become a lot more competitive baseball team. And I obviously, for the Rockies, to me, that begins right with the bullpen, and then it obviously extends into the starting staff as well. But if you can get that sorted out in even just a competent way, it says you got to go out and get Cy Young pitchers, but can you do this in a competent way? Because if you can, then maybe your lineup is going to be good enough to lead you to at least being on this page, on this wildcard page, in a much more significant way next season. I don't know.
So, and there's a lot of people on the text line, and we've heard this and we've talked about this, and I think the main point is that the ownership group just won't go spend the money. And what the Rockies have and what Colorado has, especially when it comes to media rights, it's just hard for them to compete with, markets like New York, markets like LA, just other baseball, bigger markets. And is that something that can be overturned? I mean, is it all just up to? Yeah, I just think that sometimes they are also just spending the money in the wrong place, right? The Chris Bryant contract is very terrible, right?
But I think baseball has a lot of these instances where these teams that are not big market teams went. I don't know. Are the Texas Rangers a big market team? I don't know. Yeah. They actively won the World Series. Mm-hmm. And so I think that this sport, if you are just making smart decisions with your roster, you can at least put yourself in position to make some noise. Mm-hmm. And does that mean you're going to be able to compete with the Yankees and the Dodgers and whoever else is spending all the money all the time? Yeah, maybe not. But those teams don't win all the time either. Right. I mean, the Yankees are trying to put that together in a way, and they're having a nice season. But okay, the Seattle Mariners are leading the West. Is that a big market team? No. I don't think so. Yeah. The Milwaukee Brewers are leading the Central with 53-38 record. I just think that baseball has these instances. I mean, the Kansas City Royals are just in town. They're 49-43. And so it's doable. I think it's doable. I really do. Okay. But you gotta be willing to make the right decisions. Yep. They were not willing to do that. I think they are more willing to do that now, which is why we're seeing some of the young players on the field that we're seeing. But they have a long way to go. But I know it could be a make-believe universe, but hey, I think it's a universe. I tend to look at some of these things, and I just want to. If you show me glimpses of what you can be, then all you have to be able to do from that point is be consistent with those successes. Those small successes just become large successes. And I think what we've not seen with the Rockies in the past is any of the small successes. They just get trucked by everybody all the time, and everything. It's like just a burning building at all times, right? It's just that's what it is. But I even though the record is this bad, I don't think it's been a burning building at all times this year. And I think they have some things that they can build on. And I think when you start to hear the conversation about players being traded or not being traded, you're starting to hear a lot more this season of like, I don't know if this guy's actually on the market, or this guy is definitely not on the market. And if that's the conversation that you're getting, then I think internally they think that they might not be that bad next year.
Yeah.
And so you're going to hold on to some of the talent to see if you can marry that with better pitching, and then can you be an actual competent baseball team next year? That's how I take it, because I think some of these teams internally look at themselves. You know what a team thinks of itself, especially in baseball, when they start just trading all the players. But if that's not what you're doing, maybe you think more of yourself. Maybe we should pay attention a little bit more to what you are doing. We'll see. Maybe they just fall apart, and this take will be very terrible next year. But
You'd sure hope that's not the case.
I hope it's not the case.
Yeah.
Hope it's not the case. Anyways, all right. Rockies and Reds tonight, 5 p.m. Let's take a break and come back with KJ's NFL notes.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, Tuesday morning. Every show about this time, we get KJ's NFL Notes, and today is no different. KJ, what's story number one?
All right, it is time for another edition of Dempsey and Company's Broncos 2024 Training Camp Preview, and we have a unique twist on this one. Obviously, as we all know, the Broncos are dealing with a lingering issue, and it's called the Courtland Sutton contract saga that continues to hang over this franchise. Well, according to CBS Sports, that doesn't have to be an issue much longer. They have a trade proposal that could get Courtland out of Denver, potentially.
Hooray!
Now, obviously, this is a part of the Brandon Ayuk situation. So, obviously, this is where things could get interesting. So, in order to get Brandon Ayuk out of San Francisco, they have several options. Proposal number one, the Commanders get wide receiver, Brandon Ayuk, of course. And then the 49ers will get a 2025 first-round pick back for him. Proposal number two, they get Ayuk, the Commanders, and then the 49ers will get Dyami Brown, a 2025 second-round pick and a 2025 fourth-round pick. And then here's where things get interesting. Proposal number three, the Broncos would get wide receiver Jamison Crowder from Washington, a 2025 third-round pick. The Commanders would get Brandon Ayuk, and the 49ers would get Courtland Sutton and a 2025 second-round pick via Washington. So Denver doesn't even have to give up a pick. They are literally just sending Courtland Sutton. Simple question. If you're the Broncos, do you take it or leave it?
Let's see. I'm just going to quickly look up Jamison Crowder's stats. Okay, so he was kind of a bit player last year. Okay.
2025 third round. I mean, that's just next year.
Yeah, you know what I think? I've been on board with parting ways with Courtland Sutton just because I think you have young receivers that you need to get up to speed, and you need to just see if they could even play, if they are right for your system, if they jive with Bo Nix, all the things. And I think that Courtland just takes away from that. See, I think Courtland Sutton's presence on the team this year is a safety blanket, a safety net. You know, they know that they're putting a lot of young players, especially offensively, on the field. And so you still want to be able to give yourself the best chance to move the ball down the field, to be effective in the red zone, and win some games that maybe might not win if Courtland Sutton wasn't on the team. I promise I get that. I just think it doesn't matter. I think it's, if you care more about the development of the other receivers, the young receivers, then you have to let them go, and you have to let them go knowing that that's probably going to cost you a game or two. I guess what I'm saying is, why are we trying to do both?
Right.
The difference between 4 and 13 and 5 and 12, who cares? You know, that's not what, you know, and so, yeah, I mean, I'd do this. I mean, Jamison Crowder isn't anything to, shake a stick at, but like,
neither
it doesn't
is
matter.
Courtland Sutton right now. And to me, I would do this. I would think I would do this if I was the Broncos, because it's the 2025 third round pick that is another option to, like this little blurb says, kind of build around Bo Nix, right? So below it says, while Sean Payton may not prefer to part with his club's most accomplished wideout, he could also use more resources for the long-term build around rookie quarterback Bo Nix. I agree with that. Also, Courtland Sutton has been here for several years, and yes, He played well last year. I feel like some of the hype was from Russell Wilson because Russell Wilson would post videos and photos and, little encouragement for Courtland Sutton. Look at what he did. How come Courtland Sutton wasn't chosen for the Pro Bowl? That kind of stuff. So I think in our heads a little bit, we think Courtland Sutton is one of the best players on the Broncos or the best, receiver on the Broncos. We can't let him go, but it might just be more of a facade thing. And when you're looking at what the Broncos are doing right now with Bo Nix, building around him, trying to rebuild the roster, this does kind of make sense because I just don't think you're giving up a ton in Courtland Sutton that you can get out of Jamison Crowder. He's still a new receiver for Bo Nix this year, which is essentially what Courtland Sutton would be for Bo Nix also.
See, and I think he would change the hierarchy of the wide receivers on your team. So, like, Jamison Crowder wouldn't walk in here as the number one. You know what I'm saying? And so he could be depth, and that's great. And you could feature Marvin Mims more. You could feature Troy Franklin more.
Which they probably will anyway. Troy Franklin.
I hope.
With Bo Nix, I think so.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, we'll see. But yeah, no, I look, and you get a draft pick out of this too? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I would do this in a heartbeat. There's no doubt. I just don't know why they didn't trade him to when the Rams were making overtures, and then the Steelers obviously wanted him as well to pair him back with Russell Wilson. That makes sense for the Steelers.
Could have made a better deal.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Yeah, exactly right. So I don't know. I hope they do it. I know this is a fictional thing, but like I think there's probably deals to be made because I think Courtland Sutton has a good name across the league. He just does. And if the Broncos were in a different space, if their life cycle is in a different space, if they were a playoff team already, then I'd be all for keeping Courtland Sutton. Like, let's keep him on the roster because he can help you now get from one level to the next. It's just not where they are, and he just, to me, doesn't fit the timeline. KJ, what's next?
I didn't expect Joe Burrow to become a huge topic on this show today, but he is and will continue to be as he provides a lot of hot takes. Joe Burrow has a unique idea as to how an 18-game schedule could look for the NFL.
You think the perfect football schedule is in terms of weeks and bye weeks?
How many games are we playing?
You tell me.
18.
18, gotta have 2 bye weeks.
I like
and I
that.
think it'd be cool to do a normal bye week schedule that it is now. Like, have it spread out. But then, like, week 13, do, like, the Pro Bowl break, where you're doing, like, the 7-on-7 and all the skills challenges like the NBA does, because I think that would get more ratings for the Pro Bowl.
Yes.
And then it would also give everybody that bye week going into like the last 6 games of the year.
And then you get the President's Day Monday after the Super Bowl off.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
When would that Super Bowl then fall? Because that would be a challenge, but that would be perfect.
Perfect.
All right, let's play this little game, all right? Let's say we implemented that into the 2024 regular season. Week 13 falls on the same week as Thanksgiving. So I understand this idea about the Pro Bowl, but would it actually be in the NFL's best interest to put a game that no one cares about in their most lucrative window of the season?
No.
No, because, Thanksgiving is all about football.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, it's so. Here's what I love players, by the way, especially young players that are thinking about the sport as a whole, how it can be improved. Like it just goes, they're thinking beyond themselves. That's awesome. I love Joe Burrow. I love where he's going with this, and so I think that it could be a thing that we just have to alter the calendar just a little bit. So. Maybe that's week 14 instead of week 13. I don't know. Maybe you push the season back a week and then week 13 doesn't fall on Thanksgiving and you could do a thing like that. I don't know if I don't know if the league would ever do a Pro Bowl in the middle of a season though. I think that's a very interesting concept and I see what he is saying. And I guess it wouldn't really matter anyway because the players aren't playing an actual football game anymore. They're doing all those competitions. So it's not like anybody's getting hurt. But I just don't think that in the middle of a season with everybody kind of banged up anyway, I don't know that would be widely accepted. But I just love how he's thinking outside of the box here a little bit. I really do. And I think that a league could get that figured out. And look, Roger Goodell wants it to be 18 games too. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, of course he does.
So, and
I want it to be 18 games.
I mean, how many games is too many games?
The limit does not exist. I think 18 games would be fun. I understand why most players don't want to because of, it's another week of that physicality on your body and it's tough and I understand that. But I guess with Joe Burrow's point, I mean, week 13, so you're saying that game would be on Thanksgiving?
Yeah, but I would just push the week back.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why don't they just, yeah, exactly.
So,
I feel there's ways around it just to avoid that situation that it's like a moot point game on Thanksgiving. But that's okay. Just change that around.
Yeah, yes, right. You can work with the calendar.
Yeah.
You can work with the calendar. And so that's why it's interesting. Pro Bowl in the middle of the season, not as much. But look, Goodell wants 18, and then what he said is he'll take one of the preseason games off, so 2 preseason games and 18 regular season games.
Which is way better.
What about President's Day? Would you guys prefer that the Super Bowl to be right before President's Day and then it becomes a national holiday for everybody to be off?
Sure, why not? The Super Bowl, yeah, I feel like the Super Bowl's changed around the last couple years anyways, that it doesn't really matter. Like, it's in February. I don't know what weekend it's ever going to be, first or second.
Well, plus, like, how productive is anybody really after Super Bowl Sunday?
Well, yeah, they're not, but that's the thing. I think everybody just knows and anticipates that Monday is kind of useless, regardless of where you are. So whatever.
Play it before holiday.
Yeah, exactly.
So everybody gets the day off anyway.
Yeah.
That to me actually makes a whole lot of sense.
It does.
And
it does.
That's just not an NFL thing. That's just a society.
Exactly. And those that don't care about the NFL or don't care about the Super Bowl, cool. You still get a weekend off. Like, it doesn't matter to them. They go on vacation, go do whatever you want to do. So yeah, I think that you can work with the calendar on that situation. But I understand why players may not want an 18-week schedule.
Yeah, because it's, okay, fine.
The starters like the preseason a little bit because it's one more week to, get ready.
Yeah. Here's what yeah. 2 things. If you're going to go to an 18-game schedule, expand the rosters. Just by 10, 53 to 63. Give these teams more players to be able to work with so that the other guys aren't just being
That's a win-win
run
situation.
right into the ground.
You know they have the money.
Yeah. Why wouldn't we expand the rosters?
And then that gives 10 more guys chances to be on the roster.
Right. And across the league, what are there? 30? How many teams?
32 teams.
32?
Yeah.
So 320 more players
Yeah.
in the league?
And it's not like they're going to get paid that much because they're all going to be, fourth stringers. So yeah, why not?
Yeah, I think there's ways to do it if you want to do it.
We just figured it out, KJ.
I just think that
I was about to say I need to send this audio to the NFL.
Roger Goodell's out of a job. I'm coming for him.
You're ready to make what does Goodell make, like $10 million a year or something like that?
Yeah, it's insane. Just to sit in his Barca lounger and
yeah, more like $80 million a year.
Get hated on? Yeah.
And for a league that just prints money, right?
Oh, prints it.
Yeah, he doesn't have to really do anything
Come on.
anymore. The NFL is just it makes money by itself. This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. KJ, what's next?
You know what? Speaking of the Super Bowl, there is a rumor that is swirling. It is starting to become a little legit here that Miley Cyrus is rumored to headline the Super Bowl coming up in 2025.
Cool.
What's interesting about this is this Super Bowl is in New Orleans. So my question to you guys is, would you rather have hometown hero and legend Lil Wayne or Miley Cyrus to headline the Super Bowl?
Honestly, I'm a Miley Cyrus fan, and I'm also like to sing along, especially when I'm having a good time, like I would be at the halftime party at the Super Bowl. So give me Miley Cyrus.
You don't know any Lil Wayne songs?
It's just not as much of a sing along. Okay.
Well, if you know the songs.
I like Lil Wayne. I'm just saying that's my choice.
Okay.
I like Miley Cyrus. Do you guys want to know a story about Miley Cyrus?
Yes.
It's story time with Kim. Go ahead.
Let's do it.
Okay, so when I was younger, I was a child actor. I was in many commercials and educational videos. Yes,
We
my
just
first
now
line,
learning about
yes,
this after
you are.
all these many
I had
months?
an agent, Maximum Talent Agency. I have my headshot. Yeah, I still have it on my phone. I'll show you
We're
during
gonna
commercial
find
break.
all of this.
Yeah, I was a child actor, and I auditioned for Hannah Montana, and I have the script still.
Did you
yes,
really?
I went to the audition, did the audition. Her name was not Miley at the time, the main character. It was I don't remember what it was, but they only named her Miley when they hired Miley Cyrus. But I could have been the next Hannah Montana, therefore could have been the next Miley Cyrus, and therefore could be performing at the halftime show of the Super Bowl. But I didn't get the part. And I was pretty sad.
And now you're here.
And now I'm here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too.
Slumming with me and KJ.
Me too. But every time I see her, I'm like, that could have been me. So.
What a story.
Yeah, it's a pretty good story. I sang Only Hope by Mandy Moore. I had to go into the audition room, and it was just me and a camera. There was no music, so I was singing a cappella. And in my head, I was like 12. And I like sang the first line, and then in my head, I'm counting like... And then I sang the next line, and they kept like going to like stop the video camera because I think they thought I forgot the song. But really, in my head, I was just like playing the music in my head.
Yeah.
And it was a poor choice of a song to sing a cappella.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know. Now you know.
Now you know.
It's too late.
It's always my fan. It's always my
if
fun
only
fact.
you knew Billy Ray Cyrus.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, talk about nepotism. It's the only reason I didn't get this role.
I love that story. Look, my answer, I like them both. My answer to that question would have actually been Lil Wayne, but he's not good anymore. I'm sorry.
Oh, whoa.
That's just what it is.
Hot takes all day.
Dempsey, you
Yeah.
just dropping
Dang.
hot takes all over the place.
Yeah, that's what it is. He has dropped new music. He used to be a very clever rapper, and he is not anymore. And there are reasons why that I will not get into on this program, but he's not good. So no. So I would just go with Miley Cyrus. Although I guess if you just said, hey, don't perform anything that you made in the last, that's just 3 or 4 years. Just go back and play your hits from the past.
Miley Cyrus?
Then I'm taking Lil Wayne 100% of the time.
Oh, got it. Okay.
But I don't even know how well he could perform those things. I know he performed with Colorado as they came out of the tunnel.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
People are
And
pretty
then he
excited
had the
about that.
concert up there for the spring game.
Yeah, so he's still doing it. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he's just not good.
If he's good
anymore.
enough for Coach Prime, he's good enough for everybody.
And Coach Prime's living in the past.
Oh, there's a whole other tangent we could go on right
Yeah,
now.
that's right. That's right. There's a lot of new talent out there that you should get. He should ask his players. If he asked his players, who should I get up here for the next concert for our team? That answer would be a very different answer than Lil Wayne.
Yeah, that's true.
Old school, not old fools.
Right. I'm Brian from Brian on the text line. New Orleans Jazz is so sad. I like jazz.
Actually, yeah.
That would be
like
amazing.
a live band, like a live jazz band.
Oh, like a brass band.
That would
we
be
got
so awesome.
like Nelly's band.
Oh my gosh, Nelly.
Yeah.
Let's get your band to play.
Right.
At halftime, the Super Bowl.
Right.
Live jazz bands are literally so much fun.
Yeah, they are. I completely agree.
Yeah.
All right.
Nelly, the question is, Nelly, if you're still listening, would you play at the Super Bowl if you did not get paid for it?
He wasn't listening, but ask him one more time.
Ask him one
He's
more
listening
time.
now.
You listening now? Yeah, he's listening now.
All right, Nelly, if your band was allowed to play at the Super Bowl, but you weren't getting paid for it, would you guys still do it?
He says yes. Thumbs up.
All right,
thumbs up.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, no doubt.
Booked.
No doubt.
Call
That's a good
Roger.
story.
We got plans.
We got plans. We have solved everything in the NFL today.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. All right, let's take the last break of the program. Come back. You watching Wimbledon?
Yes, I was watching it last night and this morning, and I have something to say about it.
Oh, we can't wait to hear that. We'll get it next. All right, 2K Tuesday here on Dempsey and Company. Chris, Kim, and KJ with you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 final segment before we give Wade a PhD on these airwaves. Talking about all the things today, Preservation Hall Jazz Band is a great suggestion. I have been there in the house for one of their performances in New Orleans. It is, if you like jazz at all, and you're in New Orleans, you need to go to New Orleans. If you like jazz at all, just please go to New Orleans. But get a reservation and go see the Preservation Hall Jazz Band. It's one of the best experiences, like just jazz experiences I've had. It's so good. It's so good. But the place isn't really huge, so like they sell out all the time.
Yeah.
So yeah, make it a reservation. Do it.
Okay.
You will not regret it. Okay.
Noted.
Novak Djokovic was acting like a baby. Yeah, right. Exactly right.
Oh.
Well, he was. I mean, I don't even. I think we have the audio somewhere. But anyways, yeah. Can we just play this? This is. Yeah. Let's play what he. This is his part of his post-match interview yesterday.
And to all those people that have chosen to disrespect the player, in this case me, have a good night. Good night, good night. Very good night. Yeah.
Booze. He had some booze.
Yeah. So I'm busily trying to look up his opponent yesterday. Was a guy. Yeah, that's right. Rune. Yeah, exactly right. Holger Rune. And so you had a point in the match where the crowd was basically chanting Rune. It was a good moment for him in the match. And so Novak Djokovic takes exception to that and basically says, "Oh, you guys were booing me. I know what you're out there doing. You're not just saying Rune. You are booing me as well." And he just goes on this diatribe, and I'm just like, what is happening right now? Because he doesn't get booed almost anywhere.
No.
And if he does, it's because he's being a jerk. He's got these moments in him that like people just don't like. And the Wimbledon crowd is booing you. Like, of all the stops, like if this was the U.S. Open and it's in New York City and you're like, oh, you guys, yeah, the New Yorkers are probably booing you. That's probably right. But the proper people, like, they are not booing you, bro. They're saying Rune and don't take up. Just win the match and shut up. Like, I don't understand why. Kim, I just
Wow,
understand.
you were heated about this. Okay,
Yeah.
see, maybe I'm playing devil's advocate a little bit here, but I'm surprised this really bothers you that much because I feel like there are so many times we talk about how we want to see the personality of the athlete. And we're seeing a little bit of Novak Djokovic.
No.
And you
No.
despise it.
Yeah.
Is it just because tennis is such a just more prim and proper, quiet sport? And I will say,
Only
watching
in
Wimbledon, yeah, you hear nothing, right?
Yeah.
Like you can hear a pin drop. So that is very true. And even the way they stand there, like the wide stance, all the guys around the court. It's a different atmosphere for sure. But this adds a little spice. It adds a little personality to Wimbledon. You see Novak a little bit. He's really, really good at what he does. You don't think that he's allowed to have a little comment like that?
No.
You would love it if Nikola Jokic said something like that.
No,
Yes,
he would be a baby for saying that too.
Really?
Like, yes, especially when the crowd wasn't booing you. See, that's the other thing. It's what he basically, and he slapped down the crowd, like he smacked the crowd down. And when we played just that small clip, but when I tell you this was like 5 to 7 minutes of like, you guys, I know what you're doing out here. You can't get to me. I am untouchable.
Right.
And I'm like, and I see somebody saying, "Oh, well, don't take him so literally." No, I'm taking him literally because he meant it. And
Do you think when he was giving that speech, they were booing him though? That wasn't everybody saying Rune. When he was talking, when he said, "When all of you out there have a good night," those were boos.
Yeah, for sure. I would boo him. At that point, I'm booing him too.
Okay, but so you don't think that? I don't know. I mean, I guess it just shows you that they're quiet during the matches, and maybe they were just saying Rune, but they're still going to give their opinion as a crowd. Also, they were booing him in that moment.
Not in the Rune moment, but in the post game speech moment. Yeah. Yes. Right. Yeah.
What if you were
I
a
would boo him
tennis
too.
player out there, you're playing your opponent, it is just you
Uh-huh.
fighting for your life,
Right.
fighting for yourself,
Yes.
and the crowd is chanting the other guy's name? That wouldn't anger you? That wouldn't boil your blood a little bit? And then you win, you go out there and you win, and because the crowd was actively supporting his opponent. They were actively supporting Brune and not Djokovic.
I know. But that happens.
Yeah, but he's just standing up for himself. I don't know.
No.
This just doesn't bother me that much.
No, because his issue actually wasn't with them chanting Rune. That wasn't
Then
his
what
issue.
was the issue?
His issue
Because he
was
thought they were booing.
Yes, his issue is he thought that they were booing him, and he says to them afterwards that they didn't treat him with any respect. That it was, and this was like the worst thing in the world.
So he got a little carried away.
He was so carried away. He was so carried away.
I guess it just, I don't know. These
things happen
like this.
Yeah, but these things happen in tennis matches all the time. So you have, especially when you have a player as great as Djokovic
Right.
is. So you're talking about a guy. I think he can win his 25th major if he wins Wimbledon, and that's just like crazy. So you see this in tennis kind of a lot, which is you have the established winner. He's smacking down everybody, he or she, and then all of a sudden they get in this match against a kind of a huge underdog. And the huge underdog rises up and they play really well. And then you get these moments in a match where the crowd will get behind the underdog because we all love an underdog. We just do. And that's what was actively happening in the Djokovic match. And so to take that snippet and then to act like that they were just turning on you, like that crowd has never turned on him.
No.
But so anyways, I thought that was a bad look for him. But I have taken up all this time. We'll talk about listen. What's your impressions of what do you have to say about Wimbledon?
You have to watch it for 20 minutes to see a good volley. I'm watching it this morning. It's Sinner and Medvedev, and I'm like, there were like double faults happening left and right. They were serving it in the wrong. I'm literally been sitting here for 20 minutes, and now I have to wait for them to go walk across the court. Okay, get the ball ready. Serving in the wrong box.
This is a hate tennis take.
But I love tennis. And so that's the thing. I have this love-hate relationship with tennis because I love watching it. I think there's nothing cooler than watching this huge, awesome back and forth, which the women are superb at. I love watching women's tennis. But this morning, I don't know, maybe it was just what match was going on, but it was like double faults left and right. I think Sinner had 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I just couldn't, I sat there for 20 minutes and I saw one good volley. I was like, I don't want to watch this because I'm just waiting for it. I'm on my phone scrolling. I want to be entertained. And I did not feel entertained in that moment watching Wimbledon, but it's just because they're so good.
You need to watch an Alcaraz match.
I know. I wanted more action, I guess, this morning. I was just sitting there trying to get into the mode, get into coming to talk to you about fun stuff and sports and Wimbledon and everything that's going on. And it just was like, oh my God, can we have one volley back and forth?
Who won that match?
Actually, I don't know because I had to leave before it was over. Someone tell me.
I'm going to tell you right now.
I think it was Medvedev.
Medvedev won.
But yeah, I love watching it, and I think you have to be so quick. They're incredible athletes. I think tennis is
it's just that you need to watch Alcaraz.
But yeah, just watching 2 really, really good tennis players, you're like, God, I want to see a little bit more. It was literally 20 minutes, I kid you not, until they had a good volley back and forth. It's a love-hate.
Those guys are bad anyway.
They're bad?
They're all right.
What?
They're not that great.
Okay.
They're not that great.
Oh my God.
They're not that great.
Can you play tennis? So not only you're now challenging me to a skate off, I'm also challenging you to tennis.
My brother played tennis.
So did my brother.
So
he was 5th in the state in high school.
Well, mine wasn't.
Have you played pickleball? Have you played pickleball?
I never will. They take basketball courts. They take basketball courts.
Oh my
That's
God.
right. That's right.
We can go to the actual pickleball place, Epic Pickle or whatever it's called, down on County Line. It's just a bunch of pickleball courts. I saw Coach Malone playing there once. If he can play there, we can play there.
Coach Malone loves pickleball.
Yeah, he was good. I was impressed.
He plays it on the man. Yeah, he plays it on the road.
It's hard. It's a really fun sport though. Let's go. Let's get an Altitude Radio pickleball tourney going.
No.
Kick all y'all's.
No.
You know what?
Not really. Pickleball's boring.
Oh my.
I'd rather play cornhole. I'd rather play cornhole.
What?
I'd rather play cornhole. Bags.
Are you first? Okay, there's 2 major things wrong with that sentence. First of all,
what?
You don't think cornhole's boring? You think pickleball is more boring than cornhole?
Yes.
And then you called it bags?
Bags.
It is not bags. It is cornhole.
It's bags.
I'm so glad this is almost over. I gotta get out of here.
All right, Dempsey, in cornhole, do you play to 14 or 21?
21.
There you go.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But what? Do you know what you play to in pickleball?
No, I've never played.
11, and you have to win by 2.
I will never play pickleball in my life.
It's
never in my
fun.
life.
What? God, you are a Debbie Downer today.
Carlos Alcaraz incidentally is winning his match.
Perfect. I'm going to go watch it. Get the heck out of here.
Good, because we're done. We
Perfect.
are done.
See ya.
Thank you, Kim, for being here on a Tuesday. We appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
KJ, we love and appreciate you.
Good night. Good night. Very good night.
What a baby. What a baby. That's going to do it. Thank you all for joining us. We'll see you here tomorrow. PhD is next.
What's he do here? Is this the part where he says, hey now, 3 loose screwdrivers. We had an issue yesterday. Apparently we got an issue today as well. Rolling on in has no clue. I mean, absolutely not a single clue in the world about what's going on right now. Doesn't have his headphones
What's
out.
going on?
You're on air.
I get
That's
that.
what's going on.
You want to give me a second? I get my headphones and I can hear stuff. We're
sure.
a little bit early. Is there something going on?
I know it's yeah. Well, I don't know. It's 12:30. 12 o'clock and 30 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
What's the typical go time? I thought the show started at 12 o'clock. We got issues around here. Yesterday was Scott. Today it's D-Mac. Wait, hold on. We got Scott back today, though, right? Right, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay, hold on. So yesterday the mystery was Scott. Today D-Mac's out there making coffee. Absolutely no clue in the world. He's actually a little bit panicked right now. And now I'm trying to figure out, well, I thought Scott was back. Is that not true?
Wait, is Scott not back?
I don't know. I thought he was back.
Wait, hold on a second. What the?
All I know is I was the only one in here. And you know what I was doing? I was playing Roblox with Amari. I was playing Roblox with Dempsey's son. And we were in the middle of a murder mystery game.
Yeah.
I was not going to lose that game.
Who did it?
And I sacrificed myself so that I could come back on air.
All right. I'm just saying, I've been here for X amount of months here. This is the first time it hasn't started like right now, like at 12:02.
I don't know.
Not to be nitpicky here or anything. I mean,
I thought the show started at 12.
I'm happy to start whenever they want to start.
Yeah?
There he is.
Hey, see, here we go. Everybody's rolling in. We're good.
Well, I mean, to defend Scott a little bit, just a pinch. I mean,
no one's mad at Scott.
I mean, when are we going to start this thing right at 12 o'clock from now on, Dan Tanner? I mean, you don't know?
I thought it was 12:02.
Did too.
I was out on the phone in the lobby.
I was just hanging out talking to Kevin for a little. I was here. Yesterday, I was going like a bat out of hell because I got lost on my bike ride in. I know that sounds stupid, but that's a whole story for a whole.
Well, I sacrificed myself in Roblox, and my score it went down for this show. Okay?
All right,
it went down.
So, Dan, are we going to start now at 12 o'clock on the dot? I mean, that's fine.
Tune in at noon and find out.
All right. Well, okay.
I think what you say, D-Mac, if people actually get out on time on the other side,
well,
like if we get out perfectly at 2:55,
yeah,
they can start at 3.
Well, let me see. November, December, January, February, March.
Do I have time to finish the murder mystery or
May,
not?
June. Sure, I'd finish it up if you're close.
Okay.
So 8.5 months. This is literally the earliest. I don't care. I'll whenever you want to go.
No, I'm good too.
But I feel a little silly because we were all just kind of.
Dude, we
were all here.
I was standing out in the lobby on the phone. I said, hey, I better go in now.
I mean, it's not like we were late or anything. We were all just sitting here.
I think we should play a game called Deciphering Scott's Vacation Texts. Like what do Scott's texts
we were
mean?
convinced you were going to be back here yesterday. Convinced.
Yeah, you don't read the schedule.
Oh, hell no. Was that in an email?
When did we get a schedule?
Well, I mean,
it's Kevin's emails.
No, I'm sure it was there. I'm not like blaming you, but you're in the group thread. It's Monday. I'm just like, he's got to be back. You know.
Well, I keep throwing you guys stuff.
I know you do.
But you know what? Dan has another thread too. Like when I was gone, I didn't get one email all last week or one message.
Well,
isn't that the way you want it?
Isn't that the way? Yeah, I mean,
well,
is that
no? Because you're welcome. You guys are second family to me.
Oh, well, that's all.
And I feel like sometimes you get stuck or something. I can throw good information out.
No, that's
I do. I don't know if it's a no dumb question, but I do have something I have to talk about.
Well,
today.
you must have a whole reservoir of things. So what's on your mind?
Well, I'm gonna start this. I watched. It was very good. It was Sinner and Medvedev quarterfinal match in Wimbledon.
Oh yeah,
I watched it.
All right,
and it started hitting me because they flashed the clock. The match finished. Medvedev won in 5 sets. 4 hours.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, why can people sit and watch tennis, Wimbledon, for 4 hours, but 2-hour baseball game, people are going nuts?
Because you don't have to watch it every day.
Yeah, it's not the World Series.
You don't have to watch baseball every day.
Yeah, you know,
people do. People do.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd be thrilled if it was the Weed Eater Open in Sheboygan, between, two whoosy-whatsits playing tennis.
Wait, did you just mock the John Deere?
Kind of.
John Deere,
I thought that was pretty.
Just did?
I thought that was pretty clever, actually.
You combine a football bowl, what was the Poulon Weed Eater Bowl?
Remember
they had
the
Poulon Weed Eater Classic.
Do you know who won the John Deere Classic?
I don't know, golfer. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, you're not.
I got that
Definitely
one right.
Lexi Thompson won.
Correct.
Yeah. I watch that too.
Show off. Who won today's stage of the stage 10 of the Tour de France?
What's
I don't know. Were they on grass or gravel?
Ah, good one, Tyler. They were on gravel a couple days ago.
Listen,
That was fun.
once they start like getting serious about testing, who really cares?
Oh man, it's awesome, man. Tour de France. Oh, dude.
Right foot, left foot, right foot.
Oh,
left foot,
okay.
right foot,
All
right
right.
foot, left
Yeah,
foot.
easy,
Yeah,
huh?
Who cares?
Yeah,
what
no problem.
channel they put that on?
That's on Peacock, brother.
Yeah, okay.
Get to know it because that's where the Olympics are. You're going to see all the Olympics.
Hold on. You can't watch the Olympics unless you have Peacock?
You can't watch like the real Olympics. You can watch the sanitized, televised version on NBC.
But are they going to do one of those like free month trials so you can get suckered in and then you never cancel it?
Oh, I doubt it. I think they're going to charge you right off the bat for that bad boy if you want to watch the Peacock. I got the Peacock. I'm on the Peacock.
Well, you got it because you got Fubo.
No, it's not on Fubo.
It's not Fubo?
Hell no. It's its own little service.
Peacock's its own streaming.
No, I got to figure out.
It's like Netflix.
Tyler's not wrong about it. I got to figure out like the day when the Olympics is over to cancel the Tour de France and the Olympics. And I'm going to say France, by the way. I'm not going to say France.
I bet they do a free trial.
Well, maybe they do.
You know what? I
don't
think
know.
I say Tour de France also.
Yeah, but well, I'm just going to be like that. I'm going to say France,
Does that sound like
not
you
France.
Does it sound like you know more?
Yeah, I think I
Instead
sounded.
of saying Louisville, you say Louisville.
Well, you got to say what you got to say. Arvada, not Arvada. You know, you got to know.
Westminster.
You got to know
Westminster.
Westminster.
Dude.
Dude, I'm from Colorado.
You
okay?
got to do the right ones in town.
Yeah.
It's Westminster.
Westminster.
Well, that's literally how it's
Louisville.
spelled. Louisville is spelled the same
Louisville.
way as Louisville.
Right.
But Westminster is actually literally spelled Westminster.
No, but they spelled it wrong.
They
well,
spelled
what's
the name
the
of the town
Abbey
wrong.
called in London?
The Abbey?
Westminster.
Westminster Abbey.
Yeah, because they spell it differently.
Do
they? Yes.
Debatable.
It's not debatable. It's letters in an order.
It's letters in an order.
It's letters in an order. You get it.
We got to get them both up here.
Yeah,
See
well,
if
go
we can
ahead.
see
Put it up,
Yeah.
Dan.
Yeah,
Put
we-
the town of Westminster and Westminster Abbey. It's
So
spelled
Minister would have
differently.
more eyes in it.
It's got more something.
It's just common
What do I-
sense.
what do I-
Westminster just doesn't flow.
Dude, Dempsey's wearing glasses. That's just a funny look when he wears his
Yeah,
glasses.
he's getting old. He's falling apart.
Biceps don't seem to be.
They ain't what they used to be.
Really?
Oh,
I'm going to guess those biceps are bigger than they've ever
You know
been.
how you know he's not too old, though?
Why is that?
Took his glasses off, and he actually has a glass case for him.
Oh,
man.
That
I mean,
means
that's-
you don't need it all the time.
Yeah,
They stay on the head.
These right here, you
It's
have
rocking
them
me all
wherever you
day.
have them, and then you finally need them, and there's food all like on the lens or
I know that.
hair grease when I put them on top.
Painful. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be back.
Good to have you back. I'm trying to see what we got. Let me see. Oh, we have some like we what?
No, I was you're
Oh,
saying,
okay. Thought you had another it taught me. So we got our guy Ryan Blackburn.
Oh,
who's saying stuff about Jamal.
He really doesn't know anything.
I don't know about that. I don't know. And then we got our guy Harrison Wind, who's a cool dude, and
Who stole his stuff from Sham.
Okay,
and then I heard Brian Windhorst again yesterday for like the 12th time saying, I'm saying it again. If people aren't listening, I don't know why people aren't listening. Jamal Murray has not signed his contract. I mean, he's been all over that from day one.
I'm just saying.
So Ryan Blackburn is
I'm saying this is like a tennis match because I'm watching. It's like kind of like dude on dude, like
tug of war.
A little
That's
bit.
social media. That's what social media has developed into.
It's like-
wait, so the latest one says that he'll sign the deal after the Olympics, right? Who was that one from?
Harrison.
That was from Harrison. Okay. Which
okay, fine, but that's coming, I believe, from the Nuggets' point of view. And I think Ryan is coming from the Jamal point of view.
Okay, that's fine.
I think Ryan's got a sneaky close relationship with Jamal. I think they're friendly. They're
Can
friendly.
we just say though, on the surface,
in my opinion,
in what world would anybody be willing to gamble a $200+ million deal, waiting until after the Olympics in case something goes
the
wrong?
team that's got to pay it out.
Well, yeah, okay, fine. But from from Jamal's point of view, that might be the dumbest thing of all time.
I was thinking driving in, that and I was going to say something that could be get people hacked off, but to me it's good business sense by Denver. Because just like you said, he goes to the Olympics, comes out again. He's gimpy out of the leg, the ham, the calf, the whatever, doesn't work, can't finish it. Is banged up again. Now it's 3 or 4 weeks. Why are you signing him?
Yeah. Well, the team definitely has a message. They've got a message. And if you go back to Calvin Booth when he was talking a few weeks back, and he was talking about Jamal needs to be in better shape going up against Anthony Edwards and all that, right? There is something from the team.
When your GM saying that, watch out.
Exactly.
Well,
I would say this.
Fun to watch.
Guess what we get to do as fans? We get to be loyal and hook on to players, and that's what we do. That's why there's millions and millions of dollars sold, billions of dollars sold in jerseys, football, baseball, basketball, hats, shoe, whatever. We get to hook on and latch on. But let me add another no dumb question. As a good GM, you can like your guys, but you can't be just all in, can you?
Well, how many times did
you can't be afraid to say, okay.
How many times did Josh Kroenke say, maybe it was once, I don't know, but I know that Josh Kroenke at least once talked about Calvin Booth and the ruthless decisions that he's willing to make. He says he's proven time in and time out that he's willing to make ruthless decisions. Is there a ruthless decision going on right now?
No, I don't think it's ruthless. I think I don't think Jamal should be playing this Olympics. Neither should Jokic. I don't think either guy should be playing. I think we heard about how tired everybody was. I think we're paying you dudes between $50 and $60 million a year. I get it. You love your country and all that, but you guys are kind of exceptions to the rule, my friends. And if I'm the organization and I'm sinking that much money into these guys, I want to be protected.
But is that any different than when the NHL breaks for the All-Star or the Olympics also, and you got guys playing for Canada and Finland and Russia?
It's not the same money. It might have the same impact in terms of the team success, but it's not the same money.
I don't disagree with you. I really don't. But I'm just thinking strictly from Jamal Murray's point of view. What is he thinking? What is he doing?
Well, I think he's getting a lot of pressure from the country of Canada.
Okay, that's cool. I also have got a $209 million contract that I haven't signed the dotted line on yet. If I sign that and I go get hurt, okay, fine, whatever. But I haven't signed that thing yet.
I get it, man. I wouldn't be doing it if I were him. I wouldn't be doing it if I was Jokic.
I've never thought basketball and guys get hurt. We see ACLs, we see Achilles, we see all the injuries. But I've always felt like if you're going to go play, let's just step on an ankle sprains anymore, like whatever. It's a safer game to play.
Tell that to Vlatko.
Exactly.
Who tore his ACL playing for Slovenia. His NBA career may be on life support.
Well, it is on life support.
It might be done, right?
Well, they signed him. The 1-year deal, but they signed him.
We'll see what happens with Vlatko.
I don't know.
I like Vlatko. I hope he stays here.
I'm with you because I felt like Jamal. I mean, they had to put their arms. They had two dudes putting their arms under Jamal and pulling him through the playoffs. Is that a fair?
Absolutely.
Fair analysis. I felt they had to. I mean, they were working. I mean, they were doing everything they could to keep him on the field.
If they didn't lose a 20-point lead in the second half of Game 7 at home, I might have a different opinion. But everything I heard was how tired, how this, how that, how injured. So I'm supposed to be a Nuggets fan, and I'm excited for Team Canada or Team Serbia? Why?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to say something that might sound very controversial. This is just my opinion. I don't know what it is that is whatever the language is in there, because it's not the money, because apparently that's the most amount of money they can offer him, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not about the money. There's something in there. There's language in there that offends Jamal Murray. Okay. Whatever that language is, whatever it is about, this borderline feels like a Kyler Murray type of situation. Like what language are you putting in there that is offending me right now? Because it's not about the money.
Well, it's got to be about guarantees, like how the money's dispersed.
So you signed 4 years.
Money's guaranteed,
if you get a
right?
super max, you get 5. But what they can do is they can do 3 years guaranteed, 4th year team option. He might say, no, I'll make it my option. Or maybe they front loaded it and got little back or little early front and top heavy at the back. You'd have to see what the numbers look like. But you're right. No one can pay him as much as he can pay.
Right.
The Nuggets can pay him.
Who we like in a fight, Ryan Blackburn or Harrison Wind? We're just going to let him loose in a cage.
Well, a cage would help Ryan because Harrison didn't have as much room to run.
I think they both have information that is true to them. I do.
Well, like
I do too.
I think they're being fed information that they're not making up. It came from somebody from somebody's camp.
Well, I mean, it's clear.
And I think you're right though. They're on two different camps.
No doubt about it.
I think Shams and Harrison are more on management camp,
Mm-hmm.
and I think Windhorse and Ryan are probably more on player agent camp.
All right, so we got a little something going on. I'm not going to say it's a lot of something, but it's a little something. We got a little something.
Now you believe me.
Well, I always believe you. I want to believe you. It's talk radio, brother. I'm here. I'm here for the squabbles. I'm here for the fights. I'm here for the controversy.
I got to ask you sometime today too. The two guys we've talked about on our shows have been the two big names mentioned. One they signed, Sarich. And the other one, Westbrook. Supposedly they're still negotiating with that.
Boy, are they like Vic is super confident about that. Shams, Harrison, these guys are like, it's happening. I'm like, okay, boy, they're feeling good about the Westbrook thing. Which, like, okay, why not? Why hasn't it happened already then? If it's all
waiting for the Olympics.
For Westbrook?
Waiting for the Olympics. waiting for the Olympics to get over.
Well, get your peacock. Get your peacock on.
I think I have my peacock.
Good vacation, huh?
No. Yes and no.
Whoa, we got story time?
Well, it's just a woe is me.
We got a woe is me from vacation.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Tyler might be able to understand.
Oh.
Okay.
About being tall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Certain areas of your body are very sensitive to pain.
Oh.
Whoa. Wow. Your head is closer to the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we'll have that. Also, Jarrett Stidham is the alpha. He has established himself as the man. Details as we roll. Good to have the gang all back. It's PhD on 92.5. Message for all you car buyers out there. It's D-Mac for Mike Mulrooney. If you're looking for the lowest price, the lowest payment, and the lowest finance rate with the biggest discount, here we go. It's Mike Mulrooney, Ford, Chevrolet, and GMC, where Mulrooney means more. More peace of mind, money back guarantee. More convenience, free delivery, anywhere in Colorado, and more value. A 23 Ford F-150, 1.9% APR with 72 months financing. How about this? A 24 Chevy Silverado 4x4, that's $399 a month, or up to $12,500 off a 24 GMC Sierra. You can visit them today at Mike Mulrooney GMC in Boulder, Mike Mulrooney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Mulrooney Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. Right on, Mike Mulrooney. Mulrooney means more. For all the details online, it's MikeMulrooneyColorado.com. All right, let's. I think most people would want to hear the "woe is me." We can get to Jarrett Stidham being the alpha male a little bit, but welcome back. And how are things?
I said Tyler would probably have a more understanding.
All right, I can back off.
I mean, you're the real, true, typical, great shape athlete in the group.
Correct.
Okay.
So I
notice he is the only one that brags about his athletic accomplishments every single day.
True. He watches the Tour de France.
Did you say La France?
Tour de France. Sorry.
Okay.
Whatever.
I mean, get it right. You know, if you're gonna make fun of me.
Le France.
Okay. Yes.
By the way, they just voted a bunch of communists in. See that? That was kind of cool. Anyway, so I left after the show Thursday. Did you guys see the Primo U-Haul van I had out in the parking lot on Thursday, right?
Saw it.
Took it out, boom, drove it, drove to
No XM radio.
AM FM radio.
Hey now. How's that work on parts of Kansas?
Roll windows down.
No AC.
AC would come on and then go off. And then come on and then go off.
Part-time AC.
Part-time AC. But I drove probably like 7.5 hours, and then I stopped at a hotel and then drove in the next day. But, so 10 hours in this U-Haul. AM, FM. Did get to hear part of the debate.
Okay. That was fun,
I could pull an NPR station for a little bit, going to Salina and a little bit out of Salina.
Yeah.
Which, by the way.
Who'd you think won? Kidding.
On the way home, I will say this, just for all those traveling, and you've traveled that
I've done the drive.
Western Colorado, Western Kansas, Eastern Colorado.
I've gone from here to Manhattan and back.
Do not play the alphabet car game.
Is that bad?
Oh, there's no signs. Unless you see an exit and the name of a town, you better hope it gets all the letters.
There is that stretch of crazy wind farms in Kansas, which
is cool, yeah.
It's kind of cool, especially at night if you're driving at night.
You had Ellie in the U-Haul?
No, it's just me.
Oh,
just
okay.
Me.
Okay.
Ellie in the U-Haul.
Well, I got a new game for instead of the ABC game. It's called MyCal. I'll tell you later.
Oh, yeah, do later. Anyway, so get in there, pull in on Friday, beam. Go to the place, start cutting down trees right away and brush and shrubs, do a little painting, boom, move some furniture.
Damn.
All of a sudden, my back is like,
well, I got it.
Gone.
Yep.
I threw my back out for the next 5 days. I'm like on a stem unit. You know,
what?
I mean, it was anything I could do to even. I mean, I could bend over, but then I could never straighten back up.
Couldn't
so
move.
The work vacation did not turn out to be too productive.
Well, it became a pain. No, that's the problem. I still worked. My back feels better today, and I drove a real car, instead of that U-Haul. But dude, I threw my back out within 24 hours of getting there.
So you were kind of useless.
Well,
sort of.
Yeah.
Big man's never useless.
Big man's. Still got all the painting
you
done.
You think the warden's reached the ceiling? No.
That's
Scott's
true.
getting the ceiling.
That's true.
Ceilings aren't painted.
She did get all the popcorn off, though.
She did get all the popcorn off.
So is that it? You're just in bed? Bad back?
In bed, yeah.
That's in bed?
Well, I mean, the only time I felt good, for me, my back, I have to lay flat.
So your whole vacation, you were
I don't know
laid
about
up.
you, though, but when I'm in back pain, I hate my bed. I don't like being in the bed. I got to get on the floor.
Well, this bed was pretty firm, so I was okay. But I could lay flat.
That does not sound
Muscle
fun.
relaxants, boom. Yeah.
That was your whole vacation.
I was in pain the entire time. I will say good when I got in the lake, sat on a noodle. But let me tell you what, for all you guys out there, find a lake and a noodle, sit on it.
All right, let me just ask you a reasonable question.
Yeah,
not a dumb question. Okay.
Right.
No, Nick O'Hare. New two-way player Trey Alexander is going to call us shortly as the Nuggets get ready for Summer League.
Did he
look up Trey Alexander, y'all?
Now working on that.
6'5" guard.
You know what I just Googled? What do I ask Trey Alexander?
Okay.
6'5" guard.
Okay.
That's all I can really remember.
Should I ask Nick, when is Westbrook going to call us?
Oh, that'd be funny.
When is Westbrook calling in?
Kentucky? Where'd he go to school?
Westbrook went to UCLA.
No, not that guy.
Creighton.
Oh,
all right. So we're going to find out a little bit more about Trey Alexander.
Also on that, their list to play for Summer League team, LaFonso's son.
Oh, I didn't catch that.
LaFonso's son's playing on that.
I did not catch that. That's really cool. We know Parker Brown, Christian's older brother,
And
is
bigger.
playing.
Yeah, he's like 6'10", 6'7". And I think LaFonso's son's 6'10" or so, too.
Nick's funny. He said Westbrook tried about 20 minutes ago. You didn't see it?
Good on him.
Okay.
Good on him.
Okay. Funny guy. All right, so we'll have that coming up here in a little bit.
So you're going to ask me? No,
What about you?
you said you were going to ask me, and then you got your...
I know I just got distracted there.
Wow, the squirrel got you.
It got me there. Oh, well, I mean, what did you think about the Sarge signing? Were you there? We'll stay on basketball as we're going to have Trey Alexander give us a call.
I know that they worked on attaining him during the season. And so I know there was a lot of interest. I thought the contract they got him was a mid-level
2
exception.
years, like 5.4
Yeah.
per, something like that.
yeah.
Not a lot of money.
It shows you that the rookie they drafted, they're going to get to develop a little bit because Sarge has gotten better in the last 2 years than he was in his first 3 or 4. But they got him as a backup guy. He's playing backup center. I thought it was a great pickup.
I did too.
I thought it was a great pickup.
Aside from...
Was he supposed to be a resident tough guy?
Yeah, I mean, he's just a Euro that knows how to. He's a smart player.
I only asked because I was curious your thoughts on him getting choked out at the grease bar.
At the grease bar?
Oh, did you not hear about that?
You didn't see that?
Yeah,
No.
yeah. About a couple hours after that was announced, the Nuggets got him. 5:30 a.m. in Greece. Him and Zubac. Yep.
Dan, put it up if you can.
Playing for the Croatian team against the Greece team. They lost the game. 5:30 a.m. They got a little beach brawl going on at the local pub, whatever they call it out there. And our guy got himself choked out and passed out.
Well, don't mess with a guy that knows how to do submission holds, right?
Well, that's the point I made. Like, if you're a bouncer, don't you just live for the choking a guy out moment? I mean, aren't you into like UFC stuff? And
I mean, how many times has that bouncer watched the new Roadhouse?
Here, you can give Scott's first glimpse of this. We'll point things out. There's Zubac fighting, which you just tie a big guy up. He can't throw arms.
Now, I'll give our guy credit because it was not his fight.
Watch
he went
this.
in to defend his
That's
guy.
right there. There's Sarge coming in white right there. Look, he's coming in, right? Saying, hey, break it up. Hey, break it up. And now Sarge is in the middle, and Zubac is being held back. Now watch our guy go to the ground. Boom.
Down in a chokehold.
Choked out.
So a guy cheap holded him.
Kind of, yeah.
Got it. Snuck him in from behind.
How do you sneak in from behind on a 6'10" dude?
Jump up and get on his neck.
So, and then he's passed out. The video goes on, and he's flat on his back.
Hey, I'll say this, though, and I'm being serious. I was joking yesterday about him getting passed out, and that's not a great sign and all that, but I actually like the fact, hey, it wasn't his fight. It wasn't his fight. He got in there
trying to break it up, and a dude jumped in behind him and choked him.
That's right.
Yeah. Somebody should have gone over and knocked that guy out, choking him out.
Well, that guy was probably a bouncer or something from the bar.
Maybe
but
he's from Greece.
Or Zubac.
Well, if it was just
notice all them bouncers and Zubac was just going, hey, okay, who?
Yeah, man. But to Tyler's point, you got a guy who's going to have his other guys back.
Right.
Okay, good. So there's a little character test there. Maybe not the world's greatest fighter, but, he's willing to get in the mix.
Sometimes you got to be willing to get your butt kicked.
I love the signing.
I thought it was a good signing. I thought it was really
because it's not.
So you said the same thing that D-Mac said yesterday, which means Duran's probably going to get some time to hang out, hang out. Maybe not as much pressure initially. Actually, you didn't think initially as much as D-Mac and I did, but I think we both thought about 15 to 18 minutes per night. I can't remember what you said, but you said far less than that. I remember that.
Before they signed Sarich, I said so this wouldn't be necessarily a failed draft. He probably needs to play 15 to 18 minutes.
Okay.
I think that number goes away.
So what are we thinking now?
That he plays and looks like he knows what he's doing. I think the minutes per game goes out the window by signing Sarge.
Okay. I mean, the only reason we thought that, they just hadn't moved on anybody in free agency yet. Had they done this deal before they drafted Holmes, we would have thought a completely different thing.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now you want Sarge at 18, 22, somewhere in there.
Right. Averaging 8 to 10.
Yeah.
And again, it's more.
It's what he averaged last year. I think it was like 8.2 or something like that.
Yeah, and he's going to be the second year back after his ACL. It's going to be better for him. Hopefully, he doesn't get choked out on the floor or anything. But he's going to have.
Well, he's now teammates with Jamal Murray for a while, so he could.
Oh,
Jamal would know.
BJ. He'll be fine with American bouncers, just the Greece ones. Those are Those guys got the martial arts.
Well, who knows where your head's at 5:30 in the morning, too. You might be a little distracted when somebody's kind of jumping on your back. You might not be as sharp as attack. But he jumped right in. There he is defending a guy who's 7'2". Zubac is, I don't know, Zubac needs a lot of help.
But Zubac's probably younger than him. He feels like he's his, got to take care of the younger brother.
I'm a Zubac fan. So
yeah, I think he's a nice kid too.
Yep. And Saric, I think is great. I thought Plumlee would have been it, but I'm just more familiar with Plumlee than Saric. That's all.
Difference is Saric can actually shoot.
There you go.
Right, so Saric can actually stretch the floor a little bit. Plumlee's not. Plumlee's a pick and roll, and he can jump and do all that stuff. And he'd been great too.
Why is DeAndre Jordan on the team?
Did they re-sign him yet?
They did.
To a one-year deal?
They did. They did that before they drafted Duran, right? They did that before they went out and they got Dario. So I guess you just take baby steps. But if you knew that you were getting both these guys, I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense to have DJ on the
but we
team.
saw last year that the one guy's not going to play, and he's probably still not going to play this year. He's more for the locker room, and he's going to be – you're probably going to put the rookie's locker right next to him.
You're talking about DJ?
Yeah. You're probably going to put the rookie's locker right next to him, and he's going to bring him into the league and teach him how to be a pro. Saric will probably move over somewhere close to Nikola, I would assume.
Makes sense.
And I think DJ's job is to take this guy under the wing and make him a pro.
Yeah, I got no problems with them signing DJ to be the Udonis Haslem sort of guy. I mean, he's probably going to play less this year than he did last year, which wasn't a whole heck of a lot.
It just seems interesting because we're penny pinching, right? We gave up 3 second-rounders to get rid of Reggie Jackson to save $5 million. What did we sign DeAndre for? Do you remember?
No idea.
Probably close to the same.
Right?
If not less, yeah.
So, I mean, we paid 3 second-rounders to get rid of one $5 million contract. It just seems a little bit unnecessary to me.
Well, you have, don't you have, even no matter where you are in the levels, you have 1 or 2 mid-level exceptions, veteran exceptions you can use. So,
all right, so talk to me. What exactly does that mean?
I don't know. It's
because I have
it's Chinese arithmetic.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
Yeah.
They want him. He's the last guy on the bench. Ain't no big deal. It's everybody likes DJ. You know, you got 3 centers. Okay, Holmes is probably more of a power forward.
We got the centers covered.
Yeah,
we got that done.
Zeke Naji, I assume they're going to try to move if at all possible.
Well, and you wonder if the reports are true that they're trying to get Westbrook. You got to believe that Zeke Naji's probably in that
Okay,
move.
let's talk about that. How important is that as the final piece of the puzzle here? To scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most, where does signing Westbrook fit?
Well, he's a dog, and you lost one of your dogs in KCP, so you bring a dog in, and I think you need a dog in there. You bring a guy who's been a former MVP and run the show as a point guard. You bring him in now. You got a guy who's, whether his game has diminished a little bit at 35 compared to what it was at 28. I think you're probably going to get a dude's always in shape.
Mm-hmm.
Dude's always ready to go, and he's 6'5", 6'6".
And he cares.
You could slide him over, to be honest with you. You could slide him over to 2 with Jamal defensively.
Sure.
Then you got, Christian can slide over to 3 to play some of that
so
position.
So it's a critical signing.
Yeah, I think I don't think it'll be a bad trade.
Okay.
Now I would like to have him at 30.
We're in this window this year.
Yeah.
We're not really worried about years in the future. We're worried about this year.
Well, I tell you this, one thing, he's done everything in this league except win a championship. You don't think he's going to be focused to win a championship?
I do, and I think he's in the conference to prove people wrong. I mean, this is the conference he's been in his whole career, basically.
You get Westbrook, it feels like an A. It feels like an A offseason. You don't get him, and it feels like you missed out. You missed out big time. Like, you got a bunch of big guys, but what did you really solve? So I would say it is incredibly vital. It's incredibly important that you get Russell Westbrook.
Well, once you got rid of Jackson, one thing you did, and I think I texted you this, or I texted Nate because it broke on Nate's story. Now also, there's no other point guards. Now you have to play Pickett,
right,
which now makes this weekend starting Friday night a lot more interesting to see. Because to me, when you're a second-year guy, and even though you didn't play a lot of minutes in the NBA, you got to know more than the guys you're playing against this weekend, right, in the summer league.
So
a great opportunity for Pickett.
In his second summer, Christian Brown didn't play in the summer league.
Played one game, I think.
I thought he was there and didn't play it. Well, I don't know.
You know what? He may have practiced in one or 2 days and then didn't play.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a ring. He was pretty good there in the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
This year, all the first-year guys are playing. Not only are they playing, they got something to prove, all three of them.
I think so.
So,
I tell you what.
different vibe second year.
The summer league is a summer league, and it doesn't matter. But here's the only time where it does matter is if your guys can't play well at that level, then you got the wrong guys.
Right.
If your guys can dominate at that level, then you know you might have a hope to where they can at least play in the league. But if they look lost in the summer league, you're in trouble.
Well, you got 4 games minimum, 5, maybe 6, depending on how good you do. But you got a good sample size to see where you're at. So I'm looking forward to it. In terms of Trey Alexander, well, you lost Colin Gillespie. Do you know where he is?
Houston?
No.
Phoenix?
Phoenix,
yeah.
So he was one of your two-way guys. Well, he's gone. Got Trey Alexander. We'll see. Some of these two-way guys play. You know, you never know. And we're looking forward to talking to Trey as
and Trey's bigger. Trey's 6'5".
That's right.
I think they looked at, and once, especially with Jamal as your point guard, is not a big guy. I mean, only the NBA, you can say 6'3" dudes, 6'4" dudes are small, right?
Right.
But not a big guy.
No, I say that every day.
And then Pickett and Gillespie, you're backing up, and Reggie even, they weren't big guys. You didn't have any. Now, if you can get a Westbrook, say this Alexander is any good, can give you something once in a while. And that,
once in a while.
You know, in February when somebody's hurt, he can come in and play. Like Gillespie, let's be honest, Gillespie helped win you that game in Portland earlier this year.
He was all right, man.
He was pretty good.
The problem was how much are you going to commit to a two-way guy compared to a guy who's on your roster full-time? And I think Colin just got wrapped up in a bit of a numbers game, but clearly Malone liked him.
Yeah.
So we'll talk to Trey coming up here in a little bit. We'll get to the Jarrett Stidham story, which is interesting. And rolling with you, PhD at 92.5.
Hey guys, I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone. They're all over the place, but there's so much more to your health and wellness than just testosterone. And that's why I want you to go check out my friends over at Revitalize Health. Tyler Plum is here. I just saw my guy Joe from Revitalize this morning. These guys are like family to me because they are incredible at what they do. Been working with it for 7 years. Peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots. Of course, they've got testosterone as well. They're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
All right, we're waiting for Trey Alexander to give us a holler. He's a two-way player for the Nuggets. Going out for Summer League here in the next couple days. They have a little mini camp going on with the Nuggets, so we'll follow that story. I do remember what I was going to ask you on a no dumb question. So as we welcome Scott back to the fold, you hurt your back doing all sorts of like work. Why didn't you just pay somebody to do all that stuff?
It's an investment property, right?
Because I watched that Tom Hanks movie called Money Pit.
I just was watching some highlights of that the other day.
Yeah.
That is a great movie.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I haven't even got into it. I mean, we could do stuff we can do. Now I got brothers.
I'll back up. Why didn't you just pay somebody to do it?
Because I didn't want to spend that kind of money.
So are you cheap or are you broke?
Or frugal.
What's the difference between cheap and frugal?
If I pay for all this stuff, the work that needs to be done, I will go broke.
So here's how I view it. Pay for something that's the house you live in. If it's an investment property that you're trying to rent out and everything, well, I can't pay somebody to do that work because I'm trying to make money off of that property.
Lipstick on a pig.
There you go.
Well, my brother already saved me $2,500 because he dug the water line and broke from the meter to the house, dug it out, put a new PEX line in.
There's something else going on.
So I got
here.
that.
There's something else going on here.
Pride.
It's something.
Passion.
This is like the
Power.
guys that are working on their car that don't ever really want it to be fixed. This is something weird going on here.
No. Dude, I'll tell you off air. Listen, already got the air conditioner.
Because I'm just going to say this, bro. I'm just going to say this. Just sell it now.
Well,
take whatever money you can get. I mean, I don't know why you're putting all this work in. Just sell it now.
I'll let you know July 31st.
Oh, okay. All right.
Remember we just talked about with your parents where it's cheaper to live?
Oh my God. All right. You are so paranoid about stuff.
No, not really.
Okay. Now Scott's getting us down a road I can't really talk about.
I think we all figured it out.
I don't know. We'll see how smart the
I
listeners
didn't know that
are.
July 31st was the day, but now I do.
Oh, God. All right. All right. Well, okay. Good to have a
How's that
backup.
going?
Yeah. You're doing all right? You okay? What is the day? July 9th?
Yeah.
Our show going to be good?
I don't know.
22 days. But
I don't know.
Actually, 21 days,
All
17
right.
hours. I mean, what? No. You know what? The views are $1 million views on a truly beat up, fixer up house, and we're putting a lipstick on a pig right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mama did the popcorn ceiling, started painting the walls. I painted the exterior deck and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Still need to. What you call when you put that stuff on the deck?
Spackling? Oh, sealant?
So I got to put some sealant on the deck. Ordered that, had it shipped. Boom, boom, boom. Got some redwood coloring. It's called redwood. We'll put that on the deck sometime. And then the AC unit decided to peter out.
Mm-hmm.
The guy said
it's only about $12,000 to $18,000. No problem.
Well, that's if you're going to live in the house. So you got to go low. I need your boys. What's your boys?
Premier Heating and Air.
I used to be part of the Ream team. They used to be able to help me out.
Hey, I get my guy Reed on it for you. I just did the whole thing in my new home. The same thing.
Petered out.
I can't even believe what happened on that one. That's another story.
But
boring.
In Oklahoma on a lake, indoors you'll have 54% humidity.
That
indoors.
Sounds awful.
Well, that's why you have a lake. that's why when it's nasty and hot out here, that's why you have a lake.
So you got a lake that you can just boop, 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 jump in the lake.
Yeah.
Or get in a boat or whatever.
I don't have a boat. The dock needs repair too. So
what is this place? What the hell is this place?
Dude, I'm telling you. You know what?
Did you buy this at an auction, like without being able to see it?
Oh my God!
I bought it from my aunt, who's putting assisted living.
Don't bum us out.
But she hadn't lived there in 7.5 years, so the house has just been sitting for 7.5 years.
All right,
it needs a lot of work.
Well, good luck. You're going to be fine.
We could do the show there. We could go take a week, do the show from the deck.
Sure, we can do that or not.
They got tons of bike trails.
Oh, that's fantastic. You should get on one of those. All right. The bigger question here, Mike Kliss had an article about our guy, Jarrett Stidham. He's having a camp. He had the fellas down to his place in Texas. Mike didn't put it in the article, but I did have a little text back and forth with Mike, and he said that he thought Zach Wilson and Bo Nix were there. What do you think about Jarrett Stidham being the alpha dog and hosting a little passing camp down at his place in Texas?
Well, nothing makes you the alpha dog like appointing yourself the alpha dog, right?
It's a good step in the right direction.
Sure. I mean, Jarrett Stidham's holding on for dear life right now, and he knows that. I don't think there was any other logical choice of who could have actually hosted something like this. It's a good sign. I think it's a healthy sign that he invited the other quarterbacks too, if that's true. Certainly that should be that there's not a whole lot of animosity going on in that room. I don't know how many guys went. Do we know how many guys went?
Do not. Cortland Sutton was there, though.
I'd be curious. That's a good sign that Cortland Sutton went, although Cortland wasn't willing to work out at the facility, but he'll work out somewhere else.
Seems like a strange decision by Cortland, but okay, cool.
No, he came for mandatory camp, though.
He did? Yeah, he didn't want to lose any of that money.
No.
No, I just don't understand Cortland's entire negotiation position. I don't know what that was all about, but, whatever.
I don't think it makes him the alpha dog by any means.
Really?
No. I think he's trying really hard to be the alpha dog. Yeah. And maybe by default he is, because he's the guy that's been in the league for 6 years.
But let me ask you this. Don't you think this goes a long way? Not only in the offices there, leader, right? I mean, for lack of a better word, leader, right? Now, Zach Wilson, he's been the most starting of all those guys as far as the pro level.
Mm-hmm.
But leader, okay, been here. But doesn't that send a sign to 20 or 31 other teams also that if they were to release him, hey, here's a guy who's not afraid to step up, take the reins, and go and do something. I mean, it's kind of like when they say you're putting on tape. You ain't just putting on tape for your own team. You put it on for 31 other teams,
Yeah,
and I think 31 other teams are going to see this too.
I thought it was a pretty strong move, man. Good for Jarrett. You got a chance. Take advantage of it.
I was told Zach's mom had a friend in Hyannisport that they said they could use her backyard for a little bit.
See the latest drama with Zach Wilson, by the way?
It's awesome. Go ahead. It's great.
So Zach just got engaged, right? Or did he get married? Which one was it?
He got engaged.
Got engaged. Zach Wilson gets engaged. About a week later, Zach Wilson's ex-girlfriend gets engaged to Zach Wilson's ex-roommate. This is a wide receiver playing out there in Washington, is now wifing up Zach Wilson's ex-girlfriend. This is quite the little circle of life going on. Quite the circle of life.
They're having a good time up there in Oregon.
Man.
In Eugene, man. I don't like the drama. By the way.
Well, you got something there.
Well, I'm just saying, Zach Wilson's house might have a pineapple knocker.
I thought it was pink flamingos. Or the White Rocks.
I thought it was pineapples.
White Rocks?
I don't know about the White Rocks.
Oh, okay.
But love is in the air, and we wish him the best of luck. I like what Stidham did. I think it's cool. I'm glad the guys are getting together. I think it's just one of these weird little boxes you just check.
Is it anything that, honest to God, really matters?
No.
Or does it just check a little bit of box?
Check a little box.
And it's an amazing PR look.
It's certainly nothing negative, right? Yeah. There's nothing negative to come out
unless
of this.
Russell did it.
Well,
and then we'd make fun of it.
Did you see the little shot that Mike Liss took of Russ in the
article?
I
did not know. What was the Russell shot?
I think it was about Russ.
What did he say?
He said Jarrett Stidham led a camp with the wide receivers. Although he did not post anything on social media, unlike a lot of other quarterbacks.
That's funny. That's definitely a shot. Yeah, no doubt about it. I don't know what Russ did with his folks there in Pittsburgh, but we'll follow it.
Well, he didn't post this year either, did he?
Russell Wilson and Justin Fields are having a bodybuilding competition right now.
What?
They're having a PR competition to see who can look the best half naked on Instagram right now.
They're keeping it public. Huh?
Oh yeah. They're going back and forth with shirt off pictures, flexing.
Hey man, I just think if you got to check a box, I'm glad they checked it. So there you go. Does it mean a ton? No. But is it just something you got to do? Well, probably. I think it's a lot like these summer league guys. You just got to go there. If you're an NBA guy, you got to play well next to a lot of these guys who aren't going to play.
How many years in his career did Manning do this? And it wasn't really until about midway or late that people started finding out that, hey, Manning's going down to his
he did
Carolina or wherever,
He
right?
did it every year when he was here with the Broncos. I don't know about Indy. I think he did do it in Indy quite often, too. Yeah, and they went to Duke there with his dude. I'm forgetting the guy's name.
Cutcliffe.
David Cutcliffe. There you go. And so Brady did it all the time. He took the guys to Montana and took them to California. I really do think it's just one of these like OTAs. Like, who was really doing that until everybody was doing it? I think it's just something you got to do if you're that guy. And it wasn't Bo Nix, and it wasn't Zach Wilson. It was Jarrett Stidham who did it. Okay? So, listen, man.
Well, you wouldn't expect Bo Nix to do it. He's too young, doesn't know anybody.
He's 24. He's the same age as Stidham.
But he's a rookie.
He's
So
NFL,
what?
he's NFL too young. And Zach Wilson doesn't even know the guys' names. So Jarrett Stidham's literally the only guy
They
that
just
could have
hung
done
out
it.
with each other for like 3 months.
I think there
They got
was
to know
actually,
everybody.
again, I think Zach Wilson would have a mom-son a weekend. They were going to try to get
All right.
together.
He's a changed man.
Just
Scott.
wouldn't work.
He just got engaged.
What's going on with Jamal
And she's
Murray?
an appropriate age.
Get ready for the conspiracy theories to be unleashed on you next. If you're thinking about lunch today, I've got a deal for you at Old Chicago. It's Old Chicago's unbeatable lunch combo for $9.99. That's it. Man, everything seems so expensive these days. So to get a lunch combo for $9.99, a cheesy 2-topping individual pizza on a flaky handmade crust, a crisp garden salad, and an icy fountain drink, all under $10, that's a steal. It's delicious and generous. Old Chicago has saved lunch with the $9.99 unbelievable lunch. Weekdays till 3, you can dine in or call in. You got time right now. Just go to Old Chicago to figure it out. It's Old Chicago where the World Beer Tour is on as well. Try 110 local and legendary beers. Take the tour. You're going to love it. You can earn rewards along the way, like branded merch, and even $5 in OC bucks to use on your next visit. All this deliciousness and tasty treats are at Old Chicago. Find your local OC at oldchicago.com. Trey Alexander is on a two-way contract with the Nuggets out of Creighton. He is with the Nuggets in their summer league team, playing in Vegas at the end of the week and training right now. Joining us now is Trey Alexander. Trey, man, we appreciate you joining us. How you doing today?
I'm good. Thank you guys for having me on.
Thanks for being on. How's this week been as you guys get amped up for summer league?
It's been great. I mean, just, learning to play with different people, learning to play with different guys and personalities and things like that. So we're excited for this weekend. We can't wait to get it going. So,
hey, what's your personal goal going into this week in Vegas? What is kind of your personal goal? What you want to get out of this week?
First and foremost, I feel like I consider myself a winner. So, I mean, the biggest goal for me is just finding a way to help the team win. And so, whichever way I can do that, that's really just my personal goal, is to find out ways that I can help when I'm on the court and just impact winning.
Hey, Trey, take me behind the scenes a little bit on the summer league. What goes into it before the games, after the games? I'm just curious. I guess the timeline of events.
Yeah, I mean, this week we've been practicing all week, having lift workouts and practice, and then going up in the summer league, we're gonna have a little practice, a little walkthrough the day before, and then the next day we get going on the 12th. So it's really just us getting used to our plays and getting used to playing with each other, and just figuring out what everybody plays like and all the different play styles. So we're just kind of getting a feel for each other this week, and then during the game time we're just gonna put it all together and then be able to play to the best of our abilities.
When you guys decided to get together and sign with the Nuggets, what was your knowledge and what was your perception of what this organization is about?
Yeah, I mean, everybody looks at the Nuggets as a winning organization. I mean, for me, going undrafted, I mean, it was kind of one of those things like where you get to pick where you want to go in a sense. So, I mean, I knew that I wanted to come to the Nuggets after the draft, and I mean, I knew that I was going to be a part of a winning program and a program that knows how to develop people. And obviously, we have some great players, and the best player in the world in Jokic, and a great top 20 player in my opinion, Jamal Murray. So I mean, we have the pieces, and I think we're going to be a contender this year as well.
Trey, you've always been a superstar basketball player, Oklahoma Gatorade Player of the Year, star in college, but not drafted. How big of a chip on your shoulder does that put for you? Like, what kind of motivator is that?
Oh man, it's a big motivator. I mean, it's one of those things like you want to prove a lot of people wrong. You want to prove yourself right because you know that you should be drafted. You feel like you should have been drafted. In a sense, you feel like you could have been drafted anywhere in the first and second night. So I mean, for me, it's just putting that to good use, and then making sure that I once again put myself in a position to be successful, and giving myself a good opportunity to be successful at the next level. And I know that I have the utmost confidence in myself. Just the biggest thing for me is having confidence, and I mean, my confidence is at an all-time high right now. So, I mean, you'll see me in the summer league, but I mean, you'll also see me attacking every day and throughout the NBA season. So,
well, hey, the head coach likes defense, so don't be afraid of getting people's chili. One, yeah. Two, they struggle because they need to make shots in the postseason. Hit some shots, you'll be good. Yeah. Right.
Yes,
and what part of Oklahoma you grew up in?
I grew up in Miller City, like 10 minutes away from Oklahoma City.
Oh, okay. I just spent a week in Grand Lake.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Well, see, I was telling these guys they don't understand what humidity is here, right? They think today's hot. Today ain't hot, is it?
Oh no. In Oklahoma, it's very dry. You walk outside, you can almost see heat waves out there.
Hey, by the way, during summer play, if you pass the ball to Hunter Tyson, you're not getting that ball back. Just understand that. That's the way that's going to go. Okay, you understand that, right?
No, Hunter's a good player, man.
He's a good player. You're just not going to see the ball back. That's all.
He ain't afraid of a shot.
No, just as soon as you pass the Hunter, just look at the rim, because that's where the ball's going. All right. We wish you the best, brother. Talk to you later.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys.
Oh, man.
See you, Trey.
See, he's laughing because he knows.
Yeah. Well, what was it Malone said?
We had Hunter on yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
And I actually said to him, I go, hey, man, Summer League. Coach Malone said, get the ice bucket ready for your elbow because every shot's going to go up once you touch the ball. And he was like, yeah. Like he didn't find it as funny as I
you
did.
called him a gunner without calling him a gunner.
But I do think from Malone, it's kind of it is a compliment because he's saying he's got the guts to do that.
He's got a little moxie.
So it's backhand compliment.
And it's a little side eye because he does want the defense. It's a little bit of both, I think.
I actually like summer league has got to be incredibly difficult for these guys. You're trying to make a team. You have to make an impression. But if you're going to make the team, you're not going to make the team as a gunner more than likely. You're going to make the team as some sort of puzzle piece. So how do you go about summer league of not being selfish, having to showcase yourself a little bit, but also trying to show whatever that piece of the puzzle is?
I don't know,
right?
but last summer league, Hunter Tyson he was awesome in summer league play.
I think that's the only way to go about it, really. Because
I mean,
why the heck else would you hold back? This is your one chance to showcase.
Got me. And if you're Julian Strother, you better make some shots, man.
And you know what? For Hunter, it worked. It got him on the map. It did.
Yeah. I thought he was going to get a little bit more shine during the season.
But again, the summer league means nothing. All it means, the coach go, okay, at least he's not afraid, right?
Okay, but you got to check that box.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it means nothing. I don't think it's that important, but you could fall back a little bit too. Like
Right.
Zeke Najee sucked in summer league.
Who's the summer league coach?
Well, okay, but you remember that, right? Like how bad he was in summer league and how that impacted him. Like he had to sort of wear that.
Yeah, he was bad his second year he played because he played 2 years there, didn't he?
He did play 2 years and he was bad. Yeah, it wasn't good. Like he had to explain why did you struggle so much in summer league? You should have dominated.
How much time does the head coach spend with these guys in summer league?
Well, Malone, what they do, and this is kind of an interesting thing, and we're doing the broadcast on Altitude Friday night. I'll work Friday and Sunday's game.
Wait, from here or there?
From here, we do pre-post and half.
Okay.
And then cut-ins if ESPN goes to some big package or starts talking to the other team's former player or whatever they like to do. It's produced by ESPN, so we'll be ready on set. Dempsey and I on Friday.
Okay.
But the cool thing is the opportunity it gives assistant coaches to head coach. And Andrew Muntz is, I believe, the head coach for this summer league. Jody Fernandez, who just got the Brooklyn job, coached the summer league two or three seasons ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a great opportunity, even though it's not the NBA. It's real head coaching, and it's responsibility of getting 12 guys out there on the floor and getting them looking organized and getting them in the right situation, being able to call proper timeout. It's a great training ground, I think, for the coaches. I'm excited. Muntz is a good dude. It's been 2 or 3 years in the film department. Now he's like the main cut-up guy for the coaches. Sits on the bench with them. He's phenomenal, and I think this is a great opportunity for Andrew.
Well, I like it because everybody who's there participating takes it really serious. The coaches take it serious. The players take it serious. The level of competition is intense because it means something to everybody there.
Yeah.
So while it's not the most definitive thing in the world, I mean, I totally get that. It's real competition, and it matters to those guys that are participating in it. So good luck, Trey. He's a guy who is a star everywhere, doesn't get drafted. Glad Bronny got drafted, though.
How about that? Did you guys talk about that?
Oh, yeah.
So he stunk in his first game, and all of a sudden his knee hurts for the second.
Oh, no, we did not talk about that.
Yeah, in the one they're playing in Sacramento, I guess, because there's 2 or 3.
What is that league?
Utah has one. I think Sacramento has one, or somewhere else. They're just more regional teams.
Okay.
But yeah, supposedly he like really bad 3 of 9 or something like that in his first game, and then his knee was sore for the second game.
Well, I thought he got drafted because he was good.
No.
Oh. How would you feel as a kid? Would you be proud? Or is the money just so awesome that you're like, thanks?
Somebody said they signed him to a 4-year deal.
Oh, yeah. He got a lot of money. Got like $12 million.
What?
Wow.
Something like that.
Bronny got $12 million?
Dan, look it up. His contract. It's something along those lines.
Goodness.
I don't know if it's all guaranteed. I don't know what all the deal is, but it was something like that. He's got his own money now. He can move out.
I don't know if I would.
Depending on his level.
I'm sure LeBron's house is pretty nice.
Well, I get it.
I don't know if I would either.
I get it. I mean, I assume LeBron lives close to the arena.
So he signed like 4-year deal as a 2-way player. Is he on a roster guy?
Yeah, man. I don't know if he's a two-way player. Right. Are you sure he's a two-way player?
No.
4 years, 7.9.
Oh, 4.79. Oh, okay.
It's a little under 2 a year, but still.
4.79. He's a millionaire. You did it on your own. 4.79. Is he a two-way player?
He did all that on his own.
Well,
I mean,
it's his money.
Look,
checks are going to be made out to Bronny.
There's a part of me that doesn't like making fun of Bronny because, like, it's not his fault, you know. Like it's not his fault. He grinded, he trained, you know. It's on his dad. He's doing everything he can, but I mean, goodness gracious, it's just a weird spot to be in.
Well,
like,
if you're this,
Dad, why don't you just give me $5 million? You know?
Well, I'm sure it's not about the money, man. I mean, there's probably not a more privileged kid who's entering the NBA than Bronny James.
Ever. Maybe ever, right?
Well, his dad has literally made the most money in NBA history just in salary. And who knows about endorsements? I mean, LeBron if he's not a billionaire yet, he will be. I mean, he is a billionaire status.
Oh, yeah.
So how many other billionaires' kids are on an NBA team right now?
And I'll say this about LeBron. It's not easy to say nice things about him, but the dude works his butt off. I mean, he grinds. He trains like crazy. There's never been a day, there's never been a year that he's been out of shape. I'm sure Bronny learned good work ethic from him.
You would think, if you just watch his dad work. Now, you can't. To think about LeBron at his age and the shape that he's in and what he can do, it is staggering. Oh, by the way, I did laugh because he took a little bit less money. Did you see that deal?
Yeah, like $3 million or something.
Yeah, a $100 million deal.
Maybe enough to cover his son's salary.
Instead of a 3-year, $160 million deal, he signed like a 2-year, $109 million deal. And he took like $2 or $3 million even off of that so they could stay below the apron. The sacrifices he's making.
He's actually a great dude.
Exactly.
But he got his son. So that extra $2-3 million was for his son.
I don't know, man. It's a weird spot to be in. There's literally nothing to compare it to because it's never happened in the history of the NBA. It's never happened.
This is the first time father-son's ever been on the same team.
Ever.
We've had them in the league at the same time. But
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. Never.
Yeah, I don't think so.
In the NBA, I don't think so.
Baseball, you've had
baseball, hockey.
I would think the NBA would be one of the easiest sports because these guys, they used to go into the league.
The hard part is staying old, being old and doing it.
I got that, but you get to enter the league so young. At least you used to when you get to go out of high school. I mean, the entry age makes up for a lot of it.
Well, but most of the entry age players were still 21, 22. And so if you don't get married till you're 28, 29, you're not going to have a kid. You're not going to stay. And most guys, if you got 10 years, you played in the league a long time.
I mean, does Haslam have a kid? Did Bill Cartwright have a kid? Did Robert Parrish have a kid? I can think of the old guys in there.
LaFonso Ellis' son's on the Nuggets.
How many years has LaFonso been retired?
Bunch, but I mean, he's on the roster.
There's been plenty of players that had their kids play in the NBA. I mean, that list is endless.
Kenny Martin?
You Steph Curry, Klay Thompson. Oh, did you hear Joe?
You guys are right. This has never happened. Not on only the same team, it's just never happened in the NBA.
So, no, it's pretty damn unique. So it's a weird situation. It's hard to compare it to anything. It feels odd.
You know what? We got to look at in all of sports. I don't think it's happened tons in all of sports. But I think baseball would have the most.
I can think,
longevity,
Griffies.
The Griffies. Princes. Did they ever play on the same team together, though?
I think they might have. Got to look that up. I think they might have. Guerrero, I don't think so.
I don't think they played on the same. Cruz? Didn't one of the Cruzes
I think you're right about that. I don't know. There's not a lot. It's hard to do. Hockey's got how.
I'm looking at a list of all
not easy.
I'm looking at a list of all the fathers and sons that played in the NBA, just generally speaking.
There's a lot, I'm sure.
It's not as many as you would think, but sure, there's plenty. But I think the closest, like in time that they missed each other by, was actually Kenyon Martin. Kenyon Martin and his son missed each other by 6 years, which is a long time.
Whoa, wow.
That's a long time.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
All right, so it's two things. It's a good story because it's never happened before. And it's creepy because it
It's
feels
LeBron.
Well, we just talked to this
It's
guy.
creepy because it's
Trey-
LeBron.
Who deserved to be drafted, Trey Alexander or Bronny? I'll tell you about Trey Alexander, bro. He played college basketball for 3 years. He was a star at Creighton. I mean, if he's the same size as Bronny, he's the same position as Bronny.
With shoes or without?
I'm sure with and without, maybe. Who knows? But why did Trey, and now he's got a huge chip on his shoulder because he wasn't taken, probably deserved to be taken, but Bronny gets taken. But then again, Peyton Watson averaged 3 points at UCLA, and he's turned out to be an all right NBA player. Come on. Yes, he has. He certainly deserves to be in the NBA, Peyton Watson.
He's an NBA player.
He's an NBA player.
He's an NBA player.
Ain't no doubt about it.
With a lot of growth still to do, but he's an NBA player.
Correct.
He's better than Bronny.
I think Bronny's going to have to face some tough things, man, as a pro. I think everybody and a lot of his peers are going to be casting a side eye in his direction because of how he got there.
Oh, he's got to be nervous. I mean, the only natural direction for this right now is to be utter humiliation. That's the only natural direction for this thing right now because Bronny doesn't look like he's any good. So every single game that he plays in, he's going to be under a microscope and they're going to be pointing out, they're going to be talking about it like we are right now. So it's going to be insanely difficult for him to turn that.
Do you think Bronny cares about playing with his dad?
I think he cared about getting an NBA more than anything.
Yeah. Because the whole
but that's natural of any father versus the son. I'm sure the father would always care more.
Yeah, I think the dad probably cares more than Bronny. I listen, the closest we have, and they didn't even come, but the Ball family. And I know Lorenzo, who's now trying to fight the same injury that Cap is fighting here with the Avs.
Mm-hmm.
And he may never play again either. But they wore him out because how loud his dad was when he got in the league.
Right.
I mean, they crushed him. And again, the Lakers also drafted him. And where does his dad live? In L.A.
I'm angry at the Rockies because it's the first time I've seen a player, I think, quit during a game.
Wow.
Yeah. Yep. And it's a star player. It's not a schmuck. I'll give you the story coming up next.
Hey, car shopping can be fun. It can also suck, right? It can suck when you go to the wrong dealership and you got to haggle. You're always worried about getting the right price. It takes forever. Well, that's why I want you to go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford. This is Tyler Columbus here, and I've been buying all my cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year in the NFL. I keep going back, time in and time out. They respect my time. They give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's unique to everybody that walks in the doors. Guys, it's got an incredible inventory over at Phil Long Ford. This is truly one-stop shopping. You don't have to shop all over the state of Colorado. Go to Phil Long Ford. Cars, trucks, vans, pickups, SUVs, electric vehicles. If you haven't checked out that electric pickup, the F-150 Lightning, do it. Go take it on a test drive. You will be amazed at that vehicle. Great interest rates, great incentive deals. I got some spicy food in my throat right now, but you're gonna love the experience there over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, you can shop for the comfort of your own home. Just go on the couch, sit on the couch, get on your phone, go to phillongford.com. They've got an award-winning service department, and your car is going to always stay in tip-top shape. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
the show, kid.
I guess if you got to make your major league debut, may as well be against Rockies pitching.
That's the dream, right? Make a debut and play against the Rockies?
He's playing right field. First pitch of the game is a low liner. He dives for the ball and makes a catch. First pitch of his first game. During the game, he hits a home run, and it was not a cheap shot. It was like 440. I don't know. He got it. It's also a double. But that's not why I'm pissed off at the Rockies. I'm pissed off at the Rockies today because it's the first time this year I've just seen a low effort. And Bud Black was incompetent in managing the situation. Now, this is tricky because when you have an all-star quality player give you low effort, remember how Aqib Talib tapped out of his last game and they had to bench him? Okay. It was right up there, man. And this is with Elias Diaz, who is a great player. But frankly, looks kind of fat these days. You know, it's one of those athletes that goes back and forth between, are you really an athlete or are you just fat? Well, he was looking kind of fat yesterday, let me tell you, because of the lack of effort and what was going on. I'm not trying to break down the Rockies in a deep sort of way, but there's indications that Bud has lost something right now, and his inability to fix it right away lands on his shoulders. So you got Ryan Feltner out there on the mound who's trying his damnedest. He is not having a great year. They just dumped Dakota Hudson, another vet. Like, there's people on life support that are fighting for their jobs out there.
Right.
But not Elias Diaz. He was the MVP of the All-Star game last year. He's back off an injury, and he is the trade talk. If somebody's getting traded, it's going to be Diaz as a backup catcher for a contender, okay? He's hitting 300. He can catch behind the dish, all that. Ellie De La Cruz. How familiar are you guys with Ellie De La Cruz?
Oh, he's blessed. He's like the best thing in baseball.
Dude, next to Shohei, and maybe even more than Shohei, he may be the most exciting baseball player in Major League Baseball.
And he's an entertainer. You know, like he's not just good. He's an entertainer.
Flair for days, just everything. 6'7", I don't know, shortstop, hits with power, leads Major League Baseball by a mile in stolen bases. Not even close. So they walk him, they get him on in the first inning. He steals second on a lazy throw from Diaz back to Feltner. That's right, not on the pitch. With Diaz just lobbing it up to Feltner, and he times it out a couple times and steals second. This is Little League shizzle. Okay? This is the catcher not recognizing the most exciting player in baseball that leads baseball in stolen bases, lobbing it back to the pitcher.
Not getting up after every pitch, walking to the mound or walking towards the mound a little bit and getting
How
the ball
about
back.
a look to your dude and then a bullet in Feltner's chest? No, I'm going to sit on a knee. I'm going to lob the ball up. De La Cruz steals second on the throw from the catcher, the pitcher. Okay? 2 pitchers later.
Is that an E2?
No, it's a stolen base. That's all it is, but it's a bad
play.
look.
Yeah.
Like, okay, 2 pitches later, De La Cruz with 2 outs. Steals third. Like, you don't steal third with 2 outs. What are you doing? He does. And Diaz double clutched the throw. Couldn't get the ball out of his hand to make the throw. Didn't even come close to it. Why? Because not really ready to play in this particular game. First and third situation, they try to pull off a delayed steal. Like, I'm watching like a high school game all of a sudden in Major League Baseball. By a miracle, Brendan Rodgers throws a bullet to Diaz, and De La Cruz's hand hits Diaz's foot. If not for that, he would have been safe. But it hits his foot, takes him away from the plate, and Diaz eventually tags him out. Diaz didn't do anything special. He got lucky there. All right. So there's that mess with Diaz. Later in the game, you guys are going to love this. 1-0 game.
So it's a game.
It's a game, bro. It's a game. 1-0 game, runner on third, 2 outs. Diaz throws a ball back to Feltner over his head. Over Feltner's head. Over his head. Runner just scores from third base. 2-0. Which is the score going to the bottom of the 8th. It's 2-0. You know what I'm saying?
It's still a game.
Hell Yeah, it's still a game. There's a 2-0 runner on first, 1 out. There's a 2-0 count on De La Cruz. This is where Bud Black gets some heat right here. They got Kinley in, who sucks, okay? He's pitched all right, but he nibbles at the plate because he doesn't have overpowering stuff. Bud Black should know this. 2-0 count to De La Cruz, most dangerous player, walk him. Put runners on first and second, okay? Hines already hit a 440-foot home run. It's 3-0 at this point. There's 1 out. It's 2-0. The last thing you want to do is throw for Tyler Kinley, who cannot throw hard, throw a meat pitch. Why Kinley's even in the game, I got no idea. I have no idea why he's your best solution, but that's Bud Black making that decision. What do? Well, 2-0 is right down the middle, and De La Cruz doesn't swing. I'm like, whoa, you got away with that one. All right, just walk him now. Be more careful. Don't do that again. Because Kinley's hitting none of his spots. And you should see Diaz back there. He's like, it's like laboring to do anything in the game, proving he doesn't really want to be there. Nope, 2-1. Nice job, Bud Black, pitching coach. Way to go. Meatball, line drive, left center, double for De La Cruz. Game's over. Game's over. But we keep going because there ain't 3 outs in this particular inning. De La Cruz gets to third base. Why? On a pickoff attempt, Kinley throws the ball away. Do you take Kinley out? Nah, why take him out? Let's leave him in the game still. A tapper back to Kinley. To Kinley, the pitcher. You follow me here?
Yeah.
Runner on third, tapper back to the pitcher. De La Cruz scores because Diaz ain't set up the right way, and Kinley makes a high throw instead of a low throw. Guy scores. It's a tapper back to the pitcher. He scores. And I'm just like, what the are we doing here? It was 2-0 going in this inning. Now it's 5-0. It became 6-0. They finally put Molina in, but the other run goes on Kinley. Can you see how pissed off I'm getting right here?
Man.
All right? And it's like, it is too easy and convenient just to say, oh, this team sucks, sell the team, all this crap.
That's baseball.
That's baseball. You had a situation where your ex-All-Star was not trying. That dude was not trying. And, of course, the game ends. Get Ryan McMahon, who we're going to talk to in about an hour. And I like Ryan McMahon. He went 2 for 4. I got no beef with Ryan McMahon. He's an all-star. He'll join us in about an hour or so. I'm not going to get in this with Ryan. We're going to congratulate him on being an all-star. Let me just finish here. He gets on base. Diaz comes to the plate with 1 out. Rolls over, little tapper to short. De La Cruz scoops it up, throws to second. Bad throw to first. Is he hustling down the line? Because if anybody else on the team is hustling down the line, we're staying alive in this game because you're safe. The ball goes to the inside of first base. Anybody who's hustling could have beat that throw. Diaz is out by 10 feet, and he doesn't even try. So the first baseman just stands there, waits for him. It was embarrassing. He stood there and waited for Diaz to just walk into him with the final
Even
out.
with the Kinley move, if Bud Black would have gone, what's our guy with Reggie Jackson, the manager for the Yankees, Billy Martin. If he'd have gone Billy Martin on Diaz, would you felt better?
He should have pulled Diaz from the game when he threw the ball over Feltner's head.
Diaz, he did just come off the 10-day, right?
Is he wearing a uniform?
Oh, no, I get it.
Okay, just checking.
Believe me, I say that all the time.
Just checking.
If you're out there, nobody cares if you're hurt or not.
Just checking.
The sign of a real pro is when, and listen, you're right about this, the rumors and all the speculation are Diaz is going to be moved. Diaz didn't make the All-Star game last year. He was the MVP of the All-Star game last year. We understand that gets you a little butt sore, right? That gets you a little RA going a little bit.
Why wouldn't you want that?
But professionals don't bring it in between the chalk lines, do they?
I couldn't believe what I was watching. And it's the first time I've seen a Rockies player actually perform like that. And I don't know why Bud Black kept him in the game. I have no freaking clue why. You could put in Stallings, you could put in Goodman, you could put in the Bat Boy. I mean, put in somebody, and the one thing I've commended the Rockies for this entire year is effort. They've been trying, really. They've been trying. I haven't seen quit in them until that moment right there. And that's on Bud Black to not oversee his team and send a message to the rest of the team. How that is acceptable is beyond me.
So forget all the other stuff that everybody says to do and blah, blah, blah. I kind of agree with you on that one. And I know we live in a cutesy, cuddly kind of world right now. But to me, what a prime example to set an example. And as soon as that throw gets and the guy steals second,
yeah,
I bring what's his name in right then. I sub him
Right
in the
there.
right in the middle of the inning.
Right in the middle of the inning. You throw the ball over the pitcher's head, you're out of the game, bro.
I would have gone when he threw the lob to him and the guy stole second.
I would have been tempted to do it right then and there too.
There's just no standard in the entire organization. There's no standard from the top to the middle. There's no standard from the middle to the bottom, from the coach to the player.
Well, here we go.
Players to players.
We have an easy example to look at yesterday. This is not nuanced. Anybody could see this. And frankly, if I'm ownership, I do have Bud Black on the phone. Like, what was that? And how you know what, Talib, when he gave up in his last game, and he did give up in his last game, at least the Broncos coaches recognized it and pulled him out of the game. Got him the hell out of there, as they should have. And he did quit on the team that game. And I like Talib, but I didn't think that was very professional in his last game with the Broncos. He didn't try. Come on, you're not trying? You're a pro player and you're not trying?
Check still cash.
Oh, man.
Well, I would have felt all better about all the decision-making and everything else had Bud Black pulled him out and then gone Billy Martin in the dugout.
Getting his chili.
I would have liked to have seen that.
Yeah, nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
And
they're just defeated. That's
what it
is.
What was Bud Black in the postgame? What
he was depressed. He knew. Oh, he knows. That's baseball. He knows. He knows he doesn't have the respect of the clubhouse after that game. He knows. He doesn't think it. He knows it. And he sounded like it. So, I don't know. They get going again later today. It's baseball. You got another game, blah, 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 blah. But that was the most disrespectful thing I've seen all year to the fans and the Rockies. And this is why I think it's important not to ignore the Rockies or just sell the team. Pay attention. Hold them accountable. Like, what's the answer to this? And we'll see you later this afternoon. Sorry for the rant there, but it pisses me off. And I can't even tell you, aside from when was the last time you guys saw a pro player, and you guys would know better because you guys have played the game, but how often or when was the last time you really saw a pro player quit during a game and not play to his maximum effort?
Brian Shaw era.
Okay. Well, that's a while ago, but okay. Tyler?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, and I think baseball is particularly tough to even notice it because it's such a slow-paced sport that how do you see who cares?
Right. It's hard. And so when it happens, it sticks out like a sore damn thumb. All right, time for No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
No dumb question. Who wins more games next year, CU or Broncos?
That's a great damn question.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now.
Hey, a no dumb question for DMAC.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I want to stay right here then because you kind of got me fired up right now. And we said, had he gone off on Diaz, Bud Black, you probably would have garnered a lot more respect from all the players. Like, okay, good. We can lose games, but we're not going to lose games not competing and doing what we're supposed to do properly.
Right.
Right? You got a guy as speedy as De La Cruz on. You don't stay on your knee and lob it back to the pitcher. You never do that.
That's right.
That makes sense. I can tell you a funny story about a player like that I did in Little League one time, if you want. That was really funny. So what's the fans' reaction right now? Or forget that. What's the fans' reaction should be? What should ownership reaction be today?
Well, I'd trade Diaz, first of all. I'd get rid of him. He would never play for my team again, and I would let people know why. So I'd be clear. If I'm the GM, I might be having a moment as a GM, or I don't know, man. I don't know, like the owner speaking of the clubhouse. That doesn't really happen. But like this may be that moment where the GM sort of takes ownership of stuff, and Diaz is gone. He won't be, but that's what if you're asking what I would do, that's what I would do.
Yeah, I don't know how to rant more than you.
I just got a cramp in my hip.
You okay?
I got a cramp in my hip.
All right.
It's just like I got up to talk to you and got a cramp. So you want to tell my Little League thing? You'll love this.
Sure, go for it.
So we had my buddy, became buddy, one of the fastest guys in my town ever. A.B. Combs was his name. And stole second. I was a catcher.
That's a solid name, by the way.
Yeah, good names. Stole second. Yeah. I'm the catcher. I'm an all-star catcher. I was a pretty good catcher. But we know this guy, and he's one guy. And back in Little League back then, you couldn't steal until the ball was out of the pitcher's hand, right? You couldn't take leadoffs.
Right.
That's how fast this guy was. I was a good catcher. So we have a
pretty tall catcher, by the way.
Yeah, well, I wasn't back then, but we have a conference at the mound. Good pitcher on the thing. I said, let's do the hidden ball trick.
Oh, you're calling that at 12? I'm impressed.
I've got the ball.
Okay.
We said as soon as this goes, and he goes, the umpire calls in play for the pitcher. Don't step on the mound.
Okay.
Whatever you do, don't step on the mound. My buddy who's playing third base, his dad was coach, Mel Piper. He's playing third base.
Yeah.
And so the guy gets it. I'm going to go back. I'm sitting down just waiting. And sure enough, he starts dancing. This guy's digging around the dirt. He takes off for third. We got him. We set him up. We're going to catch him right at third base. I just throw it. I mean, I line it. So if you're the pitcher.
So third baseman paying attention?
If you're the pitcher, we just had a huddle. We just had a huddle on the mound. All right. His dad, the coach, came out there too. He knew what the play was.
Uh-huh.
You're the pitcher. I'm Mel at third base. So I'm right here catcher.
All right.
AB's coming from the TV over there, right? Second base. Coming right here. So you're thinking it's third base should be like this.
Yeah. Boom.
Boom.
Yeah.
He's been down ready to catch it. He's looking dead at the pitcher.
Who has the ball?
Did you throw it anyways?
Yeah, because we knew the play.
Did you hit him in the head?
I hit him right in the mouth.
Hey, that's what you get, man.
Oh, my God. How was the blood factor?
Did you come to the meeting or not?
Was there an ambulance?
I knocked his two front teeth out.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Who paid
for
that?
He was in the huddle.
Wow.
Hey, good throw.
Oh, my God.
And he's like this. So we go there.
Did he get confused on?
He's down like this. He's down low. He's down low, ready to catch the ball like this. And it comes right here.
Oh, my God, dude. That is awful.
I mean, good throw. Knocked his teeth out. He's spitting teeth out.
He didn't realize you were the one that had the ball.
And we just talked about it in the huddle. He saw me with the ball in my mitt going back to the catch and hit him dead in the mouth, knocked his front teeth.
There must have been kids throwing up and the moms just crying. That must have been a bloody scene.
It's like 72.
Nobody cared. Rub some dirt on it. Let's go.
I think he took a mouthful of dirt and keep playing.
Kept going. Harrison Wind will join us because we got this interesting back and forth between Harrison and Ryan Blackburn.
We'll get him to talk trash about Ryan.
That's it. Happening next. PHC on 92.5. All right, C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I remember the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom. That's not a good memory. You probably just laughed it off. No big deal. It's happening again and again and again. Now it's a problem. Well, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there when you're dealing with erectile dysfunction. They have the solution. They practice better medicine, and they're the leader in treating men's sexual issues right here in Colorado. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour, maybe more. It's Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Schedule a consult today. Why wait? It's only $99. Medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. So come on now. Stop waiting. Stop putting this off. Get back in the fight. Let's go. 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
He's at the midcourt circle. 4 seconds. 3 seconds left. Why are they not fouling? Jumper Murray. Got it into Hard. Denver mounts the comeback. They come back from 20 points down. They win game number 2.
In about an hour, Rockies All-Star Ryan McMahon is going to join us. So bookmark that, Ryan McMahon, in about an hour or so. On Saturday, it's the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. Our guy Mike Sanford is hosting it from noon to 2. So come on out and enjoy tastes of some of America's finest whiskeys and bourbon, featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets are available at whiskeyfestcolorado.com. That's whiskeyfestcolorado.com. And it's Mike Sanford. Make sure you say hi to him between noon and 2.
Making the trek from Erie down to the south side of Castle Rock.
Bring a
right
tent.
in the backyard of Erie.
Joining us is Harrison Wynn from DNVR. Incredible Nuggets coverage, as always. Harrison, great to have you on this afternoon. How are you?
I'm great, G-Mac. I heard you guys were dropping my name, so when Dan texted me to come on, I had to pop on.
Well, listen, I think we're all friends in the old media room there, but when we see Ryan Blackburn's tweet about what's going on with Jamal Murray, and then I see your tweet about what's going on with Jamal Murray, I'm just like, ooh, this is fun. Ooh, I like this. This is
sure
2 different points of views. So just to sum it up, I do think Ryan has his reliable sources, and I think his perspective was from the Jamal Murray side of things. And I do believe you're coming from a different angle. So I'm not going to try to explain your own information and where you got it from, but why don't you explain where you're coming from and how that is a little bit different than what Ryan was putting out there?
Yeah, I mean, just my understanding of it is that they're just going to wait until after the Olympics to officially, ink the max contract, which is what I think it will be, as long as there's not a major injury or anything. I think both parties are on board with that. I don't think there's any hostility or a rising conflict or anything. I just think the Nuggets look at it as, all right, we want to make sure, Jamal Murray, who has had a recent history of a lot of injuries, of course, the ACL a couple of years ago, the minor injuries here and there last season, and the calf strain in the playoffs. I think they look at it as, all right, we want to make sure he gets through the Olympics, and then, we can give him the max contract afterwards. So I think that's the situation. I fully expect him to re-up on a max deal after the Olympics, but I just think they're waiting for that to wrap up.
It almost sounds like a power play. Like, it almost sounds like, hey, we don't want you playing in the Olympics. So, okay, if you want to dare yourself, you want to go out there and risk it, go ahead. I mean, is that what's going on here?
I mean, I don't know if I describe it as a power play. I think the Nuggets are supportive of their guys playing in the Olympics. They're supportive of Nikola Jokic. Jamal has wanted to play for Canada for a while. I don't think he's played for Canada since like 2017 or something, 2016. And, he's been hurt in recent off seasons. So they're supportive of that. But I feel like if he wasn't playing, then, yeah, the max contract would probably be done.
Is there, do you think, any concern, though, with the injury? And I said it earlier in the show that it felt like they were just dragging him kind of through the playoffs to try to, get by with what they could get from him. Do you think there is concern in the front office?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't think that's crazy to think that. Like, last year, I mean, throughout the regular season, he battled through tons of different injuries, like hamstring, ankle, knee stuff, then the calf in the playoffs. So I think it's definitely something that's on, the front office's mind and, something they're thinking about when they just talk about Jamal Murray, whether it's his season next year, whether it's the contract they're going to give him. I think they'd be crazy not to think about that. That's just based on his last couple of years. That's just kind of something that goes on within the Jamal Murray conversation, I think.
So the way you're saying it, they're waiting. The Nuggets are waiting. So in theory, an offer has not actually been made then.
I don't think officially it has been. I don't think it's on a piece of paper that he can sign right now. But I do think there's an understanding that, all right, after the Olympics, we'll do a max contract. I think both parties are on board with that.
See, while I like everybody, I'm the guy that wants everybody to, hey, you hear what he said about that? You know,
we call that the instigator.
I might have a little bit of the stir the potness in me. And because I'm reading from Ryan, it's possible that this is Ryan Blackburn, this is yesterday, that this gets done over the next few days. But from everything that I've heard, both sides are protecting themselves in negotiations and a straight up plain max extension offer without any stipulations has not been offered by the team. Well, that's a pretty declarative statement right there. That's like, whoa, okay. Well, we don't think that. You know that, huh? Is that your belief too, Harrison?
I mean, I trust Ryan in his reporting, and I don't know about the injury stipulations. I think a lot of max contracts throughout the league actually have those in them, whether or not they're reported for the public. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Nuggets do put some of those in there, and I think it would probably be smart to. But like I said, I think both sides have an understanding that, like, all right, get through the Olympics, everything looks good. I think, like, there's an unwritten, like, max contract out there that they'll come to afterward.
Let's say not a lot. I mean, to be honest with you, you either want him or you don't want him, right? And then
they want him.
Yeah.
They definitely want him.
I mean, the number is going to be the number. Then it's, you know, are there stipulations with injury? Are there bonuses or something written in because of lack of playing time? I think he's missed, not counting that whole year he missed. The average is like 17 games a year he's missed. Is there protection in there?
Let me go around the room and see how everybody feels about this, brother. Listen, man, I get playing for your country and all. But when an organization's throwing out $50 million a year for you, I think it's insane to have any obligation to anybody but that team. So I am not pro Jamal playing in the Olympics, and I'm not pro Jokic playing in the Olympics either. And it really does come down to money and the way things ended last year. All right? Am I rowing the boat by myself, or do I have some hands?
I have no problem Joker playing. I do Jamal, because Serbia has a chance, Canada doesn't.
Tyler?
I don't have any issue with these guys playing, but I do think it's an insanely dumb idea for Jamal Murray if the contract is not actually on the table. If they are literally waiting to see if you get hurt and that $209 million could go away somehow because you did get hurt, it's an insanely dumb idea. However, in theory, in principle, I have nothing against these guys playing for their countries.
Harrison?
Yeah, I'm with that. I got nothing against either of them playing. I think it might actually be good for a guy like Jamal to get away from, like, the Nuggets system and play basketball in a little different of an environment this summer. I feel like that could be a nice reset and refresh for him. But if I was Jamal and I didn't have the contract signed, I probably would not play and risk it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're all right. We're kind of on the same page then.
It's Canada.
Okay, so it's not money. It's not money.
We're not talking the NHL hockey or anything. It's Canada.
Dude, Canada's got a pretty sick lineup, man.
Yeah.
You don't think Canada has a pretty good roster for the Olympics?
This year, yeah, they're starting to.
Oh, it looks pretty good to me. But what do I know?
Forever they didn't even qualify for the Olympics.
Canada's got the second best odds to win it.
So maybe this year's different.
All right, Harrison.
But they're Canada's.
We appreciate it. You and Ryan, good. Okay, just make sure everything's all right.
Oh no! Hey, Ryan, we got to ask one more question, Harrison. D-Mac asked if it came down to a cage fight between you and Ryan, who wins?
That's right. I did say that.
A cage fight?
Yeah.
Gloves or no gloves?
Oh, the MMA. You tape the 6 ounce.
Okay.
4 ounce.
I'd say first round knockout for me.
Wow.
Okay.
There you go.
There you go. Now we have to get Ryan on.
I know. Is Ryan coming on after?
Oh, we welcome him for sure.
Yeah,
we're trying. We're definitely trying.
Yeah, we have to try and get him.
This equal. It's like politics. We got equal sides here.
Yeah,
so you know.
And you know what? Seriously, if he thinks he can win, then maybe we have a charity cage match.
That's never going to happen. But it'd be fun.
You
to talk
can do
about.
it in the studio.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Harrison. We'll talk to you later. Thank you.
See you guys.
See you, buddy.
Right.
So it's not money. It's not money. Everybody agrees it's not money. What are the stipulations with the injuries? What does that mean? What like help me out here, because the way I understand NBA contracts, more or less that's your money, right? So what would give me an example of an injury stipulation they'd be going after with Jamal?
Probably just games played. There'd probably be elevators, games played, making more money the more games you played in. Here's the thing about, and like I said earlier, and I know Vlatko got torn ACL 2 summers ago playing in a Euro Cup or whatever it was. I get the injuries can't happen, but you're going to be playing basketball anyway. There's not a better training camp to get ready for the NBA than to actually play in real competition in basketball. So, I mean, on one hand, it's actually good for them. They'll be in great shape when they get here.
Whether that's at LA Fitness or whether that's with Team Canada, you got to play ball somewhere.
By the way, we should use this moment. Congratulations to Vlatko. It was announced officially today he has signed a multi-year deal with the Nuggets. So, way to go, man. I think that was pretty scary what was going on with Vlatko. He's a great dude.
I saw him in the gym a lot because he wasn't playing. He worked out. I mean, he was doing some serious workouts.
The great thing about these ACLs, man, if you can come back from them. You can. If you give it the right rest and rehab, you can be just fine. With
You know what? I just saw a stat up on ESPN. Dominique Wilkins tore his Achilles when he was playing. Missed the whole year, came back the next year he played, was the comeback player of the year, averaged 29.9.
Yeah, man. It's amazing what science has done with ACLs.
Nowadays, Achilles are considered a more serious injury, I think.
I think it is.
I agreed.
Yeah. But he came back, and he was known as a jumper. He came back and averaged 29.9. I mean, come on now.
Vlatko going to have a role on the team?
Listen, the last 2 years, he's a little bit like Zeke. Has stepped up and has showed, okay, we can use him. Maybe he's going to be he's going to be Gordon's backup or whatever.
Yeah.
And then he gets hurt. Remember, he broke a foot 2 years ago.
Right.
Twisted an ankle. It seems like every time he gets going, he's going to be able to count on him. He gets hurt.
Boy, you got Holmes, though. You got Vlatko.
That's crowded.
Like Zeke Naji, man. They got to be moving on from Zeke. That's got to be happening. And I got no ill will towards Zeke, but I don't know how the heck he fits in now. Okay, well, how about Saric joining the team? Scott back. It's great to have him back, getting choked out. And that's Saric, not Scotty. I don't know. Well, the rest of your vacation, we'll find out. It's PhD coming up next. Hey, what's going on? It's D-Mac from Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, where Maroney means more during their Freedom Sale. It's more peace of mind with a money-back guarantee. It's more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado and more value with incredible deals on their most popular models, including Chevy Silverado, Trailblazer, Equinox, as well as GMC Acadia, Canyon, Terrain, and Yukon. You can take $12,500 off MSRP on a new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. You heard right. $12,500 off. It gets even better. Save thousands in finance charges with their lowest finance rates. Just go to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics. Located at 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont, it's Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC. For all the details, go visit them online. Mike Maroney, ChevroletGMC.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. And GMC, they are professional grade. All right, just to check things out, we'll have Let's Football Go coming up in about 15 minutes with Dan, Bud, Quince Tanner. Cool. We got Ryan McMahon and all my vitriol against the Rockies. Got no beefs with Ryan McMahon whatsoever. That's awesome. He's an all-star. He was voted in by his peers and coaches. He'll join us so we can congratulate him appropriately coming up at 2:40. We're looking forward to that. While we've kind of been hashing this stuff out about Jamal Murray, it feels like it's a bit of semantics here. You know, it feels like everybody's kind of on the same page-ish.
Well, I don't buy that. I don't.
Who's not on the same page?
Someone's not on the same page.
All right, so what's the disconnect in your opinion?
Everybody keeps saying, like, oh, it's going to happen. Everything's fine. Well, then why the hell doesn't it just happen? If it was really that simple, if it was really just $209 million that Jamal was like, cool, I like that deal, I sign it. I'm not waiting for anything. If the Nuggets were truly comfortable with giving him that deal, they certainly wouldn't be waiting until after the Olympics. So
but aren't you the same guy that says they signed MPJ too soon to an extension?
Oh yeah, and I feel that way about Jamal too. This deal.
So
I get why it makes the Nuggets uncomfortable.
But then why not wait?
Oh, I agree. I
thought you said they shouldn't.
No. I actually like what the Nuggets are doing here. I'm just stating that they're clearly not on the same page.
Okay. I think it's not the money. It's like how the money's going to get processed and when it's coming and what the guarantees are.
Same thing. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's about the money. I mean, okay, so if it's $209 million, but you're telling me that I have to play in 55 games, whatever. Well, it's still about money.
All right, well, hold on.
It's about how do I get that money?
All right, making some logical steps here. Do you think the Nuggets organization, I'm just going to speak Canadian because Jamal's from Canada. Do you think the Nuggets organization doesn't want him to play in the Olympics?
I don't know about that. I agree with Harrison when he said this. I think at least in all the conversations and the thing I get, and I think basketball's like this. Football obviously doesn't have the international competition. Soccer's like this. Hockey's like this. I think there's something about playing for your country. I think it's still revered and appreciated.
But then to Tyler's point then, if that's the case, and it certainly makes sense.
Yeah.
Then why the hesitation to getting this deal done? It doesn't make a lot of sense because either way, if he's really your guy and you don't mind him playing there,
because it makes because it's better. It's better financial sense.
No, this my opinion. Being clear, the Olympics is a giant smokescreen. Giant smokescreen. It's just a convenient excuse for why we're not on the same page yet. Olympics doesn't have jack squat to do with anything. If the Nuggets had a contract that they were comfortable with and call it's game escalator, and Jamal Murray is fine with it, they'd sign that deal today. The Olympics is just a smokescreen.
So you're saying the organization?
It's both sides saying, "Hey, nothing to see."
So
here.
what do you think the organization's hesitancy is with Jamal?
That they got burned a little bit by Michael Porter. Had they not signed, had Conley not signed Porter when he signed him, and then he blows was it ACL for him too, or back again? I think back again, and missed basically entire year. And they'd have waited after that, missed all the playoffs anyway. Now all of a sudden that $90 million contract might be $50. So that $209 million contract, he does something, and God forbid, and I don't think he will, but say God forbid something bad happens, he's going to miss another year. Guess what? That $209 million contract just went to $150.
Here's what I think.
That's why you wait. It's more financial sense.
I think the Nuggets have very legitimate concern about the amount of money that they have to pay Jamal Murray. Yet they have no choice because there's no better option. And we've talked about that all the time. Like, what is the realistic option? Walk away from Jamal Murray? You're not going to do that because you don't have anybody better that you're going to go get. But they're sitting there feeling like, ooh, we did just kind of go through this with Michael Porter Jr., with the Jamal Murray, and it's, hey, maybe I'm the only one that's going to say it, okay? I don't think it's just about injuries with Jamal. I think it's inconsistencies. It was one thing when you knew that you had playoff Jamal, but now playoff Jamal is inconsistent. So I think it's all of it tied in. They don't have a choice. They're going to give him the deal, but they're reluctant about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or it is just what it is, and we live in a society where there has to always be ulterior motives. And maybe they're saying, hey, we're going to shut down too. That's Summer League, we're done anyway, and then you'll be going to thing. So we'll revisit this. Here's what the offer is. They do have a max they can go to just by the law of the contract. So it's not like you're negotiating. Well, we'll take 208 until
on the surface, to me, it just doesn't feel like that big of a deal. But
see, I don't think it is either.
I guess we can make it a big deal.
but I think that's what we do now in all these deals.
I guess we can.
I mean, I think we do. I think it's probably not a big deal.
Okay, big deal, small deal. It's a deal. Like wherever that lays on the escalator, there's a deal. There's something going on that they are not on the same page about.
Next week, by next week from this Friday, or 8 days, whatever it is. Not 8. That was my math. Not good. Is Jamal Murray got a new deal signed with the Nuggets?
No, it's still before the Olympics.
Well, I'm asking. So no? I bet you the answer.
If you take what they say face value, then no.
I bet it's yes. I got a feeling.
I
got no information, but I got a feeling this gets done.
Well, let me ask this, and again, this is all speculation, and I'd be surprised if it's not done either, but it wouldn't surprise me if it's not done 2 days after the Olympics. That being said, how do we know? Are you 100% sold Jamal wants to be here for another 5 years, 4 or 5 years?
Well, I brought that up yesterday, Scott, with D-Mac. Are we positive that Jamal Murray doesn't have any lingering hurt feelings? I mean, it was just a couple years ago that the organization was telling him that he was healthy, and he was saying, no, I'm not, right? Like, are we positive that there's no hurt feelings there?
Where do you think he'd rather be?
Well, I don't know.
I'm going to say he does want to be here. Yeah, man. I think he wants.
Then it'll get done.
I think he wants to play with his guy. I think he's a Nugget for life-ish.
If he wants to be here, then guess what? It won't be a week from Friday. It might be Friday.
I think 27's in the rafters, no problem. I think he's on his way to becoming a Hall of Fame, which is weird because he hasn't made an All-Star game, but he's putting up the right credentials on paper. The fact that Jamal's never been an All-Star is actually kind of weird at this point, but okay.
Is it?
A little bit.
He's been pretty damn inconsistent during the regular seasons, dude.
He still averaged 20, though.
The dude's been a dude. And the dude's been a dude in unbelievable clutch situations.
Of course.
Boy,
here, I don't disagree with you, by the way, about getting the deal done quickly, because I do think the Olympics is a giant smokescreen. And I also happen to think that Jamal Murray has all of the leverage.
Yeah, listen, if all this thing lines up, then I think anything past like next week doesn't make a lot of sense. And the Olympics is actually kind of far away overall.
But we do realize it's been close to like 2 weeks now, right? It's been
I get it.
Close to 2 weeks since it was reported that there was a $209 million offer out
I got it. We're sitting here talking about it today, aren't we?
Well, his last 3 full seasons he's played, he's averaged 21-2, 20, 21-2. He's got a career average of 17.5, and that's averaging 9.9 his rookie year.
Mm-hmm.
So he's been, I mean, he'll have 3 or 4 games of, oh my God, what's going on? And then he'll have 10 games of, oh, wow. Then 3 games of, and then 10 games, but he's averaged 21. I mean, that's his max deal.
He's got a ring.
The Nuggets can't walk away from Jamal Murray. It's that simple. They can't. There's no option.
Well, it's a fail if it really got bad and things didn't happen, and we've already seen that with Dikembe. When Dikembe ended up walking over $10 million, not 50, and they got 0 for Dikembe. That ain't ever going to happen.
He left in free agency.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
And they got absolutely nothing for him.
That's wild.
And it was a $10 million contract.
All right. Well,
that was Bernie Bickerstaff.
We'll follow the bouncing ball with Jamal Murray, and I just think it's dumb that he's playing in the Olympics. I think it's silly that Jokic is playing, but
Well, if I'm being non-hypocritical, I've said the same thing in hockey forever, and I know the money's different. You're talking $6 million instead of
50
per, but it's still.
Lots of them.
I want you to play for the Avs,
I agree.
and be ready for the postseason and not worried about a month gone playing hockey and
But I think multimillionaires playing in team sports in the Olympics is stupid anyway.
Well, I don't
think that's what
disagree
the
with
Olympics
that.
is about.
But again, we found out that once the Dream Team was invented, that the rest of the world doesn't feel that way. They were taking grown men and professionals and playing against college kids. And when the grown men got better than the college kids, guess what America did? Well, okay, we're going to send Jordan and Bird and Magic.
Well, I'm also super cynical because I just think it's a big ratings grab. Period. It's manufactured by TV, and you can't stop these guys because the power of the Peacock network is going to be so strong that they're going to want the best players out there for their own ratings gain. I don't have much interest in it. I'm Team USA all the time, man. Flag football, let's go. Breakdancing, come on.
Joe Burrow wants to be the quarterback.
Good for him. That'd be an Olympian. That'd be freaking cool as hell.
That would make flag football fun.
Yeah.
If a dude like Joe Burrow actually was the quarterback of that team, that would be fun.
There's some stupid Olympic sports out there. It's just that they don't contain guys that we rely on so much to play for their own clubs.
Can you imagine if an NFL quarterback played on a flag team in the Olympics? Can you imagine how they would destroy the rest of the world?
Well, didn't Mahomes say he'd like to play in it too?
I don't know. I didn't see Pat, but I definitely
Oh, you're
saw
not going to
Joe.
get hurt.
Mahomes seems like type of dude that would, though.
I mean, is it any more awesome than being a flag football quarterback?
I don't know. Aaron Rodgers did come out on the field with an American flag.
No, that's A-Rod. By the way,
now all of a sudden, if you're all these other countries, you're thinking, I wonder what Burl, is that Czechoslovakian?
Hey, do you the heritage?
Right.
You're all from somewhere, right? You're all from somewhere.
I heard a couple generations ago.
Is that?
Did you hear? We know now where Aaron Rodgers was when he missed minicamp.
Oh no, where was he?
Trip to Egypt.
Oh, I did see that. Yeah.
I think it adds up.
Uh-huh.
The pyramids aren't going to be there forever, D-Mac.
Yeah. You think the Sphinx is going someplace?
You're going to pass three days in the sweltering heat of New York somewhere for a week in Egypt.
Yeah.
With sphinxes.
Wait, are you saying it's not as hot in Egypt?
It's dry heat.
Oh, okay.
It's no Oklahoma.
Egypt seems pretty hot to me.
No Oklahoma. Hey, did I wake up Trey when I asked you
You
about
got
that?
him there. You got him.
I got
Oh
him.
man.
Oh, I got him.
Man.
Came out of shell when I mentioned Oklahoma.
And then I doubled down with the Hunter Tyson vortex.
Then you just sent him right back in that shell.
All right, we'll have Let's Football Go. We have an alpha male on the Broncos, and we'll have Ryan McMahon of the Rockies All-Star joining us at 2:40. It's PHC on 92.5.
Hey, we all want to look and feel our best in summertime, right? Well, if your body's not responding the way it once did in the workouts, if maybe you gained a few pounds, don't feel bad. That's not unique. Happens to the best of us. Call my friends over at Revitalize Health. Tyler Columbus here, and I've been working with them for 7 years because they're tremendous at what they do. And I would not keep going back for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in my life. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got it all covered for you. They'll come up with a customized game plan for your body and your needs. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
You turned red on that.
A little bit. Ryan McMahon coming up in 19 minutes. Thanks, Dan. Make sure we space those out.
That's post-soda, D-Mac.
Mm-hmm. It's mountainhighappliance.com. Every major appliance line and brand, you can find it at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, what do you got?
All right, we're going to get to a couple of Broncos notes I have, but I wanted to start with Brett Yormark. Do you guys know who Brett Yormark is?
No.
He's the commissioner of the Big 12.
Oh, okay.
Now the Big 16. So they're having their media day today out there in Las Vegas. In fact, our guy Mike Sanford's out there. We'll pop him on the show tomorrow to get his thoughts.
Love
I
it.
wanted to play this piece of audio for you guys from the commissioner of the Big 12 saying expectations and just how good he thinks the conference is and can be.
We're one of the, and I say this often, we're one of the 3 best conferences in America, and we're getting better. Think about where we were just 24 months ago, and think about where we are today. So I will not stop until we're the number 1 conference in America. That's my ambition. I shouldn't have anything but that. And that's what that's the ambition of our conference. It's the ambition of our presidents and ADs. Why would we be doing what we're doing if we don't aspire to be number 1? But we continue to get better, and I like where we're going.
All right, so thoughts on the commissioner of the Big 12 saying that his goal is for them to be the best conference in all of college football.
Yeah, well, they're never going to be better than the Big Ten or the SEC, but they could be better than the ACC.
They're pretty close in basketball. It's a damn good basketball conference.
Oh, I thought we were just talking football here. Are we talking about anything but football here?
Yeah, football. It's let's talk football.
I mean, I don't know, football. I don't know how they.
If you were going to let me finish, I was getting there.
Oh,
They're pretty damn close in basketball. In terms of football, they were behind the Pac-12 last year. The Pac-12 turned out that actually
their last year was
reality,
really good.
Really good.
Maybe the best season they've ever had. I don't know.
Crazy.
I mean, I know they had some good years back in the heydays, but that was incredible. No, Big 12 it's the lowest tier, and you know what? I'm okay with that. I think it's a good place for University of Colorado to be right now. You're still in a big conference. It's still a well-known name. You can use it for recruiting. But if you're talking about competition, I think you look at the schedule for CU this year, the teams that they play, not exactly juggernauts.
Well, they're the 3rd best conference. That's great. Problem is 1 and 2 are so far ahead of you.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, I was the 3rd best marathoner in the world last year. I got a bronze. Really? How far were you behind second? Well, 5 minutes. How about first? 7. Okay, are you that close?
I mean, maybe if they get they're at 16. They were at the Big 6 originally, right? Then it was Big 8 or
Big 7.
Big 7,
then
Big 7, Big 8, Big 12. But now we got 16. Maybe when they get to 24, they'll be the best.
We'll wrap it up. All right, Dan, next up.
OU's not in the Big 12 anymore, right?
SEC.
Yep.
Texas too, SEC. All right, listen, man.
If the Big 12 is the 3rd best conference, how bad are all the 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7? Seriously.
I mean, what are the other conferences we're even talking about? The ACC and what, the Ivy League?
Can you name the teams in the Big 12?
Oh, my God, no way.
Eventually.
16 teams? Well, you start with the traditional ones. Utah, Arizona State, and Colorado.
Oh, yeah, those are the traditional ones. Yeah.
Don't forget Iowa State.
But then
that was pretty good. Hey, if you got those, I bet you could do it. Seriously.
Well, then you go to of course, the Southern rivalries at UCF. You got to throw in those schools.
You forgot a Utah team.
Is there another Utah team? Is BYU?
BYU.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yep.
They're not in the Mountain West, huh?
And then regionally, they got a team out there way on the southeast corner of America.
Well, it's UCF, right?
Oh, did you say that?
I did.
Yeah.
But are there 2 schools in Florida or just UCF?
I think it's just UCF. I'm sorry.
And don't forget Cincinnati.
Yeah, Cincinnati.
WKRP in Cincinnati.
WKRP.
West Virginia's in it.
They are,
in it, yeah.
right? And then you go with, Welsh.
Texas Tech.
I mean, seriously, what original Big 12 teams are there?
State.
Okay, so it's Oklahoma State, Kansas
Kansas
State, Iowa State, CU.
Listen.
Baylor?
Is Baylor in it? Okay, TCU.
TCU wasn't original.
Oh, I don't know. Who knows?
They were part of the Southwest Conference.
Who knows?
Hey, let me just say this. Yeah. If 2 of your best football programs this year, and we read what the expectations were, the Vegas, whatever, 2 of your best teams in the conference is KU and K-State, you ain't a great football team.
Hey, you know what, man?
KU's pretty damn good.
Maybe CU does get them 7 wins, man.
I'm telling you,
I know.
We've done it before, right? We don't have to do it again right now. I went game by game. I told you guys the schedule. I told you what the records were from last year.
Yeah.
It's not an intimidating
No,
schedule.
you're right. And if you really do have the second or best quarterback, and you've got Travis Hunter too, you have 2 top 10 picks, and if Deion's any good, right? And Pat Shurmur's... I don't, I'm ready to give it a shot, man. Let's go Buffaloes.
Did you guys see that, Dan? I don't know if you happened to clip that piece I sent you from Shador and Cam Ward talking trash to each other.
I saw that, yeah.
They're working out down there in Florida. I think this was recent, like maybe last week or
something. It was
something.
kind of a mean rip.
Oh, no. They were definitely going after each other.
Yeah, it wasn't like light.
Cam Ward was, we should play it if you got it, Dan, but Cam Ward was going after Shador for not working hard enough during practice, right?
Yeah.
And then Shador's like, well, easy for you to say, you're the one that showed up late today. so Cam Ward's ripping Shador for taking too many water breaks. Cam Ward showed up late, but they're definitely going at each other. Like it was
not lighthearted.
No, that was not friendly.
And Ward was like, you throw soft, like you don't throw that well. And
said you didn't get better today. Yeah, we got better. You didn't get better today.
Probably good for somebody to stand up to Shador. He probably doesn't hear that very often, that's for sure. All right, next up, Dan.
All right, I mentioned this earlier in the show, but the Broncos quarterback Jarrett Stidham is hosting several of his offensive teammates near his Texas home this week with 3 or 4 days of workouts at, speaking of, TCU. This is from Mike Kliss. He writes, Stidham, the team's incumbent starting quarterback, will compete in training camp and the preseason with first-round rookie Bo Nix and former New York Jet first-rounder Zach Wilson for the number 1 quarterback position. D-Mac, earlier you called Stidham the alpha.
He's the alpha.
Organizing this.
Yeah, man, good for him. Listen, man, you got a chance to lead, and this is one of those steps. So good for him.
He's naming himself the starter.
He is naming himself the starter. He is, I'm the guy. I'm going to have the guys over to my house. This is him, as Sean Payton so eloquently said, peeing on trees. This is what he's doing. He's marking his Stidham territory. Good for him.
He's kind of like that chick from The Office who said, I'm the regional manager and just took over the office.
There you go.
Remember when she took over the office?
There you go, man. So good for him.
He's the only one that could have done it. I mean, Bo Nix
could have been a receiver. Cortland Sutton could have done it. Another player could have done it. Well, actually, specifically Sutton.
Well, he's the only quarterback that could have done it. I mean, Zach Wilson just got there. Zach Wilson's a journeyman. Zach Wilson's trying to figure out his career. No, nobody's looking at Zach.
You know what?
Leader.
You know what? You're right. But I remember a year where it was like Simeon, Emmanuel, and there was all like, we're going to get together. It felt like Emmanuel was going to organize it, and it just never happened. Like nobody ever did. So you're right that he really is the only one that could have done it, but at least he did it. He did not do it.
I always think it's a little selfish of these quarterbacks. Why do they always make them come to them? Why don't they go somewhere else? Like, hey, come to my house.
Because they got the money, theoretically. Yeah. I mean, I assume they're paying for it.
I don't know about that.
Dude, when they went to Russell's place, he's got a whole football field as a backyard.
I think a lot of guys pay for it. I'd be surprised if Jarrett Stidham was paying for it.
Really?
Very surprised.
Okay, that would be fun. Something fun to dig into. I mean, what could it cost Stidham to do that? How many guys are we talking about? 12?
I don't know.
Some trainers or something? I don't know. What are we talking about?
10 grand?
Oh, God. If it's just 10 grand, that's like nothing.
Really?
It makes like $5 million a year, bro. I mean,
a new AC unit.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, next up. Yeah. Be paying that for like 10 years. What's good, Dan?
All right, guys. CBS Sports has an article out. NFL All Breakout Team. Players on their rookie contracts that could take the next step this upcoming season. Now, I will just say, if you want to save your time in reading this, there are no Broncos on this list. But my question would be, if you were to put a Broncos player or two as a future breakout player for the upcoming season, do you guys have anybody in mind that you can see making a huge leap this year?
Baron Browning, baby.
It'd be a good investment. I got two guys. Mims and Benito.
Is Benito already kind of broken out? No?
Oh, I don't know. I don't quite think so, but he's got the traits of somebody who's about to do it. He had a sneaky good year last year.
Where was Nick Benito drafted?
Second round. Last pick of the second round.
So he's been very underwhelming.
has been, but he had some good
he had moments. I think he had like 6 or 7 sacks.
Yeah.
I mean, all those guys had a decent year last year.
Mhm.
Everybody in that pass rushing room had a decent year.
And I think Mims, especially with these new kickoff rules, could prove to be one of the most dangerous guys in that department.
He's all pro in special teams last year, right?
Correct. And you know they're going to try to get him the ball more as a receiver. You know that is something they look back on with regret. So you're going to fix that theoretically.
Which then again keeps answering the question. This you'll go Canadian organization has to show they can develop young players.
Well, Mims has to prove he knows what he's doing too, right, Tyler?
Yeah, you and I stand differently on the regrets with Mims. I don't think they have regrets. I think they were a little upset with Mims.
Okay. Disappointed.
Sure.
With everything.
But I don't think they're going to force that, dude. I think they're going to make him earn it.
Next up. Wait, real quick. Who's going to have a better year, Troy Franklin or Marvin Mims as a receiver?
Oh, I'd put my money on Franklin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scott?
Mims.
I think Mims too, but it'll be interesting. It'll be fun to see. And if it's Troy Franklin, that's probably great news.
I'll just tell you this, just from the practices we were able to watch, those coaches were grinding Troy Franklin, grinding him.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people might think that's a bad thing. I don't think it was a bad thing. I think they're grinding him because they know how much they need him.
All right, next up, Dan.
All right, I just saw this earlier today, and I wanted to pass this along. So the NFL, we all know, is king at making money. So the national revenue hit for the NFL last year, the amount of money they made, $13 billion. The figure in 2022 was 11.9, so they're up over $1 billion from the season prior. The numbers in the report come from an estimate by Sportico based on discussions with 4 different teams. So the per team revenue, fellas, will be over $400 million per team. Do you guys think this will help? Like, where is the salary cap going to end up if the NFL continues to progressively make more and more money each year?
I'm sorry, did you say it was 13? How many billion?
13 billion total. So
which seems low.
Divvies out to about a little over 400 million per team.
It does feel a little bit low because the reason I asked again is because I looked up what the NBA made. What would you guys think NBA would be?
I think they were
$5 billion.
7 or 8.
10.58 billion last year.
Okay.
See, I think that's an underreporting by the NFL, which I think they've done forever and ever. Because if you go, remember the one last holdout of the big collective bargaining, and Robert Kraft had to come in. They were estimating that it was closer to 15 billion then, and they were only reporting like 12.
Because the NFL doesn't want the players to know how much they're earning.
They don't want to know all that number. So if they were saying 15, and that was 8-9 years ago, back then, I bet the real true number is somewhere around 17.
You can't tell me that the NFL only made $2.5 billion more than the NBA.
No,
you can't tell me that.
Ryan McMahon has made the All-Star team. He will join us coming up next. Hey, everybody out there who's interested in buying that new vehicle. If you're looking for the lowest price and the lowest payment, the lowest finance rate, and the biggest discount, you're in luck. It's Mike Maroney, Ford, Chevrolet, and GMC, where Maroney means more. It's more peace of mind with a money-back guarantee. Start there. How about this? More convenience. You get free delivery anywhere in Colorado and more value. Like a 23 Ford F-150, that's going for 1.9% APR, 72-month financing, okay. A 24 Chevy Silverado 4x4, that's $399 a month, or up to $12,500 off a 24 GMC Sierra. You can visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, and Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, proud partners of CU Athletics. For all the details, go visit my friends online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. You know, people ask me all the time, what's the biggest difference since you've lost a ton of weight? And it just feels like I got my life back. And what I was doing before I got heavy again was competing in triathlons. Now, hey, man, it's the journey of the average athlete. It's not like I'm winning or anything, but it's about just getting out there and doing it. Well, done a bunch of fun stuff this summer, no doubt. And I'm competing. We'll see how I do in a triathlon this weekend. It's a small, it's a, no Ironman or anything. It's a sprint distance for sure. But again, this would be a work of fiction if you were to see me just like 8 months ago. Seriously, it's ridiculous. And I have Soda to thank for it. Great results. They made it easy. In fact, if you click request a nutritionist callback, within minutes, you're going to talk to someone who truly wants to help you get in the best shape of your life. And I'm there. Man, I'm getting there. I have more energy than ever before, and it's been easy with Sota Weight Loss. Go to sotaweightloss.com, SOTA weightloss.com. Sota Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art. All right, we're waiting for Ryan McMahon to call us. Congratulations to Rymac, who made his first All-Star game. Voted in by his peers, which is pretty cool. And Rocky's taking on the Reds in a little bit, so we'll look forward to having Ryan when he calls in. We'll get him on shortly. While we wait for Ryan, let's go back to Dario Saric and the role that he's going to play, Scott. This happened while you're on your vacation, and then we saw him get choked out in a bar in Greece with.
I did say yesterday, for the record, that wouldn't have happened to you. I said if Hastings went in there, he's not getting choked out.
Well, you don't let nobody get behind you.
There you go.
He's got the spatial awareness was not very good for Dario.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that in a second. As I think we're hearing from Ryan right now, I believe. Just waiting for Dan. Ding. Wait, we're waiting. We're waiting. Yeah, this is his first time ever being an All-Star. I think he was up for it a few different times, but I got to imagine that's a pretty cool feeling, right? You know, especially when you get voted in by your peers, like that's how it does.
Baseball confuses me with the whole system of getting in, and like because one player for every team gets in, but you get voted in for your peers versus what?
Fans. The fans have a vote too. The fans vote for the starters.
But they actually separate those two, the fan vote versus the peer vote?
You know, I guess. I don't know exactly how it goes.
Come on, you're baseball guy.
I know. I haven't really.
I didn't think that was a trick question.
I didn't break it down that much. Ryan McMahon joins us now. Hey, Ryan, we really appreciate you being on with us. Congratulations on being named an All-Star.
Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me on, too.
You know, we're debating it here. How aware are you about how the voting process goes? Because we're not very clear on it. I think it's awesome your peers voted you in, but how aware are you, like the fans versus the players versus the coaches? Is that something you're even aware of?
Yeah, I've got a good understanding of it now. I think, honestly, man, I think the only people who really know how it thoroughly works is like our media team, the players, and the coaches. So it's definitely a confusing process, but like you said, getting voted in by the players, man, super cool for me.
I mean, that's got to be the biggest honor, right? Getting voted in by the players.
Yeah, man, just kind of feeling that respect, right, from around the league. You know, it's a lot of guys I look up to, so to know that probably a couple of those guys voted for me, super cool moment.
Hey, any plans? Have you talked to anybody else? What your expectations are and everything else like that? You had a teammate, I think probably is going in just like you last year and ends up walking away with the MVP. Anybody talk to you what to expect?
Yeah, I literally was talking to Chuck 5 minutes ago. He said the gift room's the best thing there. So go into the gift room as soon as it opens and take as much stuff as you can with his advice.
You know, being a high-level player, Ryan, there's just so many amazing moments, you know, from what you did in high school to being drafted to making the majors, all that. In terms of your family, where does this rank?
Honestly, man, I don't think they care. My family treats me like, you know, my mom treats me like I'm her son. My dad treats me like I'm just his son. My siblings definitely just treat me like I'm their older brother. But no, man, they were excited for me. They know this is important to me and a cool honor.
I'm sure they're coming out, I would assume. But do you have an entourage you have to pay for? I know in the NFL, guys, it's like an expectation. You got to pay for somebody to come out. You got an entourage?
No, I got my boys watching at home, but I'm just going to roll with my family. I got my mom, dad, my wife's parents, and her brother coming.
That's good. And by the way, right down the street is Six Flags Over Texas. So if you guys
might need to make a stop. Might need to make a stop.
Yeah, if you have a little something you want to send the parents to, you might want to do that right there. Hey, this season, obviously, you guys would like more wins and so on and so forth. But what would you say to everybody out there? One of the more proud things that you are of this season and how you guys have competed.
Dude, there hasn't been any quitting the boys. I think that's been a big thing for us. You know, we were down. We got beat up pretty early, and then went on a 7-game win streak against some really good teams. We swept the Padres in San Diego, and we've had other moments like that, man. And those are things that we need to get used to, and things that we need to do more of course. You know, but you got to start somewhere. So hopefully that's a start for us, and hopefully, you know, maybe later this year, a couple more win streaks, and then roll that into next year.
You guys just took 2 out of 3 from Kansas City, who I grew up as a Kansas City Royals fan, growing up in Kansas. But that's a team that lost 100 games and now is turning around and looks like they could possibly win 90-some games. I think they're on pace for 90 wins or something like that this year. Do you look at moments like that and say, hey, if we keep on the right track, this thing can be done and can be turned around?
Yeah, man, you have to, right? You got to have some light at the end of the tunnel. You know, you see teams do it quick when they got good young players, and that's something we know we have. We've got Brenton Doyle, Ezekiel Tovar, a lot of other young guys getting a lot of good at-bats right now. So, you know, you see that for other organizations, and, you know, it's a good light to have at the end of the tunnel and know that could be you.
You know, even yesterday when you guys struggled hitting the ball, you went 2 for 4. And meanwhile, in front of you, Ezekiel Tovar, he's going through a tough stretch. He's 0 for 28 right now, okay? But I get it. He's going to straighten that out. What do you feel your role is, Ryan, and somebody that has figured out slumps and has become so consistent? What is your message to a younger guy that you play next to like Zeke?
Yeah, I've done what Tovar is doing right now plenty of times, man. So having gone through it, I got a little perspective. Just try to keep him in a good spot. But that kid, man, he shows up every day. He's a true pro. I know he's 22 years old, but he acts like he's 32. So he's gonna be fine, man. He's probably a little tired. He's played, I think, every single game except for one. So I know he's gonna get out of it. He's a tremendous talent, and honestly, man, a better person than player. It's incredible.
Hey, Ryan, on the positive side this year, you guys have had a lot of leads. You have. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of blown leads. I'm curious your thoughts on what could go differently when you've got those big leads to finish out the game without having such a big disappointment on the other side.
Yeah, man, we got to get on the same page. Right now we're pitching better. We're not hitting. When we're hitting good, we're not pitching great. So it's just about syncing those two up. Honestly, the best way to lose would probably be like 15-0. You hate losing those one-run ball games or when you're in them. So just have to sync that up a little bit. And like you guys have said, a little bit more consistency out of all of us would definitely help.
I'm sure you've got a great relationship with Nolan Arenado. I'm sure. But do you kind of look, at the numbers a little bit, see how Nolan's doing over there in St. Louis compared to how you're doing? Do you have a little friendly, competitive spirit with that?
I don't check on him too much, man. I try to focus on this team. The only guy that I probably check on is Story. That's probably the only guy I keep up with. That's my guy.
Okay, all right.
Hey, last question from me, and you can't vote for yourself. Last out of the game, line shot to this guy. Who do you want fielding? And the opposite side, who do you want sitting at that plate down one and you need a hit? Who are those two guys for you?
All right, defense, I want the ball going to Doyle, man. He's going to find a way to make it an out. At the plate, man, you got to go with Chuck. He's done it so many times. I feel like in the biggest situations, he is the calmest. So definitely Chuck.
Hey, by the way, all right, a baseball one. Indulge me here, because this happened the other day. Men on first and second, there was a soft liner to Rogers at second. Now, just imagine, you're playing third. There's a soft liner to you. Do you ever think about just dropping it on purpose? And I could have sworn on Rogers' face, like he just had a little shake of his head, like, I could have probably just put that one on the ground. I could have done something there. Does that ever cross your mind? Or you just, I don't know, it's an out, take the out?
I think it always does. After the fact, like, oh, man, I might have been able to do something there. But in the moment, you're like, oh, damn, the ball's coming at me. Catch it. Don't drop it.
All right, and then last one here, too. Your defense is phenomenal. What have you done to just take it to that extra next level? Seriously, I mean, it is different right now. What have you been working on to make it that way?
Honestly, man, I was a terrible defender all through like growing up, high school, my first couple of years in the minors. So it's just something I've always had to work on. And ever since then, it's just something I take pride in. So I just keep doing the same drills that I've done literally since like AA. So I had a really good coach, Jerry Weinstein, who took me out there, kind of showed me the ropes and taught me what to do, and I've just rolled with it.
Was it tough early on, kind of them not deciding what position they wanted to play yet?
No, honestly, I think doing all that actually helped me. I feel like once I went and played first and second base, I realized how much time I had, and then I was able to transfer that over to third base.
Hey, Ryan, we want to congratulate you, and there's a lot of games you guys could turn this around. I think you can, and I think you're a core member of it, and I look forward to that happening, brother. So congratulations, and keep it going.
All right, thanks, boys. Appreciate it.
It's Ryan McMahon. I mean that, by the way. Like, you need core guys.
Well, he was the guy that the ownership said that's the one guy that's off the table, will not be traded.
They just signed him to a 6-year, $70 million contract in 2022. He has that talent. You would not see the difference defensively between him and Nolan Arenado, and his numbers are better.
I thought it was kind of an interesting response,
I did too. Right? Why did you?
Well, it was pretty clear. No, I don't check in on him.
Right.
But yeah, I'll check in on Trev.
But he checked up on his shortstop when he's playing second base. He's playing with Story, so there's going to be a better relationship there.
You're teammates. I mean,
I think I heard what Tyler heard.
Yeah,
like, I wasn't really down.
That sounded
Nolan.
like no love lost to me.
That's what it sounded like to me too.
All right, not to bring up, we can talk about tomorrow. Is Nolan Arenado a little bit of a Nathan McKinnon?
Maybe.
What do you mean? I guess I'm
Just pretty precise, being big. I mean, they had that big story.
No. I don't think he's like that. No, I think he's looked at as somebody who didn't want to be here. And, Nathan's not like that.
Forget him.
I think that's what you heard there.
That surprises me a little bit that people would alienate him in a Rockies locker room, though, like that you don't want to be here. Like, that does surprise me a little bit that guys wouldn't have a little bit more compassion or understanding.
It didn't sound like it, did it?
No, it didn't. And you never know. I mean, that could be a personal relationship.
Also, don't forget, Nolan leaving was the best thing for him.
Of course.
It gave him a solid position, and he's been playing lights out since.
Of course.
But early on, they bounced him around everywhere.
Everywhere.
I don't know how many games the Rockies have lost this year when they had the lead going into the
They led Major League Baseball.
Tyler.
With ninth.
9.
Okay, 9.
Which is a
9.
Major League record.
Correct.
Wait,
9.
hold on. 9 games with the lead in what inning?
9th.
In the 9th inning.
9.
Okay, so if you expand that a little bit, you go to the 7th inning.
Well,
20 games, whatever.
If you keep going, like 8th, yeah, it would be more. Yeah.
So my point is here, though, like if they could just figure out a way to even win half of those games that they dropped, what's that record look like?
Tyler?
Like 40% of those games.
It's a great question. If you just did what they did on their homestand in 7-game stretches and went 4-3 with like 20 or so series, you would go 20 games over 500-ish, okay? The Diamondbacks went to the World Series last year being 6 games over 500 in the regular season.
Yeah.
You do not have to win the NL West against the Dodgers, which you might never do. But if you simply won 4 out of 7 games, if you kept going 4-3, you'd be a lock to make the playoffs. So when you say 9 wins, brother, 9 losses after you've led in the 9th inning, that is a ton. And never mind, like, you're down 2-0 the other day going in the bottom of the 8th. You got a shot. Dude, they've given up 5 runs or more in the 9th inning 6 times this year. That's never happened in Major League history, and it's July, brother.
Yeah.
I mean, it's never happened before.
And that's not accounting for the 7th inning, for the 8th inning.
I'm just here to say, man, there's some talent there. He is a core guy right there. You need that dude right there. And he's been playing like it. Defensively, he's been lights out. He's in the middle lineup. Even in a bad day yesterday, he went 2 for 4.
Well, and you talk about Tovar going 0 for his last 28. Right. At the beginning of the year, there was whispers of him being the All-Star.
And it faded recently.
Yeah.
There was, because for about a month, he was unstoppable.
Unstoppable. But
McMahon's been like this the whole year, not just a little bit. By the way, a soft liner, men on base, you got to just
I had that.
Drop that ball, just step on the base.
The only time I saw it in live action in Legion, and our shortstop at the time, I mean, Legion's as high as I played, he was the best defensive shortstop I'd ever been around in my life. He did it in a game. Came at it, and he let it pound the back of his glove, dropped it, boom, fired the second, boom, boom. And we were all like, you can do that?
Oh, hell yeah.
You can do that?
Well, I tried it in high school, and I always played even with third base. I played third base in high school. I always played even with the base. I was always praying for that moment to happen. One time, dropped it on purpose, stepped on third, threw to first. The umpire said, you're not getting away with that. The guy's just out. Like I said, I dropped it on purpose, and he just declared it out.
What?
Yeah.
Well, the other part is, what if your teammates?
But it's a line drive. It wasn't a pop up.
What if your teammates aren't prepped for you? What if they think you're just going to catch the ball?
That's good. Then I throw it in their mouth like Scott Hastings did.
Right in the mouth.
Scotty, good to have you back. Nice job, Dan Tanner. Tyler, we'll see you tomorrow. What is happening next? Because who is on? Right, because are Nate and Sanford both in Vegas?
I saw Springer.
Yeah.
Wait, what the hell is happening next?
Well, they're live from Vegas.
Okay, well, Dan, you don't know, do you?
No idea.
No clue. All right, well, listen, we're done.
Hey, dude. Dan, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Scott.
We seriously thought you were here yesterday. Seriously, the show started and we're just like...
I thought you were both here today.
All right. Well, whatever's happening is happening next right here on Altitude Sports 92.5.
I swear I'm here. Welcome in, everybody. Happy Tuesday afternoon. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I am Nate Kreckman, the man on the other side of the glass. He's multitasking today. He is both using his voice and his hands. You hear that, ladies? Mark Springer is with me here this afternoon. We're rolling with you today until 6 p.m. We will be chatting with Nuggets Summer League head coach Andrew Munson. Coming up at 20 minutes after 3 o'clock to preview the Nuggets and their Summer League slate, which gets going on Friday. Spring, do you have Summer League fever?
I do.
Good.
It's okay. This might sound ridiculous. I suppose you could say this every year, but I think this year more than any, like this Nuggets Summer League team, this Summer League season matters. Like this is an important one because of how reliant the Nuggets and every NBA team has to be now on their draft picks, their late first round, their early second round picks. This is year 2. This is Summer League 2 for Hunter Tyson and Julian Strawther and Jalen Pickett. Like this is a big Summer League, I think, for those 3 guys.
Hunter Tyson was a star last year.
He was.
In the Summer League.
He was. You want to know one thing I was thinking today is, Julian Strawther, late first round pick. What was he, like 28, 29, somewhere in that range?
Yes.
Yeah. And then Tyson and Pickett were early second round. So you've got 3, forget first and second round, just in like a 10-pick stretch of that draft. They took 3 college veterans.
Older players.
And I like the bet. The bet is, can you just go one of 3? 3 picks in about a 10-pick stretch. If you could just go 1 out of 3, that one of those 3 college vets pans out, I will take that bet.
Yeah, you're playing the percentages, essentially, which I guess I never really thought of it that way.
That's how I think of it as a bettor, Nate. If you just give me a 1 in 3 chance, and they're all 3, similar profile as far as college veterans, I just need one of those 3 to pan out. And that's a win. That's a massive win if you can get one of those 3 to pan out.
I mean, Julian Strawther, late first-round pick, so essentially a second-rounder. Tyson and Pickett in particular was a player that they really did target, that Calvin Booth liked an awful lot coming out of Penn State, a guy that he wanted to go and get, and he did. And what I want to know from Jalen Pickett, and I'm interested to talk to Andrew Munson about this, is how do you want him to play? Do you want him playing Penn State booty ball, or do you want him getting downhill and being more active and efficient in the pick and roll and being a pick and pop shooter and all those things that you need a guard to be in the modern NBA? For those that don't know that term, by the way, booty ball, it was, I believe it was coined by Brad Underwood, my dude from the University of Illinois. But coaches around the Big Ten they looked at the way that Jalen Pickett played. He has a large backside, which shout out to him. Good for him and his parents.
He's got a badunkadunk.
That's right. And a big part of his game is playing with his back to the basket, even on the perimeter, and just backing dudes down and initiating offense in that way. Okay, and that's going to be more useful at the college level, where you'll have a strength advantage over a lot of guys that are defending you. NBA gets a little bit tougher. Thus, are you developing that face the basket downhill version of your game? Got to be able to play that way. The other thing I don't know about Jalen Pickett now is once Russell Westbrook is here, should that happen, which we think it's going to happen, does that just instantly relegate Jalen Pickett back to the bench, Jalen Pickett back to third point guard, Jalen Pickett to garbage time minutes? Or will we find out in the Summer League this is a guy that is now capable of actually operating a second unit? That's one of the questions.
Sure. Is there a world where, because right now, I guess as it stands today, Christian Braun's your starting 2 guard. But is there is there a world, and I'm rooting for Christian, and I could see it happening. It's his 3rd year. You can take that jump, especially with the talent around him. I could see a world, and I would say that this is my favorite, that Christian grows into that role and he's your starting 2 guard for the entire season. That would be my pick. But here's an underdog pick for you. Is there a world where Christian Braun doesn't take that even just little half step we want him to take? And now all of a sudden, Russell Westbrook. I'm assuming Westbrook's coming here. Let's just assume he comes here.
I'm still, yeah. Well,
it makes all the sense in the world.
Let's live in that space. The Clippers, I think, are still looking for, I think they're just trying to work out whatever trade partner scenario. If a third team has to reroute some second-round pick somewhere, so the Clippers get something of value before shoving Westbrook out the door.
Is there a world where Westbrook is your replacement for KCP as the season goes on, just given the veteran he is, the more reliable player probably compared to Christian Braun? That's not, I mean, obviously Russell Westbrook likes to chuck some shots up.
Yeah.
But at this point in his career, you do know more so what you're getting from him than a Christian Braun.
I don't think you can put him with that lineup, and here's why. Because you get no floor spacing out of Russ. He's the anti-floor spacer, actually. Like KCP, could do the corner. He could sit in one corner, MPJ in the other, AG in the dunker, and then let Jokic and Jamal operate as they need to inside the key. Russell Westbrook, he didn't really fit in with that lineup. Like Russ is going to have the ball in his hands. He's a playmaker. Number one, more than anything, he is going to be a playmaker. I don't see him in that role right there because if Russell Westbrook goes and hangs out in the corner, every coach worth his salt in the NBA, which is all of them, will just go, yeah, we'll just wave at you over there, and we're not going to even look at you. Okay, so that's the flaw that you would end up with right there. I don't see Russ going into that starting five. Spring, this is the argument that I keep having, is if we're just conceding that Christian Braun is the starting two guard, does that instantly mean, then Peyton Watson, no matter what, is a front court player? That's the only way to view him. We do not view him as any kind of hybrid wing or anything else like that. Quite simply, Peyton Watson has to play in the front court because we don't view him as a guard. Because he's the one guy on this team that can block shots. Because of his springiness, everything else, we don't want to take him away from the basket, so we won't.
Yeah, I definitely view Peyton as more of a 3.
Yeah.
And
3-4.
3-4 for sure.
Yeah.
And as that 2, you got to hit shots. I think that Peyton suffers from a little bit more so of what Christian suffers from, the inconsistency from 3.
Mm-hmm.
But I just have more trust in Christian's consistent shot right now. I mean, Peyton Watson can hit the 3. It disappeared completely in the playoffs.
Sometimes, yes.
But there were stretches in the regular season where, you see the development of his 3-point shots. And, that's going to be the key for Peyton, for Christian, is the development of the 3. Vlatko Čančar re-signs. The Nuggets say it's a multi-year deal, but it really looks like a 1-year guaranteed deal at the veteran minimum.
He might be your backup 4.
He can shoot a little bit.
If De'Ron Holmes isn't ready.
Do they?
Word, by the way, real quick on Vlatko. Mm-hmm. Word is, and Adam Mares talked about this on his podcast, playing for Slovenia in the Olympic qualifying tournament. Vlatko very much looks like a guy in his first year coming off an ACL.
Ooh, yeah, and that's what Dario Saric went through.
Yeah.
Before Dario Saric tore his ACL, I'd watch him as a young player and think, there's potential with Dario Saric.
Finished second in Rookie of the Year voting his first year in the league.
He had a good rookie year.
Yeah.
And then he tore that ACL and hasn't quite been the same since. But last year with Golden State, I saw a little bit more of him getting back to that form. I don't know if he ever will get back to that trajectory that I thought he maybe was on. But okay, we knew Vlatko was probably coming back, and now it's official.
I think with Vlatko, it's going to be a slow ramp up with him this year. He may not be ready to be a significant contributor October, November. Now you hope, again, increased minutes, what he is getting out of rehab, getting to play a little bit. He's got, he's just got to get more comfortable on the leg more than anything else. But and when you looked at the box score, like his production for Slovenia was not great. Yes, he's an NBA player, and yes, he is worthy of playing for his national team, but just not quite there yet. And that's they need him to be able to get to that place. I think if he does, Vlatko has a chance to be a really useful player on this team.
Yeah, and the ACL
and he has the trust of Malone.
Yeah, the ACL injury is so unfortunate because right before he tore his ACL, he was really starting to become a little polished in that development of him as a bench role player. We started to see it, and then boom, you tear your ACL, and now it brings you back down a couple rungs on the ladder that now you have to climb back up again. And then back to the 2-guard real quick. I mean, is the sleeper Julian Strother? Like, his shot, his stroke, his game, there's a profile to it that is so smooth that it feels a little more NBA upsidey than a Christian Brown.
I agree with that, but the thing with him is he just hadn't played.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what he can do. And I'm eager to talk to Andrew Munson about this with Julian Strother, what are the indicators that a team is looking for right now to figure out, okay, is this guy NBA rotation ready? You drafted him in a spot, and again, because of the team's salary structure, he exists in such a way as an entity on this roster that he's going to have to step into this rotation and play. But, how do you know he's actually ready to be able to do that? I don't know. I don't want to call it like a lost first year with Julian Strother, but it only sort of started to crawl before it could even really walk as an NBA player. We don't know for sure what he's got. I know he can shoot it, though. I agree with you there.
Yeah, how much of it, though, do you think was protecting him, knowing that he was a late first-round pick?
And once it got into the second half of the season, it was just like, dude, you're not going to be in the playoff rotation anyway.
Like, they might have liked him.
Right.
They might have seen the upside. He could pop in practice, but they still just thought, not right now. We don't want to open your toolbox right now.
This is what I said to Berto yesterday was MPJ, Jamal, in the quest to find a third shooter for this team, and I don't think this team has enough shooting, but Julian Strother's got to be the guy. Has to be the guy. Unless Christian Brown just takes a massive leap forward in terms of the just being a dead-eye three-point shooter and a guy you can't ignore when he's, over there in the corner. But he's not been that player yet in his NBA career. So we will be talking to Andrew Munson, special assistant to the head coach. He is the Summer League head coach. Andrew Munson for the Denver Nuggets. We'll be talking to him coming up here in a few minutes. The Nuggets will open up their Summer League play Friday against the Clippers at Cox Pavilion in Las Vegas on the campus of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Game number 2 on Sunday against Toronto. They'll take on Charlotte and Indiana as well before possibly moving on further into the Summer League tournament. Damn right. Go Summer Nugs. We're all about it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have a lot to do today here on this radio show. Ryan McMahon, you just heard him on with the PhD dudes. He is an all-star. Want to bring back some of that conversation today here on the show. Plus, were the Rockies getting clowned last night? Were they getting clowned just a little bit? Want to dive into that today here on the show. Joel Embiid with an interesting answer to a question from Denver's own Troy Rank. I want to get to that today here on the show as well. We have much going on. It is a lovely Tuesday afternoon. We're talking Nuggets Summer League with Andrew Munson. That is next. Yeah, we've been hyping it. Summer League starts on Friday for the Nuggets at the Cox Pavilion there in Las Vegas. Nuggets will take on the Clips, game one of at least 4 guaranteed that the Denver Nuggets will play. Joining us right now, very excited to have him here on the show. That is right, Denver Nuggets Summer League head coach Andrew Munson is with us on a Tuesday afternoon. Andrew, welcome to the show. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
Doing very well. Hey, first off, congratulations on getting the nod, getting the opportunity to lead this Summer League team. What are you most looking forward to, getting to move from, behind the bench guy to I'm running this show, I am the head coach? How much are you looking forward to this opportunity?
Thank you. Definitely looking forward to it a lot. I mean, the biggest thing I think is it's kind of an exciting opportunity to, behind the bench, you got all you feel like you have all the answers and these great ideas, and then, day one of practice comes yesterday, and I didn't like how that idea went very well. So it's kind of a little bit of a humbling experience so far, but really excited, grateful for the opportunity, and obviously I've been working with some of our returning guys, Julian, Hunter, Jalen, all year, so it's exciting to be able to help them out coming into this week.
What is it like, because you're taking a group of players and yes, Hunter and Strother and Pickett, like those guys, they all have that experience having worked with each other. Deron Holmes is now new. Plus, when it's Summer League, you got to round out the lineup. You have Trey Alexander. You got a lot of other guys. You got to sort of shoehorn in there. What is the challenge like? What short, kind of moves are there to quickly get a team of players that are unfamiliar with each other, just to quickly get them up to speed and develop some chemistry?
Yeah, no doubt. Definitely a challenge. It's kind of the crash course of Nuggets basketball here this week. So it's really just about finding the fine line of, we want to teach everything. We want, especially our rookies to be, learning our system, but you also just kind of got to get them out there, let them play 5-on-5 together, and kind of make some mistakes on the fly, and then do some teaching, after practice, everything. So, we've got some quick drills that we try and get some of the basics, most important stuff. But then from there, we really want to see those guys play together in a live setting, first and foremost.
Andrew, I want to talk about your journey to becoming the Nuggets Summer League head coach here. Admittedly, I did not know much about you, so I Googled you, and I have an article from SiouxLandProud.com.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, apparently, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, you are from Sioux City, Iowa. You went to East High School, and then you graduated from East High School, I believe, in 2012, which would make you 29 years old. Is that correct? You're 29 years old?
I turned 30 in March.
Happy birthday.
I'm a March birthday as well. Team Aries all day. Okay, so you just turned 30. So you go to the University of Iowa, and you're a student manager for the Hawkeyes basketball team. And then immediately after graduating from college, you get a gig as a Nuggets video coordinator. So what has that journey been like for you? It seems like you knew what you wanted your career path to be fairly early on.
I definitely, as long as I was able to stick around basketball, it's something I wanted to do. And I'll be really honest with you, that summer after I graduated from Iowa, I really wasn't sure what I was going to be able to do, what would be available. And I think my buddy Tommy Massimino was working for the Nuggets at the time, and I think it was maybe a week before training camp when I got hired as the intern. I think they had just run out of resumes in their file, and they needed someone to get there ASAP. So from there, it's just been they've been lucky enough to stick around. Try and do your best to, once you get your foot in the door, just keep your head down and keep working. And I've been lucky enough to have all these coaches around me, assistants, obviously Coach Malone, give me opportunities, as the years have gone by. And now it's crazy. It feels like it was yesterday I started here, and now it's 8 years later, and we're about to start Summer League. So it's exciting. I couldn't be more grateful for the 8 years and the opportunity I have this week.
Well, shout out to Springs Research right there. I just looked at your LinkedIn page. I creeped you on LinkedIn, Andrew, just to get a little background here. you start as the video intern, you become the assistant video coordinator, which, like, being a video coach, that's the track for you guys that, weren't ex players or anything else like that. Like, you don't get to do the JJ Redick course or the Jason Kidd course or anything else like that. Like, you got to kind of start at the bottom. And when you're the video intern and the video coordinator and you're doing all of those cut-ups, how valuable is that experience just in, not just doing exactly what is asked of you, but just watching that much basketball, ingesting that much basketball? How important were those years for you?
Yeah, I mean, they were huge. It's a great point. It's, I was lucky. Some of the assistant coaches that were here when I first got here, like Wes Unseld, Mike Nori, Travis Armento as well. Like, when I first got here, they really kind of hammered home, like, hey, don't just be a mindless, drone cutting up the video. Like, pay attention to what you're watching, learn the play calls of the other teams. Like you said, pay attention to what you're watching, because you watch that much basketball, you're bound to learn a lot. And coming from college, I thought I knew basketball pretty well. And when I first got here in September that year, the NBA is a whole different world. So the years I've spent cutting up all the film and watching the edits has been invaluable for sure.
Talking to Andrew Munson, he is the special assistant to the head coach for the Denver Nuggets. He is now the Summer League head coach, leading that group into action against the Clippers coming up here on Friday. All right, so Andrew, let's talk a little bit about your squad that you're taking to Vegas. And let's just right off the jump, let's start with the guy that I think most Nuggets fans are going to be paying, I think, the highest degree of attention to at Summer League. That's Julian Strawther, second-year player, a dude that was a first-round pick, and a guy that, quite frankly, slots into areas of need for this team, namely shooting. Okay, you know what his role is probably going to look like, or what is needed out of him with the big Nuggets, but Summer League Nuggets, what do you want out of Julian Strawther? What are you challenging him to do in Las Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, you kind of have a feel for what his role is with our big team, and it's always a fine line. You want to still see some of that in Vegas, right? You want to see, hey, he made the right cut. That's a good cut he's going to need to make when he's out there with Nicole and Jamal. But definitely this week in Vegas, we're looking at him to take a leadership role on and off the court. He's going to have the ball in his hands a lot of opportunities to create for himself and others. And I think that would definitely be one thing. How does he handle, kind of the increased volume of shots and just kind of plays being called for him? And then defensively, that's always Coach Malone's, biggest thing to get on the court to contribute is defense. So we want to see Julian compete on that end of the floor as well. And then with all those returning guys, they gotta lead everyone else on the court. They know what's going on. They know what we expect, and it's on them to kind of take control of this team. So we're really excited, obviously, this week for Julian. He's been phenomenal so far in 2 practices. So really looking forward to Friday night to see how he plays.
What about the first-round pick, DaRon Holmes? What was your scouting report on him as you guys did your research on him before you drafted him, and how do you want him to fit in on the Summer League team?
Yeah, I mean, DaRon, obviously super talented, can kind of do a little bit of everything out there. Really intriguing with his athleticism, how he can protect the rim on the other end, how he can screen roll, be a lob threat, but also his shooting and ability to put it on the floor. So he's been really, really exciting to watch these first 2 days of practice. Again, we kind of talked about the crash course of Nuggets basketball. He's been a sponge. He's been super eager to learn everything. So the one thing we're trying to do with all of our young guys is just make sure we just want to be super aggressive, play hard, play his game. We don't want him overthinking too much once we get out on the court. It's okay to make a mistake here and there. That's what we're doing here this week. But DaRon was fantastic, especially today. Great energy running the floor, blocking shots. So I think he'll fit in great with these guys in Summer League.
Coach, something I want you to translate for me really quick, because you use a term over and over again, crash course in Nuggets basketball. And Expand on that for me of what is Nuggets basketball, because, for me, and I'm just an idiot watching, like it appears to me, offensively, it is a lot of read and react. I don't see you guys necessarily calling a lot of very specific sets. You can tell me if I'm way off base. So when you're taking this group of players that doesn't exactly have a Nikola Jokic out there, what are you looking for to get them to attain that level of Nuggets basketball?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like you said, we're probably not going to have Nikola out there for Summer League, but I wish we did. It'd be good for me, good for our team. But
just kick back, have a cocktail on the sideline, and just let him do his thing.
Yeah, just go ahead, do your thing.
Yeah.
But no, it really is. Even though we might not be running the exact same set or the same action that we would with Nikola and Jamal, it's still the same idea of, hey, if you drive the ball and you get a second person to commit to you got to get off of it. So just making the easy play, always making the extra pass, moving the ball, moving bodies. That's a big thing. Coach Malone and David Adelman with their offense. It's been a trend for us for the last 7-8 years. We're always top 10 in passes per game. So just kind of creating that unselfish mindset offensively, and then defensively, it's the same. It's similar. We'll go through coverages, and this is what we want to do in this play and that play. But really, it's just about multiple effort. Even when things break down, just keep flying around, make that extra play every time. So those are things that it's not necessarily a play call or X's and O's specific, but it's just kind of a mindset of getting these guys. This is how we need to play no matter what's going on.
Andrew, how much are you, Michael Malone, the entire Nuggets coaching staff, Calvin Booth, and the front office, how much are you all communicating about the importance, especially now with the hard first and second aprons, of the development of your late first round, early second round picks, your Strawther, Tyson, Pickett's of the world? How much are you guys talking about how important it is right now to develop these young guys, and how important then this summer league coming up is?
Yeah, I mean, as you can imagine, we're in constant communication with Calvin in the front office, Coach Malone, working with these young guys. John Beckett runs our play development program in the off season, and he's, one of the best in the league. And so he's always communicating with us, communicating with Coach, communicating with Calvin to work with these guys. And, they each kind of have their own individual plans or goals in the off season, and it's obviously been a big point of emphasis ever since they got here, and that just builds into summer league. So we're really looking forward to these guys this week. Obviously, I think they all have a chance to contribute this coming year at some point in some way. So it kind of starts this week to see how they handle the bigger roles.
Andrew Munson, getting you ready for Nuggets Summer League. Nuggets Summer League head coach, one of Michael Malone's staffers here. Nice enough to give us a few minutes here on a Tuesday afternoon. Andrew, again, I know you're extremely busy getting ready for Summer League right now, but we're just going to make you bear with us for a few more minutes here, because we have an opportunity right now to actually talk to somebody who sits in the room and has the conversations, the same conversations that we have here on our show, which is, we're looking at this revamped team that you have in front of you right now, a world where KCP is gone, where Dario Saric is now a part of this team, where possibly Christian Braun is moving into the starting five. Deron Holmes has been drafted. Julian Strawther could have a bigger role. What could Jalen Pickett do? There's yet other unnamed point guard that we won't mention right now that could potentially end up here on this team. We've been sitting around and just sort of playing, kind of line up Jenga and just talking about different fits and different combinations and groups we'd like to see together on the floor, ways to stagger the rotation, ways to just mix things up. Right now, for you guys over there at the facility, how much of these conversations are you guys having? And do you just sit around and fire ideas at each other of, I might like to see player A, B, and C work together in this kind of combination in these minutes? Are you guys doing the same thing that we do?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think there's always Coach Malone is great in our coaches meetings during the season, during the off season. You know, he wants a wide variety of ideas. So, you know, we talk about lineups constantly. A lot of it is matchup dependent, who we're playing that night or who we're playing in a playoff series. But everything's kind of on the table. You know, obviously we kind of have some of our, especially once you get in the season, you kind of have your tried and true rotation. But, you know, there's kind of no idea that's off limits to at least discuss and put on the table and discuss further. So, yeah, especially in the off season, you know, once you kind of get your rookies, some of the new players through free agency, a lot of those conversations happen all the time, and it's you know, starts off in the room, just maybe throwing out as an idea, and then, you know, you go dive into the film, dive into some of the analytics, see if that kind of backs up your thinking. But yeah, we're constantly having those discussions, just probably maybe backed up by some film and stats as well, hopefully.
Smarter people in the room, is that what you're telling me?
That's not what I said. More experience.
Yes, there you go. More informed. We'll call them more informed is what we'll call them. Yes.
Andrew, the last thing I have for you, and I asked this question to the 2022 Nuggets Summer League coach, Ryan Bowen. I interviewed him. This is summer's usually the time I get some run, so I end up interviewing the Summer League coach more than you would think. So I asked Ryan Bowen 2 years ago, I said, Coach, tell me you're trying to win the Summer League. Is that your goal? I know it's about player development, but the Summer League has become a bigger deal. These games are on ESPN. You got the Final Four that you come down to. Now they give rings to the winner. Andrew, is your goal to win the Summer League?
I would say our goal is to win every game that we play out there. So if we take that one game at a time, win every game, then I think that means we win Summer League. So I would love, that's one of the big things we talked about, is that's part of the development, is that we got to create a winning culture and show up every night to play with that chip on your shoulder to win every night. So.
All right, Andrew, last thing. You're an Iowa guy. How much Caitlin Clark have you been watching?
Oh, I watched, to be honest, I haven't caught as many games since she made the WNBA, but I watched pretty much every Iowa game. I actually had a daughter about 5 months ago, and I had to keep her up late a couple times to watch her, some of the tournament games, but I watched plenty of Caitlin Clark.
Let's be honest, she was the one keeping you up late. We know that. But also, I mean, right now, though, like for Iowa fans, you're a former Iowa student manager. You know, just like as a group, Hawkeye Nation, whatever you guys call yourselves, how much is Caitlin Clark like at the forefront of your conversations talking about basketball, because she's a special player. She just put up the first triple-double ever by a rookie in the history of the WNBA. Big comeback win against the Liberty. Like, how much pride do you guys take in Caitlin Clark life?
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. It's, you know, I think me and my buddies text about Caitlin Clark and the women's team pretty much all year long. But, I mean, she's a phenomenal basketball player, and probably more importantly, she's a great representative of the state of Iowa. So as a native Iowan myself, it brings me a lot of pride to watch her do what she does and handle all of the scrutiny and everything that comes with it. But it's been an exciting time to be an Iowa basketball fan, to be honest. I mean, the women's team has been phenomenal. We've had a lot of great players on the men's side, from the Murray twins, Luka Garza, all these guys. So as a basketball fan, as a basketball coach, it's been a great time to be a Hawkeye basketball fan for sure.
Oh, without a doubt. Plus, Caitlin Clark averages more points per game than the Iowa football team, so that's something to be excited about.
Whoa. that was off. That was a low blow.
Hey, maybe you guys can score 3 touchdowns a game this year. That would be pretty exciting. Andrew Munson, everybody. Nuggets.
Wow, you're just going to leave on that note.
That's right. Funny how that works. Andrew Munson, Nuggets Summer League head coach, Nuggets assistant coach. In all seriousness, Andrew, that was awesome. Thank you for giving us a few minutes. We really do appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks a lot for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
All right. That is Nuggets assistant coach Andrew Munson with us right there. Yes, actually, the Iowa football team last year, spring, 15.4 points per game. Right now, Caitlin with the fever, 16.1. So Caitlin Clark still outscoring the Kirk Ferentz experience.
Caitlin Clark, Nuggets shooting guard, probably not, but we'll see. Also, okay, like, I liked Andrew Munson right there. And
I did too.
30-year-old guy, young guy, who starts as, the video intern, video coordinator, and a texter brought up this name. It was a name that popped into my head. Eric Spoelstra.
Yep.
I mean, that's how he started, so we'll see what his career looks like, but I enjoyed that interview.
He mentioned Micah Nori right there, who, used to be on the Nuggets staff, who Andrew used to work with. I mean, Micah was a guy that started as he was a baseball coach, became a video guy for the Toronto Raptors. The story about him, and there was a lot of reporting about Micah during the playoffs, obviously, because Chris Finch had the knee injury, and so Micah was manning the sidelines, as we all remember, in the worst series that most of us have ever seen in our lives. But still, Micah Nori, really, like, his basketball education came from rooming with Vince Carter and sitting and watching film with Vince Carter every single day, and Vince explaining the game to him and him sort of learning the game in that way. Like, that track of, it sure is nice to have been a former NBA player.
Sure.
That helps an awful lot in becoming a head coach. But the other track is you start off on the bottom and you do that grunt work, but you do it and you put in your, 10,000, 100,000 hours into all of that. And pretty soon, like, you're thinking the game, you dream about the game, about floor spacing and X's and O's and everything else that is happening out there. And it's really cool to see a guy like Munson who, he has been on the staff for a long time, young dude, but getting an opportunity to get a crack at this thing. Cool of Michael Malone to give him this opportunity. But it's awesome, man. And I'm excited to watch him get out there and do that. It's not an easy job. Like, summer league coaching is really not an easy job. And we talked about it a little bit early on in that conversation of you're taking a bunch of dudes that have kind of never really played together before. And in very short order, you're trying to organize the chaos and sort of make it all work. Not an easy job. And you also need buy-in from the players. You need guys to sacrifice shots, sacrifice touches, the things that they're all craving to get to pop and get noticed a little bit in order to actually fit into the team concept and try and win basketball games. Like, Spring, you watch Summer League hoops. You bet on Summer League hoops.
Absolutely.
It's a little chaotic sometimes.
Yeah.
It looks a little wild out there on the floor. Now, these are excellent, high-level basketball players. The raw talent just pops off the screen, but also it can look a little messy from time to time. Like, as a coach, you're trying to rein that all in and actually make it look like, okay, this is some sort of facsimile of, again, as he called it, the crash course of Denver Nuggets basketball, and this is how we can get an actual read on a player and then make it translate into what we actually do. It's not an easy job.
Well, and it's also going to be interesting for Andrew Munson because this appears to be some of his first true head coaching experience, going, straight to the behind the scenes, working the videotapes, more in the scouting department. And now you're going to get thrown into a little bit of the deep end coaching NBA players.
Yeah.
And there are saying, they're young, but there are some egos there. I don't think much on the Nuggets, but, you look around the league, the teams you're going to be playing against, you're going to be playing against top 10 draft picks, guys who are feeling themselves a little bit. The atmosphere's big time. It's the NBA.
Yep.
And this is Andrew Munson's first true crack at it, but it goes to show how highly they think of him that they're going to give him this crack.
Yeah, very, very cool stuff right there. Thanks again to Andrew Munson. He was joining us right there on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. got some quotes here that I want to dive into because I find this very relatable. I don't know what that says about me, but I think for the first time ever, I'm sort of relating to Chris Paul. And no, I don't want to go, stepping on anybody's nads or anything like that. But Chris Paul had his introductory press conference today with the Spurs. And I just want to read this to you. In the twilight of his career, Chris Paul could have opted to chase an elusive NBA championship. Instead, he chose to go to a team that went just 22-60 a season ago. Why? He still wants to compete, saying at a news conference today, quote, "I love nothing more than the opportunity to play and contribute and hoop," after agreeing to a one-year deal with the Spurs. Could have stayed closer to Los Angeles. Hell, he could have maybe looked at a team like Denver and had himself a better opportunity to be able to win an NBA championship. Chris Paul is the kind of guy that any contender would love to have as their backup point guard. Instead, basically what he said was, "I want to go play for Pop and I want minutes."
Hey, Jeremy Grant wanted minutes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I respect this move. I really do. If you're Chris Paul, okay, you're a Hall of Famer. You're a first ballot Hall of Famer. You're a top 5 point guard that ever lived. You've had an unbelievable career. Like, okay, going along for the ride on a title winner, I bet that would be appealing to a lot of people. His whole thing is like, I love Pop and I want to play.
But it wouldn't have been like a DeAndre Jordan going along for the ride where you barely play. It would have been like 10, 15 minutes a night.
Sure.
You're still contributing. Those bench minutes that Chris Paul would have played for a Nuggets or any team of that ilk would have been very important.
Yep.
But with the Spurs, he will get the 20-plus minutes, closer to 30 minutes a night.
Yep.
Like he's used to for the entirety of his career.
He'll have a larger impact on the game. He will essentially be Pop's voice out on the floor with a younger rebuilding team right now.
Mm-hmm.
And he gets to play with Wemby, which is its own brand of kind of awesome and fun. Like, I'm eager to see what kind of step forward that guy can take in the next year. And are the Spurs a sneaky playoff kind of team, maybe a play-in team in the Western Conference? Because and the Nuggets can attest to it. Like, that team got better as the season went on last year.
Everyone, that loss that the Nuggets had to the Spurs and the blown lead late in the season, and everyone's like, "Oh my God, how could you blow that game?" Watching that game and the comeback that the Spurs had in the second half, I just thought that game was more about, oh my God, Victor Wembanyama is a freak.
He's awesome.
And is a problem. And it wasn't so much that the Nuggets blew that game, the way I saw it at least, as much as it was Wemby went and took that thing because of how good he is. And it was the end of his rookie season. Like that, you can come into your own. He's almost no longer a rookie at that point.
I get that. Like, I get that appeal of I'll ring chase it somewhere.
Sure.
But also, like, I get what Chris Paul is saying here.
You want to play. You want to actually be on the court and get the minutes. And,
yes.
Okay, but what does that do to the conversation of, people are going to hold it against Chris Paul? Because can the Spurs make the playoffs this season? Very, very well, maybe.
They might.
They ain't winning the championship, though.
No.
So
this is just it, though.
It's the conversation of how important is the ring. Right. We always hold up the ring.
And this is where we all talk out of every side of our mouth of like, you rip one guy for being a ring chaser, and then some guy's like, I want minutes. You're like, why aren't you chasing a ring? Don't you know that's the standard we put you on, and then you do it, and then we rip you for it?
Oh, you're exactly right. And I
that's just it. Like, that part of it of like, hey, you know what? The pursuit of a championship ring. Okay, Chris Paul spent his whole life doing that. All right, and it didn't happen for him. Okay, Clippers teams got close a couple of times. It didn't happen for him. Suns, they had one run, but it didn't really happen for those guys. It's I look at this and I'm just like, okay, like I get that. I get your body only has so much more useful basketball miles available to it. Why not just go and play basketball and do it in a place where you absolutely want to be, surrounded by people you like in San Antonio versus like, what does he want to come off the bench for the Knicks and get yelled at by Thibs?
Sure.
You know?
Uh-huh.
Some guys that absolutely, gladly they will go and do that. He wasn't interested.
Go play for the Lakers where Bronny James is breathing down your neck.
Right. You know, here's my favorite Chris Paul anecdote, and I don't have many of them, okay? But here's my favorite Chris Paul anecdote. When he was in high school, he was the student council president, like the student body president.
Sure.
When he was in high school, meaning that when it was time to organize like the 10-year high school reunion, they always go to the person that was the class president.
Yeah.
And like, will you send the email out and all of that? And sure enough, Chris Paul did all of that. NBA superstar Chris Paul was like organizing the homecoming get together for the class reunion of like, we'll go to the football game and then we'll go to this restaurant and go to this bar. Like Chris Paul had to organize all those activities, and sure enough, he did it.
I've always been a Chris Paul fan. I know that, he can get overly competitive out there and, you always mention the stepping on the whatevers and the kicking in the whatevers. But he's a great leader. He's a true point guard. He's a throwback. I've always been a fan of Chris Paul's. Like, I wanted the Nuggets to sign him.
Yeah.
We
talked about it last week.
1 year, $11 million is not like that. Doesn't seem bad at all. But okay, they got Saric for a year at just over 5. If they bring in Westbrook, he's at what, 4? So that's 2 for the price of 1.
Yeah.
I get that. Quickly though, a couple good texts. Jason on the text line. I think Chris Paul wanted to go play with the Spurs because he could envision himself devising the play where he runs between Wembanyama's legs. And then Ornery Abe on the text line. It's a good point. Chris Paul could also be traded at the deadline.
Could be.
I could see that happening.
Could be.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Hey, this Saturday, the 4th annual Colorado Whiskey Fest at Douglas County Fairgrounds in Castle Rock. Come out and enjoy tastes of some of America's finest whiskey and bourbon, featuring many of Colorado's finest. Tickets are available at whiskeyfestcolorado.com. Make sure to say hi to Mike Sanford between noon and 2. All right, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Mark Springer filling in for Andy today. I am off to Las Vegas this evening. I will be there tomorrow, Thursday. Sanford and I will be hosting live from Mountain West Football Media Day. So we'll be getting the scoop on what's going on with Jay Norvell and the Rammies. Plus, we're going to talk to new athletic director John Weber this week here on the show. Find out what's going on with Air Force Wyoming, all that good stuff. Sanford today, by the way, is Big 12 Media Day at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, so he'll be reporting on all of that as well. That's all happening this week. College football season is here and is upon us, thank God. Speaking of football, so Josh Allen.
Josh Allen?
Yes, Josh Allen.
I got another one in here, too, somewhere.
It's somewhere. Spring's multitasking today.
Here we go.
Josh Allen.
There it is. Hey, Spiro Ditas, friend of the program for you right there. So Josh Allen, not that Josh Allen, Josh Allen, the Jaguars Pro Bowl edge rusher, Josh Allen. Check this out, Spring.
Allen?
Yes. We're not going to get to use these drops anymore on that Josh Allen. They're only going to work on the other Josh Allen.
It was always so much fun when Jaguars Josh Allen got brought up on the show.
I know.
And I'd hit the Josh Allen drop, and it kind of confused everybody for a split second. It was great.
That's the thing about the Vance Joseph. His confusion at Josh Allen is it was just so versatile.
Josh Allen.
So Josh Allen of the Jaguars. Here's the thing. He's no longer Josh Allen. He is now Joshua Hines Allen. That's right. He changed his name. He added 2 letters and I guess 2 syllables. Joshua. Yeah, if I think about it, 2 syllables to his first name. And then he added in a Hines. He's now hyphenated last name guy, Joshua Hines Allen. Let's listen to edge rusher Josh Allen explain why he is now Josh Hines Allen.
It's not a struggle to finally say that this is what I want to do, this is what we're going to do. I am deciding to change my last name. I'm Joshua Hines Allen, defensive end, Jacksonville Jaguars. You know, I've always been a Hines, and legacy is forever. Family is important to me because when you come from a rich history of athletic people in your family, and myself being the youngest one to go to all my sister's games, to know what my uncles did in college and in the NBA, it just means something a little bit more. It was almost destined for me to follow that footsteps. It's going to be a surreal moment, the first time I can get my name announced. Growing up, having my sisters run out the tunnel, intros, lights going dark, Hines Allen. Everybody's watching. And I just thought that was the coolest thing. My last name has changed, but I am still that person. And I'm going to continue to play like it, or play even better. Now it's like I have the attention of people that are interested. They saw what I did last year, so now I can create my narrative on what I want to do, and that's why I think right now is the perfect time. Once I get to the pride of the Jaguars, it's going to say Joshua Hines Allen. And when I look there, it's like, that's my legacy. And that's what I've always wanted, and it's going to say that.
New name guy, Josh Hines Allen. Like he said, legacy is forever. Proud to carry that tradition on the back of his jersey, following in the footsteps of his family. By the way, he comes from a rich athletic tradition in his family. His sister plays for the Washington Mystics in the WNBA, Maisha Hines Allen. His sister Kyra Hines Allen plays at Cheney University. Latori Hines Allen at Virginia Tech Towson. In addition, Gregory Hines, not the tap dancer, Josh Hines Allen's uncle, was drafted by the Golden State Warriors in 1983 after a Hall of Fame career at Hampton University. Another uncle, Keith Hines, played basketball at Montclair State. So he's honoring his the maternal side of his family by going with Hines. That's a nice story. You buy it, Spring?
No.
Nope.
No, and I know exactly where you're going with this.
Nope.
Nope.
I don't buy it. Whoever the PR team that crafted it was, that's good. That's good. However, Josh Allen doesn't want to be Josh Allen because there's another better Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
And also, what a ripoff. You're Josh Allen. You were the number 7 overall pick in the draft. You're a 2-time Pro Bowler. You're a legit NFL star. And yet there's somebody with the same name that's better than you? It's a rip. But he's changing his name because he's tired of being the other Josh Allen. So now he's Joshua Hines Allen.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. But this is where I also have to say I have sympathy for him. I think this sucks.
Okay, it's like a couple things. But 17 and a half sacks last season for the former Josh Allen.
In a contract year. Got himself paid.
Now Joshua Hines Allen. So true breakout year. Now he's a legit one of the better edge rushers in the league.
Yep.
But okay, in Office Space, the Michael Bolton thing.
Right.
Why should I have to change my name? Although Bill's Josh Allen isn't quite like the other Michael Bolton, the singer Michael Bolton, who sucked, according to the character in Office Space.
Right.
Bill's Josh Allen is just fine. It's a fun quarterback to watch play. Or you got Michael B. Jordan in Hollywood because there's already a Michael Jordan.
Yes.
So he had to be Michael B.
Michael
Jordan.
B. Jordan.
Yeah. I guess it's whoever gets it first.
Well, our old buddy IT, Isaiah Thomas, did pretty well as the second Isaiah Thomas.
Now, the Isaiahs were spelled differently,
yes,
but
you're still Isaiah
minutia.
Thomas.
That's minutia, yeah.
You got your Roy Williamses.
Sure, safety and wide receiver.
Mm-hmm. Plus head coach of North Carolina basketball, Roy Williams. Not bad.
3 Roy Williamses.
Now, it's you forget it because he went nickname, but we had multiple Adam Jones.
Pac-Man. And the baseball player.
And the center fielder for the Baltimore Orioles. And then you had Pac-Man.
Mm-hmm.
We had 2 Billy Beans.
There was a second Billy Bean?
There was Billy Bean, the executive for the A's.
Of course.
And then there was Billy Bean, current executive. Last I heard, he was working for Major League Baseball, but former major leaguer. One of the first people in the world of baseball to come out of the closet and live as an openly gay man.
Oh, my.
Billy Bean and Billy Bean. However, Billy Bean, Moneyball Billy Bean, has an E at the end. Billy Bean, no E at the end. However, they were both Billy Bean.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The Brandon Marshalls.
Yep.
Both of whom played for the Broncos.
Mm-hmm.
Linebacker Brandon Marshall, wide receiver Brandon Marshall. Linebacker Brandon Marshall always had to be the other Brandon Marshall, too.
Yeah. He didn't change his name.
No, he didn't.
Brandon Marshall, the linebacker, didn't change his name.
He's stuck with Brandon Marshall life. Nice guy, too. I was a fan of him, yes. I guess not technically the same name. We have both a Boyan and a Bogdan Bogdanovic.
Those two confused the hell out of me for a while.
Me too.
It took me 2 years to get it straight.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they are very different players and one's older, one's younger, I still tripped me up for 2 years.
Boyan was on the Pacers last year, right?
Boyan, Pacers, Jazz.
Yes.
Pistons traded to the Knicks last year.
What hell team has Boyan been on most recently?
I believe the Knicks.
Oh, he's on the Knicks.
But then they just traded him as part of the Bridges deal. Was he the money for Mikal Bridges?
I think you're right. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. And Bogdan's still on the Hawks, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Young Serbian.
Yes. He will be on Team Jokic.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Bojan, a Croatian playing with Saric and Zubac.
Was he in the fight?
I wonder if he was in the bar.
Or was he not at the bar? It was 5:30 in the morning.
I think he's hurt. So he's probably not playing.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bojan was a Nuggets killer, too.
He was. We had multiple Steven Jacksons.
The running back.
Steven Jackson, the running back. Steven Jackson, the
former Spur.
Tempestuous, former Pacer. Yeah, Steven Jackson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Tempestuous.
That's
I don't know what that word is, but I feel like it describes Steven Jackson perfectly.
Irritable?
Sure.
He was always kind of grumpy out there, Steven Jackson.
Yeah, he had a little like scowl,
Yeah.
like a little lip raise.
He has the podcast now with Matt Barnes, right?
Yes. Or at least he did. I don't know if he still
We
does.
don't know if they're still.
I think they are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ooh, Cuban Benny, good one. Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Cornerback for the Broncos, now with the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're the lesser Lamar Jackson.
I remember when cornerback Lamar Jackson, maybe it was when he signed with the Broncos, or it was some NFL transaction, and like Schefter tweeted it out, and he was like, "Ha, not that Lamar Jackson, this Lamar Jackson."
Right.
It's like, wow, that's so cute, Adam Schefter. That is so cute.
Thanks to the texter Marie pointing out there are 2 Andy Lindahls.
That's a great one.
Yes, there's Andy Lindahl and there's Andy Lindahl. People may not know this about our own Andy Lindahl. He married a woman named Andy, who then became Andy Lindahl. Thus, Andy Lindahl is married to Andy Lindahl. It's a true story. She spells her name differently. I believe she's an A-N-D-I.
I believe so, yes. That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
And, I'm not trying to put any visuals in anybody's head, but I go straight to like the, oh, Andy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like, wait.
It's okay. I'm out. We'll just stop there.
Look, I bring it when I host, okay?
406 points out. The Thunder do have 2 Jalen Williams. That is very true.
There's another I think there's a Jalen Williams on the Nuggets Summer League roster. There's a third Jalen Williams.
There is a third Jalen Williams. Yes. Only one of them is really good, but multiple Jalen Williams that are out there. Did you ever listen, by the way, I think it was like an ESPN Daily podcast with Jalen Rose, where they revealed he pretty much was the first Jalen. And it is one of the most common names today. Like I was studying one of the college football teams the other day. It might have been, I don't remember which one it was, but they had like 6 Jalens on their defense.
That's, like you'll see more Shaqs nowadays. Shaq Barrett. I feel like Shaquille O'Neal had to have sparked the use of that.
Then brought that name to the people.
Yeah. I feel like everybody was not everybody, but a lot of people were naming their kids Peyton in the early 2000s with the idea of that's a cool football name. Like if I name my kid Peyton, he could be an NFL quarterback too, but I don't see many Peytons making it.
I think my daughter has had like 3 or 4 Peyton classmates already, and she's only going into first grade.
Sure.
It's just happened that quickly. Although Peyton, big name in Denver here. You got your Manning, you got your Sean, you got your George. All different spellings too.
Okay, here's what I want. I want some coward out there, P-A-T-O-N on your kid named Peyton. I want you to go P-A-T-O-N. Name your kid after George. Step up.
Text line is pointing out the Madison Bumgarners. That is true.
There's 2 Madison Bumgarners?
It was Madison Bumgarner. His girlfriend had the same name.
That's right.
He dated a Madison Bumgarner.
Oh, Yes.
Yes.
And I remember them together.
Years and years ago, I haven't had Facebook in forever, but when I had Facebook, I got a friend request from Nate Kreckman. And I was like, what the hell is going on right here? And so I click on it, and Nate Kreckman, he was at the time, he was like a high school senior somewhere in Michigan. He clearly had searched his own name on Facebook, found me, and was like, let's do this. And at that point, then I had to sit there and be like, well, okay, if there's another Nate Kreckman out there walking around, I need to know what this guy is up to. And thus, I became Facebook friends with Nate Kreckman from Michigan, and most of his posts were just like, that calculus test was really hard.
Thanks, Nate. Thanks for posting about that.
Yes.
I was curious how your test went.
I had to keep an eye because that's just it. It's the Seinfeld plot, the Joel Rifkin Seinfeld plot is if the other Nate Kreckman turns into a serial killer, then that is now my cross to bear. Do you remember what happened to Baltimore Ravens play-by-play man Jerry Sandusky?
Yep.
Spelled with a G. Spelled completely differently, but after Penn State and Jerry Sandusky and that whole horrible thing came to light, Jerry Sandusky, the Ravens announcer, got inundated with hate mail and tweets and everything else like that, and he had to sit over there and be like, I'm not that guy.
That is so brutal.
That's the risk you run, though. That's the risk
What's the
all
risk
of us
everybody
run.
runs?
We're
Yeah.
all running it right now.
You are subconsciously at every moment rooting that somebody with your name doesn't commit some heinous crime because it will change your life.
Exactly. You got to be so careful with this stuff.
Yeah, that's got to be the worst feeling. You get home from work, turn on the news, had a great day.
Yeah.
Not a care in the world.
I have to assume somewhere out there was a huge USC or Buffalo Bills fan that was just like, oh man, the Juice is my favorite football player ever. I'm going to name my firstborn son OJ. Okay, I'm going to give him that name, and then the Juice.
Sure.
And then you're stuck living with that.
Yeah, if your name was Aaron Hernandez, yikes.
You got to figure there's a lot of them out there.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Joshua Hines Allen.
Joshua Hines Allen. So pave your own way. Again, such a rip, man. Because he's good. He should be the Josh Allen, and some other chump should be the other Josh Allen. But instead, there's a Josh Allen who's better at him than him at football. What are the chances?
What are the odds of that?
Exactly. And yet it happened. So there you go. Pour one out for Josh Allen and Josh Allen. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Runner going, throw through. Now here comes De La Cruz, and he is out at the plate. Brendan Rodgers firing to Elias Diaz, and they get De La Cruz trying to steal home.
All right, Spring. Was Elly De La Cruz trying to clown the Rockies last night?
He plays like this all the time, though. But I get what you're saying.
I mean, he delayed steal to get to second. He then stole third when Diaz double-clutched on the throw. And then he attempted, once a runner got to first, they then attempted the classic double steal play of throw goes through, can you beat it to get home? Instead, his hand, as he was diving into the plate, hit Diaz's foot, did not touch. I think he would have beaten it, but he never touched the plate. Diaz got the tag on him. He was out. But, yeah, delayed steal, stealing third, caught it home on an attempted double steal play. By the way, later in the game, Jeimer Candelario would score because Diaz threw it over Ryan Feltner's head.
Yeah.
Rockies look like a minor league team. Mm-hmm. They look like a minor league team kind of regularly. But last night it showed.
Elly De La Cruz scored on a little chopper back to the pitcher.
He did. He scored on a ground ball back to the pitcher.
And it was it was like a routine
bang bang
to the pitcher, like where he had all the time to throw home, and De La Cruz still made it home.
Still beat it. Hell of a slide.
He plays that backyard baseball.
He's fun.
Where he just doesn't care. But as far as
he's fun.
Your suggestion that he was clowning the Rockies as in like, it's the Rockies.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure there is a sense of like, David Bell, their head coach, says, "Hey, Elly, you know who we're playing tonight, right?"
I remember like it, in Little League, like, the Padres. Or whatever team that was in your league. In our Little League, it was always like the teams were named after actual big league teams.
We did that too.
Exactly. And I just remember the Padres always were the worst. They were the worst in our league. And like, you just knew, if the ball was hit to the outfield, there's no red lights. Just go score.
Inside the park home run day.
They're not gonna throw you
Little
out.
League home run day.
That's what it felt like Elly De La Cruz was doing to the Rockies.
Did you ever
last
feel
night.
bad when you're up 20-0?
And it's the second, and you have to get through the fifth in order for the mercy rule to kick in. You're like, this game has to keep going.
But God, what a great stat padding day!
Wasn't bad. Yeah,
like, man, I could add some triples to my ledger.
Get your 6 ABs and 5 innings of work or whatever it was. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That
was Elly against the Rockies. Last night.
Pretty much. That's how it went right there. Andrew Abbott was quite good. 7 innings of shutout work last night. Rhys Hines made his major league debut last night and hit a 449-foot home run. That was pretty good for the Reds. And the Rocks would fall 6-0 at Great American Ballpark.
They got good young players. The Reds do.
They do.
And Andrew Abbott. Andrew Abbott's last year was one of the better pitching prospects in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's firmly entrenched in their starting rotation. Hunter Green was a former first overall pick, I believe. Okay, you got a first overall pick there, but they also have an Andrew Abbott. And one thing I was thinking about this morning is the Rockies, they don't have any good young starters. Like, nobody I can get excited about from a starting pitching standpoint. They got some bats.
Chase Dollander, and he's at the high A level right now.
That's weak. Like, I feel like every team has at least one pitching prospect that you can look at and say, okay, even if it's not an amazing prospect, it's something. Like, the Nationals have a couple of these guys, Mitchell Parker, and there's like a DJ Hers. They're not great, but there's something. The Rocks have
nothing.
Nothing.
They have nothing. They're so far away right now with having a competent major league pitching staff. That's what's so funny about it is like Cal Quantrill and Austin Gomber would probably get the team the best return in any sort of deal. Both are under contract for next season. I can't imagine a world where Dick Monfort would okay the Rockies saying, let's somehow get worse in terms of our pitching staff right now. They don't have anybody.
That's just delusion. Like, okay, if you were on the verge of being somewhat competitive. I would understand wanting a Gomber or a Quantrill as like your fourth or fifth, probably more like your fifth starter.
And those guys they're valuable to contenders at the deadline
for that exact role,
yep.
Fourth or fifth starter, for teams fighting for a wild card spot, which the Rockies aren't even close to. If they just have got to, through trade, through drafting, but right now through trade, with the trade deadline coming up, stocking up on young arms.
In whatever way you can do it.
Yep.
They actually, I don't know if they got anybody that was good, but they got quantity last year at the deadline. They moved a lot of bodies and just got quantity.
Finally, it was the first time that they've done that in years.
Yeah. This year, go for something quite similar to that. And anything that isn't nailed down, they should be looking to move right now. Rocks and Reds will play once again this evening out there at Great American Ballpark. I think that game, what's it starting in, like a half hour or something like that ish?
Yes.
Am I in the neighborhood?
You're
right
in the neighborhood,
there?
yeah.
Okay, we're somewhere around there. Yeah. Rocks and Reds coming up there this evening. Spring, what's going on? I always rely on you as my source of this information. Explain to me what's happening right now with Zach Wilson.
Okay.
Broncos quarterback Zach Wilson, who acquired here for what was it?
Was it a 5th round pick?
It was a 7th.
It was a 7th.
But it was like they moved like down 50-some spots or whatever to get Zach Wilson in here. And Zach Wilson, during OTAs, in the couple of practices that I watched during minicamp and OTAs, what I saw out of Zach Wilson, and again, it's so damn early, and no grand conclusion should be drawn until actual football training camp and preseason football and everything else. I can tell you this, Zach Wilson looked exactly like Zach Wilson. He has a great arm, and he was confused.
Yeah, that's Zach Wilson, but let me start here with the Zach Wilson news because it's all very Team Z-y.
Okay.
And how is he even getting in the news? Because, he's the Broncos' backup quarterback, or maybe even third string right now.
Number 2 overall pick, and he was in the New York market, which then that then made him a sort of page 6 punching bag.
Yes.
Back page of the New York Post punching bag for a number of years. Just because he's now a Bronco, they're not about to give up, especially when apparently the crop is as fertile as it is with Zach Wilson tabloidy news.
Yeah, no, it's exactly that. And look, he looks the part. It's a good look. He looks like a quarterback. So one of the updates this offseason has been Zach Wilson is now rocking more of slicked back hair. Sometimes you got to change your look in life.
Okay.
I see this in pro wrestling a lot when your character is stale, when no one's responding to you at all. You just change your look.
New hair.
Okay. New something. Right. Okay. So
Zach Wilson very much right now, like all he needs is like a cardigan draped over his shoulders. And he is a villain from an 80s movie. Like his dad owns the construction company that is going to like plow under the beach, and all the lifeguards are going to lose their job. And so they have to like host a karaoke party in order to be able to save the beach from these evil real estate ne'er-do-wells featuring Zach Wilson, who then Zach Wilson with the cardigan over his shoulders is dating the girl that our protagonist wants to be able to get with, the head of the lifeguards. I think all I really did right there is I just mashed up the movie Ski Patrol with Baywatch. But either way,
it worked.
I think I would get that project greenlit. Continue.
Yeah, okay. So recently, the media, the tabloids, we're having some fun with some photos of Zach Wilson on vacation with his girlfriend, Nicolette Delano, and Zach proposed to her.
Oh, congratulations to Zach and Nicolette.
Yes.
That's nice. Does that mean he didn't go to the Jarrett Stidham throwing camp?
Yeah, and actually, I have
Did he skip that?
I guess he did.
Because if he did, I say, chef's kiss work from you, Zach Wilson. You don't need to go to that. You should skip that.
Well, yeah, and or go be on a boat in Italy. I think it was Italy with your beautiful girlfriend.
Yeah, it's when you get the Evite from Jarrett Stidham to go to throwing camp.
Like, I think I'm gonna go to Italy instead.
That's one where like once you get the text a couple of days before, and it's like, bro, you have an RSVP'd, and it's like, oh man, must have gone right to my spam. Sorry, bro. Missed it. Got this trip booked.
Catch you next year.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's yet another update. Here's today's update. Okay, so Zach Wilson's ex-girlfriend, Abby Gile, is now engaged to Zach Wilson's former roommate, I believe, at BYU.
Okay.
And who is now on the Washington Commanders, wide receiver Dax Milne.
All right, I remember this dude.
Yeah.
Okay,
so now the key here is that this ex-girlfriend of Zach Wilson's, who is now engaged to his former roommate and friend.
What was her name? Abby Gile?
Abby Gile with a G.
Any relation to Brian Giles?
No.
Okay.
Because there was an S at the end of that.
Singular Gile, not plural Giles. Okay.
So Abby Gile, Zach Wilson's ex-girlfriend, that's the ex-girlfriend who accused Zach Wilson of sleeping with his best friend's mom.
Dax Milne's mom? Do we know who the mom was?
I guess it might have been Dax Milne's
mom.
Could
have been, as far as we know. Okay.
Yes. So this girl's not only did, when Zach breaks up with her, she says, "Oh yeah, you tried to sleep with one of your friend's moms, and now she's marrying one of his really good friends."
Did Reddit ever do an investigation to find out if this piece of juicy tabloid gossip was true?
From what I remember at the time, there was a lot of evidence that did suggest that, holy crap, I think Zach Wilson did sleep with an older woman. That's the way I remember it.
That's cool. Spring, I trust you way more. You do quality research.
Yeah.
In this field.
Like the Hawk Tua girl, I'm all over it.
Okay. Corey Perry, Connor Bedard, those rumors, as they were, were certainly out there, and I know you had a lot of information. You really, you do the deep dive and you find the stuff on Twitter, the Kyle Filipowski stuff.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Oh, and he just had a very poor summer league debut. He was like 0 from the field for the Utah Jazz. Somebody tweeted out, I guess his girlfriend didn't give him permission to score tonight.
Wow.
Not bad.
Wow. That's tough, man. That's tough. By the way, did you see the highlights of Cooper Flagg playing for the USA Select team?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So he's going to Duke, right?
Yeah, he looks legit. They have that, and then they have the Malwatch kid who actually South Sudan qualified for the Olympics. But he's 17. He's coming out of the NBA's African Academy and played in a league over there. He's also going to be a freshman at Duke. And the people that coached this dude, who's 7 foot 250, are like, this guy is 10 years ahead of where Joel Embiid was, coming out of the academy. And he's off to Duke. So between Cooper Flagg and I want to say his name is like Kaman or Kaman or something like that, Malwatch, Duke has basically the two best freshmen in the country. I believe they are both right now projected to go in the top 3 of the NBA draft.
Kaman Malwatch?
Malwatch, yeah.
Malwatch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I watched last night with the Cooper Flagg highlights. I went down a bit of a rabbit hole and I watched some of his highlights. Yeah, he's long. Long and explosive and athletic. Yeah, Duke is... This isn't exciting news for anybody. Duke's going to be awesome next year. I mean, Cooper Flagg is already anticipated to go number 1 in the NBA draft. From what the reports that I read out of the reporters that were in the room was Cooper Flagg was the best player on the floor yesterday. Now, I doubt the NBA stars are going as hard as they possibly can, and it certainly looked like this kid was playing as hard as he could, but he was shining out there on the floor. It was really, really cool to watch.
And back to Zach Wilson, because I want to get my facts right.
Okay.
303-506. I think Zach hooked up with his mom's best friend.
His mom's?
Yes, his mom's. And you're right. So ML Football tweeted out today his best friend's mom. But Texter, I actually think you're right. I think it was his mom's best friend.
His mom's friend.
Yeah, because they were having a get-together at the house.
Which also could have been his friend's mom.
It could have been.
That often will happen.
What I remember,
in social circles.
I do remember reading that Zach Wilson's mom would have her friends over, and one of her friends, Zach walks downstairs, and the song "Kiss Me" starts to play.
Wait, this wasn't reported, was it?
No, now I'm making this part up.
Okay, good.
But the
good,
point
good.
is that Zach caught the eye of one of Zach's mom's friends.
But will he catch the eye of Sean Payton? Professional radio segue. Yes, we're going to talk about Zach Wilson and the Broncos quarterback competition in relation to a specific number that I want to dive into coming up next. Springs in for Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's that time of year. I'm starting to really dive into NFL win totals. And I'm taking a look right now, especially for the sake of, the team that we talk about most of the time, the lower end of the futures list. There are 4 teams with a total of 6.5. 4 teams with a total of 6.5. 2 teams with a total of 5.5. 1 team, lowest total on the board, is 4.5. By the way, Spring, do you know what team that is?
I don't. Well, man, based on the odds that I saw to make or miss the playoffs, I would say that's the Patriots.
It is. New England's the lowest number on the board at 4.5. Carolina and Denver, both at 5.5. The 6.5s, the Giants, the Raiders, the Manders, the Tennessee Titans. Those are all this is the lower end of it. This is what Vegas is telling you is the race for the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yes.
And I don't view a single one of these teams as a playoff team in 2024. Now the funny part is football being what it is.
Oh yeah.
One of them might make it.
One of them's going to flirt with it.
Yeah, certainly. So somebody is going to be better than this. Also, somebody is going to be a lot worse than this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, somewhere in here is the team that's going to, win 2 games or 3 games and get the number 1 overall pick in the draft. First off, Spring, 6. Just think of this, okay? 6.5. So who's going to get to 7 wins? Of this list, Giants, Raiders, Manders, Titans. Which of those teams would you give the best chance of winning 7 games this year?
I would give it to the Commanders. I'd probably give it to the Commanders first because of the upside pop of Jaden Daniels.
Okay.
If you can your bet is just, hey, the 2nd overall pick turns out to be pretty damn good. You've got Terry McLaurin. The defense is just okay, but it's a solid defense. Brian Robinson at running back is serviceable, former Alabama guy. Maybe he could pop.
So Cliff Kingsbury will work magic with rookie Jaden Daniels, and they will...
Well, Cliff Kingsbury had success for a
some
minute
with Kyler.
there.
Yeah, some with Kyler.
I would go Titans after that. They seem to like Will Levis. I didn't love what I saw from him.
Isn't this is like is Will Levis a viable NFL quarterback?
Yeah. They signed Calvin Ridley.
Yeah.
Can, Trayvon Burks can never get that straight, but the late 1st round pick of theirs from 2 years ago, can he pop?
Jeffrey Simmons anchoring the middle of that defense.
Yeah, that defense is solid.
I would have said Tennessee first.
Okay.
I would have said Tennessee first.
I like the upside of Jaden Daniels, though. That's why I'm going to go Commanders.
The Raiders have talent. They just have Aiden O'Connell as their quarterback.
Or Gardner Minshew. Yeah, there's just not much upside there.
I mean, Brian Dable himself said the Giants have no speed on offense. They drafted Malik Neighbors, right?
Yeah,
yes.
You're hoping.
I mean, one guy does not make team speed.
Daniel Jones finds the form of a couple years ago, which wasn't amazing, but was good.
Good enough, yeah.
Good enough. Drew Lock comes into his own.
I will put Tennessee as the most likely to win 7.
Okay, I'm going to go with Washington.
Okay.
Even though I know that betting on the Commanders is a weird proposition. It's a new era. The Dan Snyder era is over. It's now the Magic Johnson era. That's what that is.
Two teams at 5.5. Who's more likely to win 6 games this year, the Carolina Panthers or the Broncos?
Well, yeah, and I'm always going to start with the quarterback, right? On one side, you got Bo Nix, an overdrafted QB6, 24 years old, or you're going with Bryce Young, who was disappointing, but was the 1st overall pick in his rookie season.
Yep.
And in year 2, he's younger. There was a reason he went 1st overall. Does he turn it around under Dave Canales?
Dave Canales, new head coach.
Who did wonders with Baker Mayfield last year in Tampa Bay.
Good offensive coordinator.
Yeah. I don't like David Tepper. Like, and he's the owner. It makes me want to just not believe in the Panthers. Their owner makes me want to not believe in them. But I will go with the Panthers, actually, simply because of the upside of the quarterback.
Jadeveon Clowney's on that defense.
Yeah?
Good veteran player.
Is the Brian Burns replacement. Okay.
You got a little something. J.C. Horn in that secondary.
Everyone talks about Pat Surtain. J.C. Horn's pretty good young corner, too.
Pretty good player. Okay, so now circling back to the quarterback talk. Which quarterback, Jarrett Stidham, Bo Nix, Zach Wilson, gives the Broncos, and I'm saying if this guy started 17 games, which of those quarterbacks gives the Broncos the best chance to hit the over in 2024?
If he plays to the best, see, I could give you, to me, I eliminate Jarrett Stidham right off the bat.
Okay.
Because he is the most is who he is, virtually no upside guy.
Uh-huh.
Like would be a good backup in this league, but there's just really no juice at all. Like at least with Zach Wilson, there are throws that he's made. There's some footwork that he has, some mobility that he has where I look at some plays he's made and I say, okay, I see it.
Uh-huh.
So I could go with him, but, Nix is the Peyton guy who is going to be molded into the vision of Sean Payton. So I think the answer has to be Bo Nix, even though I do like the talent of Zach Wilson.
Funny because to me the answer is hands down, not even close, Jarrett Stidham.
Okay. I just think you're maxing out at like no matter what, you're maxing out at 6 wins.
Yep.
You're maxing out.
Pretty much.
Like that over, like that's
pretty much.
That's your bet. The total of 5.5, like that is a Jarrett Stidham team.
Pretty much. That's just it. I don't think they're getting to 5 wins. Maybe they're getting to 5 wins with Bo Nix or Zach Wilson. That's the problem. Zach Wilson will kill you with mistakes. Bo Nix will kill you with inexperience. Jarrett Stidham will kill you just by being Jarrett Stidham, but his weaknesses, let's just put it this way. There's a higher floor with Jarrett Stidham. Lower ceiling, but higher floor.
Mm-hmm.
And with the talent that is on this offense, I would say the floor feels most likely given what this team has at the skill positions right now. Given that this team will be breaking in a new center, given that this team has just nothing but just Hail Marys at the tight end position right now of hoping that either Lucas Kroll can pop or that Greg Dulcich, there's a world where he would stay healthy. But to me, you're most likely to get to 6 wins is Stiddy.
But you can't go with the safest option because it doesn't even matter.
Needs to be the starting quarterback for this team. Bo Nix needs to be the starting quarterback for this team.
That's why I'm even playing Zach Wilson over Jarrett Stidham because I need a hint of upside. I need a hint of if he's coached right and he can just learn from experience, there's a world where he could live up to more of that potential we thought he had a couple years ago.
Of just going off of, again, what I've seen with my own eyes, Zach ain't it.
What a shame.
Right now, I'm still at the point where I'll be surprised if Zach Wilson makes the team.
I say it's a shame because he's got the tools.
He does. He has the arm. He can move. He has the athleticism. But the biggest tool that you need is the ability to be able to, not have the game confuse the ever-living hell out of you.
You can see it sometimes in Zach's eyes as he's scanning the field. He looks confused.
Yeah.
Like he's panicking almost.
Yeah. And now you're talking about a guy in a brand new system who didn't even ever master his old system.
But don't we have the quarterback whisperer as our head coach right now, Sean Payton? Isn't he the quarterback whisperer?
Sure do. Davis Webb is the quarterback whisperer in training right now. Yeah.
So if anyone,
I don't know if they're capable of it.
Yeah, you're right.
That's my point.
That's a task that maybe nobody could achieve.
I don't know if they're capable of it. I have no idea. And given the way that his NFL career has gone so far, I don't know if Zach can ever find if he can ever have the internal confidence that you have to be successful at that position. I just don't know if it exists.
I like the flyer though. Take the flyer. Late round draft pick.
Yeah.
For a guy with that upside.
There's no harm in it.
No risk.
There's no harm in it whatsoever.
Even if they cut him, even if you're right and he doesn't make it, because you got to think one of these quarterbacks is getting cut by the end of preseason, right?
Yes. I don't see a world where they're carrying 3 quarterbacks. Right now, my prediction, and this is pre-training camp, I reserve the right to completely change my opinions, but right now, I think that Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham will be the 2 quarterbacks on this team.
I would go Nixon Wilson just because this team's not making the playoffs. So even if it's like pulling teeth, even if somehow it takes Zach Wilson until week 15 to have his aha moment,
go with the upside play.
I'm just going to ride it for this season and just hope, cross my fingers.
We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We will do that when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is the third hour of the show. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. I am Nate Kreckman. Andy Lindahl is vacationing. Mark Springer is in today. And right now, it is time for football news here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We start with Bronco news today, Spring. Yes, the lowest fanfare off-season throwing camp get-together apparently hosted at Jarrett Stidham's house. What's going on here, Spring?
Yeah, according to Mike Kliss, Jarrett Stidham hosted some of his offensive teammates at his house in Texas for 3 or 4 days of workouts, and it was in and around the campus of TCU, Texas Christian University. Cortland Sutton was among the Broncos who attended this get-together with Jarrett Stidham.
Well, hey, that's something that Cortland Sutton is there, right? At least shows that he is having some level of investment in what the Broncos are doing. He wasn't working out this offseason. Tried to claim it was a health thing, and then it really became obvious that it was the contract thing that was going on out there. We don't know, and I read Kliss's piece on 9 News. We don't know of others that are in attendance, and I don't have it in me to dig through the Instagram stories of assorted Broncos wide receivers to get more of this information. So in the very least, we know Jarrett Stidham hosting this thing. They're practicing at TCU. They're having lovely dinners at Jarrett Stidham's home, and they're getting their work together and building the bonds necessary to have the 28th rated offense in the NFL.
Well, at least they're trying.
They're trying.
Yeah. I find it interesting that Cortland Sutton goes to this, but didn't go to OTAs.
Right.
You know, I mean, this, you want to talk about voluntary, this is completely voluntary.
Does that not sort of give you the feel of like Cortland Sutton tried? He tried with whatever leverage that he had.
Yeah.
And then it became clear it was getting him nowhere. So it's like, okay, well, now I just have to participate.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what happened.
It's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, he knew, or at least his agent knew, like, man, we have no ammo here.
Right.
But I guess if you want to try, we can try. And when they tried, and it was very clear, oh, this isn't going to work, they just gave up.
Yes.
Which they should have.
The leverage is all on the team side.
Yeah.
It is completely on the team side. It is a rebuilding team. They're rebuilding with or without Cortland Sutton. It's not like having Sutton around is the difference between them going to the playoffs or not. So, yeah, again, he played his hand. He lost.
And I will say one more thing to your point, Nate, what you were saying last segment, how you were saying you would go with Stidham and Nix, and I would go with Nix and Zach Wilson just from an upside standpoint. But, like, Nate, you're probably going to be right. Like, despite what I would do if I was to pick what they do.
Sean Payton wants somebody that can run his offense.
Exactly. That's what these coaches do. They go with the safer option, the more tried and true option. So here's an example of that with Stidham being the quarterback to host some Broncos players. Meanwhile, Zach Wilson is in Italy with his fiancée.
Also, like, We had the story of Jarrett Stidham, hearing from Sean Payton, go ahead and use my beach house.
Mm-hmm.
Now Stiddy is hosting this get-together right here. My guess is, and I could be way off on this, I assume he was encouraged to do this.
Yeah.
I assume somebody came to him and said, hey, we're looking at you as the leader of this room right now. That doesn't mean he's the starting quarterback on this team. In fact, I don't think he's going to be, but he is the veteran voice in the room that in the very least has the wherewithal to be able to put all of this together.
Yeah, so all signs,
the logistical
all signs are pointing to this is Nix's starting job to lose. At the very least, it's Nix and Stidham's co-starting jobs to lose. Like, it's their 2 quarterback positions to lose. Like, Zach Wilson is the one who appears to have an uphill battle where
I think Bo Nix is going to have to really stink in training camp to not win the job.
Oh, to win the job.
To not win the job. I mean, he's going to have to stink if he's gonna be the guy that doesn't end up winning this thing. And they're gonna have to make a decision relatively quick. Now, preseason game number 1, August 11th. I think the call will be made immediately after that game. That's my guess, as we'll go through a couple of weeks of the 3-quarterback rotation, and then after that game, my guess is Sean Payton will make his call. And right now, my guess is that the call is Bo Nix. That's the guy they want to play.
Man, I'm rooting for chaos, for Zach Wilson to come out in the preseason and throw darts and to throw a wrench into everyone's plans.
I'm here for it, man. You know me. My favorite Broncos player is Captain Chaos all the time. Next up, Spring.
High five. New Broncos wide receiver Josh Reynolds talking to John Heath of USA Today, and he was asked how much influence the Broncos retaining and Sean Payton going into his second season as Broncos head coach. Sean Payton, being the man in Denver, played into his decision to sign with the Broncos. He said, quote, "It was kind of a lot. I think the main decision was that I've always admired Sean from afar. I was excited to see what that offense looked like."
Yeah, there was no way that the Lions were going to bring him back after the NFC Championship game debacle that happened there with Josh Reynolds. Denver is a good fit for him, and he gets to walk in that door and basically, like, he's the number 2 receiver right away. I mean, right now, Courtland Sutton, Josh Reynolds, Marvin Mims, Tim Patrick.
That's what I would go.
Troy Franklin will make the team as a 4th-round pick. I think there's one wide receiver spot that is up for grabs right now on this team. I think that's pretty much it. I think, and quite frankly, coming off of OTAs, I think Devon Vele is probably the guy that has the inside track to be able to win that job. But for Josh Reynolds, like there aren't many teams in the NFL where he's going to see as many targets as he would here in Denver.
Sure. It's a lot like we were talking about with Chris Paul and the Spurs earlier in the show. There's also is there a possibility, maybe not right away to start the season, but that Tim Patrick could reassume his number 2 spot and supplant Josh Reynolds, so it would be what we had seen before the injuries of Patrick and Sutton lining up across from each other?
This is my concern with Tim Patrick, and this is based on what I saw in OTAs, okay? The physicality is still there. The size, he's always been a good box-out kind of catcher, pass catcher. I think that all is still very much a huge part of what Tim Patrick has to offer. He's not an elite athlete. Now, he's an NFL wide receiver. He's an elite athlete relative to the general population, but as an NFL wide receiver, he's, lower end of the spectrum when it comes to just pure athleticism. This is a guy that makes catches with great hands, with toughness and technique. That's largely how he's gotten by as an NFL player. I worry about a guy like that who has no athleticism to give away coming back from 2 major leg injuries. So I think it's going to be a slow ramp up with him this year, I think, is the way that it goes with him.
Yeah, he doesn't have the burst, that true athleticism. Josh Reynolds doesn't really either.
No.
He's a solid receiver. I thought it was a little out of character of him to drop those passes in the NFC Championship game. I think he's better than that.
I agree.
But, yeah, he's not that dynamic. Like, when I always talk about upside and pop, and this team needs Marvin Mims or one of the 2 rookies, Troy Franklin, Devon Vele, to pop.
Without a doubt, Mims looked the most explosive. Looks like he is, he's the downfield threat. He's the dude that can catch it, break a tackle, and go. He's the one dude in this receiving corps. God, Broncos, they need a few drafts. They just got to get some more athleticism. They just need more speed. Next up.
High five. I want to talk about the Buffalo Bills here. They are building a new stadium. And according to Michael Petro of the Buffalo News, fans have begun watching the construction process.
Didn't some drunk Bills fan fall in the pit last year?
Yeah.
Like he was like Andy on Parks and Rec, just wandered over and fell into the pit.
Yes, he did do that. But there you go. Bills fans, they're just posting up, watching the construction. That's how much they love their Bills and are excited for this new stadium. I also found this quote from their new rookie wide receiver interesting, or really just their receiver situation in general. So they lose Stephon Diggs to the Texans.
Okay.
Gabe Davis is now a Jacksonville Jaguar. They drafted Keon Coleman with their second-round pick, 33rd overall out of Florida State. He's the only wide receiver that they drafted. He said he's not trying to be Stephon Diggs or Gabe Davis. He's going to do his own thing. But I look at this Bills wide receiver depth chart. Curtis Samuel, Keon Coleman, who I just mentioned, Khalil Shakir, little slot receiver, looked promising. Mac Hollins, Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Chase Claypool's on that team now?
Chase Claypool, KJ Hamler. They're doing the Chiefs thing.
Wasn't Chase Claypool traded like a year ago for a second-round pick?
He almost signed with the Canadian football team in the offseason because nobody wanted him.
It's incredible how hard that guy is just falling off.
But Nate, it just strikes me, and from MVS is on the Chiefs last year. Now he's on the Bills.
Yeah.
The Bills are doing the same thing where they're just saying Josh Allen can win us games with Dalton Kincaid at tight end. Maybe they hope he's the next Travis Kelce. They don't have a lot of options at wide receiver.
James Cook in the backfield
Yeah.
is kind of what they're going for right now. Sean McDermott is, what he does with that defense, and they still have talent on that side of the ball. No, on paper, that is not as good of a team as they were last year.
Certainly at the wide receiver core.
Or certainly not as good of a team.
Who's Josh Allen's number one? Like if you're, Josh Allen's your fantasy quarterback.
Yeah.
Who's his one?
Josh Hines Allen? No?
Josh Allen.
By the way, we didn't even get to work that story into the high five because we spent so much time on it earlier.
Well, we did.
Pass rusher Josh Allen is no longer Josh Allen. He's Joshua Hines Allen. All new name for you right there. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, what do you make of Joel Embiid's reply to Troy Renck about Nikola Jokic? Plus, Mark Springer has a new hope. He's got hopes and dreams for the Broncos quarterback position. He will tell you what that is. And it isn't just Zach Wilson finds it and takes the starting job. We'll tell you what that is coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are 19 days away from game number 1 for Team USA in the Paris Olympics. They will take on my guys, Team Serbia, and Nikola Jokic there in Paris. Game number 1, USA and Serbia. We just go right to the headline matchup immediately. Troy Rank, who was out covering USA basketball practice yesterday in Las Vegas for the Denver Post, attended and asked an interesting question of Joel Embiid. He said, quote, are you looking forward to facing Jokic in the opening game of the Olympics? Spring, check out this answer from Joel Embiid. Going up against a guy who is his kind of de facto, whether you like it or not, rival. A guy who you always manage to duck and never play in his building. A guy who you openly lobbied for an MVP award to win over him 2 years ago. Joel Embiid talking about Nikola Jokic here. Here's the answer from Embiid. You looking forward to playing Jokic? I don't care about Jokic. I'm playing for my national team. Close quote. I don't care about Jokic. I'm playing for my national team. First off, good answer. Good answer. Correct answer.
Yeah.
You said the right thing. Do I believe a word that you just said? God, no.
Well, an equally as good answer, or another answer he could have gone with that would have faced zero pushback, would have just been something like, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I love every time I match up with Jokic. I respect him. He's great. He didn't give Jokic any. He doesn't have to. I'm not saying he has to. He could have.
But this game is not about me and Nikola Jokic. This game is about Team USA and Serbia. It's the old, it's when you ask quarterbacks about, hey, are you, if you ask Patrick Mahomes, hey, you looking forward to going up against Justin Herbert? It's not about me and Justin. It's about the Chiefs and the Chargers and blah, blah, blah. And that's how every quarterback sidesteps that question. Could have easily gone that route.
Yeah, but the short and sweet nature, I don't care about playing him. I'm focused on my team, tells me he's absolutely thinking about it.
Completely.
Yes.
Completely.
And it's probably the number one thing on his mind.
Knowing that he ducked Jokic yet again this year, and knowing that it is the matchup that everyone's going to be talking about, the two best big men in the world going head-to-head in game number 1 of the Olympics. Again, good answer. I'm playing for the national team. It's all about team, blah, blah, blah. I don't believe it for 1 second.
All right, here's the benefit that Joel has in this matchup against Serbia. And I was just curious. I just pulled up the line on this game.
What is it?
USA minus 12.5. So, but that's exactly where I was thinking, is that, he's playing with LeBron and Steph and KD and Anthony Edwards, who's feeling himself right now. So if Joel gets Jokic in this game, which he's clearly expected to, based on the makeup of each roster, it is kind of like, yeah, hey, good for you. You got Jokic. You were supposed to look at your team. Now, Team Serbia is no joke, but the U.S. roster up and down should help Joel in this matchup.
Oh, he's got the better team.
Yeah.
Like I was going over it yesterday. I think CBS had a power ranking of all of the, the 12 teams in the tournament, and I think Serbia was ranked 5th. That group of, Jokic and Bogdanovic and Jovic and company, they face some stiff competition.
Man, I wish Nikola Topic was healthy.
Between obviously the U.S. is at number 1. Canada is probably the second best national team going into this tournament. Spain is always dangerous. Germany is tough with Dennis Schroeder. And
Germany just won the Euros or whatever.
And Wagner. That is a good roster that you're going up against. In France, on home soil, France is going to be a pain in the ass. Okay? They got Wemby. So no matter what, they're going to be tough against. Now, in international basketball, you got to bang inside. That's Jokic is made for the FIBA game. Embiid likes to hang around the free throw line and pump fake and draw fouls and get whistles. Those international refs, they're not giving him that ticky-tack crap. that he gets away with in the NBA. I think game number 1 for Team USA probably still going to be adjusting to playing together. There's a bunch of guys that this is their first major international tournament. Steph Curry has never played in the Olympics before. Kawhi Leonard has never played in the Olympics before. Ant, Tyrese Halliburton, some of the younger guys. This is sort of a new experience for them. I really do think. At 12.5, I'll tell you right now.
Is that free money right there?
I love Serbia. I love Serbia on that line.
Yeah, because everyone's going to, match the two rosters up and say, oh, it's not even close.
Sure.
That's why it's 12.5. And the last Olympics, which was in 2021 in Japan because of COVID, that was a team that was, Jason Tatum, Devin Booker were 2 year better guards, but it was Kevin Durant. It was still the wily vet who carried that team.
Team USA, didn't they won the gold medal by 5 points.
They were lackluster.
Yeah.
In the last Olympics, despite all the talent up and down, like Damian Lillard would take over every now and again, but they struggled. If not for Kevin Durant, they might have been bounced.
This is a better team. This is arguably one of the best collection of talent that USA has put out there ever. And I'll even say that, and I'll say arguably, including the Dream Team. Dream Team had Leitner, guys, and the Dream Team had the corpse of Larry Bird on it. All right, he was still Larry, but it was the corpse of Larry Bird. Okay, that was an actual Larry that was out there. This USA basketball team, yes, LeBron is 39, and yes, KD is what is KD 34?
Somewhere in there.
Steph at 34. I don't know. These guys are still in their prime.
One thing I think Team USA suffers from, and this is something else I noticed in the last Olympics, was it's a bunch of guys who are used to being the one option.
Right.
With the ball in their hand, and now they're all being asked to play roles, to space the floor, to play off the ball, to cut, to play defense, just parts of the game that they're not used to playing because they're always so ball dominant and they're the number one option on each of their teams. It makes their offense so stagnant at times. Like the ball movement really struggles.
Yeah, that's the challenge for Steve Kerr and company going into this thing. I don't buy it, Joel. I don't buy it for 1 second. Nope. I know you're thinking about Nikola Jokic. You're always thinking about Nikola Jokic. The man haunts your dreams. He has all the MVP awards, which is the thing that you seem to care about the most.
Look, Serbia plus 12.5. Serbia plus 600 on the money line. It's worth a shot.
Arch Manning, the 19-year-old Texas quarterback, has reversed course spring and elected to opt into EA Sports College Football 25. Arch made the announcement with a social media video featuring his uncle, two-time Super Bowl champion Eli Manning. Do we have the audio of this announcement?
Yeah, this is a fun commercial.
Okay, Arch Manning is in the EA Sports College Football game. Let's hear from Arch and Eli.
All right, here we go. Let's go gun far, Simon right nasty, Z Riz, F Whirly Bird, Alert Scarecrow. All right, use a little cadence here. All right, you ready?
Are you sure about this?
Absolutely. This is the best way to focus on football, all right? So get your eyes on the safety, be vocal out there.
Yes, Coach. Uncle E.
It's better.
Green 18. Green 18. Omaha. Hut.
Ready. All right, there he is. Now! Boom! Touchdown! Now that's why you're in the game.
EA Sports. I'm in the game.
That Eli is a natural,
we
isn't
could have just run 4 verts.
They could have just run 4 verts, Nate.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Madden play? Is it all verts?
Okay, here we go. So I have not played Madden since Madden 94.
Or college football. It's all the same playbooks.
Here we go. Madden 94.
Okay.
All right. And here's the glitch. Okay. This is the glitch. Okay. Call the end around. I believe it's either out of the pro form or the I formation.
Okay.
But you call that. You send the outside receiver in motion to the opposite side. Okay?
Okay.
It then confuses the hell out of the game. Your quarterback then takes the snap. The outside receiver that is supposed to be sprinting through the backfield on the reverse to take the handoff, well, he's now on the other side of the field. He's confused as well.
Oh, my.
However, you know who else is confused? The defense. They have no coverage available, and the quarterback then turns around, has nobody to hand the ball off to. The game, again, in the glitch, the quarterback just flips the ball Doesn't really throw it, just kind of flips it. It just sort of sails out to a wide receiver who is standing right near the sideline, completely uncovered. He makes that catch. He then sprints 80 yards for the touchdown. It works literally every single time. That's the best play. Madden 94, which goes to show you I haven't really played video games since I was 14.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore.
No?
They worked that out of the game.
They took it out?
Yeah.
That's a shame.
For me, the halfback angle route, the Texas route, great route. You gotta utilize those drag routes all the time. Just drag them underneath, get the separation. It drives your opponent crazy, but you know what? You gotta do it. And there's nothing better than hitting a deep out route and hitting the X button or whatever your receiver is before they break and getting that timing just right. Oh, chef's kiss.
Dude, I was at a party over 4th of July weekend, and there was like an Xbox controller just sitting there, and I just picked it up, and I just like I don't play video games, okay? I hadn't had a video game controller in my hands in probably a decade. There's so many damn buttons on that thing.
Yeah, it's
like every one of your fingers is in use at some point. I don't know how you guys do it.
That's why video games there's esports.
Right.
It's a sport.
It is.
And try bouncing back and forth between PlayStation and Xbox. Both controllers have an X button, but they're in different spaces. Oh, it gets confusing.
I mean, when we went from like the NES, the 8-bit NES, I know I sound like a freaking boomer right now. You guys can all feel free to have at it and make fun of me. But like when we went from the 2 buttons to the A, B, and C button of the Sega Genesis, that was a lot. How much movement you need my thumb to do right here?
That's where you got to hit the practice field, you know? Get those reps in.
Arch Manning is going to be on EA Sports College Football 25. Does this mean he gets his $600?
You know what?
And his copy of the game?
I wonder if it's more because he held out.
Right.
He initially said, like, no, I don't want to do this. I think he said it would be a distraction. Yet here he is, the face of the game so far. I wonder if he knew I am valuable to your property. You're not going to pay me $600. You need to pay me more because, you know, this is the biggest commercial that has dropped yet, and it features Arch and Eli Manning.
Do we think that Arch is getting more money than Quinn Ewers?
Probably.
Yes.
He's a much bigger star.
His last name.
Sure.
Okay. That alone, like, Art on pure name recognition, even above Shedeur Sanders, Arch Manning is the single biggest star in college football.
I think Shedeur might be number 2.
Yeah, probably is. And Travis Hunter is really high on that list as well. Again, like CU with, isn't their Vegas win total 4.5?
Something like that.
And yet, like, they have like a top 20 offense and a top 20 defense on the game.
Yeah,
and it's basically
crap for that.
Born out of Shedeur and Travis Hunter both being on that team.
I think people were okay with the offensive rating, but people had a problem with their defensive rating in the game.
Yeah.
They said it was too high. There is a custom celebration in this game inspired by Shedeur. It's the Show the Ice celebration, where he will show his watch. That will be in this game, and you can put that. Except I think your player has to play for Colorado in order to use that celebration in the game.
Okay.
So it just goes to show that, hey, Shedeur's a big deal, big star.
You know, back in Madden 94, when I was having sleepovers with my friends George and Tone the Bone, and we would play Madden 94 all night long, I would do the show, the watch, but I would just do it in the room. It wasn't actually on the game.
Okay.
But I would do the end around, and I would send him in motion. The beauty of that is, like, you know, you set it up with like 3 plays in a row. If you send your receiver in motion, and then they forget about it, and then you lull them to sleep with that end around. Yeah, and then they know it's a glitch in the game, and they get pissed off, and then they punch you, and then you throw a controller at them, and then everybody gets upset, and that
was like Michael Vick in Madden 2004. His speed as a quarterback was so insane that it was tough to chase him down. And if you chose to play as Vick in the Falcons, it was always like, wow, okay. But all right, Arch Manning. He's draft eligible in 2026.
26, that's correct.
He's already one of the biggest stars in college football. I think he'll play this season somehow, some way. I think Arch is playing. The Broncos aren't going to be good this year.
Nope. Broncos will be right now. Most of the mocks have the Broncos, and this is the future projection mock, have the Broncos picking like second or third in the draft.
Okay, and that's I know a lot of people disagree with me, but I am a Shedeur Sanders fan.
Okay.
I would have liked the opportunity to draft him with one of those top picks that the Broncos are, second, third overall, whatever it might be in next year's draft. But unfortunately, because of the drafting of Bo Nix, that's probably not going to happen. But a fail-safe here.
They still can. You can still go with the Josh Rosen, Kyler Murray plan.
They could.
Doesn't feel terribly likely if Sean Payton is still around as the head coach. But let's say the Broncos just 2-15 this thing, and the Walmart people are like, okay, we've had enough of Sean Payton. Fans aren't showing up. People are down on this team. Well, eat the last couple of years on this deal, and in which case, if there was a new coach, Broncos could easily go quarterback again.
Or because of the Manning ties to this organization, if they're bad this year, and then they're going into a season where, going into this season, we're looking at, Shedeur's in this draft, Carson Beck's in this draft, whatever, Quinn Ewers. But then the following draft, like flash forward to 365 days from now, we could be saying, should the Broncos be bad again? So they can get Arch Manning.
Or Arch merely just...
He Eli's it?
He pulls it in Eli. He pulls it John Elway. And Arch says, I will only play for the Denver Broncos. And forces who has the number 1 overall pick to swing that trade.
I mean, we were starting to. We've been talking on this show about Arch Manning for years. It feels like
since he was at Newman High School in New Orleans.
Since he was like a sophomore.
Yeah,
and now he's a sophomore in college. And because the Broncos have been bad this entire time,
sure have been.
We are still in that same situation. 4 years have passed, and now we're getting closer to that Arch Manning. We would laugh about it 4 years ago. We'd be like, the Broncos should suck in 2025 to get Arch. We'd be like, ha, ha, ha. They won't be bad for that long, though. Yet here we are. And they very well might be.
They very well could be, and Arch could still be available. Here's the thing, okay? What did Arch throw? 5 passes last year at Texas?
Something like that.
Do we know he can play?
I'm just going to bet that he can. He's a Manning.
His numbers in high school were absolutely phenomenal. He was a basketball star as well.
So there was another quote from Arch, like
most sought-after recruit in the country when he was coming out, but don't we have to watch him play?
Sure. So he's going to stay at Texas. He's not going to transfer. And I wonder if a lot of that is coming from his family. Peyton stayed at Tennessee. Eli just stayed at Ole Miss. If there's this idea of, no, we want you to go through the process. We want you...
Don't rush it.
Yeah, and we want you to earn that job at Texas and...
Play for Sark.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And this kind of purebred nature that they want for Arch Manning, where he might have all the tools, but they're not going to transfer. They're not going to enter the portal. They're not going to throw him somewhere else. They're gonna keep him at Texas.
I mean, his recruiting process was so detailed. It was so thorough. He made numerous different visits. He talked to all of the most premier programs that were out there. The Texas decision was so magnified when he made it. Like, it would make very little sense for Arch Manning to get on campus and suddenly be like, well, this is a bad situation. I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
Like, he wanted to go play for Sarkisian at Texas. And the other part of it, too, is like, I'm just going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say, I think Steve Sarkisian has regular conversations with Cooper Manning about what is going on with Arch and what is happening in his development right now. And exactly to that point, there's no skipping of steps going on right there. And one of the biggest reasons is there doesn't have to be, okay? Yeah. There does not have to be at all. There is no urgency to get to the league for the Manning family.
No, the kids,
they're set.
20 years old.
They're
set financially.
Yep.
I do wonder about Quinn Ewers in front of him. I like Quinn. I don't love Quinn. I see an opportunity for Arch to play this season, whether it's this season or it'll absolutely be the next season. Whenever his first start is for Texas, whenever he runs out onto that field, and he takes his first true starting snap as a Texas Longhorn. Like, that's going to be a big moment.
You know who Arch Manning is going to get snaps against in Week 1 this year?
I do not.
The Colorado State Rams.
Oh, because they're going to blow him out.
Yep.
And he'll play in the second half.
Mm-hmm. Arch will get an opportunity to see the field in the second half.
Well, I say that.
Now
should I count out the Rams in this matchup?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Week 2 at Michigan, I don't think Arch sees the field. Week 3, UTSA, I think he's got a good chance to be able to play.
There we go.
Week 4, Louisiana Monroe, I think he's got a good chance to be able to play. And maybe the occasional SEC matchup right there. But there you go. That's a prediction right now. Arch Manning will have, I'll set the over-under at 2.5. 2.5 pass attempts against CSU this year.
I'll take the over on that.
Okay. Yeah, feels about right to me. If you have a chance to get him out on the field, you have to take it. And by the way, guys, just Rams fans out there, it's not a diss, okay? It's a bad matchup.
Yeah, Texas was in the college football playoff last year.
Yes.
And this is in Austin?
Yes.
Okay, yikes.
It's a bad matchup. That doesn't mean that I don't have faith in the Rammies. Yesterday, in fact, with Birdo, I laid out a path to 7, maybe even 8 victories for CSU this year. I will just say this. I did not have the Texas game as one of those W's.
Let me just ask you this to wrap this up, Nate.
Okay.
Right now, today, who would you rather have in your system?
Bo Nix or Arch Manning?
Bo Nix or Arch Manning?
Arch.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's it.
And he has 5 collegiate pass attempts, and I agree. I will say Arch Manning. Crackman and Lindahl, keep it here.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone, that's what we're going to talk to you about here on a Tuesday. Just got done with the weekend. How was your weekend? How productive was it? How was your energy level all throughout? My energy level, my poor sleep were the 2 main motivations for me to swing by the clinic and get my testosterone levels tested. You know, low testosterone, it can start in your mid-30s. Guys lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. For me, it was mainly about getting up, getting a couple 3 hours in a day and wanting a nap. Didn't want to feel that way. Didn't like feeling that way. Some people deal with brain fog. A lot of men talk about that. But a lot of folks just think this is because of aging. It could be your testosterone. And if you go and get it tested over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they could have the solution for you. Just go and take the low T quiz on their website if you want to maybe look into that before you commit to a visit. It's just a 10-question quiz with yes or no answers, and it just takes 2 minutes. Then you can schedule a consultation with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You can talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll review the results with you. The cost of the appointment's $99, which includes a medical consult, T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone, that visit is free. So go and find which location works for you. They have 5 throughout the state of Colorado. 720-440-7900. Get it all started at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's not going well for the Rocks. Actually, that was a foul ball. So Jamer Candelario did not just homer. It's not 7-0. No, it's 5-0. Still, it's 5-0 in the second. It's not going well for Cal Quantrill today and the Rocks.
They should have traded him.
Probably.
He had an ERA in the 3s coming into tonight.
He did.
He won't have that exiting tonight.
It's getting bad quickly. Yeah. He had a good June. He had himself a very good June. July has not been as kind to Cal Quantrill. Rocks trailing the Redlegs. Currently 7-0, but I think they're going to take 2 runs off the board. I think it's going to be a 5-0 game in the bottom half of the second inning. All right. I am off to Las Vegas this evening. I'll be live at the Circa Resort Hotel and Casino for the next couple of days, hanging with my dude Mike Sanford. Plus, tomorrow night, by the way, we are RSVP'd. We're in for late night with the Beavs and Cougs. So we will be at the Pac-12 funeral coming up here tomorrow night over at the Bellagio.
Why again are they having this?
Because they have to maintain the illusion that they're still a conference.
Is this like the South Harmon Institute of Technology? This conference, the Pac-12 now? It's not a real conference, except it is.
They have until 2026 to get back up to 8 teams and have a conference.
I'm rooting for him. Let's go.
I mean, the rumor is like reverse merger that they would try and add like a whole bunch of Mountain West schools.
Sure.
Like go and add San Diego State and Fresno State and
CSU.
CSU could be a part of the conversation. You'd have to add UNLV. You'd want that. You'd want that Vegas market. Plus, Barry Odom actually has that football team winning games right now, so that's a little bit of a difference. So you would have to add UNLV.
But then doesn't it just make more sense for Oregon State and Washington State to just join the Mountain West?
You would certainly think so. However, right now they still have, and I believe legally they still have Power 5 status.
Okay, they're going to use that. They're not going to kick that out of bed, as you would say.
They're getting television money. And thus they're throwing a party, and Sanford and I are going to go have cocktails and hors d'oeuvres and get our share of it. Okay? We're taking our share of CU's Pac-12 TV money tomorrow night for ourselves.
This party for the Pac-12 tomorrow night, like there's an episode of South Park where Canada goes on strike and they lose the strike miserably. Like they don't get anything they want, but they celebrate like they won. Like that's what this feels like.
It's going to be great. I can't wait. Also, like I actually do have a professional interest because I cover the Mountain West, and because Washington State and Oregon State's entire schedules are all Mountain West teams.
Yeah.
Even though they're not in the Mountain West, they cannot qualify for the Mountain West Championship or anything else like that. It's so strange.
All right, who's winning the Pac-12 this year? Flip a coin.
I'll take the Beavs.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take the Beavs. As I sit here right now
I can't wait,
over the Cougs.
I can't wait for the conference championship game.
It's going to be good.
I wonder who will make it.
It's going to be good. I can tell you that. It's so funny, too. Like, in the Phil Steele guide, the Bible of college football, they include Oregon State and Washington State in the Mountain West section, but they don't really mention what they are.
Mm-hmm.
So, they're just like tacked on at the end. Like, oh, by the way, there's Oregon State. Now, they do have Idaho State. They do have Oregon. They do have Purdue in the air quotes non-conference. But Oregon State, San Diego State, they'll play in week 2. They get CSU at home. Rammies will have to go to Corvallis this year. That's a tough one. Nevada, UNLV at home. They got a road game at Cal. Don't forget Cal's in the ACC now, Spring.
That's right.
Another
and Stanford.
They'll finish up with San Jose State on the road at Air Force. They'll play Washington State, their Pac-12 rival, on November 23rd.
Oh, that's a huge game.
Huge game. They finish up at Boise State.
Okay.
That's your Beavs schedule for the year. Trent Bray in year number 1 as the head coach of the Beavs.
Chris on the text line says, wait, legally a Power 5, so does one of them get an automatic bid?
No.
But like in that vein, like if Oregon State or Washington State finished with a very good record,
so
you could say that's a Power 5 school. They should be in the college football playoff.
That people will make that argument, to be sure, and I hope for the chaos of college football that does happen. However, I believe because they don't have 8 teams at the moment, they lose the status, but they have until 2026 to regain it.
Would they still be slotted into like the Pac-12 bowls? Like I can't even remember which bowls the Pac-12 is affiliated with, like the Holiday Bowl or whatever it is. You know, Pac-12 3 plays ACC 4.
The Jimmy Kimmel Bowl or whatever.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
That's just great that conference still lives. That warms my heart.
Wait, isn't the LA Bowl now? Isn't it the Los Angeles Bowl presented by Gronk?
I think that's
what it was last year. It was because it was the Jimmy Kimmel Bowl for a couple of years, and then last year it was like the LA Bowl presented by Gronk or hosted by Gronk or something like that, and then Rob Gronkowski was there. But either way, we'll give everybody a full update on Thursday as to how it all went.
Zach on the text line says, "Are they really playing a title game?" I don't think so. That was a joke, but I hope they do.
I want them to. Can they?